than a lot of the pre-election polling showed. And then you've got these hiccups like whatever's happening in Georgia, adding another flavor to why it may take a little bit longer.
今日は大統領選挙戦投票日ということで、各ローカルテレビ全部時間を変えて、大統領の選挙に関しての報道がされています。本当はモバイルからストリーミング放送一度トライアルでやってみようと思ったんですが、私の場合はサブスクライバー数が少ないために、モバイルからの放送はできませんでしたが、一度 Go ライブストリーミングをやってみたかったので、見てる人はいないと思いますけども、やってみようと思いました。今見ていただいているのは TBS ニュース2チャンネルのローカル放送ですけども、全国ネットの内容でお届けしています。映像に関しては、ラップトップから撮っているので、ちょっと画像はあまりよくありませんし、コントロールできないのですが、先ほど、オハイオはトランプ氏が勝利という結果がもうすでに出たようです。現在、アメリカのカリフォルニア州9時32分、サマータイムが終わって、1時間戻って、午後9時32分になりました。おそらく日本は、午後2時ということですね。水曜日の午後2時になります。これまではあんまり大統領選とか気にならなかったんだけども、2016年ヒラリーが勝つのではないかと思っていたら、なんと驚きのトランプ氏が大統領に、通ってしまったということで、今回はかなり気になった大統領選で、それは私だけではないようで、今回のバロット、投票数は今まで以上に多かったということで、国民のみんなが注目している大統領選になりました。トランプ氏が勝つのか、それともジョー・バイデン氏が勝つのかということで、どちらも70歳以上なので、ちょっと年寄りの大統領選という感じで、できれば若い大統領が選出してほしかったです。一時、ミュージシャンのカニエ氏が大統領に立候補するという話もありましたけども、いつの間にか、それはフェーズアウトして、今はこのジョー・バイデン、デモクラット、民主党とトランプ氏、リパブリカンの2人の対戦となっています。
Every vote counts. Every vote counts in a verified and accurate way. Well, to do that, in a pandemic, you have to respond to a much larger percentage of votes by mail. Absentee ballots, which we have a lot. I want to show you a map of our battleground states.
やはりコロナが発生したということで、郵送によるメールでの投票をしている人もかなり多いようで、それに関してトランプ氏は以前から、メールでの投票は無効になるなどと主張していました。ギリギリまでとにかく投票、みんな一人一人の投票が大切だということを訴えかけていた大統領選で、カリフォルニアはどちらかというとデモクラット、民主党でジョー・バイデン寄りだと思いますが、意外と西岸の方ですね、結構トランプ支持の人も多いようで、個人的にはびっくりしました。私は市民ではないので投票権がないのですが、結構ハラハラドキドキとした感じです。
The absentee ballots are larger than they've ever been in these three states. They all loom large on the electoral college map. We know that now. Patience is advised, and to get an accurate and verified count, patience must be ready.
で、投票を促すようにカリフォルニアでも 大きなスタジアム、ステープルスなどのスタジアムの中で投票ができるから、行ってみたら、いい経験になるよ、なんということも、呼びかけられたりもしていましたし、驚くことに初めての投票ということで、ホームレスの人たちもその場でレジスターをして投票するなどということもありました。ホームレスははっきり言って無力なのかと思ったんですが、ホームレスの人たちも援助金などが出るということによって、どちらを投票するかというのは自分たちの一票にかかってるんだということを理解しているようでした。ただ、今回もバイデン優先とはいうものの、ギリギリまで目が離せない、ハラハラドキドキの大統領選になっています。で、今は、ジョー・バイデンが187票、トランプ氏が136票で、確か270票を集めた方が勝つということなんですが、未だにこの州での投票のシステムがよくわかっていません。ミシガンでは今のところトランプ氏が優先、51% の開票したんですけども、今のところミシガンはトランプが優先になっています。カウンティー、郡ごとによってもどちらが優勢というのがいろいろと違ってきているみたいです。なので、結構この11月3日の12時までに当選発表、確定が決まるかどうかはまだわからないというようなことをメディアは言っています。ただ、もし万が一トランプ氏が負けた場合は、おそらく、コートですね、フェデラルコートに州の裁判所とかに訴える可能性が出てくるのではないかと言われています。ツイッターとかでも嘘の情報を流したり、かなり文句を言って、郵送メールに関しての無効性を訴えたりとかしています。キャンペーンの形も、この両氏によってはかなり分かれていて、トランプ氏はコロナは関係なしでコロナもううんざりだというような内容で、マスクもしないで参加し、ソーシャルディスタンスも考えずに普通の、大会、キャンペーンを行っていましたが、ジョー・バイデンと副大統領候補のこの2人に関しては、ドライブインキャンペーンということで、ソーシャルディスタンス、マスクをつけて、コロナマターということで、訴えかけていました。
I don't understand why, as we sit here in 2020, no one I know can answer that question tonight. I don't know why we sit here in 2020 that there isn't some automated, simple way for us all. Yeah, because of the federal system, because of the state by state that they administer it. But I've had U.S. intelligence officials, current and former, raise this, saying we need to have a real conversation about how we administer these things in our country. Not saying the federal government takes everything over. But after 2000, when they had the big problems in Florida, there was a major infusion of federal dollars in helping the states upgrade. A lot of these states, as we know, are pretty cash-strapped right now. They've been having a lot of budget problems. Not everyone is prioritizing investing in their systems. Well, there were some studies over the summer that said they needed $4 billion to help modernize these election systems to avoid some of the problems. They have $4 billion right now for that kind of Well, at least we don't have to worry about anybody going blind looking at chats, but I think there's so much at stake that they would figure this out. It's a long time to that much. We're taking live pictures from Wilmington, Delaware, where there is a drive-in as a standard for the Biden campaign, and Joe Biden's motorcade arrived just a short time ago. Nicole Killian is there and witnessed the reactions from the crowd. Nicole, give us a flavor for what it's like there.
Well, a lot of honking horns not too long ago, and I'm sure we will hear more once the former vice president takes the stage. He is expected to be accompanied by his wife, Dr. Jill Biden, and I hear an announcement right now, so I'm going to step out of the way so you can take this.
で、ジョー・バイデン氏は地元のデルウェア、ウィルミントンの自宅で待機していました。ただここで、その地元のウィルミントンでもうすぐジョー・バイデン氏がスピーチをするということで今登場してきました。これもやはりさっき言ってたように車でみんな登場しているのでソーシャルディスタンスを保っています。
Maybe tomorrow morning, maybe no longer. Look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election.
ジョー・バイデン氏もこの大統領選は勝ってみせると誇っています。時間がかかるので、結果までは時間がかかるので、忍耐強く待たないと仕方がないと言ってます。みんな一人一人の投票が、この大統領選には欠かせないということを言ってます。アリゾナ、ミネソタは当選獲得じゃないかと言っています。ニューメキシコもリードしているみたいです。ウィスコンセンとミシガン。ペンシルバニアも絶対勝つぞと言って、このペンシルバニア州が一番気をつけないといけない州で、どちらもクロス、大差がないということでした。明日になったらこの結果がはっきりわかる。蹴りをつけようと言ってます。デルウェアの、デモクラットの方が当選したということです。選挙に関わった人たちに対しての感謝の気持ちを今言ってる感じです。
Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, Joey, keep the faith. And my grandmama, she's loud, yell, no, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's basically great. Let's walk over here.
短いスピーチでしたが、選挙の投票者たち、キャンペーンを応援してくれた人たちに対しての感謝のスピーチでした。
Biden has not made a full projection on that race. Also noting that
the Biden team feels like they're doing well still in Georgia, with so much of the vote outstanding in key Democratic counties that are voter rich in Democratic vote.
キーになる各州で、ジョー・バイデン氏、検討して頑張っているようです。
For him, although it's likely to be one of his. He said, I believe we're on track to win this election. We call for patience.
で、今下に出てきているのは、プロジェクション予測ですが、79%、サウスデコタではトランプ氏が有料ではないかということで、ロードアイランドは50対49%、ギリギリ際どいところです。
But I will never get used to, I don't think. I know it's the pandemic, I get it. That, you know, you can't talk in front of a crowd, you're just sitting in your car, honking. So, and that now means applause. I'm really glad you bring this up.
で、新しいタイプの大統領キャンペーンということで、みんな車に乗って、ホンクするということで、拍手の代わりに、ホンキングをしています。
These people won't vote. Biden can't get 12 people to show up. And a lot of them are getting sick too, though. They are. Look at that. They are. And a lot of people who attend the Trump rally. But the broader point they're making is, even though there's a pandemic, even though everyone's at home, voters have to be contacted, doors have to be knocked on, and the Biden campaign didn't really do that. Biden campaign didn't do much.
Wait, Pennsylvania was his most visited state at 4 visits?
No.
Right?
No, 19. Oh, this June.
But should you be penalized for following the rules and practicing social distancing?
He hasn't necessarily been yet. I'm just saying there will probably be a debate among those who run campaigns.
Why was it so important for Biden to come out early before President Trump?
Well, you want to give your supporters a shot in the arm. You want to suggest also that, there's both the counting competition and then there's the public shaping of the debate competition. And, preemptively get from the president to say this is all natural and normal before the president who has said it's not over.
All right. We've still got lots to talk about, a lot ahead. We're going to take a short break. Be sure to download the CBS News
ストリーミングライブ、初めての試みだけど、結構画像もそんなに悪くなくいけてるので、このまま続けます。ぜひ、私もこの大統領の確定の瞬間を見たいので、ローカルニュースが報じる最後まで見たいと思います。さあ、2チャンネルはコマーシャルに入るということで、ちょっと他のチャンネルも見てみましょう。普通のアンテナでやってるので、入らないところもあるんですが、4チャンネルは NBC ニューススペシャル。
might happen, and something the president has been alluding to now for a while, which is a question he has been saying repeatedly now that he wants to see results sort of finalized on November 3rd, or I guess in the morning hours of November 4th right now. We need to be really clear here, right? Full election results are not certified.
オクラホマはトランプ氏が勝ったようですね。95% 中で、リードしています。5チャンネルはローカルチャンネルなんですけども、KTLA、5ニュース、エレクションカバレッジ。ちょっとアンテナが映らなくなっちゃいました。で、7は ABC ニュースで、Your Voice, Your Vote, Election Night 2020。聞いたところによると、FOX ニュース以外は、結構メディアはジョー・バイデンを応援して、トランプバッシュ、トランプを非難しているというようなニュースが多いですね。11チャンネルちなみに映りが悪いので見れるかどうかわからないけども、KTV、FOX、これですね、FOX。で、13チャンネルはシカゴ OPD。13チャンネルも普通はシカゴ PD という、テレビ番組を報じてるんだけども、今日は13チャンネルも FOX11 になってます。FOX11 と13と11は同 系列のチャンネルだということで、番組の内容はちょっと違うけども、FOX 関係です。
Better than they thought they were going to feel about states like Pennsylvania. You heard Joe Biden very definitively say that they were saying they thought they could win there. But I think Trump campaign. Let me go to Andrea. Oh, Trump.
ユタ州もトランプが 57.7% で有利になってます。アイオワもトランプ氏ということです。
Because here the Trump campaign is having a much better night than it expected to have, and now the president is signaling through this tweet by saying they're trying to steal it, etc., that he doesn't feel that they're going to win. I don't understand how that's what he's been saying every single day.
その人はバイデン氏。バージニアもバイデン氏。
But there's my family who covered the Biden campaign forever has spoken on the record and gotten some better-off cases, exactly what I have been hearing from others not on the record who have been supported. That Joe Biden has been calling around, he's very nervous about how slow the count is instead of the big county in Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania.
やはり、キーステートになるのはペンシルバニアではないかと言われています。
Biden was calling cases, checking in why are these counties like some of the European suburbs not reporting? Why is it so slow? So it is that early factor, but also
トランプ氏も今夜、ステートメント、スピーチを行う予定です。
Starting to change the narrative, and Biden with the optimism and telling people to be patient, was trying to at least capture that mood. But privately, he is calling people, elected officials, and former officials to speak. That's what's so interesting about it. Here you have Biden, who is, according to this reporting, is a bit nervous about the race, and then at the same time, Hallie, you've got the president, signaling publicly that he's nervous about the race because he's now saying they're stealing it, which suggests he thinks
トランプ氏もバイデン氏も投票に関して何か不正があるのではないかというような心配をお互いにしているようです。
Let me try to provide some clarity here, Savannah, on this, because I think you raised sort of this important point here, and the answer that I would provide to you here, based on sort of my years covering President Trump and talking to people in orbit, there are a lot of times when the president's public messaging is different from the messaging that we are getting behind the scenes from people around him. And there have been many instances in which the people around the president, his aides, his allies, his advisors, have encouraged him to perhaps move in a different direction when it comes to the messaging than the direction the president ultimately goes in. This is a president who in the closing days of his campaign ran and rallied supporters largely on a message of grievance, right? And that is something you're seeing the president speak tonight, despite the rest of the stuff that we're hearing behind the scenes. I think this really illustrates what we sometimes have seen in covering the president, which is a dichotomy between what he is saying and what he is thinking and feeling versus sort of the strategy behind the scenes from the people around him.
Let's go to Chuck, who is at the board, to show us kind of where things stand right now. Yeah, I want to first go to the rest. State workers as independent contractors, and right now,
2チャンネルに戻しました。
of the votes in, the yes vote at 57% compared to the no vote at 43%. Now, Prop 15 raises commercial property taxes.
で、普通の大統領選の他に、各いろいろな、規制をするプロップ15とかナンバーが加わって、コマーシャルプロパティタックスイズに関して、イエスかノーかというのを、投票者が決めていく、選んでいくというような内容になってます。ここがよくわからないけども、各州によっていろいろな取り決めをここで規制をするということです。
Now, Prop 16, it restores affirmative action, and when we look at the numbers here, this seems to be going down to defeat at least at this hour. 54% of people are voting no, 46% say yes. Now, here's a look at Southern California congressional races where the numbers are coming in as well. Taking a look and California's 25th congressional district. This is a rematch from a special election in March that Mike Garcia won. That seat became vacant when Katie Hill resigned Christy Smith as the state assemblywoman. It's the most competitive U.S. House race in Southern California, and right now, Christy Smith has 42% of the vote compared to Mike Garcia with 48. Now to the U.S. House race in the 39th district. Another rematch. It covers Granite Park, Diamond Bar, Yorba Linda. This is also a rematch from the 2018 election. Gil Cisneros, this Democrat, actually flipped the seat from Republican to Democrat. He beat Young Kim by only 8,000 votes 2 years ago. Right now, he is leading by 8%. Now, to the 45th Congressional District of California, which covers Irvine, Anaheim Hills, and Mission Viejo. And with 86% of the precincts reporting Democrat Katie Porter is leading Greg Rath, the Republican, with 59% of the votes compared to the 41%. And by the way, Katie Porter taught law at UC Irvine. She flipped the seat from Republican to Democrat in 2018. Rath is a retired Marine Corps fighter pilot and first mayor of Mission Viejo. Now to the U.S. House 48th District. It covers Seal Beach, Costa Mesa, and Laguna Niguel. 87% of precincts reporting there. Harley Ruda, 59% of the votes compared to Michelle Steele. Harley Ruda being the incumbent. He's the Laguna Beach businessman. He flipped his seat from Republican to Democrat in 2018. Michelle Steele is an Orange County supervisor. Here are the numbers in the LA County DA's race between incumbent Jackie Lacey and George Gascon. And right now, George Gascon is leading with 55% of the vote. Stay with CBS 2 News for coverage all night. You can go to CBSLA.com and CBSNLA for updates anytime.
Beef and hearty chili. Try my $5.99 chili cheeseburger combo. It's pretty delicious.
You can try to escape it, but no matter how far you go,
4チャンネル見てみましょう。
The race is still very much up in the air, but look, I'm where Biden is right now. I think there's a lot more paths for him to win this race. I think there's two big states that you just talked about, Arizona and Georgia. That those open up very decidedly different paths and multiple paths for Biden. They really, really push Trump into having to really run the table. And I don't know. I think those two states are going to be the big two next states. We're going to see these upper Midwestern states come in, as Chuck and others have talked about, maybe ahead of the Today Show, but it's going to be a while.
drink when someone says the Today Show.
That's not a good idea.
I know. What do you think? We saw Joe Biden come out. We've seen him speak from President Trump, and he's also indicated that he will also address the cameras. The battle of perception right now.
Yeah, it's the beginning of the post-game jousting. And I just think we should pause, though, just remark on the fact that the President of the United States has never been above 50% job approval in the polls. We've had controversy after controversy, basically daily, for the entirety of this presidency. And it's knocking on the door. I'm not predicting it's going to get through that door, but it's knocking on the door of re-election. That's an extraordinary fact. And that really goes to his astonishing power as a campaigner. And I think what gives Republicans hope about those blue wall states, if you look at Florida, the polling average, final polling average had Trump losing 2 to 3 points. He won by 2 to 3 points. Look at Ohio. Final polling average had Trump winning by 0.8% polling average. Last time I looked, he was winning by 8%. So if you get that kind of polling average in Michigan and Pennsylvania, it's very easy to see how Trump wins. And then just final point. Chuck earlier was talking about that Nebraska's second district that awards one electoral vote, and Joe Biden is winning. And if Joe Biden put Georgia aside, assume Trump pulls on. If Biden wins Arizona and wins that district in Nebraska, winning Pennsylvania is not enough for Trump. In that circumstance, you have to win Pennsylvania and Michigan to get over the top. It just goes to what a year run for this is now. One electoral vote can make a big difference.
That's so 2020, but it also explains why the White House is so heated about any call it perceived as premature of the state of Arizona, which just bears repeating.
Who knew leaving people outdoors in Omaha?
Right? And who knew has not protected Arizona other than to say that Biden is leading the lead into early. Thanks, guys. Casey. Well, I'm not going to lie. I have considered the 69 to 69 electoral college vote 2020 nightmare scenario because it's 2020. Obviously, that's what would happen based on everything else that's happened this year. But all kidding aside, I do think that the focus on Georgia is correct at this hour. My sources in both parties are starting to focus on that because that data is starting to come in. Republicans feel much better about the Senate race there than they do about the presidential race. And Chuck made the point. The question is, how close is that going to be? And the reality here is that if, in fact, we talked a little earlier in the night about how we're entering the narrative-setting phase of this campaign, and the fact that Democrats don't feel as strong about it. They will feel much stronger about it if they can point to Arizona and Georgia as examples of places where the suburbs move decisively for them. If their advantage spreads out farther across the map, that is going to make it a lot easier for them to make the case that it is very clear who is the winner of this election. And to your point, Savannah, that's part of why you're seeing the president and his team be so pugnacious, frankly, about trying to make sure that these kinds of things do not get out into the ether, because this is going to be this kind of narrative fight going forward. And just to button up with the nightmare scenario, I have been having a couple conversations with Democrats who are looking at the map, nervous about that, and starting to think about, okay, what if we do end up with a tie? What if we go to the House of Representatives? Then it's decided by House delegation. So each state gets a vote. If Texas, for example, is controlled by Republicans, the delegation likely would cast their vote for Donald Trump. Does that put us in a scenario where Democrats not focusing enough on the House of Representatives, heading into this perhaps being overconfident on that map, come back to bite them? I honestly, I'm not ready for any of this, at least not until we have some more drinks.
Let me go to Andrew, who's been watching the president's latest.
Well, on the president's latest tweet saying that the election is being stolen, Twitter has flagged it, saying some or all of the content shared in this tweet is disputed and might be misleading about an election or other civic process. So probably relying and asserting that there were ballots cast after election maybe backwards.
I apologize. I had to just my phone screen.
No.
I really have, and it's like, however, I had it a slightly different scenario.
Yeah. All right, we're going to take
Get the nerd hour here as we get into the wee hours. Yes,
I take it as a compliment.
There's still a lot of truthfulness yet, so it says in 2020 election night coverage, but Jesus, but continue.
It's my 9/12, 2 days off, migraine medicine. It's Ubrelvy for any time, anywhere migraine strikes, without worrying if it's too late or where I am. One dose can quickly stop migraine in its tracks within 2 hours. Unlike older medicine, Ubrelvy is a pill that directly blocks PGRP proteins and can cause of migraine. Do not take withdrawals for 3 or 4 days. Most common side effects were nausea and tiredness. Ask about Ubrelvy at any time, anywhere, migraine medicine.
Brushing only reaches 25% of your mouth. Listerine completes virtually 100%, helping to prevent gum disease and bad breath. Never settle for 25%. Always go for 100. Bring out the bold, all over the including Voltaire. One thing in common, none of them is stronger or more effective against pain than Volapos Ash Launch. Their supplies of power in this cash. Volapos. Dependable, powerful.
Ocean Spray works with nature every day to keep you healthy.
no longer have to worry flushing too much toilet paper will back up our system. But Dad, Red X can make billions and find improvements to break down even paper to help keep your whole system healthy. For paper, grease, or waste breakdown, use Red X.
It's an epic ending to an unforgettable season.
I'm gonna win it.
The first power champion.
The holidays are coming, but Toyota's already here with great year-end deals for that special summer. Trust me, these are way better than this stuff.
Now get 0% financing on a new 2021 Prius Prime. Toyota, let's go places.
If you have size on eyebrows, if you go through artificial tears in the blink of an eye, or your eyes feel like they're getting picked in the backside, it might be time to discover another treatment option for thyroid eye disease, also known as TED. To learn more, visit treattest.com. That's treat, TED.com.
It's calling you. From the moment you pull up, it's calling. From Fragrance Direct Yellow, it's calling you. The newest burger, Zero Sorting Spa is calling. Morocco is calling. Good times.
Toyota's on it? Oh, wait. Toyota's on is on. Coming today.
Now get an incredible $3,000 cash back on a new 2020 Camry Hybrid.
That's a wrap.
Toyota, let's go places.
Welcome back on this Wednesday here on the East Coast in our continuing coverage of the 2020 election results. We're going to show you where you could stand right now. Here's what the Florida presidential vote. NBC News projects that Donald Trump will win Florida's electoral votes.
We're starting to get some of the battlegrounds in Ohio. The president took Ohio 18 electoral votes into his column.
And let's look at Iowa. Trump projected winner in Iowa, 6 electoral votes. Texas, too early to call. Trump leads that one. Well, I'm just sorry in my ear as those words came out of my mouth. Trump now is the projected winner in Texas. Again, Trump now the projected winner of the state of Texas.
All right, in Minnesota, it is too early to call, but we can say that Joe Biden is leading in that state. In Arizona, it is too early to call, but again, it appears that Joe Biden has taken a lead there.
Georgia is a curious one that we're watching right now, as Chuck keeps pointing out, waiting for those numbers, those votes to come out of the Atlanta area. Right now, we characterize this as too early. North Carolina is too close to call.
Let's go to Pennsylvania. It is too early to call. We await mail-in ballots there, which can arrive up to 3 days after Election Day if they are postmarked Election Day. Here's the presidential race in Montana. It's too early to call, waiting for votes there, but the president has a lead.
Maine, that is too early. Michigan, also too early. That's part of what Democrats hope will do, that blue wall.
Michigan, yeah, we talked about that. Wisconsin's the other one, too early to call. We're waiting for votes in Milwaukee County, which is a big one for Joe Biden if he hopes to pull that one out. And in Nevada, too early to call.
And Alaska is too early to call. So where does this lead us? Let's show you the electoral map at this hour. The road to 270, and it's got Donald Trump now out front with 209 electoral votes to 205 for Biden.
I'm gonna start off by apologizing because after 1 o'clock in the morning, that might be a tempting to ask people to do some math or something. So I apologize for that. But I want to show you here. Here's the Georgia statewide result, and you're trying to figure out why I'm close to Georgia. I told you. As you see right now, we're waiting. 85% of the vote is in. We're waiting. That's the difference statewide, 236,000 votes. So let's, for instance, let's go here to Cobb County. Right now, you see. There's 100,000 vote margin. Now, let me just take you back here 4 years ago. And Hillary Clinton got a 200 vote margin out of here. So, all right, add up 100, there's 100,000 potential voters. That's next for Joe Biden that can get into that lead. So there's one there. I'll give you that. Let's go to Fulton County. He's got here 181,000. See, Hillary Clinton did here. In this case, he's likely to get a bigger number out of there. So I don't know if there's vote to be gained here, but the turnout is above, so we'll see. Maybe there's a little bit there. Let's go to Cobb. Another one for carry that you see Joe Biden carrying it by a bigger margin. We still got more to come in. Got to increase that lead more there. So look, as you can see, there are theoretically the numbers are there for Joe Biden as these numbers come in. But we'll see. Like it all is going to depend. This is all going to be on the market. But this is going to shrink. You're going to continue to see this number shrink as the night goes on. And it's just all about, is there enough? If there's 240,000 votes somehow, more so, than he can make up here. He's got at least 100 and a plus that see is there. So this is why we think this race is everyone.
Are they still counting in Georgia? Okay.
Hopefully still counting. I think we had to find out. By the way, because you guys asked, here's in Georgia, there's other counts. No automatically count. You have to petition, but only if it's less than a 0.5% point at the end of the day. So that's what you're looking at there. So we will wait and see for a while.
So if Georgia breaks Biden's way, how much does that change?
Well, that would change the past 270 a lot. Like here's where we are now. We got the president with a narrow lead, so we could play the game here. First of all, let's go ahead and give Arizona and Nevada to the president. If you're Georgia there, so suddenly the numbers are going to get North Carolina and leading in that direction. Minnesota leading in Biden's direction. As you can see here, it takes Pennsylvania off the table. Right? Georgia would definitely take Pennsylvania off the table. And frankly, one of the things that we just now called for Rhode Island. We had Rhode Island. People have been wondering. I just saw the blue got filled in. There's Rhode Island there. But we still haven't called Maine. Let's put it in the let's do 3-1 split there, because we know that President Trump is winning that congressional district. So as you can see, Georgia certainly take it away, and then suddenly he's going to need to get back over here.
Okay, stay with me.
Right here, the Nebraska district. We're getting to 270. Sorry, I had to get you there. But the point is, he can get to 270 now without Pennsylvania. And this is what Rich Lowry was trying to make. There's that. But obviously, if you go Georgia somehow went blue, and there's a lot more padding. In fact, I think it means he could do it without Michigan and Pennsylvania. So it's a long way to answer your question, Lester. Georgia would replace Michigan.
I have one more. So Georgia goes red. Okay, how does that change the president's stance? Does he still have to go all the way to Pennsylvania?
The president has to go all the way. It looks like no. I think the problem he's got now, right? We've assigned this. Alaska, let's go ahead and give that to the president. That's not no shoe. We got to wait on that. But if you see here, Pennsylvania is not enough. Pennsylvania was even for short. He needs something else. He would need perhaps Michigan would do it, or Wisconsin would do it. But the president may be in a position he needs two of the blue wall states, not just one of them. So that is something that with Arizona, and look, we don't know what Nevada's going to do. I'm with you. So then I think we got to wait and see what Nevada's going to do. The president is approved, particularly with working class voters. When the country has a cold, Nevada gets some flu. They want to go to work. They don't like this, what's happened there. So I am very curious to see the actual returns coming in Nevada before we start projecting.
The exit polls tell us that Nevadans were more focused on.
They were evenly split, if you remember. Yeah, they were
improving business versus.
Correct. I mean, but no state has been hit harder economically. If you think about it, we getting on airplanes and traveling to Vegas.
I was there, last week, and still plenty of tourism, no convention, very few shows open.
I mean, convention, I think it might be like I'm out on a plane. We were out there in Vegas just the venue.
Yeah.
Way back when.
Back when we knew about the virus, but it had not swept the hell
happened to how do we afford that?
Good state of Vegas. Okay, let's go to some boards here. We've got Montana presidential race, and we're calling it for President Trump. No surprise there. Rhode Island. Chuck scooped that, Lester. But Rhode Island.
I was about to look at it.
Yes, exactly. And in Maine, it's too early to call, but Biden is leading, although there is that one electoral vote in Maine that possibly the president could pick up, and in that scenario of an electoral tie, that could become extremely relevant. So there's your map at this hour, 1:15 on the East Coast. The road to 270 is filling out, but we've got some key battlegrounds still open at this hour.
And we bring in NBC News political contributor and co-host of The Circus on Showtime, John Oliver, into the conversation. John, it's great to see you. You just saw, hopefully you just saw Chuck's breakdown. What do you think about Georgia?
Well, I think that the New York Times is reporting that there is a water main break in Atlanta, in Fulton County. That means that they have said that they are not going to have a final count until tomorrow morning at the earliest. So that's the first thing. If that New York Times report is correct, we're going to be waiting for a while on Georgia. I do think that Chuck is laying out a scenario that is, as he looks at those counties that have not come all the way in, is making a very strong point. Now, of all the stories of the last week, you guys, the last week of the campaign, the only of the non-core 6 battleground states, the real 6 battleground states, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Florida, and Arizona, those 6 states that both campaigns spent money in and fought in all year long. The story of the last 7 days was Georgia. There was people who fantasized about Texas, including me, about whether all the early vote meant something was changed in Texas. There were good theories to the case, and you explored all these second-tier battleground states. But in Georgia, there was something really was going on. You can see the Biden campaign went in there late. They spent money there late. Barack Obama did the penultimate event of the campaign in Atlanta. This was a state that looked, there was a kind of growing conventional wisdom on both sides, not just Democrats or Republicans, that Joe Biden would have a better chance at taking Georgia than taking Florida. And as we sit here now, that basic conventional wisdom is proven true. Donald Trump was stronger in Florida in 2020 than he was in 2016. And it is still the case that Joe Biden could win Georgia, and NBC News has been smart to not do what some others did earlier in the evening and look at some of that early return and said, Georgia's going to go to Donald Trump. We're seeing that as the longer the night goes on, the better that state looks for Joe Biden. That's not to say he's going to win, but he's still in it. And we might not know about that one, just like we're not going to know possibly about Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania for at least another 24 hours, maybe longer.
Speaking of, we've also held our fire on Arizona because we're awaiting vote there. And Jeff Ducey, who is the governor of Arizona, tweeted a little earlier this evening, it's far too early to call the election in Arizona. Election day votes are not fully reported, and we haven't even started to count early ballots that were dropped off at the polls. In Arizona, we protected election day. Let's count all the votes before making declarations. So interesting to see. It looks like it's going to be a pause in Arizona, potentially no call tonight. But the governor there indicating not only are they counting election day votes, but when people brought their early ballots straight to the polls, that they still need to have them as well.
John, thanks very much. Good to talk to you. We're going to take a break and be back with more Precision 2020 election night coverage after this short.
Walgreens has always been there to help make life easier. And now we're doing the same with Medicare. So you can easily find the best, most affordable plan for you. Visit Walgreens.com/Medicare to get started. Walgreens, we make Medicare easy. Here is the made Lindor. I believe Master Chester here. America. The information stages there are a lot of issues with debating. But
don't drink and debate politics.
Don't drink and debate who won the debate. Don't drink and debate how Dr. Trump is here. Let's do that. Don't drink and bring up gerrymandering.
Jerry.
If there's anything Smirnoff knows for sure,
Don't ever drink and bring up Russia. Just be one of them. Smirnoff. In an election like no other, turn to NBC News for in-depth coverage. Can you pledge transparency about your health?
Would you like to see university overturned?
For the election of a lifetime, turn to NBC News.
Make your holidays happen at Ross. You don't have to spend a lot to give a lot. You set the holidays and please us you with the best bargain beverage. Say yes for less than the new store in North Hollywood. What you got there, Fred?
Peanut butter.
Oh, do you have a big family?
No, just me.
Did you know at Grocery Outlet you can get in and out, you don't have to pay for membership, and most importantly, you can get all your favorite name brand products. All the savings without a try.
But how will I get my workout in?
Grocery Outlet, don't be silly. Make your holidays happen at Ross. You don't have to spend a lot to give a lot. You set the holidays and please us you with the best bargain beverage. Say yes for less than the new store in North Hollywood.
Welcome back to NBC News Election Night coverage 2020 election. A lot of things in play right now. We're still waiting on some big battleground states, but a lot of different possibilities beginning to open up. Let's go first to Chuck, who's looking at some of those possibilities.
Yeah, let's go. I mean, we just want to keep checking in. I mean, I think that, where everybody else is, we're down. I feel like we've got this down to right where we said we were going to be. Focus on the battleground states we told you they were going to be, right? This is three, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Let's just get a check in here. This is just incremental, as you can see. Again, almost all today's vote. Very little coming in. Let's just check to see how we're doing. Still, nothing new out of Philadelphia, Andrea. We're sitting at the same number we were a half hour ago. We've got nothing there. Let's go to Michigan and see how things coming. I can tell you that Dante Cheney, who's a Michigan native, our data guy, he's looked in here and he doesn't see things that look great for Trump and what's come in, which means that, this could be when everything comes in. This is why there's a lot of bullishness among Democrats that when the early vote, again, we've barely touched the early vote here. As you can see, yellow is today's vote. The orange is when we get that. We know the Michigan Secretary, they told me this. It was going to be 2 to 3 days period on Michigan. But the modeling right now does still favor Biden for what it's worth on that front. And I know everybody's thinking polls, modeling. I'm not believing any of this stuff. I get it. But I'm just letting you know what our data says at this point. And if you've seen here, this again, Wisconsin is another one why Democrats are bullish that they're going to that when we get the early vote and the mail-in vote all to come in, that they're going to overcome this difference. And really, the big area is going to be Milwaukee. That's going to be a huge jump, and we expect that vote to be 3.7. But as you can see here, this is really narrow. We're down to 4 percentage points. So it doesn't look like Donald Trump has enough same-day votes to build the path there. Of course, there's Georgia, Kansas City. We've got many votes. A little bit, but not much. We're still waiting for most of that Atlanta vote. So there's your update right now. We're going to be crawling, maybe bundles of votes at a time.
And Andrea, I'll ask you, Chuck, as well. If we're truly in a situation where we're waiting for Thursday for some of these results, tell me what it's going to look like between now and that period in terms of what we're hearing from candidates, what how people are processing.
Joe Biden has.
When they're now in Long Beach, and they bring them all to the centralized facility. Lots of people involved in the handout. You can see that there's no money business taking place, but the vote count is vast in areas this evening. And black sky, I know we're going to have to shop that back in the street.
All right, thanks so much, Desmond. And yes, they took extra precautions for this particular election here because of the pandemic, of course. The results in our local races are coming in tonight as well. I'm Pat Harvey, everybody. Let's take a look at the numbers right now. Here are the numbers in California for the presidential race, and really no surprise there. This is Democrat country, or it has been for many, many years. Joseph Biden had 67% of the vote compared to President Trump with 31%. Now to the Prop 22 will change gig worker
カリフォルニアはバイデン優先だけども、全体的には今ちょっとギリギリトランプに点数を奪われているような感じです。こちらは午後10時26分。NBC にもう一度戻します。NBC はちょうどコマーシャルに入ってしまいました。そうでもない。ローカルチャンネルに NBC に戻ったようです。
Starting out, we're going to talk about the race for the nation's largest district attorney. Incumbent Jackie Lacey, the district attorney since 2012, facing the challenge of George Gascon. And you can see the numbers here. Keep in mind, this is for just the mail-in ballot, but he seems to have a commanding lead at this point.
Let's take a look at Proposition 22. That's the one involving app-based drivers. It classifies them as contractors, contract workers, and not employees. $200 million was spent on this one, and a big lead right now in the S category, 58-42.
Measure RR affects Los Angeles Unified School District. Now, this would direct money to fund construction and upgrades of school classrooms, certainly getting rid of asbestos and earthquake fitting, retrofitting some of these schools. And there you see the number right there. Again, these are early mail-in ballots, but definitely 71 to 29, a commanding lead.
And we also have some early results on the propositions as well. We're going to take a look at those right now. First, we want to take a look at Proposition 15. Proposition 15 is the one on the property taxes, commercial properties based on current value rather than the purchase price. The money would go to public schools and local governments. And as you can see here, the no vote right now in the lead, a very slim margin there, 51-49.
Prop 41 allows local governments to establish rent control on some residential properties. The no votes with, as you can see, a pretty big lead on this one. This was 61% of the votes in. These are the latest numbers.
Proposition 25 would replace cash bail with risk assessment. Instead, supporters say that the bail is really a form of discrimination. Opponents say that the defendant could prevent more crimes between the arrest and their trial. And as you see, the no vote leads here, 45-46.
Prop 14 authorizes $5.5 million in state bonds for stem cell and other medical research. As you can see right here, this one's pretty close at this point with 61% of the votes tallied so far, 52-48%.
Finally, let's take a look at Proposition 16. This is the one that deals with restoring affirmative action in California. Supporters say would address systemic racism, and we can see here that the no vote leads 55-45.
Now we're going to continue to read the results as they come in here on NBC4, NBCLA.com, and our NBCLA app. We'll see you back here tonight at 11.
All right, welcome back to our 2020 election night / wee hours of the morning coverage. We're going to show you where we're at right now. I mentioned this a moment ago. In the Georgia presidential race, it's too close to call now. That's why we've been watching carefully, waiting for a lot of votes to come in from the Atlanta area. Pennsylvania, too early right now.
All right, let's go to the upper Midwest. Minnesota, too early to call, but our projection is that Biden has a lead there. Arizona, same story, too early to call, but Biden does have a lead.
We're looking at North Carolina. Watch that closely for quite a while now. Too close to call. Maine, too early. Biden leads in Maine, however.
All right, let's go to Michigan. There's a state that we're not going to get the vote all counted up for a couple of days. Too early to call. Wisconsin, same story. Too early to call. We're waiting votes in Milwaukee area, among others.
Waiting for votes in Nevada. Too early to call in Nevada. Let's show you where we stand right now. The electoral tally in the road to 270. Donald Trump with 213. Biden with 210. They need one of them needs 270.
By the way, I just wanted to show you guys how that worked. I did take the calculation so we can show her work there. And you can see there is a right at the number. We got to make sure we call Hawaii. That is Hawaii, both Democratic as we do here. The Nevada, Arizona, they hang on to that. Then the Democrats could do this without Pennsylvania or North Carolina or Georgia. Or you look at it the other way, the president can win Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, and he's too short. And he'd be 2 electoral votes short at this point. But you talk about Georgia, and ultimately, I think we can go back there. We got to see if Mr. Howland's report there about the water main break, how much that's going to. You know, I think he's right, because this is sitting at 87%. With a lot of twisting. So I'm not going to bother coming back in with sitting at 236 spread. It is time to find out if our friends from Georgia decide to go to bed tonight, or whether they're going to keep counting votes.
Okay, the assignment has been handed out. What about Nevada? Are we going to get any numbers from Nevada tonight?
Yeah, I know we kept threatening to put our man John Lawson on the air. John Lawson has done the math. He will tell you that, you know, the way Nevada works, we don't have much, like 7%. But Nevada is basically, arguably, a 2-county state. You know, I'm going to mispronounce Washoe County. I always do. My apologies to Ralston. That's where Reno is. Clark County, where Vegas is, basically, are the population centers. Democrats run up the score here. Republicans run up. They got to basically match the Democrats there, and then roar big time in here. I think the only way the president actually wants this is this. If his overperformance with Latinos in Florida translates to Clark County enrollment.
We want to bring in Democratic Senator Bob Casey of Pennsylvania, who knows the state inside and out. Also spoke to former Vice President Biden tonight. What did he say to you? We've got reports, Senator Casey, that he was calling and saying, hey, where are the votes? How come we haven't seen the votes?
Biden 210歳、トランプ213。接戦です。
We had a good conversation. He was just checking in about an hour ago. And I was telling him what I do, which was a lot in the blue counties. And I was expressing real frustration. We didn't have more numbers. But he was very patient and upbeat, and so am I. He's going to win Pennsylvania. It's going to be close. It's going to be a long count, but he's going to win.
So what is your assessment of the way the votes are coming in right now?
ペンシルバニアはやはりトランプ氏が優勢になっている状況。
By getting more votes, and you're not getting as much of a third party vote. So the raw votes to Joe Biden better in a lot of counties than it was in 16. And then the suburban Philadelphia vote is going to be monumental. And I think Allegheny County is going to do that a lot better than 16. So it'll be close, and it might take a while to get to the final number, but maybe by sometime in the morning we'll know more about the bigger population stuff.
We want to, this is the hour of the morning when we get a little nerdy here, so let's get to Erie County, which can be a bellwether. The president was up there, seeing Erie voters. Trump won that in 2016 by 2. Obama won it big in 08 and 12, so it feels like one of those counties that swings. What are you hearing?
Well, I haven't seen a final number there yet, but I think it's like a lot of places. I think it's going to be able to shave down margin. But I think in the end, this is a election now that will come down to one market and a half. In other words, half of the Pittsburgh market, half of the whole Philadelphia market. When President Obama won the state in 2012, he won by 5. Maryland market, the big Philly market, won 40% of the vote.
Senator, I'm going to interrupt you just for a second. We've got a call in Minnesota. NBC has projected Joe Biden will win the state of Minnesota 10 electoral votes. Senator, I'll let you react to this.
That's great. Another win.
All right, good talking.
Thank you very much.
All right, be well.
Well, that was interesting because remember we had heard from Jason Miller, the Trump campaign chair or advisor earlier that he felt that Minnesota could be in place for President Trump. And,
No, he gave us numbers that look like they're close to the right in North Carolina. Pretty awesome. Look, this was a around and asking, oh boy, there was some stuff. They talked about this. They didn't make a real big deal. They talked about Nevada. You start to look around. Look, we're experiencing a major realignment in this country, political realignment, where there is a lopsided on the popular vote, but it's dead even in this rural vote. We have this sort of rural urban split that is real. It's in suburban America, maybe with sort of 60% with the blue team, with the 40% maybe hanging with the red team, and that means we are living very well.
Flip side of that, should Democrats have done more in Georgia?
Well, it's interesting. I had a former Democratic member of Congress, Canadian now, I want to know who the staffer was that told me that I did Joe Biden in Iowa, Ohio. For stuff, basically, Joe Biden was in Ohio by 1.1. And then we're going to so it turns out that what everybody thought was happening in Iowa, Ohio, this was a state that Donald Trump was an outlier in 16, that it was
just putting out the Wayne Alexander brief from Atlanta that the officials there say they are still counting, that the water main is not stopping them from counting, and that the count goes on in Polk County.
They bring Casey to the conversation. Casey, Joe Biden positioned himself as the responsible candidate. That term, wearing the mask and not doing the big crowds. As these numbers get reported out, are we going to look at that different in terms of his inability to really get out there and shake the hands and do the ground stuff?
Well, it's a difficult calculation, Lester, because if you think about how this pandemic has played out and where many people thought the race stood back in January before we even knew that this pandemic was about to hit us, I think there were a lot of questions about whether any Democrat was going to be in a really competitive race with President Trump come the fall. And then we have been grappling ever since with that historic pandemic. So I think it depends on where you start your analysis in terms of how we think about it. But it's anything true that there was a big difference in how these candidates actually campaigned on the ground. And I know Republicans certainly are saying that their get out the vote efforts in places like Miami-Dade County in Florida made a real difference for them, especially in communities where, and we're still getting the data on first-time voters, but it's possible that President Trump actually benefited from first-time voters in a significant way that's not typical for Republican candidates. Typically, we would assume that it would be the Democratic candidate because that's how it's played out in the past, who would benefit from voters who have never showed up to the polls before. And there may be some evidence that we're still sorting through that may not be the case. And I think there's some questions about whether having a more robust team, if it wasn't Joe Biden, the candidate himself, having more volunteers knocking on doors with their masks on. Now, Democrats will say those kind of tactics were unpopular with their voters, unpopular with independents, concerned about the pandemic, didn't want a stranger knocking on their door, didn't want to go to a packed rally. And we may be seeing that cultural difference and that cultural shift play out. I mean, I think we've all come to experience that not only are people voting in these different ways, but they're experiencing and living in this pandemic in different ways. There could be different steps, the codes of etiquette, wearing a mask can be different depending on the community or place where you live. And we're seeing that start to line up with these trends. So it's really hard to know. And I think part of why, of course, some of this data may have been so wrong is because we've never done this before. We've never polled in the pandemic. We've never had early votes that was this massive. We simply don't know how voters have been motivated in something like this. So there's a lot of unknowns here, and we're only just really starting.
I wanted to quickly go back to Chuck because I saw you flash.
Well, we get excited when we finally get the returns in, right? Well, you were complaining about Nevada.
I was inquiring about it.
All right. Well, look, Nevada said, wait a minute, we got 74% vote in now. You know what that meant? Okay, what happened here? By the way, we got to see how important it is. Probably 75% of the vote in. So this is.
Is that the kind of margin
This is
the area?
Yeah, let's take a look. This margin is already above percentage points. That's the margin. Barack Obama won by a greater margin, so you can see he's sort of sitting in the middle between Clinton and Obama. That local carries that. This is certainly enough to get him through
Kelly Jackson with the White House. I know we have been expecting to hear from the president with the latest answer. The holding pattern on that for now, Savannah, the president will come out, as he often does, to speak when he wants to come out to speak. And right now, I haven't been getting indications of zero timing guidance. We had anticipated that maybe it was going to be a little bit earlier based on some reporting from inside the room, where we are starting to get a sense of what the state is like from attendees there. But for now, TBD on when the president will speak, although he will at some point here in the wee hours of November 4th. They're talking about some of the states that we're having a conversation about tonight. A couple of observations. Minnesota, I have to tell you, for months, I've been talking to people inside the Trump campaign, and they have been trying to push the idea that Minnesota was the state that was in play. That went away, I think, in the last 6 weeks or so, and kind of came back with a vengeance tonight with the comments from, for example, Jason Miller and others. That is a projection from the Trump camp that obviously turned out to be incorrect with our projection here tonight. It is a little bit of a sense of kind of the one that got away back in 2016 that they had been hoping to potentially capture, but as Chuck didn't really put the resources there that they put into other states. Georgia, really interesting here. We've been talking, and our team here, myself, to a lot of people, and I can tell you that multiple sources that I've talked to just in the last couple of minutes are eyeballing that and pointing out how very, very close it was. Obviously, Fulton, a lot of eyeballs on that. This was a state that they had been feeling, I think, optimistic about, not super confident about earlier in the day, but certainly not, terrible about. I did have one person say, hey, kind of cautiously optimistic about Georgia at this point in the game, but I don't know that anybody thought it was going to end up being as close as it turns out to be being at this point tonight. So I think that's the place where you're seeing a lot of focus right now and a lot of waiting for some more of those numbers to come in. When you talk about the way that the Trump campaign has conducted its strategy these last couple of weeks, and Lester, this speaks to the point that you were making before about, frankly, campaigning in a pandemic and an election happening in the middle of a, once in a generation, once in a lifetime pandemic here. The Trump campaign came under a lot of fire repeatedly, frankly, from people who were concerned that folks were showing up at rallies, not social distancing at all. Very sparse mask wearing. I was just in North Carolina just 24 hours, 36 hours ago, and saw the same thing in Fayetteville. Not a lot of people in masks, despite coronavirus cases spiking in so many states. That all said, the Trump campaign continued to hold those events because, in large part, they thought it really helped them with the rocket, with the get out the vote effort. They talked about the voter registration, the sort of push that they were doing with people who were coming to Trump rallies, including, according to their data, a number of people who had not shown up to rallies before and maybe hadn't voted before as well. So they are crediting that, at least in some part, to the ability to be turning people out at these places. And then one final note, I do think there is interesting information coming in, at least from what we're hearing from sources regarding seniors. And we know that seniors and women and other demographic groups are moving away from President Trump according to early polling. There are some indications that the Trump campaign is feeling more confident about those numbers in particular as we sort of wait for some of these outstanding, really important states. We're going to take a quick break. We'll check in with Georgia after we get a few more votes in. This is 2020 election night coverage. Roll on.
コマーシャルタイムで一度 CBS はどうなっているか見てみたいと思います。こっちもトランプ氏がちょっと優先してます。チャンネル7、ABC はどうでしょうか。
All the progress we think we're making as a nation, certainly for all the progress people pride themselves on the South, again, this notion of a new South, I think what we're seeing tonight, it would appear, when it comes to race, oftentimes in this nation, blacks and whites can receive the same information, but see it differently. Story of the country we've seen so many times. We're divided in so many different ways. There's some information now coming in from the state of Nevada. The first votes are coming from the state of Nevada. So much early vote in that state was well over 90%. Before election day, now 74% of it has been counted. What we have so far, George, in Clark County, this is where 3/4 of the votes that come from the entire state. This, of course, is Las Vegas. Joe Biden with a comfortable lead right there. He's up 10 points. Overperforming from 4 years ago. A quarter of the votes still out. You can't talk about Nevada without talking about COVID, George. This state was ravaged by COVID, not only physically, but also economically. At one point, it had the highest unemployment rate in the entire country, 70% of the state
ネバ
depend
ダ
on
州
tourism.
はバイ
Washington
デン
County,
氏が
this is
少
Reno,
し
this
だけ
is
リー
where
ドしてい
President
ます。
Trump had to keep the markets closed,
まだわ
and
からな
right
い。
now they're not that close.
た
So
だ、
the trend right now, Joe Biden
74% の
untalking
投
of
票
that,
開
and
票
what we're
率
seeing with the data,
なので、
forward votes still out,
こ
it
う、
looks like it could possibly
い
be
かん
good news for Democrats. Okay, time out of thanks for question. Take it out. We love our new home. There's so much
大
space.
体同じ
We have
時期に
guest
コ
room
マー
in.
シャルやっ
That's
て
the
ます
happy.
ね。では、フォックスはどうで
Just
しょうか。
watching again said.
Freeways here. So again, they've really made their move downtown here in Los Angeles. And we have seen some crowds, but they're
ロ
really
ーカルの投票に関して
down
の
at this point. And again,
状
not
況
clear
を説
what's
明
happening.
ダウンタウンの取材です。
Are anti-Trump or anti-Biden or just here as part of the crowd to see what's going on. Because even across the street, you've noticed that some people are really just observing. They're out here trying to see what's going on because there is a heavy police.
暴動が起こらないように、ポリスがウォッチに見張ってるっていう感じです。
Meanwhile, election night in America continues filled with states to follow. And we're waiting to hear from President Trump. He says he's going to speak tonight. We don't know when that's going to be. We'll bring it to you live.
こちらでもトランプいつになるかわからないけど、スピーチの予定ということを伝えています。
It's that time of year again. We introduced a huge savings locale to keep the values out so you can sleep well at night with our Winston security doors. Celebrate Winston's birthday sale and receive free consultations, free measurement quotes, and free installation for all your security screens.
Blinds, doors, shutters, panelling. Evacuate.
October 31st.
You will want to miss these deals.
Visit WinstonUSA.com or to any of our free locale showrooms.
What sets Jerome's Dream Shops apart from all other mattress stores? Three things. Jerry's price, 40 years of designing mattresses, and
こちらもコマーシャル
Jerry's
中なので、
Jerry's
13
price.
チ
You don't
ャン
have
ネ
to
ル。
have them all.
こちらは普通にシットコムを
The fact is that I was planning on breaking up with Mac any 40 years
では CBS に戻します。
Jane, thank you. As we return to that map of those 5 states that are still too close to call, or we just don't have enough votes because the voting, the counting has stopped or is still outstanding in some of these states. We want to take through each of them so you know the very latest in each state. And we thought we would bring in our CBS News election law expert, David Becker, to do just that. And David, thank you so much since you're an expert in all of these states. I guess we can start. Should we start in the upper Midwest with Wisconsin? I understand that they are planning to count through the night and have an update in the middle of the night. What do you know about Wisconsin?
Yeah, I think that's right. Just like a lot of these states, there's some unprecedented number of mail ballots, and they are validating each one of these ballots. All of the ballots that they're counting right now were in on time today. They're working through the process that they're supposed to, but this process takes time. They validate each one of these mail ballots, and we will likely see Wisconsin as well as Michigan and Pennsylvania, quite frankly, and likely Georgia as well, going well into tomorrow, just because it's going to take some time to get through the hundreds of thousands of ballots that are still outstanding.
Okay, Wisconsin expecting an update between 3:30 and 5 a.m. is the latest we got. Michigan, you mentioned the Secretary of State saying she hopes to have the final picture, if not unofficial results, in the next 24 hours. Is that fair with what you're hearing as well, David?
Yeah, that's about right. I mean, people in, for instance, Wayne County and Detroit, there's a lot of ballots still there. Workers are going to be working through the night. Workers are going to be working through tomorrow. We'll likely get episodic updates with the vote totals there. By tomorrow, we should have a better, clearer picture of Michigan.
John wanted to know also about Pennsylvania. That is a state where we understand there's still a large number of outstanding votes to be counted.
Yeah, lots of ballots left in Philadelphia and Allegheny, in Philadelphia suburbs in particular. A lot of those are absentee ballots, and I know that the workers are working. They're actually bringing in shifts, for instance, in Philadelphia. There's going to be updates early tomorrow morning and then throughout the day. Again, we'll be waiting till tomorrow to have a better picture of Pennsylvania.
Got it. Can we just look at that? Because if we look at the vote board in Pennsylvania, it looks like there that Donald Trump has a wide lead with only 68% of the vote count in. Is that because it's largely recording the election day vote and not those absentees that you say are outstanding?
Yeah, that's part of it. And also the counties that have reported so far. Again, if you look where most of the outstanding ballots are, they're in Allegheny County, in Philadelphia County, in Montgomery, Bucks, Delaware, Chester counties. Counties where you would expect you see an advantage for Democrats.
Okay, I think that Ed O'Toole has a question.
Just real broadly, David, I mean, we've been anticipating potential legal challenges across the country. If you're a lawyer tonight, eager to make a buck on some kind of an elections challenge, which state potentially is the one that is in most legal peril, or where there could be some kind of a challenge mounted by either party?
Well, I think it really comes down to is there one state that decides the presidency essentially, and is that what's the narrowest margin? Of course, we've been looking at Pennsylvania for some time, and Pennsylvania may indeed be that state. And if that's the case, then there might be some ongoing challenges. But again, a lot of these rules were set ahead of Election Day. The ballots we're talking about right now were received on Election Day. We're not even talking really about the ballots that might be received a little bit later, but were postmarked today. So I don't know that there's much merit to any legal claims right now based on what we're saying. We're going to have to see how this plays out in the next few days.
All right, David Becker with the very latest. We appreciate that and know we're going to be talking to you a lot. As it appears there is probably going to be additional vote counting. We will keep everyone up to date on that and potential litigation ahead. Some CBS stations will be leaving us for local election returns. For the rest of you, our coverage continues. More analysis straight ahead, and we'll check in on each of those 5 battleground states. You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides.
And welcome to CBS 2 News at 11 and simulcasting on KCAL 9. It's been a nail-biting night, that's for sure, with the tight race for the White House, plus a slew of state and local elections, as a record number of voters came out to cast their ballots. In the race for the White House, it will come down to the absentee and mail-in ballots cast before election day. Over 40 top ratings standing, and right now, this is a very detail in this race for the White House. Hi there, guys. Yeah, we are tracking all of the details here. With breaking news, CBS News has just projected Joe Biden will take Minnesota for Joe Biden. That gives 207 electoral votes to Donald Trump and 209 for Donald Trump. Is our board right now, and 207 for Joe Biden. As we look at Minnesota now, called for Joe Biden. Trump took the electoral college lead last hour when CBS News projected Texas to go in his column. Let's take a look at this. Just as in 2016, the candidate leading in the electoral college is not the candidate leading in the popular vote. Let's take a look here. You see the vote total, 64 million votes for Joe Biden and 62 million in that range for Donald Trump. A lot of that, those numbers were sort of pumped up when the California ballots started to be tabulated. So that kind of really increased the lead there for Joe Biden. But if you think about it, even though Joe Biden is winning the popular vote, and we have so many votes left to tally, it still does not match up with a lot of the polling that we saw. We've been telling you for weeks the election will likely be decided by a handful of states. So let's get started in the West with Arizona. This is one of the states that is focused right now because it could flip from Donald Trump's column to Joe Biden. 53% of the vote is in for Joe Biden, 46 for Donald Trump. That's 1.3 million votes to 1.1 million votes. Again, this is the 79% reporting, and we could see this, we could see Arizona, but we just don't know yet. There's still a lot of counting left there. All right, we're also watching the blue wall. We told you about this. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. This was traditionally, these are blue states that went red back in 2016 for Trump. Biden has got to reclaim the blue wall states, or at least a couple of them, depending on what happens in Arizona to get to the White House. So let's take a look here. Wisconsin, this is one of the states where they didn't start counting early ballots. I just saw some reporting that they will have some of the Milwaukee County ballots in very late, around midnight to 3 a.m. our time. So that could give us an indication of if the gap here will close. Joe Biden, 47%, 51%. In Michigan, also, Donald Trump maintained the lead there, 45% to 53%. The same problem there, though. In Michigan, they didn't start counting ballots much later, so we just don't know yet. Pennsylvania, Joe Biden with a 42%, and 57% Donald Trump. And again, it's a similar situation with some of the largest cities and areas that have not been counted yet. We just don't know the exact number. Let's go to Georgia. This is another close one, too. It looks like the gap is big, 51 to 48, with 91% reporting. But we're told that there's a number of ballots in the Atlanta area that have not been counted yet. We kind of need to see how that plays out before we can declare a winner in this race. There could be some advantage there for Joe Biden. Will be enough to get him over that 51%? We just don't know yet. We're going to have to take a look. All right, North Carolina also super close. Following a lot of trends this evening, 49% Joe Biden, 50% Donald Trump. This is the game where Joe Biden kind of had to lead early because they were training early ballots. And so Joe Biden looked like he was taking the lead in that state, and Donald Trump had a lot of in-person voting today. Okay, California, not a battleground state, right? Not a shocker there. They went for Joe Biden as expected. 55 electoral votes. Those votes, of course, going to the trove for Joe Biden, and certainly no surprise, but in a sense, it's a relief, I'm sure, just to add those total cities call. So here we are looking at some pretty tight races here, guys, and I think we're not going to know exactly what happens until we see the results in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, and they have a lot of counting to do there. It'll be interesting. I know we've been talking about this with the lawyers are going to get involved with it, suing to stop the count on that thing. So, Pat, for sure, Tom, and remember, even in the state of North Carolina, they have several, maybe a couple of weeks before they can fully count the ballots. So they're allowed that. Pennsylvania, 3 days after today. So we will see, but it is simply a nail biter. A Democratic presidential nominee, Joe Biden, spoke to his supporters just over an hour ago.
We can know the results as early as tomorrow morning. It may take a little longer, as I've said all along. It's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome.
We're trying to find a way to remind his supporters to remain patient as the remaining votes are counted. So what we hear from President Trump. The most expensive California ballot measure in history is moving.
That's right. As Jansen, Deal, and Ron Fernandez have been taking a look at the proposition. They are live from the newsroom now with this stuff.
Okay. Yeah, we sure have, Pat and Jeff. Thanks so much. Prop 22 reclassifies tens of thousands of app-based gig workers as independent contractors starting with that.
The yes and no campaigns on Prop 22, by the way, they've spent over $200 million combined, really paying off for these tech companies, because right now it looks like the yes campaign, led by Lyft, led by Uber, has a clear lead. You can see 58% saying yes versus the 42% saying no. Over 2 million votes difference here.
Yeah, so much money is spent on Prop 22. Meantime, the second most expensive ballot measure is Prop 21. It allows rent control in every city statewide with rules on how much and how often landlords can raise rent. That also looks like it's a no on this one, Prop 21.
And just into our newsroom, the AP has called the race for Prop 17, saying California voters have approved this measure to restore parolees' rights to vote. As soon as they leave prison, 60% saying yes on this one.
Pretty clear there. And the AP says Prop 20 has failed in incumbent sentencing and parolee laws even require DNA collection for some misdemeanors. As you see right there, Prop 20 is defeated with 63% of voters saying yes.
And then AP also reporting that Prop 23 has failed. It would have placed any regulations on dialysis clinics and required them to hire more doctors or nurse practitioners. So that one being defeated with 64% saying no.
And now to the tightest race of the night. It's Prop 15, which changes the way California taxes commercial properties, meaning most businesses would pay more with much of the money funding public schools. And as you see there, this looks like it's very close to being defeated, with 51% of voters saying no. Right?
Let's take a quick look at Prop 16, which restores affirmative action in government hiring and public college admissions. 55% right now saying no to Prop 16, but 45% saying yes. This is just getting a further and further gap between the two.
Yes, only 57% of the votes being tallied. Of course, we'll continue monitoring the situation and bringing more messages back.
All right, thanks so much, Ron and Dan. But we have a number of state and local races to tell you about right now. So surprise here again, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. She has been re-elected handily to the 12th district in San Francisco, beating Shahid Uttar 79%.
Another well-known name here, of course, Democrat St. Waters. They've come has won re-election for the 43rd congressional district, including Inglewood, Gardena, and Lolita. The challenger, Joe Collins, you see there, 45% of called for St. Waters.
And now to the 28th district, Hollywood Hills, Glendale, Burbank, and Adam Schiff has, I would say, handily, he's on his way to victory. We have projected him the winner with 76% of the votes to Eric Early, and that's 62% of the support. And now we're going to turn to the battle for the House seat in District 25, representing Simi Valley, Palmdale, and Santa Clarita.
A very tight race between Republican incumbent Mike Garcia, serving just over 300 days since elected in special election in May. The Democratic challenger.
And here are the latest results. With 38% reporting right now in this rematch, Christy Smith, the Democrat, is leading 52% of the votes to Mike Garcia's 48%. The CBS Chris Holmstrom is live in Santa Clarita. He's been watching this race all night. Chris?
And Jeff, this was a tough fight for both candidates, especially since they had to campaign during a pandemic. But as you mentioned, what makes this race so interesting is that this district has gone from Republican to Democrat back to Republican in just the last 2 years. Most recently, Congressman Mike Garcia won in that May election, and he's hoping to get that W again. Now, he's been very active on social media, on Twitter, on Facebook as well. And just today, he had a tweet basically pushing voters to go to the polls, saying it's time to defeat high taxes and liberal job-killing laws like AB 5, known as the gig worker bill. Christy Smith helped pass that. Now, we tried to get an interview with him, but his campaign declined one. However, here's what he had to say to his followers on Twitter just Measure California 25. This is Mike Garcia coming at you from my backyard in August. You'll notice no pool, no yachts, no view of the ocean. Hey, today's the big day. We need everyone to get out there and vote. We called over 1.5 million households. We walked nearly 50,000 homes over the last couple of weeks. And his challenger is Democratic State Assemblywoman Christy Smith. She has been serving this area for several years. Her key issues include improving public education, lowering taxes, and affordable health care. We spoke with her via Zoom, and she explained why she thinks she lost to Garcia in last May's election.
It was a challenge for the campaign. It was a higher red turnout. It's entirely different this time. We know that this is a district that in 2016 Hillary Clinton won. And so we have this presidential turnout again in this cycle, and we believe that that's going to trend in our favor.
And the latest numbers show Christy Smith in the lead. I'm looking at that right now. Christy Smith with 52% of the votes. Mike Garcia with 47% of the votes. Once we get those full results, where it might be. We're live from Santa Clarita. Chris Holmstrom, CBS 2 News.
Okay, Chris, thank you so much. Other races we are watching tonight, District 39, include Dwayne Arsadoval and Joe Melendez. 70% of the ballot is reported as one time, 54% for the incumbent Joe Cisneros, over young candidates, 46%.
And in the 42nd district, Corona, Lake Elsinore, Marietta, William O'Mara, the Republican, is behind Ken Calvert. 54% for Ken Calvert, 46% for William O'Mara, 36% of the precinct.
45th district now, Irvine, Anaheim Hills, Mission Viejo, 92% voting there for those precincts reporting, and the winner is, check it, Katie Porter, 57% over John McGregor.
50th District, Temecula, Escondido, Alpine. As we speak, wow, this is a tied race with the familiar Daryl Issa, who served in the House, served as a representative for almost 20 years, I would say 18 years, but right now he's in a tie with Amar Kemba and Najjar, and they have a handful of those, maybe a couple of hundred separated them with 42% of speaking reporting. Issa isn't at 5, a couple of hundred.
The 50th and 48th now, Cecile Gage, Costa Mesa, Laguna Miguel. You say there, 93% of the precincts reported Harley Ruga at 54%. He leads over Michelle Steele, the challenger, at 46%.
Well, ballots are being delivered by air. Look at this. Guys who captured video of an LA County Sheriff's helicopter delivering ballots to the LA County Registrar in Downey.
Yeah, take a live look at this giant too, which is live over LA County. The registrar in Downey with the ballot county is going on as we speak.
Well, they really must not know what they're trying to get the votes as to be collected. Well, workers will be counting the ballots all night and will be busy tomorrow.
Mr. Floyd Perez is live at the County Center with a very clear sign of something.
Yeah, down here on the ground, we've been watching as sheriff's deputies have been pulling up in cars, and all those choppers have been making lots of noise overhead and landing on the other side of the building, bringing in boxes of those ballots from all over LA County. We do have some video from inside the facility where those workers are receiving those ballots from deputies, taking them out of boxes and envelopes, preparing them to be brought to the tally room. Now, prior to tabulation, all ballots must be checked in. They're removed from those boxes, inspected, and then prepared for counting. Ballots are moved to the tabulation center in a continuous flow per the registrar, and their operators load the ballots on the scanners for tabulation, and only permanent credentialed county employees do the actual tallying. Every single vote cast in LA County will be counted here. Now, not long ago, the registrar released they have so far been able to count about 12,000 ballots that were cast today at both centers. That's alongside, of course, all of the vote by mail ballots that were sent in early, and also the in-person early voting. But they have a long way to go. High numbers of people voting early, as we know. So that's live with everything today. We saw very high participation in Southern California, which of course is not always the case. Lots of activity, lots of fun here today, and lots of participation.
Enterprise car sale or in the driveway.
The first reports of votes being trashed in the Orange County area and allegations of ballots being collected at an unofficial vote center in West.
Yeah, this is the few little snafus that we talked about all day. An investigation is underway. CBS Orange County reporter Stacey Butler reports now live with more information. Stacey.
Yeah, Pat, two state agencies now want to know exactly what happened inside this unofficial voting center after witnesses say that they saw ballots being collected then thrown into the trash. Take a listen.
Anybody what's in the box?
ボートセンターが実はオフィシャルなものではないボートセンターができていたりとかして、それの今、インベスティゲーション、調査をしているというニュースが伝わっています。
And just a short time ago, this is video right now that we got these photos of ballots that volunteers with OC Indivisible 48 shared with us. They say that they found these ballots and envelopes in a garbage here outside on the property in an unlocked container. Now, of course, the Orange County District Attorney and the Registrar of Voters is looking into this.
If they are collected, obviously, drop them on a local official ballot drop-off. I'm glad that the DA and the Orange County Registrar is investigating the matter. We look forward to hearing more from them once it's somewhere along the line.
And the volunteers who say they just found those ballots and the envelopes in a dumpster, they say they plan on giving those
to the district attorney's office for the this morning. That's the latest from Westminster. Back to you guys. All right, thanks so much. Stacey Butler reporting. Now, no extra innings for me here at Dodger Stadium, of course, and voting wrapped up before the cutoff.
Yeah, the last voter got in with just a few minutes to spare. On site, usually closes stores at 8 p.m. sharp. Dodger Stadium was considered one of LA County's mega polling centers for this election. Poll workers estimate that today alone they saw about 3,000 voters. Overall, there were mostly no lines.
Just got off of work, so I flew down here on my bike and just barely made it. I think I had like 3 minutes.
I already had my choices picked out, but I wanted my vote to be counted today.
Being able to come to Dodger Stadium again was honestly super cool. I do wish they had Dodger dogs.
That was the icing on the cake, right? Well, poll workers believe the smooth day was partially thanks to the 55% of registered LA County voters who actually cast their votes.
We're always supposed to vote.
No question. Well, our election coverage continues. Next, we have a look at the congressional ballot.
We'll also look at a number of local races as well.
Plus, temperature is warming up and then cooling down with a chance of rain. I'll have the details coming up. Reporting for Bell Garden, in Temple City, in Kelowna, and Simi Valley, in Clovis, Indiana, and Los Angeles. Reporting from Dodger Stadium, Corona Del Mar, in Long Beach, CBS, Los Angeles.
Hot Tub and Swim Spa outlets, blowout sale. Blowing out every Hot Tub and Swim Spa, 33 to 65% off from LA's premier Hot Tub and Swim Spa dealer. Blowout sale, 270 North Brea Boulevard, call 257-295-1300.
After delivering 536 babies, Dr. Harris's hospital was scheduled to close. Then, a certified management accountant did a cost analysis, which convinced the hospital board to keep it open, just in time for baby number 537.
Look, this is your fix. 1.99%.
So we should read by now with Oni.
We just call 8332-PONY or go online to Pony. Like full of little accidents. And the Hyundai Tucson helps make sure they stay little by alerting you if you drift out of your lane and even gently correcting your steering. Because unlike your favorite shirt, you are irreplaceable. Hyundai, the longer you look, the more there is to like.
Get 0% APR for 72 months on the Tucson. Plus, get us a 3 years of complimentary maintenance. See your local Hyundai dealer.
Well, we have breaking news for you. Another state has been called in the race for the White House.
That's right, the local reporter Tom Wade has those breaking details out. Hi there, Jeff and Pat. Well, Montana has just been called for Donald Trump. Montana for Trump, and that gives the president 213 electoral college votes. To Joe Biden, 207. We've got our fourth change. All right, we'll get to this in a second. We still have a whole lot of states left to call. Let's take a look at some of the states to watch tonight. All right, first off, we're going to take a look at numbers from North Carolina. This is very close, 49% to 50%. Joe Biden is 2.6 million votes to Donald Trump 2.7 million. That's a very close margin there. We're just going to have to wait and see if this more balanced count before we call that. All right, let's take a look now at Georgia. This is one that's very interesting because there's a lot of balance still missing, not missing, uncounted in the Atlanta area. So some folks are hoping for Joe Biden, even though Donald Trump won't believe here. So also we can see how those ballots are counted. Right now, though, Donald Trump is holding a lead with 1%. All right, next we'll head over to Arizona. Now, this is one of the most interesting races in my opinion, because right now it could be the only one that flips. It was red for Donald Trump in 2016. Right now it's trending blue for Joe Biden, 62-46%. We'll keep that hold. We saw 369 reporting, but a lot of the votes coming in are in some of the more dense urban areas that are giving Joe Biden big lead. They're holding on to that lead pretty strongly in Arizona. And then there are these big three, the Rust Belt states, battleground states. Donald Trump flipped these Democratic strongholds back in 2016, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Joe Biden needs to flip that back, or at least a couple of them, if he wins Arizona to win the White House. Okay, so let's take a look here.
More demanding.
And here's the problem. These numbers are misleading because even though it looks like a huge lead there for Donald Trump, a lot of the ballots there were not counted. They didn't get to count them because the state legislature would not allow them to do it until today. So they had a number of ballots, a million or so, but they're still counting on this next one to see how that plays out. Okay, and let's go to the Michigan race. Good situation there. There's a number of ballots not counted for some of the largest areas, Wayne County being one of them, that's Detroit is the United States. We'll see if those ballots change the shape of the race there. Wisconsin, same issue. I just keep reading some reporting that it's possible to put the last ballots in Milwaukee County will kind of come in between midnight and 3 a.m. out of my Pacific time. We'll have to see. Now, latest on California. Second, our state 165 electoral votes for Joe Biden. This is right there. Not considered a battleground state here in California. But just up to full flow, we across the all that race. So there you have it. We have the breakdown for you. 66% to Joe Biden with 32% to Donald Trump. That's actually he closed the gap a little bit there. Donald Trump. Like a huge margin there, which is it's actually a little bit better than this more votes than probably another 59% of the 3 states. So there you have it. California, no surprise. Our 55 electoral votes goes to the Democrats. Biden. Because I don't think we're going to really know for sure about that those Rust Belt states. So really the morning could be Friday. Yeah. Yeah. I kind of feel like it's election result week. And then you know what? And if it's election result week, that's really worse than our favor. It should be longer. So now the battle for Congress, Democrats are trying to take back control of this stuff. Yeah, this has been very interesting. And Sarah Gandhi has been looking at these races. She's got an update on what could change the balance of power. Sarah? Difficulties with Sarah about the Congress. I can't tell you if she has been reporting with that. Democrats have picked up Colorado. Take a look at there. The former governor took that state from red to blue. GOP strongholds been shut out as one Kentucky, Texas stage with the GOP. Tommy Tuberville wins Alabama. Which was expected. Yeah. But I think we did that, Judge Jones was a senator, of course, who got in because he ran against Roy Moore, who was not very difficult to defeat Roy Moore, but even with President Trump the campaign for him. I think we have Sarah Gandhi back. Okay, so Sarah, where are we right now?
Okay, so sorry, the perils of live television. So here is where we stand right now. According to CBS News, Democrats have 45 seats, Republicans have 46. We are still waiting for prospective winners on 9 races. We're highlighting some of them. One of those that Democrats could flip is Arizona, and I want to see why we can. Democrat Mark Kelly is looking to unseat Republican Senator Martha McSally. The results have been coming in this evening, and they're looking good for Mark Kelly, the Democrat challenging the incumbent Martha McSally, looking at 55 to 45% with 77% reporting. Now we go to Michigan, where Republicans could end up flipping a seat. This would be a big win for them. First-term Democrat Gary Peters up for re-election, and the Republican challenger is business owner and combat veteran John James. He is an up-and-comer in the Republican Party, and this would be a huge win for them. 65% of citizens reporting there. Now to Montana, CBS News calling this race a toss-up. Here we have Governor Steve Bullock, a Democrat who ran for president during the primary cycle, in fact, which feels like ages ago, pitted against Republican incumbent Senator Steve James. You can see James going ahead in the lead here. Bullock, I believe, was leading earlier in the evening. Still some votes to be counted there. now, Republican Susan Collins facing off against Democrat and Speaker of the State House of Representatives, Gary Gideon. The race is tightening just a bit, but Susan Collins with a comfortable lead here, 62% of precincts reporting there. CBS's contacting process still there. North Carolina is Democrat Cal Cunningham.
Okay, we hate to interrupt there, but President Trump is about to speak. He is at the White House now with about 250 special guests gathered.
スペシャルゲストを迎えてトランプ氏がホワイトハウスで演説、スピーチを行うようです。生中継。
I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support, millions and millions of people around that. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. We want to and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us all through this. And we were getting ready to do something. We were winning everything. And all of a sudden, it was just all wrong. The results tonight have been phenomenal. And we are getting ready, I mean, literally.
もうすでに勝利宣言をして、勝利を祝う準備をしていると言っています。強気。
Such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement. We won states that we weren't expected to. In Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot.
フロリダでの勝利はすごかったと言っています。圧倒で勝利したと言っています。テキサスも勝利できた。
We won Texas by 700,000 votes, so they don't even include it in the calculations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina. We're up 1.4%.
勝利確定の各州を発表しています。
A lot of votes out there that we could get because we're not just coming into what they call Trump territory and we want to vote on peaceful, friendly Trump voters. And that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight. He said, well, I think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just stated if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. Most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount. We're up 600. Think of this. We're up 690,000. 600. These aren't even close. It's not like, with 64% of the vote in, it would be almost impossible.
possible. And anyone coming into Pennsylvania is like so we'll probably expect that. We're winning Michigan. I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, almost 300,000 votes, and 65% of the voters in, and we're winning Wisconsin. They said, well, we don't need all of those. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, Greg Abbott. He said, congratulations, he told me to congratulate me on winning Texas. We won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. And he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything. Can I tell you what quickly is? So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the votes. So when you take those three states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many, we had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we won by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's wrong. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, oh, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win. So they said, let's go to court. Did I predict this? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions. I said exactly. Because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory. 377,000. Texas, as we said, Ohio.
オハイオ、テキサス、フロリダとトランプ氏が勝利しました。
Almost 500 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing. Notice and everything just stopped. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud of our nation. We want the wrong years that have gotten better. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots and we're talking to Morgan and add that to the list. Okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment. And we will win this. And as far as I'm concerned, we will win it. So I just want to thank you. And I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that work with us and Mr. Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to join you in thanking more than 60 million Americans who have already cast their vote for 4 more years for President Donald Trump. And while the votes continue to be counted, we're going to remain vigilant, as the President said. The right to vote has been at the center of our democracy since the founding of this nation, protecting the integrity of the vote.
追加の投票に関しては抗議すると言っています。
across the country to make America great again. I truly do believe, as you do, that we are on the road to victory and we will make America great again. Thank you.
現在11時31分。でも、メディアによると、やはり後から追加の投票が加えられる可能性があるので、朝か3時、もしかしたら、水曜日、木曜日まではっきりとした決定はできないと言っていますが、トランプ氏はそれに対しても日々申し立てをしようとしています。
Of the American electoral system. As a member of it, he's a steward of the American system, and he is trying to undermine it while the count is still going.
And the last time we had a dispute that went to the court, to the Supreme Court, as the president just said, he thinks this will go. You had two candidates who ultimately accepted the outcome of the court, ultimately accepted and said, we have to carry the weight of the office that John just described. To have the president jump that gun and make calls. And frankly, Nora, as Gail was saying, there were a lot of things that were untrue. We can look at the map right over your head and see that the state of Texas was actually called in his favor. He said it was not. Georgia and North Carolina remain tossless on our map because of all the details you just laid out. We fairly called the state of Florida in his favor. We have noted his strong turnout among Latinos. And at the same time, we can also fairly report that it's too soon, because we cannot disenfranchise millions of voters, to call the race in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia, and those. But you know why this is so disturbing is because the message that it sends to its supporters. This is why people are boarding up the stores, because he sends a message to his supporters that when the true count comes out, maybe it will be in his favor, maybe not. But if it's not in his favor, he's already planted the seed that this election has been stolen from him. That's why this is such a dangerous thing that he's just doing. Well, and he's trying to set expectations. Yeah, and he got out of that. He said, we hope they don't find more votes around 4 a.m. Well, that's exactly what's happening. Voting is continuing through the night in Wisconsin, in Georgia, and other places. And yes, it's possible that by the time people wake up later today, it's either closer or he's perhaps lost his head. I'm curious why the president feels fearful that he has to declare early. Is he not confident that once the ballots are counted, that they will go in his favor? Why try and say this early? Is there a sense of fear within the Republican Party that this would be a good question for Ryan? He said that he didn't think that the president would go far. Well, interestingly, and remember, Ryan, as when had asked that question about the outstanding ballots in Arizona, Ryan did want those calls. He did want those counted. In a state where they think those ballots may be in the president's favor, he does encourage the continued counting of ballots in the other states that we are talking about where they may be in his favor or not. That's where they're raising this is that red mirage that we heard people talk about. The idea that certain states, and we're seeing this in Michigan and Wisconsin right now, for example, the day of vote would be counted first. All the other ballots that were cast early are being counted now. And so it looks right now like he has a lead. And he may maintain that lead, but he might not once all those other ballots are counted. So that's what he's trying to do here. Is he's stepping out and saying, look, I'm winning, which in our parlance would be he has an edge. But at the end of the day, once all those votes are counted, it may be that all those mail-in ballots get to Joe Biden. He and I put out a false narrative that many people will now believe. Yeah, that's what's troubling about it. And he was furthered about that by people giving him a mouthpiece to do that. Let's bring in David Becker, who is our election law expert. And David, under what legal grounds should the president proceed as he says if he wants to?
Well, none that I know of. You all just nailed it. I mean, nearly everything the president just said was false. I mean, we know there were over 100 million early ballots cast in this election, but we've only counted about 130 million ballots so far, and that doesn't quite add up with the election day turnout that we think we expected and we saw. So there's probably tens of millions of ballots And it's really important to understand these are all ballots. Voting is not still going on. These ballots were cast already. They were cast under the laws of the state, and they were cast by the deadline. Some mail ballots might be coming in later that were postmarked. A lot of mail ballots came in today, but this process is still ongoing. And as was pointed out, and this is a really great point, on the one hand, President Trump is arguing to stop the count of validly cast ballots in states like Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Georgia. But on the other hand, arguing for continuing to count ballots in Arizona that he thinks it will benefit him. Consistently, what we've always done is to count all of the ballots that were cast on Election Day, and that's what we're doing right now. And there are likely still tens of millions of ballots out there, including millions of ballots in the states that we're looking at that we haven't called yet.
Is it unusual for there to be a vote count after Election Day?
It's not unusual at all for there to be a vote count after Election Day. In fact, there is always some votes being counted after Election Day. What's a little bit unusual about this election is such a large percentage of ballots are still being counted well into the night and tomorrow and perhaps Thursday and Friday because we've got these mail ballots that came in, and it's especially
メールでの投票というのは今まで以上に多いために、それがちゃんとポストマークがついてるやつに関しては有効となるので、はっきりとした投票の票数は火曜日までには決定できないということで、それに関してはトランプ氏は強く、特に勝利している州では特に異議を申し立てたいということを言っています。
Alleged fraud that we know doesn't exist on any kind of scale. There hasn't seemed to be any repercussions yet, unfortunately. Hopefully, the votes will be counted. We'll know who won. It might be President Trump. It might be Vice President Biden. We still have tens of millions of ballots left to count.
But this is truly throwing a match on a big puddle of fuel because this is a scenario that we were hoping didn't exist, where those boarded up windows and that anticipation of people feeling somehow disenfranchised rather than excited that in the midst of this national crisis an election was carried out. Now you have doubt being raised very directly, not just doubt, but actual accusations of somehow the president being wrong. It's a very flammable situation that we are in and we are going into right now, this having been said.
You know, it's so interesting. He's been asked leading up to this, will you accept the results? And he would always say, well, no, I don't know. The truth of the matter is we don't have results yet for you to accept one way or the other. He's already not accepting what we do have so far.
You know, the democratic process gives the president his power.
Yeah.
And he's trying to turn the democratic process into something sinister. The democratic process also gives every member of his party who is elected tonight or re-elected tonight their power. And they have an obligation, it seems to me, to speak up when the president of the United States tries to make the democratic process into something sinister.
And who would that be, John?
Well, any of them who have a duty to their country.
Yeah, you can imagine. Gives you a lot of options.
Many of them will say they were already asleep.
You can imagine that a scenario with which this gets litigated in the courts. The president said he would take it to the Supreme Court. You can also imagine where you might hear from past presidents who feel the need to speak out in the coming days of Republicans and Democrats to protect the integrity of the process. And just to be clear, and David, you can help underscore this with me, because having covered now, I think this is my 7th presidential election, every vote is counted and tabulated as best as they can. And there has never been a situation where a state has reported the final results on election night. No state is legally expected to do so. What the networks do is we project winners in these particular states based on a lot of the vote count that comes in, but the states don't report the final results until much later, correct?
各州はこれまでも、投票日に確定はしてないということで、各メディアは予測として投票の確率を発表するけれども、州 州レベルで言うと、投票日よりも遅れて実際の投票結果を発表しているということです。最悪の場合は1週間後になるということもあるそうです。
Both Republican and Democratic election officials have been standing up for that process throughout this entire election season. We're still going to see that throughout the aftermath of the next election.
I want to I have one more question here. What is the danger of the president doing something like this? You know, before this election, we were told, we kept hearing democracy is at stake, America is at stake, truth is at stake. What is the danger of the president doing something like this?
Well, you are exactly right. You pointed it out earlier. There are many, many millions of people who listen to what the president says, look to his leadership and guidance, and unfortunately, he's steering them wrong right now. And it may very well be that he comes out on top on election night, or after election night, after we count all the ballots. But we need to let that process play out. And if he were truly confident, you would expect he would let that process play out, because he would ultimately be declared the winner in a process that was upheld by both Democratic and Republican election officials. But he doesn't seem as if that's the direction he's going right now, and he's steering his own supporters wrong, and possibly leading to some more division that we're seeing in this country.
And David, if we take something he said literally, he said we're going to go to the Supreme Court and ask it to stop counting the ballots. He, as president, cannot go directly to the U.S. Supreme Court and ask those 9 justices to stop counting ballots, correct?
That's correct. He's going to have to go through the lower courts. It might be the state courts. It might be the federal courts. It depends on what legal claims he wants to bring. However, a lot of these rules, we saw a lot of pre-election litigation. And that was a little bit disconcerting because there was so much of it. But on the other hand, it established...
In English, David, that means pre-election litigation means this is already settled, that at this point it can't be revisited because the rules are in place. Courts have already made rulings on various elements of the rules or the laws in various states.
That's right. I mean, you never know.
Legal options are quite narrow at this point.
You never know what courts will do. Yeah, that's right. I mean, courts could do, especially the Supreme Court might do something new. We have now a 9th justice on the Supreme Court that didn't hear any of these cases. But a lot of these rules were set. And, there are Democrats who don't like some of the rules about election day receipt of mail ballots, or they don't like the Electoral College, and there are Republicans who don't like rules about postmark of ballots and receipt a few days later, or early voting. But those rules are set, and those are the rules we're playing under both campaigns do. We should let those rules play out under the laws of the states in which they're acting.
I just want to make sure that we get in, and thank you so much, David Becker, for your legal expertise and your experience. Thank you so much. I just want to do some further correcting of the record out there, because CBS News has projected that President Trump has won the states of Texas and Florida. The president incorrectly stated that we had not called that. We have called those states for the President of the United States. We are still awaiting votes to be counted in Georgia and North Carolina, and I might just bring in our elections director, Anthony Salvanto, to explain quickly what we're waiting for in Georgia and North Carolina.
For more votes to be counted, and it is really not unusual for close races to wait for projections until more votes are counted. Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, all to be included on that list. Many votes still come. I would show you what our expected vote is versus many hundreds of thousands are still outstanding just in this case of Wisconsin. So we are still waiting that ballots to be counted, and I can tell you, as someone who's sat at the decision desk for many an election, it is not unusual at all to wait for a large number of ballots to be counted.
All right, Anthony Salvanto, thank you. We've got a lot still ahead. We're going to take a short break. Be sure to download the CBS News app to track all your local races on your phone or tablet. Much more ahead. CBS News 2020 America Decides, and we'll be right back. about Medicare options for next year's coverage.
で、また、コマーシャル、4チャンネル書いています。
It's more likely than not to continue, no matter who wins the election.
I want to bring in Pete Williams
なん
right
か
now.
接戦という感じ
We
です。
are at 3 hours of morning. We have no idea which of these men is going to win this election. The president has forced us into this area of something wrong, something nefarious, deciding the Supreme Court could be brought into the picture. Describe, if any justice is listening to this, how this goes over and how this plays out.
Well, there are already a number of lawsuits filed by Republicans challenging mainly the mail-in ballot process, the extended deadline in Pennsylvania, adding 3 days. That case is still pending before the U.S. Supreme Court. The court declined to stop the application of the state Supreme Court ruling that extended the deadline. The court declined to take it on a fast track, but it's still sitting there, and the Republicans could try again if it looks like it all comes down to Pennsylvania, and they want to try to redo that challenge. It's still sitting there. In just a few hours from now, the judge will have a hearing in Pennsylvania in federal court on a Republican challenge to the way one county, Montgomery County, the third largest county in Pennsylvania, began to look at ballots before the pre-canvassing process started this morning. That's still being challenged. So there are 3 lawsuits Republicans have in Pennsylvania. There are lawsuits in Minnesota. There's a lawsuit in Nevada, in Clark County. So there are a number of lawsuits, all basically about the mail ballot process. And in theory, any one of them could end up in the Supreme Court, a prospect that justices very much don't want. But here's the thing to keep in mind. The sort of new direction that the courts have gone in these challenges so far is the theory that only the state legislature can change the rule for an election. Not state courts, not state election officials, only the state legislature. Now, the Supreme Court has never ruled that that is the case. There were 3 justices who said that in Bush v. Gore 20 years ago, but it's never been a holding in the Supreme Court. But it has caught fire among judges in the lower court, and there are 3 or at least 3 members of the current Supreme Court who think so too. So that could turn out to be a big issue. And I'll just say one other thing about potential legal challenges or a potential way this could play out. If it's really close, this could be the year when we really talk about faithless electors, presidential electors that we're actually choosing today, the people who will really elect the president on the Electoral College in December. If it is really close within a vote or 2, then the pressure on those presidential electors to flip and be faithful to vote for someone other than who won the popular vote in their state will be extremely high. Faithless electors have never made a difference in an American presidential election in the past, but if this one is really close, this could be another.
Really needed another wrinkle, Pete, but didn't the Supreme Court just weigh in on faithless electors?
Yes. In the past term, the Supreme Court upheld the right of the states to insist that electors vote for the person who won the popular vote. But here's the deal. Only 14 of the 50 states actually have that legal requirement. In those 14 states, if a faithless elector goes rogue, the state can throw him out on the street and get somebody else in to vote according to the popular vote. But in all the rest of the states, if a faithless elector goes off on their own too, there's nothing the state can do about it except fine them.
All right, Pete Williams, thank you. We're going to take a break. Stay with us as we wait these down to the wire calls. Decision 2020 election night coverage.
こちらももうすぐ12時、0時というのに、まだキャンペーンの投票結果、ニュースで流すということです。4チャンネルと2チャンネルが一番なんか、きちっとやってるような感じですが、個人的には。でも7チャンネル、ABC も見てみたいと思いますが、 こちらはコマーシャル中です。
And then hand it in. And there's no suggestion in reality that that could potentially happen. But there's this idea of ballot harvesting that the president has talked about. There's this idea that the Democrats will do whatever they can to find votes wherever they may be stashed, and those put in to be canvassed, and then the results of the election change. So rather than Bush v. Gore, which took 30 days to get to the Supreme Court, President Trump is going to go to the Supreme Court right away. Another interesting thing that the president did this morning, it was suggested by our colleague Jonathan Swan of Axios a couple of 3 days ago.
スプリームコートっていうのは最高裁。こちらに訴えかけるという先ほどのスピーチのことを伝えています。
When he was asked about it in Charlotte, North Carolina, as it was on his way to Hickory the other day, no, that was a false report. But in fact, that does seem to be precisely what the president has done. So by declaring victory, he casts doubt on the outcome of the election as we see it now, and certainly sets the stage for a long and protracted court battle that will go on not just in one state, as happened back in 2000, but at least 2 states, and potentially more than that. It should be pointed out, too, Brett and Martha, that we saw the Billboard talking about Georgia. There is one news organization that's looking at those numbers and has the probability meter for Georgia now skewed in Biden's direction. So I'm sure that the Trump campaign has taken note of that and is probably going to try to do something about Georgia and what happens over the next few days there. So you've got Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania at the very least. There's also potential for Nevada. I mean, this thing could stretch into, if not just days, this could stretch into weeks. And then the one other final point that I would make here is that the stars kind of came together for President Trump in this whole scenario back at the end of September when Ruth Bader Ginsburg passed away, and now he has full 9 justices on the Supreme Court with a 6-3 conservative majority. So even if my namesake is much more successful than I am, John Roberts, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, were to vote with the liberal side of the court, he's still got a 5-4 majority, potentially in any ruling with this election. So we'll see where this goes. Yeah, it's really going to be interesting. Former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, allied president, confidant, worked on the debate. Chris Christie on the president's speech, quote, "It's a bad strategic decision. It's a bad political decision by the choice that he gave." We saw the teleprompters up there in the East Room of the White House. We were talking beforehand that it was probably going to be a scripted statement because of the legalese that possibly it causes concern. And I chuckled at that observation. Yes, knowing this president as I do. But so it clearly not in the teleprompter where he says, frankly, we did win this election. And you could see Vice President Pence kind of a little bit of a cleanup on aisle 4 with we're on a path to victory. And we are going to keep on fighting to make America great again and again. So the president wanted to get that message out. Brett, you and I have covered this White House long enough to know that the only thing that matters is what comes out of the president's mouth. Sure. So he's saying we won this election, now throwing it to the courts. Katie, bar the door. We'll see where this goes.
And it's exactly what he predicted. He said, as soon as I saw these mail-in ballots going out to all these states, some of them universally, that he projected that there was going to be a problem. You can guarantee that you're going to hear from a lot of folks out there in the media, that there are things that are dramatically wrong with that statement, and some of the missteps that we've seen before. They'll probably treat these statements in a similar light. John, thank you very much. We want to bring in, do we have Peter Ducey? Yeah, all right, let's go to Peter Ducey, who is following the Biden campaign this morning, where I'm guessing it's pretty quiet at this point. Peter?
It is quiet, Martha, but while we still don't have any details about when or where we will see and hear from Joe Biden next, typically at an event like this, as soon as the candidate leaves the stage comes down and the Secret Service clear out, the fences are gone. None of that happened. You still have to be wanted to come into this area. It's all still secure. So it is possible that Biden is going to come right on back here tomorrow. If he does,
presumably the campaign has more time to prepare the press corps, because the press pool that was traveling in my bubble this evening with this last-minute announcement of 12:30 a.m. remarks described campaign officials as being frazzled and giving them the wrong directions. At one point, some of the press pool were running just to get in and to be wanded by the Secret Service in time. So they do have a little bit more lead time, presumably for tomorrow, but things will look different if they do it here, because the campaign at this drive-in event laid out a bunch of red, white, and blue Biden-Harris traffic cones, and everybody that was leaving was taking them as a souvenir. So they're going to need some different traffic control if they want to use this parking lot again tomorrow.
Introducing and Will Nixon with the Biden campaign. They called the lid right after that speech. So let's just focus on one thing. How many people voted? It's going to turn out to be about 67% of the eligible vote. Tens of millions of Americans voted in person yesterday, this morning, in the middle of a pandemic. So we can start there, but that's a really good thing for America. We're going to take a quick break. Top of the hour, we'll talk about the other options and look at these states if we get closer to making another call.
I'm Grace against aging.
Forget aging gracefully. I'm fighting back.
Over 40, fight back with Rejuvenate. It's clinically proven to help rebuild muscle that is lost as we age and help prevent further muscle loss.
Maximize your workout with Rejuvenate to help rebuild and repair muscle loss over 40.
Rejuvenate helps rebuild muscle by as much as 57%. With the race against aging with Rejuvenate.
Let not your heart be troubled. Ye believe in God. Believe also in me. In my Father's house are many mansions. If it were not so, I would have told you.
Download the Play.com app today.
There was a man sent from God, whose name was John. The same came for a witness to bear witness, a light. The next day John seeth Jesus come unto him, saying, Behold, the Lamb of God, which taketh away the sin of the world. Bucks and friends, live from Liberty State Park, wake up to all the election fallout with highlights and analysis you don't want to miss. Starting today at 5 a.m. on Bucks and Friends.
When we started our business, we were paying like an arm and a leg for the postage. I remember setting up ShipStation. I think it was just like 1 or 2 clicks. Everything was up and running. I was printing out labels, saving money.
ShipStation saves us so much time, and it makes it really easy and seamless. They can order, turn everything you need, pop the label off the box. It's ready to go.
Our costs for shipping were cut in half, just like that.
ShipStation is the #1 choice of online sellers. Go to ShipStation.com/try and get 2 months free.
Are you sick and tired of looking and feeling heavy? Probiotics promotes healthy digestion and helps lose weight. Patented probiotics eat constipation, gas, and bloating while powerful EGCG burns fat and calories. Unleash your potential with probiotics, the #1 probiotic fat burner at Walmart.
Yeah, if you're tired of frequent nighttime bathroom trips, well, Force Factor Prostate helps reduce urges to urinate, plus fully empty your bladder and promote a normal prostate size. Don't settle. Factor Prostate from the #1 fastest growing men's health brand at Walmart.
Unable to work for COVID-19 related reasons? Many workers can take up to 2 weeks of paid sick leave under a new federal law. If you can't work because you're under a stay-at-home order, quarantine, seeking diagnosis for COVID-19 symptoms, caring for your children because the pandemic has closed their school or care provider, or if you're caring for someone under quarantine, you may be eligible. To find out if you qualify, how much paid leave you may be able to take, and how much you'll get paid, visit DOL.gov/FFCRA or call the U.S. Department of Labor's Wage and Hour Division at 1-866-4-US-WAGE to speak with a trained professional. A message from the U.S. Department of Labor. So welcome back. It is the day after the presidential election in the United States, 3 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast. And here are the states that we are still waiting for at this point, and the list is pretty long at this point in the game. There's Pennsylvania. As you see, that state tonight has 64% in, 55-43, significantly more than 600,000 votes for President Trump, and one of the states that he said that he believes that they will win. And let's take a look at the next one. There we go, Georgia. Georgia is another state that the president said moments ago he believes he has won. 93% of the vote is in, and they're separated by a little less than 2% in the state of Georgia. And then we'll take a look at North Carolina. There's a North Carolina Senate race, which Tom Tillis has claimed he has won. It's inside of 2 points, and they've got 93% of that in, but we still have not called that Senate race for Tom Tillis, although he has said that he believes that he is a winner there. Do we have Wisconsin? Get a look at what's going on in Wisconsin this evening, which has been surprising. The president spent a ton of time in Wisconsin. None of the polls leading up to last night showed the president ahead by anywhere near this margin in Wisconsin. That's 92% of the vote in. And it is interesting to see how high these levels are of vote in these states, because it's not as if we're waiting for an extraordinary amount. We also have Nevada that we're waiting for, and Michigan, which we have talked about tonight as well. But the president laid down the gauntlet tonight, Brett, and we're going to see the ramifications of it over the next days and potentially longer.
And it was almost, the former vice president comes out, he gives his statement, and he says, hang in there, count every vote. And right after that, the tweet came out that the president was going to make comment. And he did, and said that he frankly thinks he won the election. But he also added this ridiculous.
For the good of this nation, this is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add that to the list.
Okay. So he says he'd like all voting to stop, except the voting in Arizona, which he'd like to continue to see if he closes the gap. We've called Arizona, as we mentioned, for Joe Biden. Shannon Bream, he says he wants to go directly to the Supreme Court. That's not how this works.
I mean, if we think back to Gore v. Bush, Bush v. Gore, however you want to title that, 20 years ago, you have to have a live controversy. You've got to challenge something in a state. It ended up being Florida in that case. There were a number of state court decisions, federal court decisions in Florida. Right.
Yeah.
You've got to have something going on there to say, hey, there's a problem with the way they're counting in Florida or Pennsylvania or somewhere else. Attach yourself to that controversy and push that to the court. Now, there have been a ton of things that have gone to the Supreme Court in the last few weeks about curbside voting, witness, requirements, all kinds of things, signatures, mail-in ballots. A lot of those, there was an injunction given, or the court said we're not going to get involved with this. Most of them were not decided on the merits. So there may be a number of state decisions, especially Pennsylvania, that the Trump team and the Trump campaign is looking at to say, which ones of these can we now, if we're not already involved, get involved with these and push them up to the high court?
In the middle of an election, can they circumvent at least a couple of steps from the states not going through the different districts to go right to the Supreme Court?
You can expedite, but you're going to have to start somewhere at that state or the federal level within that state, a federal court within Florida or Pennsylvania, or challenge the state court in one of those places. You can't just show up to the Supreme Court tomorrow and say, we want to stop 10 states that are counting. You've got to attach to some kind of live controversy. So I got to think they have been watching these cases very closely. They've been involved in some of them directly. Others they have not. But they're going to have to try to get involved with one of those in particular, or more, multiple. They may select on different states to go to the court and say, we need something expedited.
I just want to say one thing. There's a difference between voting and counting. And what the president clearly said was that he wanted the voting to stop. It is now officially after Election Day. So everyone should have voted already. Things that are in the mail, that's a different situation. The counting continues, and I don't think that he said anything to contradict that. But he said that he believes that the voting should stop. We are past the point where you can vote.
Except that then he said, I don't want to see them find 10,000 votes in some place.
Precisely, which would be too loud of a vote to continue it.
But he may be, though, there's a difference. Right, the difference may be an issue for him here, because it's specifically in Pennsylvania, we talk about this fact that the Supreme Court has noticed that the Secretary of State there is asked to segregate votes. They came in after 8 p.m. on voting day, Tuesday, now it's a Wednesday, through Friday. So he may be saying, I don't think you should get to continue to vote. But again, we're talking about counting.
But the Supreme Court already made a decision on that one.
Well, not on the merits. Not on the merits. They said we're not going to get involved with this. But the close of the decision, that was a comment on this by Justice Alito. He says nothing in the court order today precludes petitioner from applying to this court for relief about those segregated votes. So he was pushing that door open, saying we're not deciding anything on the merits, but you can come back. And we may still now rule on the merits of those 3 extra days of vote. But in no place can you vote. You can't now fill out your ballot and submit it. It has to be postmarked. And I know, obviously, we've talked about what the Pennsylvania situation is with the court decision. And if the postmark is fuzzy, they're going to, assume it was in there. But the bottom line is that no one can vote anymore. Your vote has to have been in the ballot. It can be in the circulation. It can be sitting in the post office. The fact is that you have, in some cases, as long as 10 days in North Carolina for that vote to make its way to the processing, but you cannot vote after November.
No, I agree, but I think what he's suggesting is that Pennsylvania Democrats will suddenly find votes. Not that people are going to, nobody is, the Democrats suddenly wouldn't say, no, we want to keep voting, but then he's saying that they're going to manufacture votes and they want to stop that process, which in effect means stop the counting of votes at a certain point.
Yeah, you're manufacturing them. You're checking boxes after the vote is over in order to make up the difference.
Well, that's what he's going to claim.
Right, that's voting.
Well, and you have to remember, in some of these lower court decisions, there were courts that decided, and there were several that came in around the same time, Michigan and Wisconsin and others, there were courts that said, we're going to presume, even if there's no postmark on it, or we can't read it, that it was postmarked and sent in by the approved day, by election day. So there were those who are going to worry, listen, if there's not even going to be a clear mandate on evidence of a postmark, then people, quote unquote, they're going to make the allegations that they're finding votes and putting them into the mix. If we're going to say some of these can count without a clear postmark, we're going to presume that they were.
I'm going to keep coming back to this. A lot of these states had a ton of ballots that were requested, and they only had so many that they got back. And the difference is hundreds of thousands that have yet to come back. Now, they could have been postmarked prior to November 3rd.
To make them fine.
The vote would have happened, but they're not back.
The person could have said, I got an absentee ballot, but I'm not confident in it, so instead I'm going to go vote in person. Right, so I think
that's very possible. But it's hundreds of thousands. So the difference is, it could make a difference in a lot of these states. So that is where we bring in our mission. We're under the Fox News Decision Desk, and I hope you have something to tell us. Good morning.
Well, I don't have much more to tell you than you already know. There are these states that are outstanding. Right now, Biden clearly has the lead in Nevada. There is some data that suggests we're close to a call there. We're sort of waiting for additional votes from Las Vegas and Reno. There's been a heavy turnout or heavy vote return from out-state, the other parts of Nevada, the rural parts of Nevada, which made the race a little tighter. But right now, the former vice president appears to be in the lead, but it's not quite at the callable stages. In the South, the two must-win states of North Carolina and Georgia, the president is doing quite well there. But at the same time, there's some evidence that some of the urban areas, some of the suburban Atlanta areas have not yet reported. They've stopped counting in Georgia. They've stopped counting in North Carolina. In both cases, while the president has a clear lead, there's some evidence to suggest that the outstanding vote sort of skews Biden, and that's why we haven't been able to make the call. There's also some evidence that we're not going to be able to make a call in either one of those states until either very late tonight or tomorrow, because some of the places have stopped counting. Then there remains the Maine 2, where the president is in the lead, the second CD of Maine, which is one electoral vote. That's a vote he won last time by about 10 points. He's up about 3 or 5 points right now in Maine 2, and there's a clear chance that he could win that. I'd call that sort of also knowable but not callable. So we're not prepared to call it, but he clearly has the lead. And then the big mystery are the 3 Rust Belt states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
Let's just talk to Pennsylvania first of all.
Sure.
600,000 difference. And the president pointed to that. And it's 75% in? Something to that effect?
Roughly. That's based on an estimate of what the total vote was today.
76% of precincts in total, or percentage of precincts in. 600,000, that's a big spread.
That is a huge spread. Here's the real weird thing that's gone on today. Okay, Democrats have voted early or by mail. Republicans have voted in person on election day. And the skew is huge. And the national numbers from our Fox News voter analysis says that roughly that Biden won the early and election day, early and mail-in vote by 25 points, and that Trump won the election day vote by 25 points. And this is true across the nation. I mean, even a state like Alabama, which was clearly a red state, Mississippi was clearly a red state, we knew that the president was going to win. If you just looked at the early and mail-in vote, Biden was ahead in those counts. And similarly, in all these three West Coast states, but including in Pennsylvania, when you see such a strong lead for the president, it's not an indication necessarily that he's going to win this state.
So does Pennsylvania count their absentee and mail-in vote later?
Yes. The way Pennsylvania does, they don't start counting or processing the absentee and mail-in vote until election day. In many of these southern states, they started processing them several days ago.
So they can make up 600,000?
It is theoretically possible, yes, because there's such a huge skew. It is theoretically possible, depending on how much vote is out there, and that's why we're not yet comfortable saying that the president would win Pennsylvania, and why we think we just have to wait and see. I think that you guys are a lot better at judging what the courts are going to say about which of these votes can count, but under the existing rules in Pennsylvania and under the law, the court decisions that have happened in the past 2 days prior to the election, the ballots that have arrived or that will arrive in a few days, if they're postmarked, are valid ballots and should be counted.
So in Pennsylvania, you also have 7 counties, I believe, that said that they wouldn't be able to begin counting the mail-in ballots until today, right? That they were going to do all of the all the election day of ballots first. Do you see? Are those the counties where we're seeing?
Those are yes. That's why we're not calling this fairly large Trump lead for the president, because we think the reason it's such a large lead is because we haven't gotten the results from that those mail-in ballots and the early voting, and that's the stuff that we think is where Biden is going to do well. And so, if the courts have said those votes will count, we have to take them into account when we make our call.
All right, let's turn to Michigan.
Was worried.
You were worried about Michigan?
No, that's good.
We're going to keep going and keep you here all morning.
It's okay.
We are. Michigan. Now, this is, again, a pretty big spread, 73% in. What's happening?
Michigan is another state where we're waiting on the election, the early and mail-in vote. We believe it skews heavily. The entire team is in agreement on the decision team that the mail-in vote and the early vote is going to sort of skew toward Biden, and that the strength of the Trump lead, given what we know about the state and we know about voting patterns, is indicative of the fact that what we're not seeing is that mail-in vote and the early vote where we anticipate Biden has a solid lead.
Is that the same thing for the John James Senate race?
Yes.
Because that spread is pretty big.
Yeah. No, it's the same thing. It's the Republican voters voted on election day, and the margins that they got on election day were huge. The Democratic voters voted early, but they voted by mail, and the margins they got there were huge. And that was true. It didn't matter what kind of state. That was true. I mean, I think the only state where in the nation where Trump didn't win the election day vote was such a blue state as New York. In every other races, the Democrats were voting early or by mail, and that's why you have such a bizarre night where you're sort of looking at strong Trump leads, and you have my team and the entire decision team saying not so bad.
So with Michigan and Wisconsin, do you have a time frame based on their counting rules and laws? for when you should have a good sense? Are you by noon tomorrow? Is that
possibly by noon tomorrow, but more likely it's going to take a number of days, particularly in Michigan. In Wisconsin, we were told, why I was slightly delayed, that the team was told before that we were going to hear from the Milwaukee, that they were going to do a huge dump of vote from Milwaukee at 3 a.m. Eastern time. They've now pushed it back to 5 a.m., so that pushes my bedtime back, but also the entire team's bedtime back. But it means that we may find out something at 5 in the morning, but we may not.
Don't tell Dana Farina.
But why does it take so long, Arden? I mean, you've got 70% of the voted in some of these cases, and they've been counting, all of these ballots all day long. Why did it take so long?
An election today, right? They knew it was coming.
They knew it was coming. I think nobody anticipated the humongous turnout we've seen today, and that's true from urban areas that are strongly Biden to rural areas that are strongly Trump. Turnout has truly gone through the roof.
So what do you think the overall number is going to be?
I believe we may overshoot the 160 million that we thought before in terms of total ballots cast today. Or total ballots cast in this election. They've been cast over the past month. And the other thing is that these are government officials who run this election counting operations in all these states. They're county officials and state officials. And I don't think they were not anticipating the huge turnout today, but more important, in many of these states, particularly in these Rust Belt states, they're new to the early vote game. The southern states, and you saw it, Florida, Texas, were able to do the count fairly rapidly and fairly efficiently, and they got an outcome. They were able to count sufficient numbers of the early vote and mail-in vote that were able to make their call in both those states. And we anticipate a vote pretty quickly, but the outcome may be a little tighter than what we're seeing in either North Carolina or Georgia. The northern Rust Belt states did not anticipate the switch due to the pandemic, the switch to people having a huge preference for to vote by mail or vote early, and they did not adapt. We saw what happened in the primaries in New York and Pennsylvania, where they took sometimes weeks to count all the ballots.
Well, they need to get their act together because they should have anticipated it, because we've been hearing about this colossal turnout, and we're all very familiar with the virus situation. So it feels like they should have been ready for enormous numbers of people to mail them in, because we've been talking about it for a long time. Yeah.
But that's not your duty. Do you feel under?
We don't blame you personally, Arden.
Do you feel under attack?
No, I don't feel under attack at all. I know none of my team feels under attack.
Okay.
And the AP.
We love you guys. Ask the questions. Let me just make clear. You're saying that some states, including Pennsylvania and Michigan, do the in-person on the day counting first, and then do the Democrat-leaning mail-in ballots second.
Yeah.
But other states, like Florida, dump the mail-in ballot that's already been counted that day first, and then it's used heavily Democratic, and then they count the in-person, so that it catches up on the Republicans.
Precisely.
I just want to be clear.
Yeah.
Florida started counting ballots 2 weeks ago.
Exactly. And that's why, these states that Trump won, early in the night we saw solid Biden leads, but we said that's what is, I guess, the term of blue mirage. And we may be seeing a red mirage, we may be seeing a Trump victory in these northern Rust Belt states. We don't know.
We don't know. We do know that in the next 6 hours, we are not going to be able to call this race for presidency of the United States. True?
I think that's true, yes.
That's unfortunate.
Thanks, Arden.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you for your honesty.
Now, the AP has also called out.
I just said that, yeah. AAP has confirmed the Arizona call. So,
Arden
was right.
The White House was wrong.
And the White House was wrong. They sounded like they were figuring that out when he came out.
But to your point, I went back and looked at the words about counting and voting, and you make a good point about stopping the vote as opposed to the counting.
The vote needs to stop on election day. Counting can go on.
Still getting criticized from his allies like Chris Christie. Okay, with that, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to drink some coffee.
We're going to put our heads down on the table.
Your date is still here.
Fritz, long gone.
Holding up.
Good night, Fritz.
And Shannon we got.
To get 2 rolls of alien tape free. You heard that right, free. Finally, there's alien tape, a revolutionary new tape that doesn't use adhesive, but strong enough to hold an incredible 17.5 pounds on most surfaces. You'll love alien tape, the incredible new advanced grip technology tape that instantly locks anything into place without screws or anchors. There's more. Alien tape is reusable. Remove it, rinse it, and reuse it. Use it again, and it's just as strong. Use alien tape to hold stuff in place. It locks right down instantly. Keep things secure until you're done. Just give it a twist, and it comes right off. Alien tape comes right off because it doesn't use adhesive. But on drywall, it's a permanent alternative to nails. No need to drill into cabinets. Alien tape will stay in place until you decide to take it off. Alien tape is perfect for glass. It's a tiny towel, and it stays in place. When you're done, remove it, and there's no residue. Alien tape defies gravity, even when it's wet. You'll love it. Alien tape grips to most surfaces instantly. Hang heavy pictures on stone in a flash. Use alien tape outdoors. No screws or permanent holes. Alien tape is the reusable double-sided tape you'll use everywhere. Alien tape stops furniture from sliding and won't damage floors. You'll love it. Alien tape keeps carpets in place. Use alien tape.
西海岸はもう3時で、東海岸はもう3時22分で、西海岸は12時22分ですが、どの時も最終決定はすぐには出ない。メールでの投票をカウントに追加しないといけないので、決定的には大統領をアナウンスするのはまだこれから数日後ということです。
We know there's also counting still going on in Pennsylvania, right?
Right, indeed, but we do not have Eureka Duncan, so we're going to stick right. Yeah, we're going to stick.
We'll keep talking about it.
He passed through those key Democratic counties, and the water does not pass through the pipes there. It came out of the pipes, and so they are delayed.
Yeah, we're looking at places like Fulton County, where Atlanta is, Gwinnett County, a major suburban community just outside Atlanta, Cobb County as well. This is an area of Georgia that once put Newt Gingrich in Congress, and has now been completely transformed through people moving into the state. It's just democracy. And you've seen some of the most competitive congressional races in that part of the country. So there's a belief among the Biden campaign and Democrats in the state that if it could happen 2 years ago, Democrats could get elected to Congress. Why couldn't the Democratic presidential campaign?
Not only congressional races, but the Stacey Abrams gubernatorial race was very close. In fact, she still maintains that she may have won that race. There was some irregularity. And she did a tremendous job for the Democratic Party, pulling out new voters and pumping things up in that area around Atlanta. If Joe Biden holds on or finds a way to a victory there in Georgia, it'll be in large part because of what they did this kid. All right. Ahead, we are going to be talking to our voting and election law expert, David Becker. Important conversation there. Stay with us with some coffee.
これが今、2チャンネル。またコマーシャルです。
Welcome back already to the CBS News election headquarters in Times Square. Not sure what happened there, but joining us to look at where things stand right now is CBS News Elections and Surveys Director Anthony Salvato. He is putting his earpiece in as we speak. I can see he is now ready. He's giving a smile. He's got the hands clasped. What do you know, Anthony?
Okay, so what we know is there are 5 key toss-up states as of this moment. I am here with my good friend and colleague, Mr. Garrett, to break it down for you.
Right. So we're going to look at this map, and what we're going to show you right now, everything that's in white has not been projected. That's the phraseology we use by CBS. So even though we have Arizona and Nevada trending toward Biden, they're not officially projected, so we'll leave them. This is essentially what the map is from an electoral vote perspective as we look at it now, even though Arizona
CBS での予測ということで、赤、青がバイデン、赤がトランプ、で白はまだ予測が不可能というところです。だけどこれはバイデン氏の支持という、やはり西と東に分かれると、 西はどちらかというと、バイデン派ということになりますね。
That could get them closer. All right, maybe let's put in the president's house for the sake of argument. And Michigan, Joe Biden's calling for the sake of argument, but also Georgia, right? Georgia, what's what happened? Yeah, 276, right? And I want to show, I'm going to turn on the electoral vote here to show everybody how many electoral votes the state has. Because Georgia, with its 16, trade off for Michigan. What you're really seeing right now on the map is this eastern side, Democrats will still a couple of southern states as well as.
And if you put North Carolina, Biden, it's a little bit closer for than Trump, the map begins to change. So all of these things have yet to be counted. Ballots have been legally cast, they've not been counted, and I want to emphasize to the audience, there is nothing pro-Biden or pro-Trump, anti-Biden or anti-Trump by saying all the votes that have been legally cast should be counted. Saying that they haven't been counted doesn't mean we're holding back something that we know. We actually don't know.
Some of them are from Republican areas, some of them are from Democrat areas.
When all of this pans out, the president could win, right?
That's why they're toss-ups.
Exactly. And when it all pans out, former Vice President Biden could win. There is nothing about this process and saying, you know what, all the votes should be counted that have been cast that is trying to put the thumb on any scale. It's just saying two things. We don't know, and all the ballots legally cast must be counted.
This is hardly your first night at the decision desk where we have stayed and waited, and sometimes waited for ballots to be counted.
Right. And speaking of waiting in any one respect, is anything that is, when you say anything that is leaning about these five toss-ups?
No, they are true toss-ups, and that's why we haven't waited.
They are true toss-ups. That's from Anthony Salvanto. If they shift, we will let you know as soon as we know. We'll show you the data as we have it, and we will put that forward in as clear and direct a way as we possibly can. So that's my camera, Anthony Salvanto. I'm going to thank you because that's what it says right up there. You are watching our CBS News 2020 American Defiance coverage. I'm Major Garrett. That's Anthony Salvanto. This is the big board. I guarantee you we'll be coming back here soon.
The CBS News with Nora O'Donnell. Weeknights on CBS.
It's going to be a great month for the other.
Share from policy.
Wow. A profits.
Discount everything.
We've been doing it since the 60s. It's Riviera Upholstery Share the Profit Sale. Get up to 30% off any furniture reupholstery project. So send that old couch on a trip to the Riviera. Riviera Reupholstery Furniture, that is. Call 800-55-COVER. 800-552-6837.
Fresh and Wilson? How do we do it? Look at these kids. How do we do it? Delicious Tico meals? How do we do it? Perfect selection of quality meats? How do we do it? Fresh and even organic fruits and veggies? How do we do it? This is how we do it. Our awesome and knowledgeable team members. Superior grocery, quality, variety, and value. This is how we do it.
Gail King, Anthony Baker, and Tom Nichols. Weekday morning on PBS.
Welcome back to our special election coverage. I am joined at the table by Ed O'Keefe and Major Garrett, who are in shirt sleeves justifiably because it's been a very long evening for the two of you. Rolling them up. Yeah, keep going. 7 p.m. until present time. Right. I'm in a jacket as the new guy, the reinforcements here, and I'm already going to toss it to a correspondent in Michigan. Michigan, of course, one of the 5 battleground states where a sizable share of ballots are still being counted at this hour, and it is too soon to make a projection. That correspondent is Janet Shamley, and she is in the crucial area of Detroit. Janet, good morning to you. What can you tell us?
Good morning. The Michigan vote would appear to favor the president, but Joe Biden says he is confident that it's going to go his way. And if that's the case, it's a flip from 2016, and he would increasingly need that happen to win. President Trump has roughly an 8-point lead in Michigan with just more than 70% of the votes counted. The Secretary of State tells us results likely won't be known until tonight, and the race is expected to tighten once absentee ballots are counted. Wayne County, which encompasses Detroit, has counted less than 40% of the vote. It's traditionally a Democratic county that went for Hillary Clinton in 2016. Joe Biden knew he would likely need to win here, and based on exit polls, he's counting on female and minority votes to bring him over the top. This is likely to be one of the closest races in the country as it was in 2016, when President Trump won by fewer than 11,000 votes. If the president does win Michigan again, his path to the White House is increasingly likely. The Secretary of State told us a few hours ago that we would probably know tonight, but certainly well before the October 20th.
Yeah, key point there. Less than 40% of the vote in Wayne County, which encompasses Detroit, has been counted. There is a large outstanding number of ballots in that area. I agree. I think Michigan is going to be very tight again. It would appear. We heard from the Secretary of State we'll get results within 24 hours. That was a revision from what she had said earlier. And the 24-hour period, though, could be any moment now, could be deep into tomorrow if you count, depends on when you count your dawn, I guess. Could already be tomorrow. Janet, thank you very much. The presidential race has been very close in Wisconsin as well. That is another state we are tracking, one of those undecided battleground states. And it's where we find our Adriana Diaz, who is in Milwaukee. Adriana, good morning to you. Under normal circumstances with no pandemic and no election, it would just be about closing time in the bars in Milwaukee. Don't ask me how I know, but I imagine now it is pretty quiet, pretty cold there where you are.
How do you know that? Well, there's certainly none of that going on here tonight. It is quiet here, but they are working upstairs, counting those ballots. So far, more than 80% of the vote is in here in Wisconsin, and right now, Trump is leading by a few percentage points, but there are still votes to be counted. Many of those votes are absentee ballots, and we know from CBS News' Battleground Tracker poll that absentee voters are likely to be Biden voters. So that means Biden could get a bump later on as all these votes come in. But the question is, will it make a difference? Here's what we do know. Based on the three most popular states here in Wisconsin, Dane County, where Wisconsin is, that went to Biden by a landslide. We expected that. But in Waukesha County, which is a suburb of Milwaukee, Trump won there as expected, but Biden outperformed. And the reason why this is important is this is a key metric that Democrats here were looking at to see how Biden might do statewide. We spoke to the chair of the Democratic Party here today, and he said if Biden gets anywhere from the mid-30s to the high 30s in Waukesha County, that means he could take the whole state. Biden got 38% of the vote in Waukesha County, but of course, the state is still too close to call. And the reason is because people are still voting, people are still counting the votes in the building behind me here in Milwaukee. They counted 150,000 votes today alone. They could only start at 7 a.m. The count continues. They have about 20,000 left here, and counting people say don't expect any word until at least 5 a.m. Tony?
All right, we'll be up. Wait, we got Ed O'Keefe here.
Central to 6 a.m. Eastern.
We will definitely
keeping track here. Thank you.
We will definitely be up. We don't need to wait till CBS this morning. We'll be getting around that hour. And if you're a frequent viewer of CBS this morning, you're probably wondering who this guy is because you don't get up that early if you're up at this hour. I'm Tony DeCopo. I was the relief team. I came in at 3 a.m. And we are still following the unfolding and yet to be decided presidential election. And we are joined right now by CBS News contributor David Becker, who is an election law expert and the founder of the Center for Election Innovation and Research. David, good morning to you. Exactly the kind of expertise we need right now because we have a president claiming a fraud is being perpetrated, and yet simultaneously we have what seems to be a normal process unfolding in several key states. Talk to us about the gap between what the president is saying and what we're seeing unfolding at this hour.
Well, here's what we know. We know that there are about 20 million ballots still left to be counted nationwide. We know that in the 5 top-up states, there are about 5 million ballots left to be counted. And we know in states like Georgia and Wisconsin, the margin right now is only about 100,000 votes. And a lot of the counties that have the majority of ballots left to count are in, for instance, Milwaukee and Wisconsin, around the Atlanta and its suburbs in Georgia, and Savannah in Georgia. And in Michigan, the margin is only about 300,000 votes. So we've got a lot of ballots left to count. And I've been speaking with election officials, both Republicans and Democrats, who are working to count the ballots that the ballots we cast. That's the most important thing. And they're all committed to this. It doesn't matter what party they belong to. They know the rules were established beforehand. The campaigns knew those rules, and the election officials are now following those rules to count every validly cast ballot. And for instance, I talked to a Republican city commissioner in Philadelphia who's been doing just an amazing job, Al Schmidt, along with his colleagues, and they still have a lot of votes still left to count in Philadelphia and in a lot of those Philadelphia suburbs. So what we need to do is we need to ignore the noise that's coming from the White House. They're trying to establish kind of a fraudulent fait accompli where we don't count the ballots that are cast. And we're going to do that. The election officials are going to make sure that's done. And we might be in for a long haul here because the margins are so narrow, and that's just what happens when we have margins this narrow.
David, when you talk to those people counting the ballots earlier this morning, and you tell them what the president said, what do they say?
Well, what's amazing is I didn't have to tell them what the president said. A lot of them have actually gone on social media already and it's very clear. Again, the Republican City Commissioner Al Schmidt in Philadelphia tweeted, "We are going to count all the votes." The Secretary of State of Georgia, others have been saying the same thing. They are going to count the votes. That is their job. They know how to do this. The rules were set in advance of the election. We had a lot of litigation before Election Day. That set the rules, and now we're following those rules.
David, Major Garrett, talking about the rules having been set, you and I have had this conversation, but I think the audience would appreciate hearing it directly from you. Because there was so much litigation, because the rules had been established, if the jurisdictions follow the rules, there isn't legal standing, is there?
There really isn't. I mean, there might be some frivolous claims brought here or there, and you can never say with absolute certainty that courts won't do something unusual. But I think the rules have been pretty clearly set here, and there's been reliance by voters upon those rules, and that reliance is very, very important. Once the voters understand certain rules and they rely upon them, courts give that great deference, and they've established those rules about when ballots have to be in by, whether they have to be postmarked, those kinds of things. And right now, jurisdictions are doing a remarkably good job of following those rules. It's just taking some time to get through this amazing volume of early and mail votes.
Thank you, Jim. Another question?
Well, all sorts of questions. Thank goodness we have David on salary, not on retainer. Stick around later tonight. David, I guess, look, I want to reiterate something the president said earlier, and it's important to repeat this because people are going to hear it in news coverage later today. The president said he's going to go to the Supreme Court and tell them to order states to stop voting. He cannot do that.
Stop counting.
Stop counting. Sorry. Stop counting. I keep saying stop counting. To stop counting. He cannot do that, right?
That's right. I mean, he has to go through the lower court process first. So that could either be through a federal or state court process and go up on appeal from either a state Supreme Court or from a federal court, from the lower district courts, circuit courts up to the Supreme Court. That could take some time. But again, his claims need to be found to have some merit. And right now, there is just no question what the election officials all around the country are doing, even in the states that aren't top-up, is they're still counting ballots that were cast today, that were in time today, and they're going through the process that you do to make sure they're validating every vote and that every vote will be counted. And so when those margins are really narrow, it makes us a little uneasy, but it's a normal process because we have to wait for all those ballots to count.
All right, well, I am relieved to hear you're not paging through election law books looking for answers. You already know the settled law, and we are in new territory politically, but legally, things are well established. David Becker, thank you very much. We'll be checking with you later on in the evening. No matter who wins the next 4 years in the White House, they will need Congress if they want an agenda to be pushed through and for change to happen. So ahead, we are going to have Nancy Cordes, who's been kind enough to stick around, talk to us about the Senate races that have been decided,
and the contests that are still too close to call. You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides.
Wow, they
You know what I think? I think you owe us $48.50. Wild thing.
Right. You get it. Geico motorcycle. 50% or more.
So ashamed to overpay for this used car, decided to go undercover. It's fixing all these cars.
Remember, if you don't see me, you're not seeing the most accurate price. Shop at Carfax. You won't have to overpay on the used car again.
Hey, Beth, how we feeling?
Hey,
Yep. Moving.
Shop millions of great deals, all with free Carfax support. Only at the all-new Carfax.com.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for immediate cash payment. Call Coventry Direct to learn more.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
Our friends sold their policy to help pay their medical bills. That got me thinking. Maybe selling our policy could help with our retirement.
I'm skeptical. So I did some research and called Coventry Direct. They explain life insurance is a valuable asset that can be sold.
We learned we could sell all of our policy or keep part of it with no future payments. Who knew? We sold our policy. Now we can relax and enjoy our retirement as we had planned.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies. Or call 1-800-732-2500. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
I give Shiner Hospital for Children because I want to be a part of something amazing.
I know my gift to Shriners Hospitals for Children makes a difference in the lives of children. Our support gives kids a right to.
I give because when I see a child smile, I smile. When you support Shriners Hospital for Children, you're joining thousands of other caring people like you who have helped kids like me and over 1.4 million other kids do amazing things.
When you call up our rescue right now and get $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you'll be making a life-changing difference for a kid just like me.
Your support helps us do amazing things we never thought would be possible. And this is how you stay safe.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Because of your support, we can say thank you by having the lives we once have had without Shriners Hospitals for Children.
My donation to Shriners Hospitals for Children give kids a better future.
I donate money to Shriners Hospital for Children so children can heal and go home.
Yay, Shriners!
With your monthly gift, we'll send you an adorable Love to Rescue blanket as another way to say thank you. Plus, it's a reminder of all the children who now have hope because of your support.
Well, today's the day to make your Love to Rescue. Go online right now to whatshriners.org. Give 2 more months of support so more kids like me get the care we need to meet kids.
Thank you for giving.
Thank you for giving.
Please call right now to give. If our village is busy with other kids donate, please hold patience or go to loveshriners.org.
Your gifts, no matter how small, show you care.
We're back now at our CBS News election headquarters in Times Square, and we were talking about control of the U.S. Senate. More than a third of the 100 U.S. Senate seats were on the ballot, and this morning we are beginning to get a clearer picture about which party might control the Senate in the next term. Nancy Cordes is still awake with us, and she joins us now, Chief Congressional Correspondent. What do you know?
Tony, two things we can say definitively at this hour. The Democratic path to the majority, which seemed so promising earlier in the night, has narrowed. It has not vanished, but it has narrowed. And we don't expect that we'll be able to declare which party is going to control the Senate anytime in the next few hours. Take a look at what's remaining to be called at this hour. Let that bring the Senate chamber up out of the floor. Take a look at the right-hand side of your screen. These are all the Republican Senate seats that were up for re-election tonight. You see a couple of blue squares there. One is the Democratic pickup in Colorado, where Cory Gardner, the Republican incumbent, has been defeated. And then in Arizona, we haven't called that race yet. We haven't projected a winner, but Mark Kelly, the Democrat, former astronaut, is likely to be declared the winner over the incumbent Martin McSally. That's two potential pickups for Democrats, but remember, they need 4 or 5 in order to take control. And
I thought it was 3 if they take the White House, 4 if they don't.
You're right. However, if you go over to the left-hand side of your screen, the Democratic side, you'll see one red square there. That is because Doug Jones has lost. We project his race, and that seat will go to a Republican. So now Democrats lose 1 more seat. And there are 4 races that we are still watching on the Republican side. So if they win 2 or 3 of those races, then they'll be in good shape. But it doesn't look so hot for them right now. North Carolina, we have not declared a winner. Same problem that we're having in the presidential race. There are still votes that need to be called. I think that race is about 94% counted at this point. Tom Tillis, the Republican incumbent, has a 2-point lead. Then you've got Maine. Susan Collins has a lead, but only about 2/3 of the votes have been counted there. So we really can't say anything meaningful about that race. And then you've got those 2 Georgia Senate races, the Purdue race and the Loeffler race. Loeffler's definitely going to a runoff in January, and we're still watching to see what happens. Very quickly, I'm going to leave this over here and tell you a little bit about what's going on in the House tonight, because that's another really interesting story. You know, we went into the night projecting, a lot of outlets were projecting that Democrats would pick up 4 seats in the House, maybe anywhere from 8 to 18 seats. Well, things are going in the opposite direction. Take a look at some of the races we've been watching tonight, and we've been keeping a close eye on the 41 Democrats who won and flipped seats 2 years ago. They were the majority makers for the Democrats, but tonight some of them look like they're in danger of losing their seats. So you've got Debbie McCarthy-Powell in Florida. She's down to her Republican challenger. Then go to Iowa. Iowa won. Abby Finkenauer. Democrats were so proud to pick up that seat back in 2018, but tonight she is trailing her Republican challenger. Then in New York, you know, Tony, I'm sure you've seen the ads from Max Rose where he talks about the fact that Bill de Blasio is the worst mayor in the world. Well, take a look. He's not doing so hot himself. He is really trailing Nicole Maliotakis, so it's not looking good for him there either. And then one more I want to point out to you is in Oklahoma 5. Another big pickup for Democrats, Kendra Horn back in 2018. But we've already declared that her challenger is going to be victorious tonight. And so, you know, the story has really turned out very differently than what we expected when we went into the night.
All right, but quickly, Nancy, we do think Democrats will maintain control of the House?
Yes, Republicans would have had to pick up 17 seats. It doesn't look like they're going to do that, but they're certainly in a better position than they were.
But the other thing we're going to have to factor for is which party controls the delegation or has a majority delegation in each of the states potentially. If we get to that 269, that is an electoral college.
That is true, but we got to tuck in a break right now. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. We're following a presidential race that is too close to call. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Attention oxygen therapy users. An Individual Portable Oxygen Concentrator may be covered by Medicare or other insurance at no cost to you. Only 3.3077757. To order yours today, Indigen oxygen concentrators are portable and make oxygen from the air around you. They're light, quiet, and battery operated to go everywhere you go. And we have a full line of portable oxygen units to fit a wide range of budgets. You're on Medicare. They even qualify to get your Indigen unit at little or no cost to you. Go back to joining friends for the breakfast special. Spending time with your grandkids easier or on our complete line of affordable portable oxygen products. And anyone on Medicare or with an eligible insurance plan may qualify to get an Inogen 1 at little or no cost. Call 800-430-7757. That's 800-430-7757. Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash payment. Call Coventry Direct to learn more.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
Our friends sold their policy to help pay their medical bills. That got me thinking. Maybe selling our policy could help with our retirement.
I'm skeptical. So I did some research and called Coventry Direct. They explain life insurance is a valuable asset that can be sold.
We learned we could sell all of our policy or keep part of it with no future payments. Who knew? We sold our policy. Now we can relax and enjoy our retirement as we had planned.
If you have $100,000 or more in life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies. Or call 1-800-732-2500. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
We're so embarrassed. We overpaid for this used car. We don't even want to show our faces around here.
Yep. Went to the wrong used car site. Remember, if you don't see me, you're not seeing the most accurate price. Shop at Carfax. You won't have to overpay on a used car again.
Clear.
Shop millions of great deals, all with free Carfax support. Only at the all-new Carfax.com.
Oxygen therapy users and Inogen 1 portable oxygen concentrator may be covered by Medicare or other insurance at little or no cost to you. Call 800-430-7757. To order yours today, Inogen oxygen concentrators are portable to make oxygen from the air around you. They're light, quiet, and battery operated to go everywhere you go. And we have a full line of portable oxygen units to fit a wide range of budgets. If you're on Medicare, you may even qualify to get your Inogen unit at little or no cost to you. Go back to joining friends for the breakfast special, spending time with the grandkids eating, or start attending your religious services again. Call Inogen now for a free information kit and a free no-obligation consultation on our complete line of affordable portable oxygen products. If anyone on Medicare or with eligible insurance plans may qualify to get an Inogen 1 at little or no cost. Call 800-430-7757. That's 800-430-7757.
We left it in park.
The natural light is amazing.
Are we forced?
There is a bit of a clogging problem.
At least Geico makes it easy to bundle our renters car insurance.
Yeah, helping us save even more.
For bundling made easy, go to Geico.com.
As we approach the youthful hour of 4 a.m. in the East, ballot counting is ongoing in this country, and we just got a statement from the Biden campaign, which we will have momentarily. But for now, some stations will be leaving us for local election returns. For the rest of you, our coverage continues. You're watching PBS News 2020, America Decides. Welcome back to our special election coverage. Joining us once again to look at where things stand. In fact, wait, before we get to where things stand, as we let Anthony Salvanto find his position, I do want to get to Ed O'Keefe here, who has a statement from the Biden campaign responding to President Trump's remarks a short while ago.
Jen O'Malley Dillon is the campaign manager for Biden's president, issued the statement just through email a little while ago. She says, quote, "The president's statement tonight about trying to shut down the counting of duly cast ballots was outrageous, unprecedented, and incorrect. It was outrageous because it is a naked effort to take away the democratic rights of American citizens. It was unprecedented because never before in our history has a president of the United States sought to strip Americans of their voice in a national election. Having encouraged Republican efforts in multiple states to prevent the legal counting of these ballots before Election Day, now Donald Trump is saying these ballots can't be counted after Election Day either. Later, she says, if the president makes good on his threat to go to court and try to prevent the proper tabulation of votes, we have legal teams standing by ready to deploy to resist that effort, and they will prevail." She adds, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will stand for the right of all Americans to have their votes counted, no matter who they voted for. We remain confident that when that process is completed, Joe Biden will be the next president of the United States.
Major, I consider you an expert in interpreting statements from political campaigns. What do you make of that one?
That the Biden-Harris campaign is not prematurely declaring victory, which the president did. They are saying we will count all ballots, and we are confident that once that is counted, America will know what happened. Not, we already know what happened. That strikes me as internally more confident than a president saying, I know what's going to happen before the vote's been counted. He's trying to put his own thumb on the scale of public perception. The Biden-Harris campaign is not. One other thing I would point out, Adam Kinzinger, Republican member of the House from Illinois, says the president is wrong to say what he said. Rick Santorum, former member of the Senate from Pennsylvania, said what the president said was wrong. Chris Christie said, as a former U.S. attorney, I don't agree with the president, should say what he said. Those things are not consistent with counting votes and letting the process play out.
But let's see how many current Republican lawmakers say something like that as the day progresses.
Given the returns we've seen so far in the Senate, we just heard from Nancy Cordes, I cannot imagine many Republican members of Congress or the Senate coming out and chastising the president. The question also is, what cost will he pay for the statements he has made? He's got some former officials making comments, but the votes are in. They're just being tabulated now. So it's not like voters can penalize them as well.
Voters can't penalize them, but this is a country in which what the president says and what a rival campaign where the votes haven't all been counted can do either in a court of public opinion or in any court where some litigation may arise.
Now, look,
how do you have to play out?
Look, publicly they believe they will win, right? She says here, we believe that Joe Biden will be the next president. But to your point earlier, if the polling was so incorrect in so many of these states where it looked like Biden had a chance.
You and I stood right there this morning, many hours ago, yesterday morning, and made the point that the polls suggested Joe Biden had an advantage. That advantage has evaporated, right, in many states.
So what's to say that that polling advantage that we thought was there is going to be there once Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin come in, where they believe they can still win, right? So, they're saying all this, and they may lose. But for now, what they're saying is we're going to respect the process. We want every vote counted. They believe, at least publicly, that Biden can win. And yes, mathematically he could, should most of those states go blue.
Yeah, we're going to have a lot to say about the polling, and we'll get more from Toronto coming up very shortly. We have much more coverage ahead. You are watching our CBS News 2020 American.
The CBS News with Laurel O'Donnell, weeknights on CBS.
Welcome back to our special election coverage here in Times Square. We promised you another dose of the big board, and let's give it to you now. Anthony Salvato is there, looking a little bit beleaguered, but the numbers are before him. How you doing, buddy, and what do you know?
It has been a long, long night, but we are watching still 5 toss-up races. Just to refresh this for everybody: Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. All of them came into this night as toss-ups in our estimates, and they are ending this night, rolling into the next day as toss-ups. So here's Wisconsin. I want to be specific about what we are seeing. In our estimates, there are 648,000 ballots still outstanding. They've been cast, but they haven't yet been counted. We are awaiting that. Michigan is a similar story with a different number, 1.6 million. Outstanding, they've been cast, Elections officials have not given us those vote tallies and those reports. And I'll pick another one here, Georgia, which is really tight. And here we've got a couple of large counties that have still yet to cast, yet to count all their votes. Expected at 5.1 million, still 400,000. Many of them, some of them anyway, from some of the larger counties like DeKalb. Let's see what we can here. Show you 80%, 82,000 there, just as an example. So you're getting a broader picture across the country in all these states. There are still many ballots left to count.
And Anthony, where do things stand with Pennsylvania? Are we getting results in?
We haven't gotten too many of late I mean, within the last hour or so. But one of the things we're watching here is that if I show you this, 1.8 million still outstanding. They are from all over the state, so we don't know if they're Republican votes or Democratic votes, but we can make some inferences if they're, say, from Philadelphia. To give that as an example, well, only 48% of what we have expected there is counted. Still over 400,000 left to count there in the city of Philadelphia as well. I mean, these could be ballots that are sitting there waiting to be counted. It could be ballots that are now. We don't know. We're going to find out.
So we've got 1.8 million in Pennsylvania yet to be counted. That's an estimate, and the gap at present time between Joe Biden and President Trump is how much? I can't quite make it out from here.
Yeah, the gap here is about 700,000 votes, 2.2 million, 2.9 million. But a lot of the counties here, that we've seen are Republican-leaning counties. However, all night we've been following the story of the big vote difference between people who cast votes early, favoring Joe Biden, and people who cast votes on election day, what really turned out to be a Republican turnout surge favoring the president.
Can you zoom in on the Philly region for a second? Okay, so we see Montgomery County, Philadelphia South, Delaware. Those are three places that Biden expected to do well. But he'd like to be winning Chester and Bucks County. Oh, yeah, right?
Well, we don't know that he won. Look. So there's 106 to 107, so it's basically, a razor thin margin, and still almost 100,000 votes still to come.
And can you head up to Scranton?
Yeah.
Where Joe Biden was born, in case you hadn't heard, because he's winning Lackawanna County, right?
Yeah. So there's Lackawanna, 61, 51. Let me show you what's out. Oh, that's all. Okay.
Can you push back on that camera? Hold on. Let's do that again. Is that enough to help pad his advantages in Pittsburgh and Philadelphia and potentially win the state?
Well, I think Allegheny out here will watch it because, still 250,000 ballots coming from there. Obviously, the Democratic area just right around the state.
So, Anthony, did you think in your wildest dreams, because you're not just your fault, everyone's fault to suggest that the former vice president might have a 2, 3, 4 point advantage.
Yeah.
But we're going to end up with 4 or 5 big states where potentially the difference is 6 figures or less.
That is certainly possible. A lot of people had Biden up at least marginally in Pennsylvania. Right? So at the end of the day, here, the model suggests certainly that he could still win it. Will win it by 5, 6, 7 points? No.
Might be 1 or 2.
Yeah, might well be.
Right, we shall see. Anthony Salvato, thank you very much. Do you have additional commentary to make there?
We all thought about what this could look like this year. And this is one of those scenarios that is out there. A days-long count resulted in a very close.
But let's be candid. For the Trump supporters who are watching us, they would say, yes, it's a scenario, but it's not one you guys talked about very much. Because we didn't. We did not talk about a scenario where Democrats would lose seats in the House. We did not talk about a scenario.
We did talk about the days long.
Hold on, hear me out. Because I'm speaking for the Trump supporters, because I know them back here from all the time. You did talk about the House Democrats losing seats. You did talk about the likelihood that Republicans could retain control of the Senate, which they may not or may not do, but it's a lot closer than a lot of Senate Democrats thought it would be. And the president would outperform in Florida, outperform in other places like Texas, win easily in Ohio, win easily in Iowa,
You guys were not talking about that, and yet, well, you're dipping your toe in something very important here. We were not talking about it, not out of choice, but because the polls were very stable, which they would say, what else is new? Well, I remember I watched 2016. We all remember. But adjustments were made, and people were hopeful that those adjustments would capture the mood of the country. Apparently they haven't. And Trump supporters would say, whatever your models, whatever your intent, you can't find us. Large enough numbers that we actually represent. And we're there, we're real, we love this guy, and we're going to show up for him. And we're going to defy your odds relentlessly. And that's one of the things that's playing out tonight. It hasn't played out in total. I don't know what's going to happen in those 5 caucus states. But what you can say is the president is outperforming the polls yet again. That we have not. We will be chewing. We will chew it on count. Well, we are talking about polling, and we have a report in Philadelphia, but we got a raised finger from our polling expert, Anthony Salvato. I want to go to him.
On this very program, 2 days ago, we ran through 2 scenarios. One was where Biden got a turnout first. The other was for Republican turnout first. It was based on polling, and we said if there was large Republican turnout on election day, then a number of states would red. Every poll is a model. When we looked at the model on the show, showed that Republicans could flip these states. We talked about it.
All right. Now, the totality of the national conversation is different. The totality of the national conversation across all outlets. Some supporters would say, I don't think I heard that very well. Yeah, and they're justified. I guess maybe they should answer the phone when the pollster calls next time, and then we'll get it right, This one, maybe they don't want to. All right, CBS News political reporter Caitlin Burns is in Philadelphia for us this morning. Caitlin, good morning to you. You're in a crucial area. What do you know?
Hi, good morning. Well, votes are still waiting to be counted. I'm in Philadelphia. There were over 400,000 mail-in ballots that are now being counted at the convention center across the street from my hotel right now. Those are not going to resume counting until tomorrow morning. Officials say. Remember, Philadelphia is the most populous county in the state. The second most populous county, Allegheny County, is also waiting for tomorrow to finish counting ballots. About 146,000 ballots still remaining to be counted. This is a key state, as we know. Over the past couple of days, both the president and the former vice president have been furiously campaigning in Pennsylvania, competing for every last vote. We know and have known that Pennsylvania would not know the election tonight, would not know the results of the election this morning, I guess we're at, because they had not been able to start opening up mail ballots, absentee ballots, until 7 a.m. on election day. That was a decision made by the Republican legislature not to open up those ballots. That separates Pennsylvania from some of these other states that have been able to process these ballots. So we knew going into this that there would not be the results coming from Pennsylvania, but this is a state that offers 20 electoral votes, as we know, was determined by just 44,000 votes in 2016. And I can say that being on the ground here for the past 5 days or so, talking to voters at various polling locations, and as they've been dropping off their absentee ballots, they knew going into this how close this race would be, and they expressed their concern to us about how tight it would be as well, kind of knowing that every vote counts. But officials on the ground here have been telling us for weeks that we shouldn't be alarmed at the delay in reporting results, because they would still have to take the time to count all those ballots coming in. An unprecedented amount of absentee ballots here in Pennsylvania, the first time that they are voting this way.
All right, Caitlin Burns, thank you very much. I'm dying actually to hear from Anthony Salvato and what you said right earlier, the scenarios if Joe Biden loses North Carolina, loses Georgia, and loses Pennsylvania. If that were to happen, does he still have a path with Michigan, Wisconsin, and Arizona, plus Nebraska? That little sliver. That's 270 to 268, if I remember the big board from about 2 hours ago. We'll get 500 here. Right. This is close. Okay.
Ohio will get a new highway if it comes down to the second congressional district.
All right. Up next, we're going to hear from CBS News political analyst Leslie Sanchez and CBS News political contributor Jamal Simmons for their take on the impact that minority voters have had on this election. We're watching our CBS News 2020 America Decide.
New number 7 advanced retinol night concentrate from America's number 1 serum brand. 5 times more retinol than the number 1 retinol serum. It's formulated to be gentle on your skin. New number 7 advanced retinol night concentrate. Age is just a number. And my unlimited dry boost high protein with 20 grams of protein for muscle health versus only 16 grams in Ensure High Protein. And now enjoy Boost High Protein in cafe mocha flavor.
Every time you touch a surface, bacteria is left behind. Now consider how many times your family touches the surfaces in your home in 24 hours. Try Microban 24. Spray on hard surfaces to kill 99.9% of viruses and bacteria initially. Once dry, it forms bacteria heals and keeps killing bacteria for 24 hours, even after multiple touches. Try Microban 24. Available in multi-purpose sanitizing and vacuum spray. This is manufactured Microban 24.
These are real people, not actors, who got their eczema under control. With less eczema, you can show more skin. So roll up those sleeves and help heal your skin from within with Dupixent. Dupixent is the first treatment of its kind that continuously treats moderate to severe eczema or atopic dermatitis, even between flare-ups. Dupixent is a biologic and not a cream or steroid. Many people taking Dupixent saw clear or almost clear skin. That has significantly less itch. Don't use if you're allergic to Dupixent. Serious allergic reactions can occur, including anaphylaxis, which is severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain or vision changes or parasitic infection. If you take asthma medicine, they'll change or stop you without talking to your doctor. So help heal your skin from within and talk to your eczema specialist about Dupixent. If your financial situation has changed, we may be able to help.
Welcome back to CBS News Election Headquarters. Just as we went to break, we were talking about how Joe Biden has a path if he wins Arizona, even if he loses Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina. Arizona is emerging as a very crucial state for the Biden campaign, and we have a reporter there. Jamie Yukis is in Phoenix. Jamie, good morning to you. What do you know?
Well, good morning to you, Tony. What I can tell you is that the governor of the state, Doug Ducey, who is a Republican, has come out and said, hey, everybody, there's 130,000 votes that still need to be counted, and that this race is far from over. I keep checking my computer right now. It does look like former Vice President Joe Biden does have about a 5-point lead at this point in time, but we haven't seen any real significant data come in almost the last 6 hours. We got that initial surge of early voting and mail voting that came in very, very early, but then I haven't seen anything much since. So 82% of the votes have been counted at this point. This trend is unusual in Arizona, where the state has only voted for a Democrat one other time since 1962. What could also be historic here is if Democrats pick up a Senate seat. The state has not had 2 Democratic senators since 1948. That's when Harry Truman was president. So Mark Kelly, the Democrat, is up over Republican incumbent Mark McSally, and he did sound very confident when he spoke to his supporters.
I want to start off by thanking a few people. Gabby, my best friend, the ultimate partner in this campaign and in life. Gabby's the person who taught me about this side of public service. What it means to use public policy to improve people's lives. And who taught me never, ever give up.
So it sounds like a victory speech there, but I can tell you that Mark McSally responded saying, like Mark, every vote should be counted. I can tell you right now the big hang-up is Maricopa County, which includes Phoenix, Scottsdale, where I'm at, here in Chandler, Arizona, where there are a large amount of Hispanic voters, Latino voters, and they came out much higher in a percentage than they did in 2016. They came out at 15% of the vote. Right now, they're looking at 19% of the vote. But of course, we're going to have to keep an eye on Maricopa County. Throughout the night, we did talk to their election supervisors. They said they would triple out the results throughout the evening. But again, no significant drop in ballots that were cast on election day as of right now, Tony.
All right, Jamie, you can support. Jamie, thank you very much. I'm here with Ed O'Keefe, by Major Garrett, and we are going to bring in now Jamal Simmons and Leslie Sanchez, both of them CBS News political contributors and analysts. Leslie, I want to go to you first. Jamie was just talking about the Latino vote in Arizona. It's very different from the Latino vote in Florida. Latin America is a big place, all the way from northern Mexico to the southern tip of South America. A lot of different people in that vote. Talk to us about their influence here in the 2020 count as it still unfolds before our eyes.
It's so dynamic, Tony, and it's changing across the country, right? There isn't one size fits all when it comes to the impact it's having in the states. If you look at Arizona that talks about Maricopa County, you have a tremendously red state with a rapidly growing Hispanic population that has traditionally done well, but just look at the numbers. The president, where we are right now, is about 16,000 votes fewer than he was in 2016. Now, where does other votes go? To take third-party candidates, people that help in those votes from last time, this time. But you can't deny that if you have so many Latinos who are turning 18, about every 30 seconds, a Latino is turning 18 and exposed. A state like Arizona is going to be impacted. Same thing for Texas. Texas last time had about 8.5 million people vote. Almost 11 million people voted. A tremendously impact, and it's still swung in the president's direction because Republicans don't have to win the Latino vote. They have to be in the high 30s and early 40s to win the state. And finally, to take a look at what was happening in Miami-Dade, there was a 300,000 vote win by Hillary Clinton in Miami-Dade that the president managed to reduce to about 85,000 votes this go around, which can definitely play into what is happening in Florida. So all the way around, the Cuban vote in Miami, and the last one I'm leaving with is the next county. We're talking about Georgia. That is the new Latino South. That is the area where we have a lot of immigrants and a lot of interracial families, not Hispanic whites and Hispanic families blending together. They are the new suburbia. They have increased by 100,000 votes so far compared to 2016, and it's not going in Trump's direction. Definitely areas that are also different and wonderfully Latino.
Just one thing I'd like to observe is what Jamie you just said is really important. It's exquisite representation of an inherent contradiction of what the White House is saying. Doug Ducey, the Republican governor in Arizona, said, we've got to count all the ballots. Hello? Am I missing something? Is the president is that's not counting. Right. So let's just hold that right here in front of us. In Arizona, where the Republican governor and the White House think Trump might catch up, we're going to count all the votes. In other states, whoa. Counting all the votes is somehow suspicious. No, it's not. Let's just hold that and start to leave right from it.
Jamal, since you're the Democrats in this conversation, should the Biden campaign have gone to bed? Because they've all gone home for the night. They issued this written statement from General Malley Dillon that says all the votes will be counted. Should they be up, watching this closely? Because, Americans are going to wake up in a few hours, and potentially, they may have. Biden got out before the president tonight asking for patience, saying all the votes will be counted. But the president came out and did what he said, and immediately the conversation was gone in that direction. There's a potential that even if Biden pulls ahead in the next few hours and wins some of these states, he may look like a weak winner because he was dragged through this process by the president in the middle of the night into Wednesday morning with the world watching. I guess is this the way you think Democrats are going to want to win?
Yeah, you might be making a case about why they should have gone to bed. Somebody's got to be fresh in the morning. If the fight that's coming when Donald Trump gets up. I think I'm sure somebody's saying this. They have planned scenarios. Bob Bowers was talking about this. They've been running scenarios about eventuality. Maybe not exactly this, but something like this where these things get moved to a contest. And so they've got to figure out how to wage that fight. Thinking about the question you're just asking about Latino voters and thinking about the focus you've been having about African American voters and turnout. But 70% of the electorate in America is white. And I think we got to also have a conversation about all the Americans who were raised in the same diet of the Pledge of Allegiance, one nation under God, the Declaration of Independence, to hold these truths without evidence, all men are created equal. The rule of law and the way that most American states, especially how to operate. And yeah, so many Americans, the former president of the United States, doesn't seem to have any regard for any of those things. I think as a country, we're going to have to really wrestle with what it is to be an American in the 21st century, what it is we want to put up from our leaders. And Donald Trump or Joe Biden or not, the question I think that we're wrestling with is, what kind of country is it that we're going to have, and what are we going to allow our leaders to do?
I think that is true, Jamal. However, the states deciding who will be president of this country, as we decide what that country should be, are actually not all that like the rest of the country. Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin are three states that still to this day have a majority non-college educated white population. You might call them the working class. They have come out for Donald Trump in a huge way. As a Democrat watching this unfold, seeing it come down in many ways to those three states, how are you feeling?
You know, I'm feeling that Democrats need to come up with a really blunt conversation. Because Donald Trump has said very directly that he understands the plight of the workers and the Americans that they're talking about, and he's offering them a path about how to improve their lives. It's more nationalist, it's more xenophobic, it others people, it takes babies from mothers in the border. The Democrats have to come up with an alternate path that also addresses an economic and a future for these workers in the American society that has more diversity to it, that has a place where we all get to live together and we can figure out how to make this thing work. We can't just kind of dance around it and be subtle. We got to have a very frank and direct conversation. And frankly, I think a lot of white Democrats, the white Americans, are going to have this conversation with each other about how it is we chart this course. They don't want to hear it from people like me. I think they want to hear it from people maybe like Joe Biden.
We shall see. The Democrats may have 4 more years to come up with that message. The way that the staircase can be very painful indeed. Listen, Sanchez and Jamal Simmons, thank you very much. Up next, we will check back in with CBS News Elections and Surveys Director Anthony Salvanto for the latest on the race for the White House. You're watching CBS News. Take a look.
Where can a healthier heart lead you? For people with heart failure taking Entresto, it may lead to a world of possibilities. Entresto is a heart failure medicine prescribed by most cardiologists. It was proven superior in helping people stay alive and out of the hospital. Heart failure can change the structure of your heart, so it may not work as well. Entresto helps improve your heart's ability to pump blood to the body. And with a healthier heart, there's no telling where life may take you. Don't take Entresto as pregnant. It can cause harm or death to an unborn baby. Don't take Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or allosphere, or if you've had angioedema with an ACE or ARB. Most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or high blood potassium. Ask your doctor about Entresto for heart failure. And trust your heart to Entresto.
What's inside airborne? I'll fly through the news report. There's one just vitamin C. It's a unique crowded blend of vitamins, zinc, other minerals, and herbs. That's why when you start every morning with airborne, you'll have the confidence to take on the day. No wonder pharmacists recommend airborne more than any other food or drink. Airborne, your daily dose of confidence.
It's DC Veterans Day sale with our lowest price on furniture and mattresses, like this leather sofa for $8.99 and a new bed just $7.89. Plus, get a free adjustable base with qualifying mattress purchase. Now at Macy's.
Welcome back to CBS News Election Headquarters in Times Square. And as we approach 4:30 in the morning here in the East, if you can believe it, 4:30 a.m., we do not have a winner. We do not have a final call in the 2020 election, but we do have Anthony Salvanto standing by with the latest picture of where things stand. Anthony, good morning to you.
Good morning, Tony. Okay, everybody should know that there are 5 states we still classify as toss-ups. Still play either way. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia. Now, in all of them, there are remaining ballots that have been cast and have yet to be counted. In Wisconsin, for example, more than 500,000 still outstanding. They did with it. Michigan, same kind of picture. More than 1.4 million still outstanding. Now, where are these ballots coming from? They're coming from Republican areas, they're coming from Democratic areas. There's one reason why we don't have a complete picture yet of the whole state. Pennsylvania, 74% in, but 1.8 million still outstanding. We have reason to believe that many of them are absentee ballots. For folks who've been watching all night, I'll just remind everybody that there's been a dramatic difference this night between people who cast ballots absentee or by mail and those who voted in person. We saw a huge Republican surge in turnout on people voting in person. Now, go down to Georgia, who's got a really close race. I'll show you what's outstanding there. 92% is in. Often, we can say something more about a race, but this one is just as tight. 400,000 ballots left. Many of those are from Democratic areas. North Carolina as well. Just walk you through it. Again, a lot in. Very tight race so far, but still almost 300,000 ballots left. Same story everywhere. Tens of thousands, actually millions of ballots left to count.
All right, Anthony, get some tea, or you got any questions for him?
No, yeah. Did we do Wisconsin? Because I was trying to read up here for a second.
Yeah.
So our Adriana Diaz in Milwaukee just witnessed the Milwaukee city officials finishing the absentee count of 159,000 ballots. And on her Twitter page, she posted the video of the woman being escorted by police escorts to a car to go deliver them to the Milwaukee County officials. Isn't that exciting? Well, it is exciting in a morning like this when we're waiting for them. Yes.
No, I know. I was happy for that.
Yeah,
it's also transparent.
It is.
Also to make sure that there is a recorded record of what happened while this is playing out. And I want to tell everyone this. We can do this. You know how I know? Because in 2016, at about 3 a.m., the President of the United States was declared. It was Donald Trump. By 77,000 votes in 3 states. All those votes were counted. They were verified. They were close margins. And it happened. We know how to do this. Wait for the count. It will be done. It will be verified. It will be believable. Wait for it. That's what's going to happen. We can do this. We are bumping up.
Let's look at Milwaukee real quick.
What would it be? Milwaukee? Here. So it's Milwaukee 174 to 110 with still more than half, slightly more than half.
Okay.
Let's be counting.
All right. Well, we are bumping up to the end of our evening here. We're going to take a short break and then resume programming in the morning. You guys have been here for more than 11 hours by my calculation. Who's counting? Here to wrap up your experience. I just did. Okay. We can do this. And Mr. O'Keefe.
It's not over. We'll see you a little later this morning.
Yeah, it is not over. Yeah. You two are going to be going to bed.
Changing the shirt.
Changing the shirt. Yeah. Changing the shirt. I'm going to put on a stocking cap, get a little bit of shut-eye. I think Mr. Salvato is going to be doing the same. We're going to pour some cold water on the equipment, let everything cool down, and then we're going to be back at 6 a.m., I believe. There's much more news on your local news station, on this CBS station. A special edition of CBS this morning with myself, Gail King, and Anthony Mason begins at 6 a.m. Eastern, 3 a.m. in the West. Get from CBS News and CBSNews.com for the latest on the race to the White House. Thank you for watching CBS News 2020. America decides. Election day is over, but the count continues. We do not want it to be fast. We want it to be accurate. And we can do this, America. Be patient. Thanks for watching.
The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell. Weeknights on CBS.
I'll never forget the time I met Dr. Stanton. I told him my idea to plant a church for broken and hurting people, but that I was afraid. He said, Brian, don't you know God will take responsibility for all of the consequences of a heart that's fully devoted to Him?
With Ford announces Halloween savings. Here's your hundreds of beautiful new Fords on special sale with these payments as low as $199 a month. Lease a new Ford Fusion just $199 a month. Lease a new Ford Edge just $239 a month. Lease a new new Escape for just $219 a month. Here's a Ford Ranger that you can lease for only $249 a month. It's the savings. Check here. The only thing you need to be afraid of is missing this incredible opportunity at Worthington Ford in Long Beach and online at worthingtonford.com. Suzanne Marquette, DeMarco Morgan, News.
Good evening. Your patience is commendable. We knew this was going to go long, but who knew we're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer.
Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight, and a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list. Okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and we will win this. And as far as I'm concerned, we already have won. So I just want to thank them. I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us.
Well, the President of the United States castrating the facts of the election results that have been reported tonight, falsely claiming that he has won the election and disenfranchising millions of voters whose ballots have not been counted. Sadly, because of the raging pandemic and the failures of the administration to contain the pandemic, there has been a massive vote-by-mail operation, and those votes have not yet been counted. And so we at CBS News are not projecting a winner in this presidential race. We will not disenfranchise the millions of voters in those battleground states and the hundreds of thousands in Georgia who also have not had their votes counted.
There were so many untruths in that statement. It's sort of hard to figure out where to begin. Count the ways.
Former Chief of Staff Brian Cruz said that he wouldn't go too far. He went farther than that. Yeah. What he said bears no resemblance to the truth of an election, let alone an election in a pandemic. The votes that aren't being counted are votes that people cast themselves today on election day. And some of the votes that haven't been counted are presumably his own voters, the president's own voters. He is calling the game at the end of the first quarter. And it's extraordinary. We've never had a situation like this in the country. The president is the steward of the American electoral system. As a member of it, he's a steward of the American system, and he is trying to undermine it while the count is still going.
And the last time we had a dispute that went to the court, to the Supreme Court, as the president just said, he thinks this will go. You had 2 candidates who ultimately accepted the outcome of the court, ultimately accepted and said, we have to carry the weight of the office that John just described. To have the president jump that gun and make calls, and frankly, Nora, as Gail was saying, there were a lot of things that were untrue. We can look at the map right over your head and see that the state of Texas was actually called in his favor. He said it was not. Georgia and North Carolina remain toss-ups on our map because of all the details you just laid out. We fairly called the state of Florida in his favor. He noted his strong turnout among Latinos. And at the same time, we can also fairly report that it's too soon, because we cannot disenfranchise millions of voters, to call the race in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia, and North Carolina.
But you know why this is so disturbing is because the message that it sends to his supporters. This is why people are boarding up the stores, because he sends a message to his supporters that when the true count comes out, maybe it will be in his favor, maybe not. But if it's not in his favor, he's already planted the seed that this election has been stolen from him. And that's why this is such a dangerous thing that he has just done.
Well, he's trying to set expectations.
Yeah, he got out of that. He said, let's hope they don't find more votes around 4 a.m. Well, that's exactly what's going to continue happening. Voting is continuing through the night. in Wisconsin, in Georgia, and other places. And yes, it's possible that by the time people wake up later today, it's either closer or he's perhaps lost his advantage.
I'm curious why the president feels fearful that he has to declare early. Is he not confident that once the ballots are counted, that they will go in his favor? Why try and say this early? Is there a sense of fear within the Republican Party that
wouldn't this be a good question for Ryan? He said that he didn't think that the president would go far.
Well, interestingly, and remember, Ryan, when Ed asked that question about the outstanding ballots in Arizona, Ryan did want those calls. He did want those counted. In a state where they think those ballots may be in the president's favor, he does encourage the continued counting of ballots in the other states that we're talking about where they may be in his favor or not. That's where they're raising the
This is that red mirage that we heard people talk about. The idea that certain states, and we're seeing this in Michigan and Wisconsin right now, for example, the day of vote would be counted first. All the other ballots that were cast early are being counted now. And so it looks right now like he has a lead. And he may maintain that lead, but he might not once all those other ballots are counted. And so that's what he's trying to do here. Is he's stepping out and saying, look, I'm winning, which in our parlance would be he has an edge. But at the end of the day, once all those votes are counted, it may be that all those mail-in ballots get to Joe Biden. And he and I would have a false narrative that many people will now believe. Yes, that's what's troubling about it.
And he was furthered by that by people giving him a mouthpiece to do that. Let's bring in David Becker, who is our election law expert. And David, under what legal grounds did the president proceed as he says if he wanted to?
Well, none that I know of. You all just nailed it. I mean, nearly everything the president just said was false. I mean, we know there were over 100 million early ballots cast in this election, but we've only counted about 130 million ballots so far, and that doesn't quite add up with the election day turnout that we think we expected and we saw. So there's probably tens of millions of ballots, and it's really important to understand these are all ballots. Voting is not still going on. These ballots were cast already. They were cast under the laws of the states, and they were cast by the deadline. Some mail ballots might be coming in later that were postmarked. A lot of mail ballots came in today, but this process is still ongoing. And as was pointed out, and this was a really great point, on the one hand, President Trump is arguing to stop the count of validly cast ballots in states like Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, and Georgia. But on the other hand, arguing for continuing to count ballots in Arizona because he thinks it will benefit him.
Millions of people are saying yes to Allegra, including the experts. It's the #1 allergies recommended brand for non-drowsy relief. Allegra works 2 times faster than Claritin, and while Zyrtec may cause drowsiness, Allegra won't. Say yes to Allegra.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Then call now for this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. That's right, free. This free book reveals little-known secrets about annuity strategies in simple to understand terms that will help you make the right choices before buying an annuity. And it's free. Call right now for your free book. And as a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized the rates and benefits of annuities from financially strong insurers. Again, that's Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and a free annuity rate report, both absolutely free. We're calling Annuity General today. Supplies are limited. Call now. Call 800-585-3307. That's 800-585-3307.
So Shane over gets this used car and decided to go undercover. Remember, if you don't see me, you're not seeing the most accurate price. Shop at Carfax. You won't have to overpay on any car again. Shop millions of great deals at the all-new Carfax.com.
The role of a journalist is to open the window into another world of experience. I feel an incredible responsibility. We have to make sure it's right and that it's fair, but also bring Americans greater understanding and hopefully bring Americans closer together. That's why I wanted to become a journalist.
Welcome to CBS This Morning. We have a lot of news today.
Watch Gail King and And Tony on CBS this morning. Good morning, Tony on CBS. CBS News is helping make sense of the school year like no other. The new normal, School Matters, special report on CBS this morning.
I'm Chip Reed in Washington. Thanks for staying with us. When all the votes are tallied, it's expected that 2020 will set a record for the most ballots ever cast in a U.S. election. Expanded early voting and mail-in ballots played a huge role, but there was also an effort to open unconventional locations for voting, such as sports venues. More than 2 dozen arenas and stadiums across the country opened their doors for voters. Caitlin Dewey Burns for CBS cameras through the turnstile.
Hey, come on over. You ready to vote? Yes, this is not your average polling place. Forget cramped community centers, church basements, and school cafeterias. Voting this year is getting a major league upgrade. With the pandemic straining resources to conduct elections, professional sports teams stepped up to the plate to fill an urgent need in their communities. Over 20 NBA teams are offering up their arenas as early voting sites or polling locations, including right here in Cleveland. And here in Detroit at the Pistons Performance Center, you can vote early by dropping off your ballot at a secure drop-off. And here in Atlanta, State Farm Arena became the largest early voting location in the state of Georgia. As you can see, it's a massive space that allows for social distancing, it's close to transportation, and they offer free parking.
That's really a win-win for everyone. They've also loaned their people, and so it's really come alongside the county to provide additional manpower resources. They're used to having 35,000 people show up at concerts, things like that. So voters, easy peasy for them.
It was the easiest thing ever. I'm so happy.
The attitude of the people were just like if you were going to a game. They acted like they were excited for you to come in and vote.
It's been so long since, we've been able to go to any games or anything. So it's kind of nice being in there, remind me of good times. Everybody was almost like they were a voting team because they all had on their shirts for voting. It was cute.
Teams are involved in nearly every aspect of the voting process. Charlotte residents have been able to vote during Carolina Panthers football games. Stadiums like Detroit Ford Field will store ballots and election equipment for safekeeping in case of a recount. But it's the players who have been the driving force.
This was always about more than basketball. And while the season is over, the work is not.
Pushing their team's arenas to be more than a venue. LeBron James has been at the forefront, recruiting over 10,000 people to serve as poll workers through his group, More Than a Vote.
We really want change. And it doesn't not only just end in November, but it starts there.
What is going to be the effect of having sport teams involved in this process?
It's much more than just saying we want to get out and vote this year. We needed trusted voices, people who would break through rhetoric and actually communicate to voters about how to vote and how to make sure their voices are heard this year. And that's really where our prominent athletes and sports leaders played a critical role. So hearing this information from your local sports team is kind of like hearing it from a trusted source. Exactly. At a time when we need more trusted voices to provide accurate information about our election. It was, a great example of leadership and really helped address a lot of our concerns in the election administration world in Michigan as to how we were going to, in Detroit in particular, meet these extraordinary needs of elections this year.
And on Election Day in Cleveland, some residents will have their chance to cast a ballot at Brackett Mortgage Fieldhouse. What safety precautions are you taking to make sure that they'll feel comfortable voting?
First of all, we'll do normal health protocol. We'll do temperature checks. We'll have everything socially distant in terms of the machines and the setup here as well. Everyone will have a mask environment. Plus, we have an incredible amount of square footage that we're able to work with in terms of even an environment that is much more expansive than what might be a typical voting location that enables us to have even a greater expanse between people and polling locations.
The idea that you're going to be able to come and vote in your hometown arena, do you think that will have an effect in getting more people out to vote?
We certainly hope so. This is a destination everyone knows about. So we think making it easy, safe environment, dynamic environment, a fun setting. Who doesn't love coming to the field house?
Even New York.
Another reason for the huge voter turnout, nationwide Get Out the Vote campaigns. One of them, the Unstoppable Voters Project, focused on bringing arts to the ballot box. Michelle Miller has the story.
Fancy mailboxes aren't just for show. They're part of the national Get Out the Vote campaign. Using forms of art in Black and brown communities that can be targets of voter suppression. Steve Lambert is the founder of the Unstoppable Voters Project through the Center of Artistic Activism, a left-leaning nonprofit pushing for social change.
We've worked in democracies all over the world, and when we had the opportunity to work here in the United States on this election, we jumped at the chance.
There are 11 different initiatives under this project. What was your criteria, or what was the criteria for choosing them?
So the criteria was reach. We didn't want art that regular people would get, which is why we have circus performers and Black cowboy groups, but also that it would give them valuable information that would lead to them voting.
The initiatives are spread across 15 different states, including Georgia.
Thank you. Georgia. Yeah, you. You gotta make a plan to vote.
A state historically known for understaffed polling places and voter purges. In North Carolina, there is a gerrymandering class that allows participants to create mock congressional district maps, educating folks on how the tactics can affect their representation. There seems to be a strategy in the methodology.
So a key part of these projects is they don't talk about the problem. They tell you how to solve it, and they address the problem. They change the problem in real life.
Maya Penn, the co-director of Serve to Vote, used the same method when she led a parade to the polls in North Philadelphia last weekend.
I looked at the list of early voting sites, and I picked the Lead Core Center. The neighborhood that we paraded through has a history of lower voter turnout, once again, due to circumstances that are so often beyond the voters' control.
Penn believes bringing joy to the polls will change the narrative of voting, celebrating the act of voting, as opposed to chastising those who have yet to decide. So you're saying vote shaming does no one any good?
I don't feel that it works at this moment in time. There's a lot of outrage on the street, but it's so impactful. It's so impactful to have someone come to your neighborhood with a big rap stand and clowns and say, "We're throwing you a party. Thank you so much for sticking through this time. Thank you for your resilience. Let's go vote together. We see you. Here's the information. I'm here for you."
That was Michelle Miller reporting. The CBS Overnight News will be right back.
Do you have questions about Medicare options for next year's coverage? Of course you do. We all do. I'm Meredith Vieira, and I'm in the same camp. The Medicare annual election deadline is just ahead, and now is our chance to check out what's changed. I want to talk to you about My Health Policy, a great resource if you're new to Medicare or if you're already covered. Are there any new Medicare Advantage plans? I'm feeling overwhelmed. Yes. Go to myhealthpolicy.com to review the various options. For example, zero premium plans. Keep in mind, there are changes every year, so it's really important to be aware of what's different now.
I have Medicare Advantage now. Can I switch to another plan?
Yes, compare. If you find coverage you like better, you can switch plans easily. For instance, maybe you want prescription drug coverage or an extended network. Now's your chance to change. All these Medicare options are too confusing. Can I talk to a real person? Yes, talk with a licensed insurance agent on the phone, or meet face-to-face with someone in your community. We all want to feel confident we're making the right choices about our Medicare coverage. Don't be afraid to ask questions to get the answers you need. Start here at myhealthpolicy.com.
Go online to download your free My Medicare Guide. There's no obligation to enroll. Call 800-372-5252. 800-372-5252.
As CEO of Wounded Warrior Project, I care for wounded veterans every day. But I want you to know how your gifts are changing lives. Many of the same veterans who sacrificed so much for us are now facing financial crisis due to the COVID-19 pandemic. So we have provided grants to more than 11,000 warriors to help them meet critical needs. Please give to those who gave so much for us. Please go to woundedwarriorproject.org today.
Nature's Bounty unleashes something exciting. Say hello to a drug-free way to ease stress. Stress Comfort, a gummy supplement filled with a balm plus saffron to naturally boost your mood. Stress Comfort from Nature's Bounty. Turning out your love can be painful. Introducing As for Pain with Essential Oil. Now calming lavender oil combined with fast-acting lidocaine for lasting relief. New As for Pain with Essential Oil.
The coronavirus pandemic cast a long and deadly shadow over the campaign this election season. Basic measures like social distancing and the wearing of masks became political footballs, pitting Americans against one another. This isn't the first masked battle the nation has faced. 100 years ago, there was a similar fight during the devastating Spanish flu pandemic. Anthony Mason has this overnight news history.
In the fall of 1918, as Americans across the country were celebrating victory in World War I, the masks on returning troops showed we were losing another war against the so-called Spanish flu.
Even a century ago, masks were controversial.
Yes, and for so many of the same reasons they are today.
Nancy Toms is a history professor at the State University of New York at Stony Brook.
At its worst, in 1918, how bad did the pandemic get?
Really, really bad. We refer to it as the big one among historians of medicine.
675,000 Americans would die, nearly a third of them in a single month. The Red Cross spread the slogan, "Wear a mask, save your life," and nurses began to make them for the public.
We're looking at two masks, gauze masks that were used in the 1918 pandemic here in California.
They're in the collection of the Oakland Museum, and Andina Delgadillo is associate curator.
That's pretty transparent, right? So it wasn't an ideal material, but it was definitely better than not wearing anything.
Back in 1918, this was one of the centers in the fight against the pandemic?
Yes, indeed. This was a Tennessee settlement, and its founders, William Law, played a critical role in organizing the pandemic response in New York City.
Masks were never officially mandated on the East Coast, Nancy Toms says, but other health rules were often aggressively enforced.
There were spitting raids against health, but
yes, there was a definite effort to up the ante in prosecuting the public sanitary infractions.
The U.S. outbreak had started on a Kansas Army base, and the campaign to stop it was tied to the war effort.
So wearing masks became a patriotic symbol.
Yes. If you refused to wear a mask, you could be called a slacker.
What does that mean?
A slacker was not quite like a traitor, but it was someone who was driving the patriotic speech.
San Francisco was the first city to actually mandate that.
Yes. 10% of the population was infected between 1918 and 1919.
In just a day, the San Francisco Chronicle reported 100 people were charged with disturbing the peace for failing to wear masks. Their sentence, 10 days in prison or a $5 fine, about $80 today.
And then here in San Francisco, there was an anti-mask league that formed in early January. So the chairman was this woman named Miss E.C. Harrington. She was a suffragist. She was a lawyer. She put out a call in the San Francisco Chronicle asking for fellow citizens who objected to this mask mandate and really similar to ours now, actually.
They argued the ordinance was unconstitutional and that masks had not been proven effective. Some 2,000 people turned out for a rally at the Dreamland skate rink. Other cities would mandate masks, including Denver, Seattle, Oakland, Sacramento, and Phoenix. They were met with resistance, too.
One major difference, it wasn't political then.
There was disagreement between the various politicians about which differences should get placed down, but the decision to mask or not to mask never
big city that's unified with a specific political code.
Anthony Mason reporting, watching the CBS Overnight News.
Guys, fine. This is Roger, and look for the help. Can I find people who are helping? Thank you to all first responders for their lives saved and us, my brothers and sisters. Please look out for help. Today,
America's veterans have always stepped up, but with the COVID-19 crisis, many veterans are struggling to make ends meet or get the care they need. DAV has helped ill and injured veterans for 100 years, but today, the need is greater than ever. Give to the DAV COVID-19 Relief Fund and help provide critical assistance to veterans in need. Go to DAV.org/helpvets or call now. Your donation will make a real difference.
Sure, live production included.
They need your help.
Even when schools are closed, we're still hard at work because vulnerable students who already struggle with poverty, hunger, and trauma need our support more than ever. At communities and schools, we do whatever it takes, delivering meals, helping kids access remote learning, and just checking in schools, in communities, and in times of crisis, providing kids a community of support. To learn more, visit communitiesandschools.org.
Finally, this half hour, Steve Hartman caught up with a line of voters making an election day trip to the cemetery to pay respects to an American hero, Susan B. Anthony.
How grateful they must be, the people, women mostly, who flock here to Mount Hope Cemetery in Rochester, New York, just to stand in her presence.
It was really amazing. Like, I wasn't just reading from a textbook anymore. I was with her.
Emma Vinegar came to the grave of Susan B. Anthony for what has become a Rochester tradition, showing the suffragists in a very tangible way that her work was not in vain. After Anthony died in 1906, her grave went mostly unnoticed until 4 years ago, when about 10,000 people showed up to put their I voted stickers on her headstone, a gesture that came with unintended consequences. Unfortunately, the gummy residue of all that affection was damaging the marble. So this year, they covered her headstone with a plexiglass sleeve, allowing for layers of tribute for generations to come.
She worked so hard for whole life.
Sarah Capagna brought her daughter, Clara.
She died not even knowing that it would happen. We're not going to have children that will take those next steps for us if we don't educate them now.
Karen Moretti says we also need to educate a lot of adults, like her.
Yes, I haven't always been so passionate.
It's almost like we took it for granted.
Were you in our car on the way coming here? Because I said to her, I can't believe I was so clueless for many parts of my life, and now I am so passionate.
During our day at the gravesite,
thank you, Susie.
We saw that passion take many forms, from downright jubilation to overwhelming emotion. The only constant was the way people put on their stickers, all of them with such tenderness, as if rubbing liniment into the injustice. And it was healing, which is why I believe voting should always be a two-step process. First a ballot, and then a nod to all those who made this sacred right possible. Steve Hartman, on the road, in Rochester, New York.
Susan B. Anthony often told her followers, failure is impossible, and she was right. That's the overnight news for this Wednesday. Our coverage of the election continues on CBS This Morning and throughout the day. Reporting from Washington, I'm Chip Reed.
is commendable. We knew this was going to go long, but who knew we're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer.
Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight, and a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list. Okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and we will win this. And as far as I'm concerned, we already have won. So I just want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us.
Well, the President of the United States castrating the facts of the election results that have been reported tonight, falsely claiming that he has won the election and disenfranchising millions of voters whose ballots have not been counted. Sadly, because of the raging pandemic and the failures of the administration to contain the pandemic, there has been a massive vote-by-mail operation, and those votes have not yet been counted. And so we at CBS News are not projecting a winner in this presidential race. We will not disenfranchise the millions of voters in those battleground states and the hundreds of thousands in Georgia who also have not had their votes counted.
There was so many truths in that statement. It's sort of hard to figure out where to begin. Count the ways.
Former Chief of Staff Reince Priebus said that he wouldn't go too far. He went farther than that. Yeah. What he said bears no resemblance to the truth of an election, let alone an election in a pandemic. The votes that aren't being counted are votes that people cast themselves today on election day. And some of the votes that haven't been counted are presumably his own voters, the president's own voters. He is calling the game at the end of the first quarter. And it's extraordinary. We've never had a situation like this in the country. The president is a steward of the American electoral system. As a member of it, he's a steward of the American system. And he is trying to undermine it while the count is still going on.
And the last time we had a dispute that went to the court, to the Supreme Court, as the president just said he thinks this will go, you had two candidates who ultimately accepted the outcome of the court, ultimately accepted and said, we have to carry the weight of the office that John just described. To have the president jump that gun and make calls, and frankly, Nora, as Gail was saying, there were a lot of things that were untrue. We can look at the map right over your head and see that the state of Texas was actually called into favor. He said it was not. Georgia and North Carolina remain toss-ups on our map because of all the details you just laid out. We fairly called the state of Florida in his favor. He noted his strong turnout among Latinos. And at the same time, we can also fairly report that it's too soon, because we cannot disenfranchise millions of voters, to call the race in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia, and North Carolina.
But you know what? This is so disturbing, is because the message that it sends his supporters. This is why people are boarding up the stores, because he sends a message to his supporters that when the true count comes out, maybe it will be in his favor, maybe not. But if it's not in his favor, he has already planted the seed that this election has been stolen from him. And that's why this is such a dangerous thing that he has just done.
Well, he's trying to set expectations. Yeah, he got out of that. He said, let's hope they don't find more votes around 4 a.m. Well, that's exactly what's going to continue happening. Voting is continuing through the night in Wisconsin, in Georgia, and other places. And yes, it's possible that by the time people wake up later today,
it's either closer or he's perhaps lost his advantage.
And to your point, is why the president feels fearful that he has to declare early. Is he not confident that that once the ballots are counted, that they will go in his favor? Why try and say this early? Is there a sense of fear within the Republican Party that ultimately?
Would this be a good question for Ryan? He said that he didn't think that the president would go far.
Well, interestingly, and remember, Ryan, when Ed asked that question about the outstanding ballots in Arizona, Ryan did want those calls. He did want those counted. In a state where they think those ballots may be in the president's favor, he does encourage the continued counting of ballots in the other states that we are talking about where they may be in his favor or not. That's where they're raising the concern.
This is that red mirage that we heard people talk about. The idea that certain states, and we're seeing this in Michigan and Wisconsin right now, for example, the day of vote would be counted first. All the other ballots that were cast early are being counted now. And so it looks right now like he has a lead. And he may maintain that lead, but he might not once all those other ballots are counted. And so that's what he's trying to do here, is he's stepping out and saying, look, I'm winning, which in our parlance would be he has an edge. But at the end of the day, once all those votes are counted, it may be that all those mail-in ballots get to Joe Biden. And
he would have a false narrative that many people will now believe.
Yes.
That's what's troubling about it.
And he was furthered by that people giving him a mouthpiece to do that. Let's bring in David Becker, who is our election law expert. And David, under what legal grounds should the president proceed as he says if he wants to?
Well, none that I know of. You all just nailed it. I mean, nearly everything the president just said was false. I mean, we know there were over 100 million early ballots cast in this election, but we've only counted about 130 million ballots so far, and that doesn't quite add up with the election day turnout that we think we expected and we saw. So there's probably tens of millions of ballots, and it's really important to understand these are all ballots. Voting is not still going on. These ballots were cast already. They were cast under the laws of the states, and they were cast by the deadline. Some mail ballots might be coming in later that were postmarked. A lot of mail ballots came in today, but this process is still ongoing. And as was pointed out, and this was a really great point, on the one hand, President Trump is arguing to stop the count of validly cast ballots in states like Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, and Georgia. But on the other hand, arguing for continuing to count ballots in Arizona because he thinks it will benefit him.
And bullshit? How do we do it? Look at these kids. How do we do it? Delicious tickle meals? How do we do it? Perfect selection of quality meats? How do we do it? Fresh, beef, organic fruits and veggies? How do we do it? This is how we do it. Our awesome, knowledgeable team members. Superior grocer, quality, variety, and value. This is how we do it. Homeowners, ready for some good news? Interest rates continue to drop to near all-time lows. Spring Plus is now able to offer a rock-bottom 15-year fix at just 1.875% rate, 2.14% APR, and a 30-year fix at just 2.25% rate, 2.402% APR with no lender fees. We'll pay your title, escrow, and appraisal fees. You could save thousands. Call Rate Plus now, 800-836-3662. That's 800-836-3662. Diamonds, look timeless yet. You know the jewelry exchange and prices are unbeatable. Show her how much you care. Save 50% on all our fine jewelry and an additional 10% on loose diamonds. Don't miss these deals. Buy factory direct and save. The jewelry exchange trusted.
Reporting in Moreno Valley, in Terminal, in Norwalk, CBSN, Los Angeles.
this is going to go long, but who knew we're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying votes is finished. And it ain't over until every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in a game in Georgia, although that's not what we expected. We're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. The talking folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, we can know the results as early as tomorrow morning. But it may take a little longer, as I've said all along. It's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrat, congratulations here in Delaware. Hey, John, you could go. Yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. I'm grateful to all my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, Joey, keep the faith. And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, no, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great. Let's walk over here.
And some short remarks there by the former Vice President calling for patience.
I give Shriners Hospital for children because I won't be a part of something okay.
I know my gift Shriners Hospitals for Children makes a difference in the lives of children. Our support is kids in right here. I give because when I see a child smile, I smile.
When you support Shriners Hospital for Children, you're joining thousands of other caring people like you who have helped kids like me and over 1.4 million other kids do amazing things.
When you call the number on your screen right now and spend $19 a month, sure 63 cents a day, you'll be making a life-changing difference for a kid just like me.
Your support helps us do amazing things we never thought would be possible. And this is how we stay safe.
Thank you!
Thank you.
Thank you!
Thank you. Because of your support, we can say thank you by having the lives we wouldn't have had without Shriners Hospitals for Children.
My donation to Shriners Hospitals for Children give kids a bright future.
I donate money to Shriners Hospital for Children so children can heal and go home.
Yay!
With your monthly gift, we'll send you an adorable Luxury Rescue blanket as another way to say thank you. But it's a reminder of all the children who now have hope because of your support.
So today's the day to send your Luxury Rescue.
Go online right now. The Black Runners gives you more work to support so more kids like me get the care we need to be kids.
Thank you for giving.
Thank you for giving.
We right now begin. If operating to visit with others here you know it, please hold patient or go to loveshining.org.
Your gift, no matter how small, shows you care.
Wow, thank God.
You know what I think? I think you owe us $48.50. Wild thing.
Right. You get it. Geico Motorcycle. 50 minutes to save you 50% or more.
Okay. Actually, Nathan, I told you a couple of weeks.
Welcome back to CBS News. Election night headquarters tonight. CBS News has learned that in the weeks before the election, U.S. Cyber Command conducted attacks against Russia and Iran and other countries to disrupt attempts to try and interfere in the election. CBS Jessica Gaze has more now on election night security. Good evening, Jeff.
We are here in Black Lives Matter Plaza. You can see several hundred people here behind me. They're calling this an election results watch party, a much different kind of watch party at DHS, where they have a command center that's been set up. And what they're looking for is evidence of adversaries trying to breach election systems. So far, they tell us they haven't seen any evidence of it. Also, FBI headquarters has their own command center set up as well. And we're told that agents are investigating robocalls that were made today, urging voters to stay home. There is no specific threat of violence. That's what our sources are telling us. However, what we're seeing across the country is a heavy police presence in cities across America, including here in Washington, D.C. And right over here, you can see these businesses all boarded up, Nora, just in case.
We've seen that heavy police presence as well. CBS Jessica Gaze, thank you. Turning now to the coronavirus pandemic, the number of confirmed cases worldwide topped 47 million today, and the global death toll is more than 1.2 million. The U.S. leads the world by far in both infections and deaths, and many states are now seeing record numbers of new cases. Here's CBS's Nikki Batiste.
Americans went to the polls today in the shadow of the pandemic, a reminder of what's at stake. Anything workers and voters could touch, wipe down, and sanitize. This, as Dr. Deborah Birx, a key member of the White House Coronavirus Task Force, is warning the U.S. could see more than 100,000 new COVID-19 cases per day sometime this week. And tonight, a disturbing report on how easily the virus can spread. A CDC survey finding that over half of those living in the same household of a COVID-positive person became infected themselves within a week.
As American families consider holiday plans, what's your advice going into Thanksgiving?
My advice is to have a virtual Thanksgiving as much as possible, especially for our older and others with underlying medical conditions. We just cannot have the usual indoor celebrations.
Dr. David Rich is president of Mount Sinai Hospital, which just released a new study showing COVID-19 is 10 times deadlier than the global 2009 swine flu pandemic.
I think we're very worried that in the fall and winter, we could have another surge of cases. We could find ourselves with a very high death rate again in New York like we saw in the spring.
The director of the NIH said today if all Americans were masked, more than 130,000 lives could be saved between now and March. Nora? Nikki Batiste, thank you. And there is still much more news ahead. COVID strikes 2 NFL teams, including a Hall of Fame quarterback. And she was buried alive for 4 days after an earthquake. The incredible rescue of this 3-year-old, all caught on camera.
It is the question that matters the most. It takes you behind the story. Robert, it drives everything we do. It is the foundation of trust.
Who did all of this?
The truth that propels us forward. What did you make of that? It is the question. 1 word, 3 letters long. And without it, our purpose, that new and dark freedom fades. This is why.
I wasn't a bad kid.
I was just going through a rough time.
But then you were there.
You were the bridge.
The helping hand I didn't even know I needed.
Thank you for being my mentor.
Thank you for being my father.
Thank you for opening your home.
Thank you for believing in me.
Now, I'm an engineer.
I'm a PhD student.
I'm a teacher and a foster dad.
When I needed someone, he was there.
To find out more, visit fostermore.org.
Because no child makes it alone.
How do you make sense of an election as unprecedented as this? We have two words: true journalism. At CBS News, we believe true journalism is honest and fair and always shines a light on the truth. True journalism listens to all voices and leaves the decisions to you. CBS News. America decides.
The NFL was hit today with several high-profile COVID cases. Hall of Fame quarterback John Elway, now the general manager of the Denver Broncos, and team president Joe Ellis both have minor symptoms. And Dallas Cowboys quarterback Andy Dalton was placed on the COVID reserve list today and will miss Sunday's game. In earthquake-ravaged Turkey, a 3-year-old girl was rescued from the rubble of a collapsed building today. Helmet camera video captured the incredible rescue. Crews heard her screams, and it took hours to get to her. The girl somehow survived for more than 90 hours, buried alive. Oh, that just gives me the chills. Up next, no excuses for these voters why they traveled hours to make their voices heard.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, or immediate cash payment. Call Coventry Direct to learn more.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
Our friends sold their policy to help pay their medical bills. That got me thinking. Maybe selling our policy could help with our retirement.
I'm skeptical. So I did some research and called Coventry Direct. They explained life insurance is a valuable asset that should be sold.
We learned we could sell all of our policy or keep part of it with no future payments. Who knew? We sold our policy. Now we can relax and enjoy our retirement as we had planned.
If you have $100,000 or more in life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies. Or call 1-800-732-2500. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
So ashamed to overpay for this used car, I decided to go undercover. Just picked the wrong news for a second.
Remember, if you don't see me, you're not seeing the most accurate price. Shop at Carfax. You won't have to overpay on a used car again.
Oh, hey, Beth, how we feeling?
Hey,
Moving.
Shop millions of great deals, all with free Carfax reports. Only at the all-new Carfax.com.
Complete coverage of the 2020 election on CBS.
If we've learned anything this campaign, it's that nothing can stop some voters from doing their civic duty. Meet Mildred Madison. She's voted in every presidential election since Truman beat Dewey. Now at 94, she believes this election is the most important. So when her absentee ballot didn't arrive in Chicago, she persuaded her son to drive her 300 miles back home to Detroit so she could vote in person. Adam Krigler's voter registration did not reach his new home in Maryland. So the 36-year-old musician did his rendition of Leaving on a Jet Plane, flying cross-country to Tucson, where he was still registered and where he voted today. And it's been 100 years since women won the right to vote, and this 100-year-old woman has never missed an election. Co-workers brought a ballot to Vincenta Cooper in an assisted living facility in Tennessee, so her streak remains intact. We'll be right back. The role of a journalist is to open the window into another world of experience. I feel an incredible responsibility. We have to make sure that we're right and that we're fair, but also bring Americans a greater understanding and hopefully bring Americans closer together. That's why I wanted to become a journalist.
Just $129. 1 carat 3 silk ring, $7.99. 1 carat certified designer rings, $24.90. 1 carat top white studs, $5.99. Buy factory direct and save. The jewelry exchange Tustin.
Protection of your community will be able to influence on special savings. These payments as low as $1.99 a month. Please send it for tuition just $1.99 a month. Please send it for it's just $2.79 a month. Please just pay your utilities for just $2.19 a month. Here's a feature that you can use for only $2.49 a month. It's the savings. Protection is the only thing you need to be freedom is missing this incredible opportunity at Worthington Ford in Long Beach and online at worthingtonford.com.
It's going to be a great month for the Indiana. Share the profit sale. Wow. The profits. Double discount everything.
We've been doing it since the 60s. It's Riviera Upholstery Share the Profit Sale. Get up to 30% off any furniture reupholstery project. So send that old couch on a trip to the Riviera. Riviera Reupholstery Furniture, that is. Call 800-55-COVER. 800-552-837.
The Susan G. Komen California Response Call assisted breast cancer patients during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Hi, I'm Eva, and I'm so grateful for the nutritious meals I received from Project Angel Food. As a mother of two in treatment with no one to help me, my diet has now improved. Susan G. Komen really made a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Komen. You really made a difference. If you need help or want help, please call one of the numbers on the screen.
Gail King, Anthony Mason, and Tommy Dakota, weekday mornings on CBS.
Complete coverage of the 2020 election on CBS.
My hopes are that the country will calm down and that we don't have to think about politics on a daily basis.
Recently, we've had a big divide in the country, and I really just want everyone to come together again.
We can all come together and be one country, one group of Americans.
Decency, fairness, humanity, and all that is right in the world. We have to go for the America that we dream of.
Normalcy. Hope the country just gets back to normalcy.
Vote like we never did before. Every single vote matters.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good time. Get out and vote.
I feel like 2020 has been very challenging and difficult for many of us. But on election day, we all get to come together and collectively show our power.
I want to be a better change in the world for people that look like me.
I think we're redefining what it means to be an American, and I think it's really important to go out and vote and make sure that your voice is counted.
I have never missed a presidential voting since I've been on the flag.
You being in the neighborhood? Believe me, everybody should vote.
I was talking with a friend of mine, and they were saying that Americans, they vote and then they go for ice cream. Like, it's such an American thing, you know, and this is my first time voting, so I was like so excited. I was like, okay, are we getting ice cream now?
We all have to vote our conscience. We have to elevate our human consciousness and vote for the type of country we want to see, the type of world we want, and so that way it affects the whole world.
My biggest wish for the election is that we're able to heal the divisions between the political parties and accomplish something positive.
It's a privilege to exercise our right to vote. I think that ultimately it's the people who speak. And so as my shirt says, you know, my voice is my vote.
This is what we should be doing. You know, we should be coming out and voting. It's our right, and I think as citizens, it's our responsibility.
I'm hoping that the American people are just going to voice their voices and just create this country into the most awesome place on earth.
I got the ballot, and I remember like shaking as I was writing, just like, cause wow, like my vote counts.
CBS News, original reporting.
Good evening. Your patience is commendable. We knew this was going to go on, but who knew we're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer? Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list. Okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment. And we will win this. And as far as I'm concerned, we already have won. So I just want to thank you. I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us.
Well, the President of the United States castrating the facts of the election results that have been reported tonight, falsely claiming that he has won the election and disenfranchising millions of voters whose ballots have not been counted. Sadly, because of the raging pandemic and the failures of the administration to contain the pandemic, there has been a massive vote-by-mail operation, and those votes have not yet been counted. And so we at CBS News are not projecting a winner in this presidential race. We will not disenfranchise the millions of voters in those battleground states and the hundreds of thousands in Georgia who also have not had their votes counted.
There were so many untruths in that statement. It's sort of hard to figure out where to begin, count the ways.
Former Chief of Staff Reince Priebus said that he wouldn't go too far. He went farther than that. Yeah. What he said bears no resemblance to the truth of an election, let alone an election in a pandemic. The votes that aren't being counted are votes that people cast themselves today on election day. And some of the votes that haven't been counted are presumably his own voters, the president's own voters. He is calling the game at the end of the first quarter. And it's extraordinary. We've never had a situation like this in the country. The president is the steward of the American electoral system. As a member of it, he's a steward of the American system. And he is trying to undermine it while the count is still going.
And the last time we had a dispute that went to the court, to the Supreme Court, as the president just said he thinks this will go, you had two candidates who ultimately accepted the outcome of the court, ultimately accepted and said, we have to carry the weight of the office that John just described. To have the president jump that gun and make calls, and frankly, Nora, as Gail was saying, there were a lot of things that were untrue. We can look at the map right over your head and see that the state of Texas was actually called in his favor. He said it was not. Georgia and North Carolina remain toss-ups on our map because of all the details you just laid out.
We fairly called the state of Florida in his favor. We noted his strong turnout among Latinos. And at the same time, we can also fairly report that it's too soon, because we cannot disenfranchise millions of voters, to call the race in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia, and North Carolina.
But you know why this is so disturbing is because the message that it sends his supporters. This is why people are boarding up the stores, because he sends a message to his supporters that when the true count comes out, maybe it will be in his favor, maybe not. But if it's not in his favor, he's already planted the seed that this election has been stolen from him. That's why this is such a dangerous thing that he's just done.
Well, and he's trying to set expectations. Yeah, he got out of that. He said, let's hope they don't find more votes around 4 a.m. Well, that's exactly what's going to continue happening. Voting is continuing through the night in Wisconsin, in Georgia, and other places. And yes, it's possible that by the time people wake up later today, it's either closer or he's perhaps lost his advantage.
To your point, is why the president feels feels fearful that he has to declare early? Is he not confident that once the ballots are counted, that they will go in his favor? Why try and say this early? Is there a sense of fear within the Republican Party that
would just be a good question for Ryan? He said that he didn't think that the president would go far.
Well, interestingly, and remember, Ryan, at the point when Ed asked that question about the outstanding ballots in Arizona, Ryan did want those called. He did want those counted. In a state where they think those ballots may be in the president's favor, he does encourage the continued counting of ballots in the other states that we are talking about where they may be in his favor or not. That's where they're raising
this is that red mirage that we heard people talk about. The idea that certain states, and we're seeing this in Michigan and Wisconsin right now, for example, the day of vote would be counted first. All the other ballots that were cast early are being counted now. And so it looks right now like he has a lead. And he may maintain that lead, but he might not once all those other ballots are counted. So that's what he's trying to do here. Is he's stepping out and saying, look, I'm winning, which in our parlance would be he has an edge. But at the end of the day, once all those votes are counted, it may be that all those mail-in ballots get to Joe Biden.
He and I would have a false narrative that many people will now believe.
Yeah,
that's what's troubling about it.
And he was furthered by that by people giving him a mouthpiece to do that. Let's bring in David Becker, who is our election law expert. And David, under what legal grounds could the president proceed as he says that he wants to?
Well, none that I know of. You all just nailed it. I mean, nearly everything the president just said was false. I mean, we know there were over 100 million early ballots cast in this election, but we've only counted about 130 million ballots so far, and that doesn't quite add up with the election day turnout that we think we expected and we saw. So there's probably tens of millions of ballots, and it's really important to understand these are all ballots. Voting is not still going on. These ballots were cast already. They were cast under the laws of the states, and they were cast by the deadline. Some mail ballots might be coming in later that were postmarked. A lot of mail ballots came in today, but this process is still ongoing. And as was pointed out, and this was a really great point, on the one hand, President Trump is arguing to stop the count of validly cast ballots in states like Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, and Georgia. But on the other hand, arguing for continuing to count ballots in Arizona because he thinks it will benefit him.
Attention oxygen therapy users. An Engine One portable oxygen concentrator may be covered by Medicare or other insurance at little or no cost to you. Only 143-07-757. To order yours today, Imogen oxygen concentrators that are portable to make oxygen from the air around you. They're light, quiet, and battery operated to go everywhere you go. And we have a full line of portable oxygen units to fit a wide range of budgets. You're on Medicare. They even qualify to get your Imogen unit at little or no cost to you. Go back to joining friends for the breakfast special, spending time with their grandkids eating, or start attending your religious services again. Call Imogen now for a free information kit and a free no-obligation consultation on our complete line of portable oxygen products. Anyone on Medicare or with eligible insurance plans can qualify to get an Imogen One at little or no cost. Call Everett 43-07-757. That's Everett 43-07-757.
We love the new practice. The natural light of space. Hardwood floors.
There is a bit of a clogging problem.
And these guys will make it easy to handle our renters' car insurance.
Yeah, helping us save even more. For bundling made easy, go to Gatto.com.
The role of a journalist is to report about what our government is. The Supreme Court is at the center of a monumental battle. I feel an incredible responsibility. We have to make sure that we're right, that we're fair. The president said he wants this done before election day. It can be done and bring Americans a greater understanding, but also hopefully bring Americans closer together. That's why I wanted to become a journalist. CBS News is helping make sense of a school year like no other. The new normal, School Matters, special report on CBS this morning.
Chip Reed in Washington. Thanks for staying with us. When all the votes are tallied, it's expected that 2020 will set a record for the most ballots ever cast in a U.S. election. Expanded early voting and mail-in ballots played a huge role, but there was also an effort to open unconventional locations for voting, such as sports venues, where 24 arenas and stadiums across the country opened their doors for voters. Caitlin Dewey Burns from CBS Cameras in the turnstile.
Come on over, you ready to vote? Yes, this is not your average polling place. Forget cramped community centers, church basements, and school cafeterias. Voting this year is getting a major league upgrade. With the pandemic straining resources to conduct elections, professional sports teams stepped up to the plate to fill an urgent need in their communities. Over 20 NBA teams are offering up their arenas as early voting sites or polling locations, including right here in Cleveland. And here in Detroit at the Pistons Performance Center, you can vote early by dropping off your ballot at a secure drop-off. And here in Atlanta, State Farm Arena became the largest early voting location in the state of Georgia. As you can see, it's a massive space that allows for social distancing, it's close to transportation, and they offer free parking.
That's really a win-win for everyone. They've also loaned their people, and so it's really come alongside the county to provide additional manpower resources. They're used to having 35,000 people show up at concerts, things like that. So voters, easy peasy for them.
It was the easiest thing ever. I'm so happy.
The attitude of the people were just like if you were going to a game. They acted like they were excited for you to come in and vote.
It's been so long since, we've been able to go to any games or anything. So it's kind of nice being in there. Reminding me of the time. Everybody was almost like they were a voting team because they all had all their shirts for voting. It was cute.
Teams are involved in nearly every aspect of the voting process. Charlotte residents have been able to vote during Carolina Panthers football games. Stadiums like Detroit Ford Field will store ballots and election equipment for safekeeping in case of a recount. But it's the players who have been the driving force.
This was always about more than basketball. And while the season is over, the work is not.
Pushing their team's arenas to be more than a venue. LeBron James has been at the forefront, recruiting over 10,000 people to serve as poll workers through his group, More Than a Vote.
The community, we really want change. And it doesn't not only just end in November, but it starts there.
What is going to be the effect of having the sports team involved in this process? It was much more than just saying we want to get out and vote this year. We needed trusted voices, people who would break through rhetoric and actually communicate to voters about how to vote and how to make sure their voices are heard this year. And that's really where our prominent athletes and sports leaders played a critical role.
So hearing this information from your local sports team is kind of like hearing it from a trusted source.
Exactly. At a time when we need more trusted voices to provide accurate information about our elections. It was a great example of leadership and really helped address a lot of our concerns in the election administration world in Michigan as to how we were going to, in Detroit in particular, meet these extraordinary needs of elections this year.
And on Election Day in Cleveland, some residents will have their chance to cast a ballot at Brackett Mortgage Fieldhouse. What safety precautions are you taking to make sure that they'll feel comfortable voting?
First of all, we'll do normal health protocol. We'll do temperature checks. We'll have everything socially distant in terms of the machines and the setup here as well. Everyone will have to be in a masked environment. Plus, we have an incredible amount of square footage that we're able to work with in terms of even an environment that is much more expansive than what might be a typical voting location that enables us to have even a greater expanse between people and polling locations.
The idea that you're going to be able to come and vote in your hometown arena, do you think that will have an effect in getting more people out to vote?
We certainly hope so. This is a destination everyone knows about. So we think making it easy, safe environment, dynamic environment, a fun setting. Who doesn't love coming to the field house?
Even to be burned, we love it.
Another reason for the huge voter turnout, nationwide Get Out the Vote campaign. One of them, the Unstoppable Voters Project, focused on bringing arts to the ballot box. Michelle Miller has the story.
Dancing mailboxes aren't just for show. They're part of the national Get Out the Vote campaign. using forms of art of Black and brown communities that can be targets of voter suppression. Steve Lambert is the founder of the Unstoppable Voters Project and the center of artistic activism, a left-leaning nonprofit pushing for social change.
We've worked in democracies all over the world, and when we had the opportunity to work here in the United States on this election, we've jumped the issue.
There are 11 different initiatives under this project. What was your criteria, or what was the criteria for choosing?
So the criteria was reach. We didn't want art that regular people would get, which is why we have circus performers and Black cowboy groups, but also that it would give them valuable information that would lead to them voting.
The initiatives are spread across 15 different states, including Georgia.
Hey, you, Georgia. Yeah, you. You gotta make a plan to vote.
A state historically known for understaffed polling places and voter purges. In North Carolina, there is a gerrymandering class that allows participants to create mock congressional district maps, educating folks on how the tactics can affect their representation.
There seems to be a strategy in methodology.
So a key part of these projects is they don't talk about the problem. They tell you how to solve it, and they address the problem. They change the problem in real life.
Maya Penn, the co-director of Serve to Vote, used the same method when she led a parade to the polls in North Philadelphia last weekend.
I looked at the list of early voting sites, and I picked the Leopold Center. The neighborhood that we paraded through had a history of slower voter turnout, once again, due to circumstances that are so often beyond the voter's control.
Penn believes bringing joy to the polls will change the narrative of voting, celebrating the act of voting as opposed to chastising those who have yet to decide.
So you're saying vote shaming does no one any good?
I don't feel that it works at this moment in time. There's a lot of outrage on the street, but it's so impactful. It's so impactful to have someone come to your neighborhood with a big brass band and with signs to say, "We're throwing you a party. Thank you so much for sticking through this time. Thank you for your resilience. Let's go vote together. We see you. Here's the information. I'm here for you."
That was Michelle Miller reporting. CBS Overnight News will be right back.
We're so embarrassed we overpaid for this used car. We don't even want to show our faces around here.
Yep. Come to the wrong used car site. Remember, if you don't see me, you're not seeing the most accurate price. Shopping car back. You won't have to overpay on the used car again.
Oh my God. Please.
Shop millions of great deals, all with free Carfax report. Only at the all-new Carfax.com.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash payment. Call Coventry Direct to learn more.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
Our friends sold their policy to help pay their medical bills. That got me thinking. Maybe selling our policy could help with our retirement.
I'm skeptical. So I did some research and called Coventry Direct. They explain life insurance is a valuable asset that can be sold.
We learned we could sell all of our policy or keep part of it with no future payments. Who knew? We sold our policy. Now we can relax and enjoy our retirement as we had planned.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies. Or call 1-800-732-2500. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
Attention oxygen therapy users. An Engine One portable oxygen concentrator may be covered by Medicare or other insurance at little or no cost to you. Only 3.3 to order yours today. Engine oxygen concentrators are affordable to make oxygen from the air around you. They're light, quiet, and battery operated to go everywhere you go. And we have a full line of portable oxygen units to fit a wide range of budgets. You're on Medicare. May even qualify to get your energy unit at little or no cost to you. Go back to joining friends for the breakfast special, spending time with your grandkids easier, or start attending your religious services unit. All
Call Agent now for a free information kit and a free no obligation consultation on our complete line of affordable portable oxygen products. Anyone on Medicare or with eligible insurance plans will qualify to get an Antigen 1 at little or no cost. Call 800-430-7757. That's 800-430-7757. CBS News with Nora O'Donnell. Weeknights on CBS.
The coronavirus pandemic cast a long and deadly shadow over the campaign this election season. Basic measures like social distancing and the wearing of masks became political footballs, pitting Americans against one another. This isn't the first mask battle the nation has faced. 100 years ago, there was a similar fight during the devastating Spanish flu pandemic. Anthony Mason has this overnight news history.
In the fall of 1918, as Americans across the country were celebrating victory in World War I, the masks on returning troops showed we were losing another war against the so-called Spanish flu.
Even a century ago, masks were controversial.
Yes, and for many of the same reasons they are today.
Nancy Toms is a history professor at the State University of New York at Stony Brook.
At its worst in 1980, how bad did the pandemic get?
Really, really bad. It's referred to as the big one among historians of medicine.
675,000 Americans would die, nearly a third of them in a single month. The Red Cross spread the slogan, "Wear a mask, save your life," and nurses began to make them for the public.
We're looking at two masks, gauze masks that were used in the 1918 pandemic here in California.
They're in the collection of the Oakland Museum, and Andina Delgadillo is associate curator.
That's pretty transparent, right? It wasn't an ideal material, but it was definitely better than not wearing anything.
Back in 1918, this was one of the centers of the fight against the pandemic.
Yes, indeed. This is it. And it's been Elvis as the founder, really involved, played a critical role in organizing the pandemic response in New York City.
Masks were never officially mandated on the East Coast, Nancy Toms says, but other health rules were often aggressively enforced.
There were spinning raids being held, but
oh yes, there was a definite effort to up the ante in prosecuting the public sanitary precautions.
The U.S. outbreak had started on a Kansas Army base, and the campaign to stop it was tied to the war effort.
So wearing a mask became a patriotic gesture.
Yes. If you refused to wear a mask, you could be called a slacker.
What does that mean?
A slacker was not quite like a traitor, but it was someone who was driving a patriotic suit.
San Francisco was the first city to actually mandate that.
Yes. 10% of the population was infected between 1918 and 1919.
In just a day, the San Francisco Chronicle reported 100 people were charged with disturbing the peace for failing to wear masks. Their sentence, 10 days in prison or a $5 fine, about $80 today.
And then here in San Francisco, there was an anti-mask league that formed in early January. So the chairman was this woman named Miss E.C. Harrington. She was a suffragist. She was a lawyer. She put out a call in the San Francisco Chronicle asking for fellow citizens who objected to this mask mandate and really similar to the arguments now, actually.
They argued the ordinance was unconstitutional and that masks had not been proven effective. Some 2,000 people turned out for a rally at the Dreamland skate rink. Other cities would mandate masks, including Denver, Seattle, Oakland, Sacramento, and Phoenix. They were met with resistance, too.
One major difference, it wasn't political then.
There was disagreement between the various politicians about which differences should get closed down, but the decision to mask or not to mask never became identified with a specific political party.
Anthony Mason reporting, watching the CBS Overnight News.
Oh my gosh, wow. Who am I? Under eye bags and wrinkles are so frustrating. I came across a bunch of them and I
so excited. We have a bottle. All he's doing is taking a small amount, so powerful, that's all it takes. Tighten the skin and smooth it out, gently rub it underneath your eyes, on your fine lines and wrinkles, and it visibly disappears in as little as 10 minutes. You know, I felt something happening, but I had no idea. Like, I have so many dark circles, I have the puffiness and normal eyes. Like, it's amazing. I love it. Holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It's amazing. It feels good. It feels great. It looks even better. This Thanksgiving is the best time to get Flexner for only $14.95 and see it work for yourself after your first application. Your solution is at flexnertrial.com or call the number on your screen.
I'll never forget the time I met Dr. Stan. I told him my idea to plant a church for broken and hurting people, but that I was afraid. He said, Brian, don't you know God will take responsibility for all of the consequences of a heart fully devoted to Him?
Hi, I'm David Boreanaz. Personal message. For any returning vets that may be struggling to cope, there's help in this phone call. The Veterans Crisis Line is staffed with experienced professionals who know you're strong. All of us know there's no greater sacrifice than service to our country. Your service is important. Your life is important. Vets and their families. The Veterans Crisis Line is here to help 24 hours a day. Please call them.
Finally, this half hour, Steve Hartman caught up with a line of voters making an election day trip to the cemetery, paying respects to an American hero, Susan B. Anthony.
How grateful they must be, the people, women mostly, who flock here to Mount Hope Cemetery in Rochester, New York, just to stand in her presence.
It was really amazing. Like, I wasn't just reading from a textbook anymore. I was with her.
Emma Miniga came to the grave of Susan B. Anthony for what has become a Rochester tradition, showing the suffragists in a very tangible way that her work was not in vain. After Anthony died in 1906, her grave went mostly unnoticed until 4 years ago, when about 10,000 people showed up to put their I voted stickers on her headstone, a gesture that came with unintended consequences.
Unfortunately, the gummy residue of all that affection was damaging the marble. So this year, they covered her headstone with a plexiglass sleeve, allowing for layers of tributes for generations to come.
She worked so hard her whole life.
Sarah Campagna brought her daughter, Clara.
She died not even knowing if it would happen. We're not going to have children that will take those next steps for us if we don't educate them now.
Karen Moretti says we also need to educate a lot of adults, like her.
Yes, I haven't always been so passionate.
It's almost like we took it for granted.
Were you in our car on the way coming here? Because I said to her, I can't believe I was so clueless for many parts of my life, and now I am so passionate.
During our day at the gravesite,
Thank you, Susan.
we saw that passion take many forms, from downright jubilation to overwhelming emotion. The only constant was the way people put on their stickers, all of them with such tenderness, as if rubbing liniment into the injustice. And it was healing, which is why I believe voting should always be a two-step process. First a ballot, and then a nod to all those who made this sacred right possible. Steve Hartman, on the road, in Rochester, New York.
Susan B. Anthony often told her followers failure is impossible, and she was right. That's the overnight news for this Wednesday. Our coverage of the election continues on CBS This Morning and throughout the day. Reporting from Washington, I'm Jim Reed.
CBS News, original reporting.
It is Wednesday,
November 4th, 2020, the day after election. Welcome to a very special edition of CBS this morning. I'm Gail Kent and Anthony Mason is coming to Hobo. As some of you may know, I've been here the whole night. We're in the same mode covering the presidential election. We still got a long way to go before we have a winner. So we got up here officially at 3 times.
And then I did 3 a.m. to 4:30, and then we did a little cat nap in the room next to yours.
No, I slept on the couch in the maker.
I think we'll call it morning. What's that Gil Scott Heron song? Call it morning? I think I'll call it morning.
There is so much to discuss right now, so here is where things stand. Joe Biden leads President Trump in electoral votes 224 to 213. However, there are multiple battleground states that against people, including Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North Carolina.
Both candidates spoke overnight. First, Joe Biden addressed supporters at a drive-in gathering in Wilmington, Delaware. He called for patience.
We feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work and talent votes is finished. And it ain't over until every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted.
Then shortly after 2 a.m., we heard this from President Trump at the White House, a series of basic claims about the election, including a false declaration of victory.
This is a fraud in the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we think we this election. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all witnesses.
In a statement, Joe Biden's campaign manager called the president's comments outrageous, unprecedented, and incorrect.
To get more on the state of the race, we're joined now by CBS News Elections and Surveys Director Anthony Belmonto, and we're at the big board. I see 5 states there in the east, and we also are talking about Nevada and Arizona, which could decide this thing. Walk us through where we are this morning.
The story here is telling 5 states that we still consider pure toss-ups to go either way, and in each of them, uncounted ballots that have been cast, but not yet counted by election officials. To give you an idea of that, zoom in on Wisconsin. I'm going to show you that 89% of what we expect to be the total amount of ballots have been counted, but 400,000 still yet to be counted. Then the same thing with Michigan, okay? Number 80%, 1.1 million still to be counted. I'll give you one more good measure. Pennsylvania, show that, 75% counted. Some of that. That's the story. We've been waiting for election officials to tally up everything.
Before we go back to the desk there, I want to go to the big map and show people how close the race really is in these different states, and also highlight something that may not be clear. Here in Nebraska, it looks like it's all red. However, there is one Joe Biden electoral vote coming out of that state. It is an unusual state that actually splits its electoral vote. That could be decisive here if things fall this way, am I right?
Yeah, no, it's just vote anything. So yeah, we still tallying votes. Also, Arizona and Nevada are leaning towards Joe Biden, not yet projected. And I should add for good measure, Georgia and North Carolina also.
So although Donald Trump appears to be leading in Georgia and North Carolina, we have not made a projection because we still see a potential path for Joe Biden.
Oh yeah. See, here again, same story. There's a lot of votes yet to be counted. Okay, 410,000 statewide in our estimate. A lot of them are actually from Democratic leading counties, but there will be both Republican and Democratic votes here. So we'll see what they say.
And we should underscore, given the president's comment overnight, that what we are witnessing is part of a normal and legal process on the ballot after they've been voted.
I can tell you from many years of sitting in a position that there are many evenings into next day it's great to hear from election officials calling out their counts.
Although this time it may not be the next day like the day after. We'll be here. All right, Anthony Belmonto, thank you very much. Sending it back to you guys at the desk, Gail and Anthony.
All right, for more on the president's response, let's go to Ben Tracy at the White House. Then shortly after 2 a.m., the president falsely claimed he won. What else is the president saying?
Well, good morning. Yeah, the president did try to declare victory and said that all voting should stop. But let's be clear about this. Voting has stopped, but what states are doing are counting those votes and mail-in ballots that were submitted legally and on time. And as you said, there is nothing unusual about this. President Trump is calling this fraud, he's calling this embarrassment, and claiming that his voters have been harmed.
Millions and millions of people voted for us today. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people.
And what the president is saying here is simply not true. It's been widely known that it could take days or even weeks to get final results in crucial states such as Pennsylvania because of record numbers of mail-in ballots due to the pandemic. Now, some Pennsylvania counties are not even said to begin counting mail-in ballots until later this morning. Just 24 hours ago, the president said he would not prematurely declare victory, saying there's no reason to play games. But that's exactly what he's now doing. Some Republicans, including former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, are pushing back, saying the president's claim of fraud has no basis, and that declaring victory was a bad political and strategic decision. Now, the president's remarks here at the White House caught even one of his own campaign advisors by surprise, not understanding what the president meant by saying he was going to take this to the Supreme Court, because any legal challenges would first start at state courts, and the Trump campaign does intend to continue fighting these battles.
All right, Ben, it's so complicated. More to come on that for sure. Nicole Gillian is in Wilmington, Delaware. That's where former Vice President Biden is. Just after midnight, Joe Biden took supporters at Associated Drive-in event. So, good morning, Nicole Gillian. What's the mood there this morning? Good to see you.
Well, good to see you as well, Gail. And the mood right now is cautious optimism, as many of the supporters who were here overnight are hopeful about the former vice president's chances as the ballots continue to be counted, and they are taking cues from the campaign and the candidate himself. In his early morning remarks to supporters, Biden stressed that the race isn't over until every ballot is counted. He urged patience, but also said he feels good about where he is. He cited gains in Arizona and expressed confidence about Wisconsin and Michigan. Last night, in response to President Trump's remarks, Biden campaign manager Jen O'Malley Dillon said in a statement that the Democratic process must and will continue until its conclusion. She said if the president makes good on his threat to go to court to prevent the tabulation of ballots, the campaign has legal teams on standby to resist that effort. Now, this morning, the campaign intends to days and this backdrop set up, but it's unclear when the former vice president and his running mate, Senator Kamala Harris, will address supporters again. Anthony?
Oh, thank you. Georgia, with its 16 electoral votes, is another crucial state in this election. But right now, it is a toss-up. 92% of the expected votes in, President Trump is ahead by just 2.2 percentage points. Mark Strassman is in Atlanta. Mark, good morning.
Morning, Anthony. It's been a wild 11 hours since the polls closed here. A state that has voted Republican since 1996, but not this year, not so far at least. It's still too close to call. Tens of thousands of ballots are still having to be counted. Likely contributed to the delay here of more than 550% increase in absentee on mail ballots ahead of Election Day, compared to 4 years ago when President Trump won this state by 5 percentage points. The president is currently winning a majority of white voters and male voters in Georgia, while Mr. Biden is leading among women 54% of their votes. Mr. Biden is also overwhelmingly leading President Trump with black voters in the state. Here in Fulton County, the most populated county and home to much of Atlanta, more than 90% of the vote is in, and 72% of it is going to Biden. Results in Fulton County were delayed after a water pipe burst in State Farm Arena, one of the largest ballot processing centers in the county, with no damage to the absentee ballots, just a delay. But at least 7 Georgia counties, hours in the polls had to be extended because of technical issues, even though President Trump has prematurely claimed victory in Georgia. Voting, the counting of the votes, will go on this morning. It says a lot that Georgia is still in play. Mark, thank you very much. We also want to get a check on Pennsylvania, where we are unable to project a winner as we anticipated. The president is leading there. However, the governor says there are still more than 1 million mail-in ballots left to count, and those are tending toward Joe Biden. Our national correspondent, Lisa Duncan, is in Philadelphia, where Joe Biden is hoping for a lot of mail-in votes today, sometime soon. Ricky, good morning to you.
Good morning, taking their time, making sure they're getting it done. But I want to take to the side, this is to see what that looks like. We were told over 150 election workers, city workers on special assignment up for the job. They said they'll be doing this 24/7. They continue counting those mail-in ballots. Now, the city official came out at about 1 o'clock this morning and said that officials are planning to give us further updates later this morning. At that time, they said that the reporting system won't let them add any more mail-in ballot results until all the in-person ballots have been processed. Again, the Pennsylvania Secretary of State telling me that there were more than 2.5 million mail-in ballots, 65% of those, an estimate of about 25% of those coming from Democrats. So it really comes down to what the turnout was like on the ground for those who are supporting President Trump. Allegheny County is another place to watch. That is an area where we were told that the city of Pittsburgh, they suspended the mail-in ballot counting at around 10 o'clock, or last night rather, said that they would pick it back up at 10 o'clock, for assuming this is the number of people that they had at the time to be able to count those mail-in ballots as well. The governor acknowledging that this is the first time that Pennsylvania has dealt with that many mail-in ballots in such a law that was passed last year. So again, the governor asking for people to remain patient and take a deep breath as they continue to count ballots here in an area that could, without a doubt, is playing a very crucial role in the presidential election.
Yeah, a lot of work to be done there still, Rika. Thank you. And we'll look at the key races for the U.S. Senate when we're learning about which party could be in control. But first, it's time to check the local news.
If you're at home thinking about your financial plan, so are we. Prudential helps 1 in 7 Americans with their financial needs. That's over 25 million people. With over 90 years of investment experience, our thousands of financial professionals can help with secure video chat or on the phone. We make it easy for you with online tools, e-signatures, and no medical exam life insurance. Plan for better days. Go to Prudential.com or talk to an advisor.
Chefaya helps adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis uncover clear skin that can last. In fact, Chefaya was proven superior to Humira, providing significantly clearer skin.
Serious allergic reactions may occur. Chefaya may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, or if you had a vaccine or plan to.
Chefaya, uncover clear skin that can last. Janssen can help you with cost support options.
As Biden signals, we might hear from him again today.
All right, Kristen, thank you. Now, to the vote count in Pennsylvania, a lot of folks are talking about that. We may not get numbers for days, but that state could lead to victory for either candidate. NBC's Stephanie Goss is right there in Philly. Hey, Steph, morning.
Hey, good morning, honey. You know, if I'm repeating a word that you are probably going to hear quite a bit over the next few days, patience. They're not talking about hundreds of thousands of votes that still need to be counted in this state, but millions. And that includes some of the states who are just counting, including here in Philadelphia, where they've been counting overnight in the convention center. They're calling it a counting factory, 10 to 12,000 votes an hour. But in Allegheny County, home to Pittsburgh, they went home, and they're not coming back until 10 o'clock. Now, you heard Chuck talking about it earlier. It's going to come down to these mail-in ballots. The state has received 2.5 million mail-in ballots. They've only counted up until this point 1.1 million. That is less than half. Now, overnight you had Governor Tom Wolf responding to the president who called for this counting to stop. He said that was an attack on this state, a partisan attack on this state's election. So to give you an idea of just how far they have to go, at 1 o'clock this morning, the election commissioner here and said they were still counting The machine counts. They had not even gotten to the mail-in ballot yet. Hoda?
All right, Stephanie Goff, thank you. Let's move now to Wisconsin, a tight race there, too. We have...
Yeah, the plot has really changed in Wisconsin, but the margin has narrowed considerably. I think it gave you cheers if we're watching the votes come in. We were waiting. We went to bed not knowing what was happening in Milwaukee County. Now we've got the results. It says 85% of results in Milwaukee County. Where are you still expecting to see more votes?
Hi there, Savannah. Well, what we're expecting to see right now is the absentee count in Green Bay. That could be pivotal to the state. Now, Savannah, it has been a very long night here in Wisconsin. As you mentioned, in Milwaukee, we were waiting for that absentee count pretty much for the entire night. They had to count thousands of absentee ballots. Hundreds of election workers were scrambling to do so. And it proved favorable to Joe Biden here in Milwaukee and those surrounding suburbs. Savannah, this has been a state that was not supposed to be this close. President Trump trailed in the polling here for the last several weeks, and several issues looming large in the campaign. Chief among them, the coronavirus. Standing in front of a drive-thru testing site here in Milwaukee. Many voters we spoke with over the last several days said that was the main issue that they were concerned about. Of course, Wisconsin, due to dramatic surge in COVID cases, 85% of the COVID hospital beds in the state are full. And yet still, President Trump, a very strong showing here, that maybe perhaps is due to the fact that over the last several days, he made a major push here in Wisconsin. He went to a place like Kenosha, Wisconsin, with his feet on the rest over the last 2 months following the police shooting of Jacob Blake. He pushed a campaign theme here in Wisconsin of law and order. And what we're seeing is he did relatively well in Kenosha, and that may have resonated with some of the voters there. But again, Savannah, we are now waiting to pass the ballots in Green Bay, Wisconsin, after getting just in the last hour or two the results here in Milwaukee. A very tight race here in Wisconsin. We're waiting to see the final results.
It was a tight race in 2016, might be a tighter race in 2020. Gabe, thank you very much. And look who's been up all night. It's looking. Casey, we've all been up all night. I was going to say, I haven't lost your voice because we need you, Casey. Let's talk about Congress, because when we started, about 12 hours ago, there was a thought that perhaps Democrats could regain control of the Senate. Those hopes have dimmed considerably. Bring us up to date. Yeah, those hopes are all but gone, I would say, Savannah. And Democrats went into last night just so optimistic. Frankly, Nancy Pelosi was talking about working with the Democratic Senate as soon as Joe Biden took back the White House. And now there are so many questions here. And you can really see, especially in the House numbers, just how difficult the night was for Democrats. We were also expecting, when you and I last spoke, that Democrats might gain as many as 5 to 7 or even more seats in the House of Representatives. Now it's looking like Republicans are going to gain there. And the races that we've talked about, North Carolina, likely to go for Trump. We're still watching Michigan, possibly a Republican in there. So the upshot is that even if Joe Biden does win the presidency, it's likely he's going to be dealing with a divided government. It's going to make it really hard to actually execute any of his priorities. And look, over the next few days, weeks, months, and years, there'll be plenty of scorn for the polls. But it should be said that Republicans that you were talking to also expected a bloodbath last night. They too have found themselves surprised. Their internal polls weren't telling them this story either, right? I mean, we obviously look at the data that becomes public, but especially today, there are so many outside groups. Every single campaign is out there collecting this data, and they make decisions about how to spend money, where to send their candidates, based on what they know. And everything that we were hearing from all of these groups, all of these campaigns, people basically all the same. Republicans thought it was going to be a really tough night. Democrats were really excited, and felt like they were hanging the drapes. And they all, as it turned out, didn't get it quite right. So what was your thought?
That Lindsey Graham race, too, that seemed like that was case in point. I felt like that got so much press coverage, and that seemed like it was Seattle.
Well, you know that Lindsey Graham thought he was losing. Yeah. He would go on the airwaves and say, sending money because the Democratic challenger there was raising money hand over fist. But in the end, he held on, and Chuck, I'll bring you into the conversation. Wasn't even close.
Well, I'm just watching back. I want to say it was Friday's Washington Post paper where the Republican Senate committee had basically went public and blistered the president. He essentially laid the entire, there were a lot of angry Senate Republican strategists going, look at this map, at the time before the election, like, we're going to defend Kansas? You're making us defend Kansas? And they were all about the president. Now, what did it turn out? The president is the one that dragged the Senate candidates across the finish line. It wasn't the Senate candidates dragging the president. I want to say Texas might be one of the few places, and I think Maine will be as well, where the Senate candidates ran ahead of.
I think it's possible at the end of the day we may see David Perdue in Georgia run a little bit ahead of the president. We're still whether it's a higher level here. That is the Republican incumbent, yes, and that's the race that we've been watching running against John Ossoff. It's not that jungle primary, but for the most part, Chuck is correct. I mean, there's a lesson that Republicans are going to learn from what happened last night is that embracing President Trump wholeheartedly is the right thing to do for their own political survival. They were starting to believe that the opposite was true. And, I think you're going to see that dynamic really be very important as we start to grapple with what the president said overnight, where he said, I'm going to take this to the court, I'm going to take this to the Supreme Court. There are going to be a lot of questions for Republican lawmakers. What are you going to do? What are you going to say if, in fact, President mounts these challenges, it looks like he's going to lose, and he's refusing to accept that? It's going to be a lot of pressure on them. And the political lesson that they learned last night was don't cross President Trump. We're about to go to Arizona, but what about Martha McSally? She's one who embraced the president, and so far it doesn't look like she's doing that well. It doesn't, and as Chuck has been breaking down all through the night, Arizona really looks like a place where we see the suburbs really shift away from President Trump. And Mark Kelly, who is, of course, the husband of Gabby Gifford, an astronaut, has been running a campaign really more as an independent. Martha McSally has embraced the president, and it seems as though Arizona and the suburbs are going to more firmly reject President Trump than any of the other areas really that we talked about, and that's really affecting them.
Now, by the way, we're going through a massive political realignment. I mean, the thing is that the suburban shift was true, but there's the rural shift is still happening too. And I think that this is going to get to the governance of that because the two parties are going to continue to drift, and we know that there is a chunk of the Republican Party uncomfortable. I think those folks are going to, we saw them shift away. Those folks are just going to become Democrats. And then we know there's a lot of union sort of blue-collar Democrats. And we're seeing them in Ohio and in Iowa. We saw them move, a lot of them moved at 16. It looks like the rest of them are moving now. So we are in this realignment, and I think some of us thought, well, Trump goes and some sort of, there's margin. Then the Chamber of Commerce went to the Republican Party to take it back over. Not now. The Republican Party is Trump's party, even if he loses this presidential, and that is a major development, regardless of what happens.
We're seeing really a sharpening divide between these two countries and the possible sentiment of kind of working class. We've seen it even in some of the numbers President Trump is getting with Latinos and black voters. I think that's really something.
It's working class across the board.
I was delving into that a little more as we go forward this morning. But let's check in and see if Cindy Gotti Schwartz is there. Gotti, we have not called Arizona for Joe Biden. I believe we say that it is leaning Joe Biden at this hour. What's the latest on when they're going to start counting votes again there?
We're hoping that very soon here they're going to be counting votes throughout the day. But it was fascinating to hear the conversation you guys were just having about the working class across racial lines, and that really is what a lot of what we talk here in Arizona, in particular with the Latino vote. It's not just the Latino vote as this big monolith. It is really the organization of working class progressive Latinos down here on the ground in Arizona that they say made all the difference in this race. We're talking about different unions. We're talking about different organizations that have been organizing since the days of Ohio. We're talking 10, 14 years since the days of SB 270. And one of the things that we saw in the exit polling that we did, and then one of the things that we've been hearing from the ground is a lot of the young Latinos in particular were out, and they came out in force. They say that they registered, all of those groups registered about 100,000 Latinos
for the first time. And so they are saying that that made a big impact in this race, a very different scene and a very different play out than we saw across the country with Latinos in Florida, with Latinos in Texas, with Latinos in California. So all those Latino groups are very, very different. Back to you guys.
No question about it. And we saw that play out early in Florida and Miami-Dade. The Latino population there, Venezuelan Americans, Cuban Americans went with Trump. Other places in Texas, I did the Latino vote to disappoint Biden.
Well, disappointed. Well, look, and this is a separate conversation about Texas, the border counties. Those Latino voters just are not showing up to the polls. And I talked to one Democrat who says this is a decade-long fight.
All right, we'll continue with this conversation much more ahead, including Pete Williams on potential legal challenges. Yep, they're sending in the lawyers from both sides. We'll check in with that. But first, this is today on NBC.
Good morning. It's 3:26 in the morning. We're cutting in to bring you some of our local election results ahead of today in LA at 4 a.m.
One of the most contested races here in Southern California is for LA County District Attorney.
The battle incumbent Jackie Lacey has now fallen to challenger George Gascon. Gascon winning with 54% of the vote. Lacey's 46% of all precincts now reported.
The California's 48th congressional district in coastal Orange County. It's a very tight race between Democratic incumbent Harley Wuda and Republican challenger Michelle Steele. Right now, Steele is leading 5 percentage points, just over 1,900 votes. 93% of the precincts are reporting.
In the California's 25th congressional district, parts of Santa Clarita and the Antelope Valley, Kristen Smith is could be poised to reclaim that seat for Democrats. Right now, she's leading incumbent Republican Mike Garcia, slight 51%. To 49% for Garcia, 74% of precincts reporting. We're also keeping an eye on the propositions this morning. I'm Ricardo Medina in the studio with us to look at some of the hot buttons crossed on the ballot, including rent control and rideshare. Matt, hey, good morning, guys. Good morning, everybody. A lot of money poured into these issues, and it seems to pay off for some big-time rideshare companies like Uber and Russell Stock versus Prop 22 here. NBC News is projected yes to win here. It classifies app-based drivers as independent contractors instead of employees, and you can see from the numbers here that with about 71% reporting, we're seeing 58% yes. A whopping $200 million was spent on this profit. Yes, when exempt companies like Uber, Lyft, and DoorDash from providing employee benefits that recent state law demanded of those companies. All right, let's pop down Proposition 21. This is the rent control measure. It appears to be going down to defeat. Once again, it continues latest numbers with 71% of precincts reporting, 60% saying no. It would have allowed local government to establish rent control on properties over 15 years old. Landlord groups led the charge against this one again. They won a similar prop back in 2018, and we're told they spent about $100 million on this race alone. A lot of money spent, and it seems to pay off for those folks who dished out the big bucks. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much for calling. We do want to get a check of your weather on this morning, post-election day here at Meteorologist Belinda Leon. Hey guys, just quickly, fog is going to be an issue again, especially around the basin and along the coast where visibility is going down, but visibility is doing A-OK in the San Fernando Valley and also in the Inland Empire. Temperatures this morning, no surprise there. We got 50s on the map, but be warned, this afternoon it is going to be hotter. Our temperatures are going to be rising into the 90s in a few of these locations that are inland. So please be safe, stay hydrated. We'll have mostly sunny conditions and high fire danger. We'll have more throughout the morning right here on NBC. And we'll bring you updates all day on our website, on the NBC LA app as well. Stay with us. Our Decision 2020 coverage continues in just 1 minute.
Need a furniture update but think you can't afford it? At your own. You can get the furniture or mattress you want today to pay no money down, 5 years special finance. Get Jerry's price, guaranteed lowest price every day. And Jerome, no money down, 5 years special financing. Plus, get Jerome's fast and free drop-off delivery. That's Jerry's price or no money down, no minimum purchase, 5 years special financing, and Jerome's fast and free drop-off delivery. Apply now at Jerome, so it's Jerome.com.
I love Cheetos Taco. You love Cheetos too. I love Cheetos Taco. What else can you do? If you don't try, it's a tomato chip. The only thing better than a Cheetos Taco is you. The only thing better than a Cheetos Taco is
Good morning. You just waking up or just going to sleep? 6:30 a.m. Eastern, 3:30 Pacific. This is the morning after the election. I think it's a good time to reset in case you missed some stuff at the bottom of the hour. We have a lot more.
Yeah, we're still counting votes across the country. The biggest headline is a still undecided race, and it's anyone's race at this hour. Taking a look at where the electoral votes stack up. NBC News has Joe Biden with 224, 213 for President Trump. As you know, 270 are needed to win the presidency.
Of course, both candidates both have a path to victory, but that, of course, will depend on what happens with the millions of votes in key battlegrounds. Those are still being counted this morning.
Let's go to Tennessee's count fatalities. We keep a close eye on that. We talked a lot in these preceding weeks about voting irregularities, the postal service, and claims that there could be anything going wrong with the election. But it seems to have gone very smoothly, Tom, and now it's kind of all over with the counting, and that's going to take some time.
I'll just tell you that people within the government we talk to in various intelligence and security positions are really surprised at how smoothly the vote went yesterday, with really minimal levels of disruptions and no sign of hacking or foreign interference. But it's important to note now, as we are in this vote tabulation period, that every state has its own rules about which votes can be counted after the election. Is there a deadline? What is the deadline? What is certified? All of that goes state by state. And listen, the bottom line here is that this process is known to drag out for days. In fact, back in 2012, it took 4 days to call up for Obama. In 2016, Michigan was called for President Trump after 2 weeks of counting. So this is a process that does take time. Let's just go through what we know about the individual states that are counting right now. We'll start with Pennsylvania. They paused voting in key counties, as you know, overnight. They started to process absentee ballots on election day. Absentee ballots postmarked by election day can arrive by Friday, and be counted. Pennsylvania will then count all of them. They have insisted to us over and over again, despite the rhetoric from the president, they will count every vote. And right now, as you know, there are about 2.5 million votes in total on the mail-in absentee votes in Pennsylvania, and about half still need to be counted. We should also now move on to the next state, Georgia. Some key counties paused their tabulations overnight, absentee and mail-in ballots especially. The rules do allow for pre-processing ballots there before election day, but the delays were building throughout the day. Major delays in Atlanta blamed on voting tabulation software and also a burst water pipe in the State Farm Arena where voting workers are working to count the vote. So that delayed things. There are 50,000 votes at least just right there. In Arizona, mail-in ballots are allowed to be counted ahead of election day. Voters have 5 days to correct signatures on ballots, so that all ballots will be counted by November 10th. Another date here, November 10th. The counting can go on and will not be finalized until then. North Carolina, we should make the point, ballots postmarked before election day can be counted in North Carolina, and in Nevada, quickly, I just wanted to tell you that they can be postmarked by election day, and they can also be counted. So this is a process that does drag on for days or weeks. Every state does it differently, and the bottom line is it doesn't matter until you actually are going to the Congress in January and asking Congress to certify your electoral votes. Right back to you.
All right, Tom, this is that time in the year that we all get familiar with election law, whether we like it or not. It's a razor-thin race. It could be decided by the Supreme Court. The president has already raised the spectrum.
Yeah, at like 2:20 in the morning, he did talk about the election being stolen and it being taken to the Supreme Court. Now, I'm the person who's not a lawyer. You are, and I think Pete knows a lot about law. But what does he mean by taking this to the Supreme Court, Pete?
Well, it's already there. There's already one case there. In fact, there are 3 lawsuits already filed in Pennsylvania, all of them having to do with mail ballots, all filed by Republicans. 2 are new, challenging the way that election officials in Montgomery County, which is the state's 3rd largest county, began examining mail ballots before the official pre-canvass began 24 hours ago.
Now he actually gave voters whose envelopes had an obvious problem a chance to come in and fix it, and the Republicans say they shouldn't have done that. Another challenge is the state's decision to let voters cast a provisional ballot. If their mail-in ballot was invalid, the Republicans say state law doesn't provide that. But the lawsuit that's still pending in the Supreme Court is over the decision by the state Supreme Court, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, to extend the mail ballot deadline by 3 days to Friday. Now, there are other lawsuits elsewhere in Nevada. The Republicans are challenging the way the state uses automation. See if the signatures on the mail ballots match what's on file. The lawsuit says that task has to be performed by people and not machines. So if the vote margins are razor thin in these states, we can expect the legal teams to fight this out ballot by ballot virtually, with lawyers for the candidate who's behind trying to get as many votes thrown out as possible from the leader. And if there is a Bush v. Gore type case, this time in the Supreme Court, this is what the big issue will be. In the states where the election rules were changed, are those changes improper unless the changes were ordered by the state legislature, not by election officials or the courts? It does seem that at least 3, possibly 4 members of the Supreme Court have said that is how it should work. We have yet to hear from Justice Amy Coney Barrett on that question.
It's complicated, Steve, because only, I think you said earlier, 16 states have that law, so it's a kind of a question mark in those other states, and the court may have to come in and resolve it.
Well, it's a constitutional question, because the Constitution says that legislatures choose how states choose their electors. So does that mean that only legislatures can change the rules, or does it mean something else? And the Supreme Court has never really ruled on that issue.
Well, we have a 6th grade conservative majority now with some originalists on there, so we'll see what happens if it comes to that. We want to focus in on Nevada. MSNBC political analyst John Ralston, editor of the Nevada Independent, and Nevada guru, joins us now. Now, John, we saw you a little earlier this evening, and the Clark County, Las Vegas vote had just come in, and it was looking good for Joe Biden. Chuck took 45 minutes of a nap, and when he came to, Nevada was a great deal closer. You have crunched the numbers. We revere you, John. What do you think is going on in Nevada right now?
No pressure, right, Savannah? Nothing at all.
I wish I could have taken a nap. God, Chuck Todd, he is an old man. Listen, it is difficult to tell exactly what is going to happen from here. Let me tell you what we know. Joe Biden has about a 7,500 vote lead now in Nevada. After those first Clark County numbers came in, a whole bunch of rural numbers came in, and then today's vote in Clark County came in where the Republicans did pretty well. The problem that Donald Trump has going forward from here, though, is that there are tens of thousands of ballots left. There may be more than 100,000 ballots. I'm going to find out more tomorrow, today, whatever the day is. And those are mail ballots. And the Democrats in Clark County have performed better than the Republicans by a 2-1 margin. So it's highly unlikely.
Okay, Clark County, Las Vegas mail ballots? Is that what you're saying?
That's the right question. Most of them are Clark County, Las Vegas mail ballots. There may be as many as 70,000. Even the Secretary of State's office just a little while ago wasn't quite sure. There are some mail ballots left in Washoe County, which is Chuck knows is the Flint County in Nevada, and that Trump really badly needed to do well in, but Biden was ahead there earlier and probably is going to keep that lead. And there may be a few mail ballots left in rural Nevada, but there are not enough folks out there in rural counties to save them if those Clark County ballots follow the same pattern, which I believe they probably will. And I've also heard, by the way, that some Trump officials essentially concede that, and that they knew the game they played here and elsewhere is that they wanted to declare victory tonight, be ahead tonight, because they know that those mail ballots are going to hurt them, which is why they went to court. And then Pete Williams mentioned one of the lawsuits 3 different times in the last week to try to block the counting of those mail ballots, and they failed all 3 times.
Hey, John, one of the things that we keep talking about here when we watch, I mean,
I saw Donald Trump overnights quite a bit in Las Vegas, but even this most recent swing out west, he overnighted, did something at the hotel, and then went back to campaign in Arizona. Did he have a good enough Nevada campaign, and had he had a better one, you think he might have been able to shock you a little bit?
Well, listen, I'm not shocked, but I am pretty surprised that it's as close as it is, considering that the Democrats had banked so many votes. Now, Chuck, you know that it was a different kind of election in Nevada. They changed the law in a special session. The Democrats controlled all the levers of power in Carson City here, and they mandated the mail election, which is what upset all these Republicans. But considering all of that, they did a pretty good job of voter contact, getting volunteers out there better than they have in the past. But you know this stuff, very tough state for a Republican to win statewide, because the Democratic machine is so powerful in getting a registration lead and then turning out those votes.
All right, John, I got to cut it there. We're getting into Meet the Press territory here. This is the Today Show.
He's about to do hashtag We Matter.
I know. Just tell me real quick, John. I thought I read a wire that said Nevada officials decided not to count any more votes until Thursday morning, which is tomorrow. Is that right?
That's not quite right, although I painfully read the date November 5th, just as you did. They're going to spend all day tomorrow counting. They don't plan to post any results, though, until November 5th. And so after I take a Chuck Todd like nap, I'm going to call them and hector them that they should post numbers.
Well, when will we get your back, John? They're going to count today, but maybe not release until Thursday.
We were really nervous. They weren't even going to count today.
I know. Christy, how much news Ralston really has in Nevada. Thank you very much. We are joined now by NBC Senior National Correspondent Kate Snow and our NBC political analyst, former Democratic Senator Sarah Castle, Rich Lowry, editor of National Review. Good morning, all. So it seems, Kate, and you have spent a lot of time in this upper Midwest, industrial Midwest, Pennsylvania, Ohio. That's feeling like that's where the story's going to be again. It is feeling where it's going to be, and I have to tell you, I've been in areas like eastern Ohio, where President Trump was strong in 2016, and we were wondering when we were there, will he be strong again? We went to Lordstown, Ohio, which is in Trumbull County, eastern Ohio, near the Pennsylvania border. And the thing that's interesting there, Lordstown, do you remember the story about GM? They closed down the GM Lordstown plant. It was a big story last year, 2019. That plant went away. All those jobs went away. So for voters there, a lot of it was about jobs. And not just the GM plant going away, but new jobs coming in. So Lordstown Motors bought that factory and is now about to produce an electric pickup truck. Doesn't even exist yet. So there's some more jobs, not as many as there once were, but some more. We found this real split. I talked to the mayor. I want to play some sound of the mayor talking about why he was very much for President Trump and felt like a lot of voters there that President Trump had done a lot to bring back more jobs.
And we've had a drain with jobs here for 40 years. And you weren't going to always place in 4 years, but maybe in 8 years we may get a pretty good jump on it.
So the mayor said to me last week and a half ago that he thought that this would be a win. The county would go, Trumbull County would go for President Trump again. Well, last night, 10 points for President Trump, which is a bigger margin than what he had in 2016. So, Chuck has spoken to this, but this idea that some places have become even more Trump country. Well, let's go to Claire McCaskill. Hey, Claire, it's Cody here. What happened? Like, I think a lot of people are waking up this morning and were wondering or expecting to see maybe Biden take Florida. There was talk of Texas. And I think they're waking up this morning wondering, were the polls wrong? Like, what do you think happened? Well, I think a number of things happened. First, our country remains incredibly divided and very polarized. And so I think the Democrats, and I would be in that group, were overconfident that everyone felt the way he did about this president. The polling clearly was off badly. Because not only is this election much closer than anyone predicted, but it also was not a great night for Democrats across the board. We expected big gains in the House. We expected to take the Senate. We did get big gains in the House, and the Senate is still in question, but it's the chances of death. What do you say about that, Claire? Because, I mean, honestly, I think a lot of folks sitting at home saying, hey, all I've been seeing are these polls that show Democrats ahead. It was going to be a big night for Democrats. Frankly, as I was discussing with Casey, Republicans thought that too. So, from the Democrats' perspective, what went wrong? Well, I have to believe this has to do with the American people, a large swath of them, more than I ever realized, except this guy's behavior. They got comfortable with the, I call it the outrage fatigue, him breaking norms, campaigning in the White House, lying a lot, and they looked past all that, and he has convinced them, right or wrong, he convinced them that somehow he's going to be the one that protects their income, the economy, the creation of jobs, and I think that's what won the day yesterday. And his behavior, which we all thought was disqualifying for the president of the greatest country on the earth, but evidently not so much. Now, I still believe he's not going to be president for another 4 years. I still believe that we will win this election, but this is really the wake-up call.
Rich, let me ask you, because you wrote a really interesting article in the National Review, I guess about a week ago, and you said if Trump wins, if he's able to prevail, it will be because Americans have just basically said it was the only way they could rebel against what you call, and you are a conservative writer, this kind of less elite culture, that it would be about the culture above all other issues. Is that how you're seeing it still?
Yeah, I think that has to be a huge element of it. The key theory of Trump and his team was that there's a silent majority out there. Now, it's not a silent majority literally, but it's a silent plurality that might be enough to get him to 270 again. And it's folks that some of them were ducking and covering, they weren't talking to pollsters, and they were deeply uncomfortable with things that were happening in the country all year long. Disorder, cancellation. And they were there again for this president and for the GOP more broadly. There's a Republican surge across the board in the United States of America that was missed by most of the polls, and that was missed by the pundits. And just to think again, we've basically, I don't know whether Trump's going to win, but we've experienced the kind of 2016 once again, which everyone thought would have been impossible. And we even had the equivalent of the Access Hollywood tape, which in 2016 seemed something that Trump couldn't possibly recover from. That the equivalent of that this time was around with him getting COVID, where his polls tanked, Republicans around the country, their numbers tanked. It wasn't just the public polls, the media polls, it was the internal Republican polls showed everyone taking a dive. And amazingly enough, the president recovered, and a big element of it, and I think this is something Democrats have to think about. Joe Biden, I think, was overly passive. And this wouldn't have happened if Trump hadn't been so active, if he hadn't had those big rallies, and if he hadn't especially invested so much in a traditional get-out-the-vote operation. Biden was investing in TV, the Trump team was investing in door-knocking, phone calls, and turning their voters out, and they did it in an extraordinary way.
Well, Rich, I appreciate that you're always a straight shooter. I wonder what you thought of the president's comments last night, because look, as we've been discussing, this is a very lively, still going presidential race. There's no need for anyone to declare victory yet. The president may just win it fair and square. What did you think about him coming out and saying, oh, it's been stolen from me, I already won it, I'm going to sue? Did that seem unnecessary?
Yeah, unnecessary. Well, it's the kind of thing you do when you're losing. And I don't think they believe that they're losing. And it was just irresponsible for a president of the United States. Obviously, all I had to say is, look, we shocked the world, think we're on the right path, and I'm going to vigorously protect my interests and the courts to come to that. And I think you saw, again, the discomfort of some folks around Trump with this attack through the fact that Mike Pence, when he stepped up to the podium right after the president, he didn't say, oh, we won, guys. He said we're on the path to victory, which is a more conventional way put it, and it would have been better than that.
Hey, Rich, would you look at our map that's together right now? We've got Biden with 224 electoral votes. We've got Trump with 213. What are your people saying? Like, what states do you think Trump is going to take, and do you think he's going to take this whole thing?
Well, it was a mixed match game at this point, and if Trump wins Arizona and Georgia, then he just needs one of those two walls. Loses one of those, he gets two. Loses both, he needs three, and/or Nevada, which is another piece of the puzzle. So he's close, but we're probably going to take a couple days to get us out of it.
Yeah, by there, I had a question if I was thinking about the 2016 polls being way off, the 2020 polls appearing to be way off. The 2018 midterm, now there's a time where the polls seem to basically get it right. They predicted the Democrats would have a big game for the Congress. Sure enough, they did. Is the X factor here Donald Trump? When Donald Trump was on the ballot, pollsters just still don't know how to capture the Trump voter at all.
Look, and in fairness, in 2018, there was blue waves in the House, but if you recall, the Republicans gained something. That was terrible Senate map for Democrats. It was a really, it was sort of a red-leaning Senate map for Republicans. But that's an important point. And the fact is, the polls did miss Matt Blair. And that's, the polls struggled. I think where there is a significant chunk of this Trump thing, where there's significant rural vote, this is where the pollsters are struggling. One of our polls, interstate polling, identifying one of the problems that's there is the technical issue of this when it comes to polling in rural counties. And it's there, but the real issue is it costs real money to do it right. And it's really expensive to do it right, I think. And nobody can spend that money. But those who are not figuring out how to poll in rural counties better. And they're all not. We're not accounting for enough of this Trump vote. It's like it just keeps showing up at number 16. Kept saying Florida. No matter how her turnout went, his turnout in the rural areas was there, and that's what we saw here. It was a little more sporadic this time. There were places where Biden did kick off some of this. So this is why I'm saying this isn't a blue wave, this isn't a red wave. This is basically we're meeting in two sections. Somebody's going to end up with a little bit more, but this is in the electoral college is concerned. Look at the popular vote. It's going to end up being maybe 3.5 points. Not going to be 10.
It was all calm and quiet this morning. I was thinking, I woke up this morning and everyone was wondering if things reported up. Calm and quiet. And Claire, I guess I was just wondering, how are you guys conveying to people this is going to be a long slog for people? And the one thing we all need, all of us need, is calm and to wait until the votes are counted. Is there a way that you guys are communicating with people?
Well, I think what everyone should try to focus on is that we have a rule of law for this situation. Now, obviously, the president doesn't have the same kind of view of the law as our country typically has embraced, but the law is there. The courts will make decisions. If in fact this comes down to legal battles, lawyers will argue. The Supreme Court will ultimately decide. And I just hope people have patience in the institutions that America has always been proud of, even if Donald Trump doesn't necessarily respect them. Senator Castle, when you look at this map this morning, and I'm giving you the 6 a.m. truth serum, what is giving you pause? What's worrying you this morning about the results that are coming in? Well, I think obviously we're worried about Pennsylvania because the margin there is difficult in terms of all the votes. There's millions of votes to be counted still, no question. I actually feel very comfortable about both Nevada and Arizona. I feel very comfortable about Wisconsin and Michigan. The question is, what happens with the remaining three? And but I actually believe that there will be some states that there'll be legal skirmishes because I think it's going to be that close. Well, I mean, I don't have the map memorized like my friend Chuck does, but Rich, I believe if Biden could hold on to Wisconsin and Michigan, pick up Arizona, and we've already projected that he's got a single-digit electoral vote in Nebraska, that would get him, I think, 270 on the dot, negating Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North Carolina.
Right. So Biden, Arizona,
and Nevada, and doesn't get you a lift, Trump needs more than Pennsylvania. And it seems to me, I'm no Chuck Todd either, although I did like Chuck take a nap. They thought they had a nap a little bit earlier. And it seems like of those three, as was kind of projected, Pennsylvania is probably the one where Trump's in a strong position. But it could be if Biden wins Arizona, Pennsylvania is not enough. And it'll be really close, and he would need Michigan to get to 217. And that, or Wisconsin. He needs one more, not just Pennsylvania.
All right, well, no sleep for the weary. Everybody's just got to stand by because there are millions of votes to be counted, many states to be called. We continue to watch it. We'll throw up that electoral map and let people take a look. If you're just waking up, this is where it stands this morning. Joe Biden with 224 electoral votes, 213 for President Trump. But those battleground states in gray, that is where this race will be decided. Votes still being counted. We will continue our live breaking coverage, but first on Wednesday morning, the day after the election, this is today.
Good morning. We're cutting in to bring you some of our local election results ahead of today in LA in just a few minutes.
Let's get to one of the most contested races right here in Southern California, LA County District Attorney.
Challenger George Gascon has won, defeating the incumbent Jackie Lacey. Gascon finishing with 54% of the votes, Lacey's 46%.
In California's 48th congressional district in coastal Orange County, Democratic incumbent Harley Ruda and Republican challenger Michelle Steele are running neck and neck right now. Steele is leading by a small percentage point, but as you can see, right here, it is 50-50, just over 1,900 votes are there for Michelle. 93% of the precincts are reported.
It's just as tight, too, in California's 39th congressional district. You see here that district that encompasses parts of LA, Orange County, and even San Bernardino counties. Right now, the incumbent Democrat Jill Cisneros locked in a 50-50 battle with Republican challenger Young Kim. They're separated by just over 900 votes, with 88% of precincts now reported. So now we want to get to NBC4's Mikala Medina with a closer look at the ballot measures that would raise billions for schools and local government. And another close one here, Prop 15. Look at the numbers here, with 71% of the precincts reported in, 51.7% voting it down, 48.3% saying yes. It would have amended the state constitution, changing tax assessment for commercial properties. That would provide over $3 million would have been taxed to the current market value. The prop estimate, it would have generated between $6.5 to $11.5 billion for local governments and schools. Right now, it is trailing back here.
All right, Max, thank you so much. Let's check your weather now with meteorologist Vanessa Manila. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I don't want to get too caught off guard today. We are going to have some critical fire danger because the temperatures are heating up. But if you're headed out the door this morning, the main thing continues to be the fog. Visibility is lowering around the South Bay. Right now, we're at about 4 miles in LA, and also visibility dropping through OC. So if you're traveling through that area, then just know that there could be some foggy spots that could get you some trouble. To slow down, either some exercise from that car in front of you. Temperature-wise, this morning, bundle up. We've got 50s on our map, extending from Ventura County all the way into the Inland Empire. Chillier for our friends in Lancaster, where you have 46 degrees, and Big Bear 28 degrees. Now, your high for today are going to be back into the 90s, believe it or not, especially in those inland locations, the valleys and Inland Empire. If you have to work outside, stay hydrated, that sun is going to be fierce. Now, coming up in the next few days, we're going to have a big drop in temperatures. After temperatures heat up even more for tomorrow, temperatures drop on Friday to about 80 degrees, but look at that weekend forecast. Highs in the 50s for Riverside with a chance for rain. I'll have more details coming up on today.
All right, Belinda, thank you. And we have everything you need to know about the election on our website and the NBCLA app. Stay with us. Our Decision 2020 coverage continues in just 1 minute on Today in LA.
The timeless gift. You know that Jewelry Exchange's prices are unbeatable. Show her how much you care. Save 50% on all our fine jewelry and an additional 10% on loose diamonds. Don't miss these deals. Buy factory direct and save. The Jewelry Exchange. Trust us. It's calling. Good times are coming. Forever. Casino Resort Spa is coming. Rondo is coming. Diamond, let's get Diamond stack the band, just $129. 1 carat pre-stone ring, $7.99. 1 carat certified designer ring, $24.90. 1 carat top white stud, $5.99. 5 factory directed save. The Jewelry Exchange Tustin.
I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us today.
We're going to have to be patient until the hard work and talent votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted.
From controversy to countdown to counting, we are still waiting for the final results of the presidential election. The race is close. The battleground states are critical with the nation on the edge.
And there are also some key local races that are drawing national attention. One of those is this one, the LA County DA's race. George Gascon has beaten incumbent Jackie Lacey to run the nation's largest local prosecutor's office.
I see cars getting pulling in. How cars pulling in? Something to go down. We expected it. We saw it. Politics spilling into the street. Tension between protesters and police. We're live this morning with team election coverage.
Today in LA at 4 starts now.
Good morning. This is Today in LA live from Division 2020 headquarters here at the Brocon News Center in Universal City. It is Wednesday, November 4th. I'm Jonathan Gonzalez.
And I'm Daniela Guzman, and we have a lot to cover this morning. We're going to guide you through the results with our team of reporters, along with expert analysis to assist us.
Yeah, winner has not been declared yet in the presidential race. Votes are still being counted in key battleground states. Here's a look at where things stand right now. Joe Biden, 224 electoral votes, 213 for President Trump, 270 needed to declare victory.
And at this point, we just don't know how long that is going to take. And adding to all the confusion, President Trump falsely suggested that the race is over and that he's won.
This NBC4's John Kenny Freeman is following with overnight developments and joins us live. John, hey guys, good morning to you. The president set the stage for early on for claims that there could be some issues with this election. Last night you followed through. We don't have a clear winner yet. This is what our country looks like right now this morning. Right there shows you there are still some states that are undecided, including Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Arizona, all of those key battleground states. But looking at that same information from the White House, President Donald Trump claiming victory, even though millions of votes have yet to be counted.
This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list. Okay?
President Trump won key battleground states like Florida and Ohio, but no one so far has reached that magical 270 number in the Electoral College. Trump did, by the way, outperform polls and expectations, but it does not appear that election surge we talked about on election day did much good. Challenger Joe Biden in the lead right now.
We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of talent votes is finished. And it ain't over until every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted. So we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are.
So now the race hinges on a familiar set of 3: Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. All 3 historically Democratic states, and all 3 put Trump in the White House 4 years ago. But there's still some that are too close to call. North Carolina, Georgia, Nevada, even Arizona, although the latest numbers for Arizona right now, guys, showing that it is leading towards a fight. Big issue right now still, the mail-in ballots. Takes a lot of time to count all of those. Different states have different rules. We're still waiting on that.
We know they could really be days to come here.
Yep. All right, John, we'll see you in a few minutes. We want to take a look at the congressional races right now. Democrats will maintain control of the House of Representatives. However, they failed to take up some of the big Senate seats that they were banking on. Right now, 47 seats are projected to be controlled by Republicans, 46 by Democrats. We are still waiting for decisions on 7 seats.
And now after a heated race here in Southern California, LA County District Attorney's Office with 100% of the precincts reporting. NBC4 has declared challenger George Gascon as the projected winner. Gascon has 54% of the votes over incumbent Jackie Lacey.
Let's get out to Michelle Byers, who joins us live with more on what's really been a hotly contested race, very contentious race thus far. Michelle.
A big race, too. Good morning from the Rose Bowl. We're expected to hear from a lot of people. This is a popular spot where people exercise every morning. So many on heads and needles this morning. But the voters of LA County really decided here they wanted change, and they got it in the race for district attorney. Let's take a look at those numbers. Gascon beating Lacey with over 200,000 votes, winning by 53% of the votes here. As we look at these numbers here, Gascon, a career cop and a former San Francisco district attorney, is LA County's next top prosecutor in this big race. Last night, when Gascon was in the lead, he thanked his team and his volunteers and the Democratic Party operatives who were in their cars at a driving-style watch party.
We have to ensure that we address the inequalities in the system. We have to ensure that we center our community safety around reform, accountability for the system. And that includes not only police, but district attorneys.
Let's take a look back. If you recall, in the March primary, Lacey was ahead with voter support. But this race really pivoted after the in-custody death of George Floyd in Minneapolis, which we all know sparked nationwide protests and fueled calls for more aggressive prosecution of law enforcement officers involved in civilian deaths. Black Lives Matter protesters were persistent in gathering outside LA City Hall every week, calling for the resignation of District Attorney Jackie Lacey, who many felt was too soft in prosecuting law enforcement officers. Last night we spoke with Lacey. She says she is content and at peace with any outcome, while Gascon told us he was looking forward to a good night's sleep while they awaited the return of course. I don't know if he was able to get any sleep, but a clear winner tonight in the District Attorney's race. We'll have more reaction from the Rose Bowl coming up. Back to you guys.
All right, Michelle, thank you. We want to get back to some of the hotly contested congressional races that we're watching this morning.
And one of those races that we are watching closely is in Orange County, where Democrats have taken a strong foothold in recent elections. Speaking of the 48th congressional district, it is a dead heat right now between Democratic incumbent Harvey Luda and Republican challenger Michelle Steele. Right now, Steele is leading by less than 2,000 votes. 93% of the precincts are reporting that it is a close one.
And it is just as tight in California's 39th congressional district. Look at this. The district encompasses parts of LA County, Orange County, even San Bernardino County. Right now, incumbent Democrat Gil Cisneros locked in a 50-50 battle with Republican challenger Young Kim. They're separated by just over 1,000 votes, with 88% of precincts reporting.
Another close race, California's 25th congressional district. Christy Smith could be poised to reclaim the seat for Democrats. Right now, she is leading incumbent Republican Mike Garcia with 51% to 49%. 72% of the precincts are reporting in that one.
All right.
And there are still many ballots that needed to be counted right here in LA County.
Yeah, it's really a process that will continue throughout the week over at the LA County Registrar's Office. Let's get out to NBC Sports Study Ginyard, continuing our coverage from the Registrar's Office in Norwalk. Good morning, Tyler.
Yes, the folks here had a busy night and a busy morning. They're getting some sleep right now. The combination of issuing all those mail-in ballots to all registered voters in the state and the extended early voting period has really paid off. That, according to the folks here, county elections officials in LA County. Around 2:30 this morning, the Registrar Reporter's Office issued an update on the number of ballots counted since polls closed last night. Some ballots picked up by helicopter from outlying areas of the county, transported to a secure location, then taken to the Tally Operations Center in Downey to be counted. Now, the process started with escort by sheriff's deputies. The counting for the night is ended, but there are lots of ballots that still have not been tabulated. The counting is scheduled to resume later this morning. Overnight, more than 3 million ballots processed and counted. When it comes to possible problems with any of the ballots, the folks behind the ballot tracking system say, so far so good.
In LA County, I'm only showing 1,419 rejected durable ballots. Normally it's a signature discrepancy or it's a no-signature situation.
In LA County, just under 56% of eligible registered voters cast ballots. Voter turnout impressive. But again, still more ballots to be counted, including provisional and mail-in ballots. Mail-in ballots must be verified before being counted. A team of nearly 200 have been working to verify them. More on the process in my next report in about 30 minutes. I'm Tony Gibber, reporting live from Lower 4 today in LA.
Well, the process is, all right, Tony, thank you. Local, national, congressional election results are still pouring in this morning. Our team is working around the clock to bring you the latest numbers.
Coming up, we are live with one of the close calls in Orange County.
We've talked about the tension, all the stress surrounding this election. Coming up, we have the message behind this White House demonstration.
Good morning, everyone. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Vanessa. Fog is going to be a problem on the roads once again, but once it clears, get ready for it to see how high the temperatures will rise in your First Alert forecast. You're watching Today in LA's coverage of Decision 2020. We'll be right back in just moments with much more, but first, here's a look at some of the other propositions that we are keeping an eye on for you. Discover all that California has to offer. Bay Area, Los Angeles, San Diego. California Live takes you where the locals go, reveal hidden treasures, and helps you live your best California life. Weekdays at 11:30 a.m. on NBC4. You love freedom too. I love freedom too. What else can you do? There's no more time. It's freedom. The only thing better than a freedom cycle is you. The only thing better than a freedom cycle is you. I love freedom. You love freedom. Did you know that United Healthcare is introducing a new HMO POS Medicare Advantage plan in Southern California? Hi, I'm Jennifer Woods with your local Southern California Medicare team. I want to invite you to work with me and my team of Medicare agents to help you find and enroll in a Medicare plan that best meets your needs. I'm proud to offer Southern California $0 premium Medicare Advantage plan that includes medical, prescription drug coverage, and more. Plus, access to a large number of local providers and benefits that can help you live a healthier life. We also have plans for people on both Medi-Cal and Medicare and military veterans. And we can help you learn about Medicare supplement insurance and Part B prescription drug plans. On behalf of my Southern California team, I want you to know that your health and safety is our top priority. We're here to help you anytime in person, over the phone, or online. Call today at 1-800-299-5422 or visit uhccanhealth.com to take advantage of the Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare.
It was a tense situation last night, just blocked outside of Staples Center, and police kept an eye on crowds there. We saw several people detained near 8th and Hope. We'll try to figure out exactly what charges they may be facing this morning. Over at Washington and Grand, the LAPD says 40 people were arrested for blocking the Metro Blue Line. We're told about 30 others were cited for failure to disperse.
And these are some images you're seeing here from Washington, D.C. as hundreds of people gathered at the Black Lives That Matter Plaza. These were largely peaceful demonstrations as they waited for the results of the election. At least 3 people were arrested for charges including disorderly conduct and assault. And votes are still being counted right now in several key states that will decide the results of the presidential race.
And despite all the uncertainty, President Trump has already falsely claimed that he won. Let's get to NBC's Jay Gray live in Washington for us with the latest from the president's campaign. Good morning, Jack.
Hey, good morning, Jonathan. Good morning, Daniela. Really an unprecedented early morning here at the White House with that she's president coming out. And with millions of votes still uncounted, declaring himself essentially the winner here. He did that in a East Room of the White House, what looked to be a political event, which of course wouldn't be sanctioned here at the White House, but there were supporters inside cheering as he made that announcement and went on to say that he felt there had been fraud during the process. Of course, there's been no evidence of fraud. No one has come out and said that they had any real major issues during the election. He continued to push the idea that he is going to have some kind of legal response to everything going on here. The president has said for weeks that he doesn't believe any votes that are counted or come in after election night, after the polls close, should be allowed, and says that he's going to do what he can legally to stop that from happening to throw us out. Let's take Pennsylvania because it seems to be a linchpin in all of this, and they don't have a clear winner there, haven't counted all the ballots. A lot of those mail-in ballots still left to count. This has been challenged and taken to the Supreme Court, and there was ruled that any ballot postmarked either before or on election day could still be received and counted up to 3 days until Friday after the vote. And so that's something that's been established. So the legal ground's unclear, but what does seem to be clear is that the president is really going to continue to push along that edge of the legal boundaries as far as doing something about the remaining votes.
All right, Jay Gray live in Washington, D.C. for us. Jay, thank you so much. Right now, we know there are a number of competitive congressional races in California right now, especially in Orange County.
Kadena Rohrabacher, old seat, flip red in Orange County, while the results are still trickling in, but it is a tied race. Let's get right up to Annette Areola joining us live this morning with much more on the fight to represent Orange County's 48th congressional district. Annette? Daniela, good morning. Hello, everybody. The 48th Congressional District spans from Steel Beach all the way to Dana Point. Let's go ahead and show you the numbers up on your screen here. Again, this is a race too close to call this morning, and it already shows that over 90% of the vote is in, showing that the GOP candidate has a slight lead. Again, Democrat Harley Ruda is the incumbent and is being challenged by Republican Michelle Steele, less than 2,000 votes separating these two candidates, with Michelle Steele just slightly ahead. This is a seat, by the way, that Democrats picked up in the 2018 midterm election, and Republicans are really hoping that they can flip it again since it was a GOP stronghold for 30 years. Now, moving along to another hotly contested race, this one in the 39th Congressional District, where you have Congressman Gil Cisneros, who is a first-term Democrat, in a rematch with Republican Young Kim. 88% of the precincts reporting, and the difference here is about 1,000 votes. Cisneros defeated Kim in 2018 by just 3 percentage points in the race to replace former Republican Congressman Ed Royce. Now, Cisneros held a drive-in car rally for his supporters last night, acknowledging that the final tally for the 39th Congressional District, which is spread across 3 counties, LA, San Bernardino, and Orange County, may not come in for days. We also heard from his opponents. So here's what the candidates have to say.
I think this time it's going to take us a few days before we finally get the results. It's going to be a roller coaster ride. Your stomach's going to go, it's going to go up, it's going to drop, it's going to go up, it's going to drop. But we need to be patient, right, and wait for those results to come in.
I feel really good about our guest because this is a very close election. And coming up in the next half hour, we're going to break another race down. This is for the 25th Congressional District, another one that is just really too close to call right now. Jonathan, Daniela, listen to that to my studio.
A lot of high local races running for Congress this morning, and that thanks to Californians are also voting on a dozen high-stakes ballot measures.
Topics range from criminal justice and even how to classify ride-share drivers. NBC 4's McCollum Medina joins us this morning to walk us through some of those results. McCollum?
Good morning, guys. Good morning, everybody. This is really the bitter struggle over the future of the gig economy. Really the most expensive campaign so far. $200 million spent here. Most of that was by big rideshare companies, and appears to pay off big time for them. NBC is calling this race you see there, yes, it's happened, 58% to 41.6%, with about 71% of precinct reporting that the yes vote allows app companies and app drivers to work as individual contractors, exempting them from recent law that was passed that recently classified them as employees. That would have required the companies actually pay health and other benefits as well. It was the most expensive ballot measure campaign in state history. All right, let's talk about Prop 21 now. This dealt with expanding gun control around the state of California. The no's appear to be having it right now. Nearly 60%. Yes is at about 40% or so, 71% of the precincts reporting. It would have allowed local governments to establish gun control on properties over 15 years old. Landlord groups really led the charge here against this one.
They want a similar prop. You might remember back in 2018, and we're told about $100 million was spent on this race. A lot of money spent, and the results coming in right now. Back to you guys.
Absolutely, Max. Thank you. We'll check back with you soon. Right now, we want to get over to meteorologist Melania Leon with a look at the forecast. For we know it's foggy this morning, but it's going to heat up.
It is. Temperatures are going to feel like summer again. So let's get to those weather headlines. First of all, yes, fog when you get out the door, but once it clears, the temperatures are going to be back in the 90s in a few locations, and it'll be even hotter for tomorrow on Thursday. Now, with this hot, dry weather moving in, unfortunately, fire danger will be critical. We're even going to have some northeasterly winds from 20 to 40 miles per hour. And just like a roller coaster into this weekend, a huge drop in your temperatures, about 30 degrees cooler with a chance for rain and some very windy conditions. Out the door right now, visibility is the lowest around the basin and along the coast. We're down to about 2.5 miles. So that's the foggiest spot. I don't have any dense fog advisories in effect for you, but just know that that's an area that could give you some issues if you are hitting the road. Rapid weather this morning. We've got temperatures currently in the 50s, 40s in Lancaster, and temperatures even colder than that in St. Clair, 28 degrees. Ay, ay, ay. But fast forward to this afternoon, and here's the setup. This max has 90s. Very different from yesterday when we were mostly in the 80s. We'll have 90 degrees in Santa Clarita, warm in the San Fernando Valley. Our friends that are working over in Oxnard today, some comfortable weather for you, 73 degrees. 84 for Los Angeles. Look at the Inland Empire. You'll have temperatures in the low 90s if you have to work outside, take frequent breaks. I know we're no strangers to the heat here, but it's November, and we have 90s. So maybe find yourself a big shady tree, take that rest, and drink plenty of water. Through the desert, the weather should be fine, 80s for you, and it's about 69 degrees. Now, I want to take a look at these winds because they're going to be breezy at times over the LA, Ventura County mountains. Here's 11 a.m. Notice winds from 10 to 20 miles per hour, traveling through Banning Pass. That's okay, but watch what happens by tomorrow morning. We have these winds that pick up even more. We'll have wind speeds that are ranging from 20 to 30 miles per hour and some winds from 30 to 40 miles per hour. So please be very careful with any forces that could create sparks today, and same goes for tomorrow because the weather's only heating up. The temperature trend in Van Nuys, 92 today, 94 tomorrow. Then look at the big drop in temperatures. Friday, 73. And this weekend, it's going to feel more like fall. We'll have parts of the mostly cloudy skies with temperatures in the 50s and the 60s. So here's your 7-day forecast. From 82 today to 90 tomorrow, then back down into the weekend. The coast will have 76 today, warm tomorrow in the 80s, then 60s for you for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The weather for the valleys and Inland Empire, we've got 90s today and tomorrow, then 70s for Friday. Then over the weekend, the temperatures will be in the 60s. Really have to watch out for that Friday forecast because yes, it'll be cooler, it'll feel nicer, but we're going to get widespread winds. Over the weekend, temperatures cooler in the 50s, 70s, and 60s for the desert. And finally, for the mountains, enjoy that sunny 70-degree day because this weekend we'll have a chance for snow. All right, Brennan, thank you. So this morning, packed at the polls, voters have been turning out in record numbers this year.
And coming up, how one local county trying to handle the rush and even worse, but fake or legit. You don't know if your ballot actually counts. We'll tell you what we found at a local voting center.
But first, as we head to break, here's a look at some of the results from LA County and city races.
Closed captioning is sponsored in part by your Southern California Ford dealers. From the powerful F-150 to the unstoppable Explorer, we have you covered. Build Ford proud. And Bob, we work hard to get your Bob's discount, so you don't have to work hard to get Bob's.
Hey, Billy, you think you can give me some Bob's discount on the new dining set? All right, Bob.
Diamond, a timeless gift. You know the jewelry exchange's prices are unbeatable. Show her how much you care. Save 50% on all our fine jewelry and an additional 10% on loose diamonds. Don't miss these deals. Buy factory direct and save. The jewelry exchange trusted. How to make your disappointing breakfast your next step. Wendy's has your new breakfast lunch with a fresh cut egg on every sandwich and crispy oven-baked bacon. You'll be telling every bracket of the new breakfast your steak and Wendy's. Hurry in for the breakfast of your dreams today.
This one is mammogram level 5. Don't mock mammogram. It's a billion to 5, including mine. Really? Mm-hmm. Where do you go for your screening? This open enrollment, whether you have or are applying for Medicare, Medi-Cal, private insurance, or want to choose another plan. Let us walk you through your options for free. We're
here for you and your family to help you grow healthy every day and engage. Ultimate, your community health network.
Orthopedic means comfort. That's comfort. Did it, guys?
We made it, y'all! Yes! It's a lot of stars. And let's go. Hey, we both have 20 shoes on. You know what? I think we're fighting COVID with our shoes. And let us be popcorn. I will never be this cool. Kelly and I combined will never be that cool.
Today at 2 on NBC4.
It's 4:25 right now. You're watching Today in LA's Decision 2020 coverage from the Local News Center. And this morning, we're tracking allegations about a possibly phony voting center that led the Orange County District Attorney's Office to a skincare clinic in Westminster yesterday.
But it's still unclear if there was any wrongdoing. Take a look at this video here. It was posted on Instagram, and it appears to show people emptying a box filled with torn-up ballots. Now, the district attorney says that those envelopes were the outer shell of that the ballots came in, but it did not appear that there were any ballots still inside. This setup was discovered right in front of some businesses that were owned by Westminster Vice Mayor Kimberly Ho. Her lawyer says that the campaign is fully cooperating with investigation, and the DA tells us it could have been a health center where people could go for help, filling out their ballots. It could also be a ballot collection center, neither of which are illegal.
In a last-minute rush of voters forced San Bernardino County to open up a backup voting location.
Every vote counts for the future of our kids.
It's like a game day. I got the butterflies. I got excited. I thought about it when I woke up this morning.
Feels good. Want to make a change.
I hope that it makes a difference.
The line inside the registrar's office was so long, around 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon, a nearby voting center was activated. The big crowd of arriving voters was sent over to San Bernardino International Airport.
And as we mentioned earlier, the LA County District Attorney race and the decision is one of the big topics today.
Yeah, a huge upset in battling coverage. Jackie Lacey phones the challenger George Gascon. We are live at the action.
That race is over, but the back and forth battle over the Oval Office has yet to be called. It could be hours, it could maybe even days. We are live with the very latest numbers.
But first, you want to take a look at some of the results from the proposition.
During the coronavirus pandemic, this thing has been committed to helping you shop safely. And speaking of feeling safe, CitSafe is proud to pay tribute to our veterans, active duty military, and first responders with a special Veterans Day sale. Save up to 50% off the best brand. Get 12 months of interest-free financing. And we're honored to give all veterans and first responders a special Veterans Day discount. To all the heroes that help us sleep a little bit easier at night, happy Veterans Day from CitSafe.
Del Taco's new Cholula Crispy Chicken Taco is here. So turn up the flavor, turn up the heat, and get ready to ride. Try our newest crispy chicken taco today for only $1. Only a Del Taco. Yes, yes. Do you have dry, cracked hands from constant washing, cold weather, and hard work? Try O'Keefe's Working Hand. It's America's #1 selling hand cream for guaranteed relief for extremely dry, cracked hands. Also available in O'Keefe's Lubricant. Guaranteed relief for extremely dry, cracked hands.
Oh, yeah, what y'all doing in my house? Oh, hey, we have a welcome back for it. That's so right.
Welcome back for it.
What?
Well, when I had the shindig in my face, I had to break the leg.
What's the Spectrum?
Get Spectrum TV for just $44.99 a month with bundle with free on-demand and the Spectrum TV app and no contract. Call 1-833-969-4499.
Tony, what are you doing in my house?
Yeah, my internet at home can't handle this.
Well, I told you 1,000 times. Switch to Spectrum.
Switch to Spectrum 200 megabit internet for only $44.99 a month with bundle with remote.
Switch to Spectrum.
Get Spectrum Internet and TV, just $44.99 a month each with bundle.
Plus, ask about sports back with your favorites like NFL Network and Red Zone. Spectrum will go out your current contract for up to $500. Call 1-833-969-4499.
Right now at 4:30, we'll be touching our patients as the waiting game continues this morning. Neither President Trump nor Joe Biden have been officially declared the winner of this year's presidential election, but we are here for you, watching results in critical states and getting updates that you might have missed while you were sleeping.
Starts now.
Good morning, everyone. It is Wednesday, November 4th. Today in LA's Decision 2020 coverage continues this morning from the Roca News Center right here in Universal City. I'm Daniela Guzman.
I'm Jonathan Gonzalez. There's still no winner declared in the presidential race. We may not have one anytime soon as we wait for results in the key battleground states. It could take hours. It could take days.
And in a controversial move, President Trump falsely claimed victory in states that have not been called yet. NBC4's John Caddy-Klimek joins us live this morning with a look at where things stand and, John, reaction to both of the campaigns.
Yeah, if the president's trying to take control of this message here this morning, it's hard to do that when you look at what we're looking at on the map and what our country looks like this morning. Key states that have yet to be called mail-in back ballots, basically wild cards now.
You know, we can know the results as early as tomorrow morning. It may take a little longer, as I've said all along. It's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome.
Democratic candidate Joe Biden from Delaware last night praising the process. He told a crowd of supporters there that he feels confident he's on track to win this. And then there's Republican incumbents.
We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good. Such a vote, such a success.
President Trump calling wins in states that have yet to be called, including Michigan. He's directed taking results to the U.S. Supreme Court. A fundraising email already out last night asking for money that could be used to mount a legal challenge to mail-in ballots that were received and counted after the polls closed. Now, if this isn't the front row of history in the making, I don't know what is.
Right, proving they can see more days. All right, Josh, thank you so much. We'll check back soon. We're also keeping an eye on several races here in Southern California, hotly contested races.
Now, one of the most competitive races is for LA County District Attorneys. With 100% of the precincts reporting right now, NBC4 has declared challenger George Gascon the projected winner. Gascon has 54% of the votes over incumbent Jackie Lacey. Now, Lacey has been the district attorney for 7 years now, and she almost won a third term in March, but did not get the majority of the votes. This race got national attention amid calls for police accountability.
NBC4's Michelle Vyas is live with more on what has really been a contentious race. Michelle, this race really taking a turn for Lacey after the primary, as Daniela mentioned. Police reform really the big issue surrounding this vote here.
Yes, good morning, everyone. She was ahead in the March primary, and then that all changed with the killing of George Floyd. We have Black Lives Matter protesters who showed up every day at City Hall, showed up at her house, if you recall, at 5:30 in the morning, asking to meet with her. That's when her husband answered the door with a gun. This all happened leading up to this hotly contested race. Let's take a look at those numbers. Gascon beating Lacey with over 200,000 votes, with 53% of the votes in this race. Gascon, a career cop, a former San Francisco district attorney, is now LA County's next top prosecutor. Last night, when he was in the lead, he thanked his team and his volunteers of the Democratic Party operatives who were in their cars in a drive-in-style watch party.
I'll be everybody's district attorney, right? It doesn't matter whether you voted for me or not. If I get elected, my goal is to bring our county together. We have a lot of work to do.
As I said, this race is a sign of the times really changing after the death of George Floyd, when people were calling for more aggressive prosecution of law enforcement officers involved in civilian deaths. Black Lives Matter saying that Jackie Lacey was too soft in prosecuting officers. We spoke with Lacey last night. She had told us that she was content and at peace with whatever the outcome. We are still waiting to hear from Gus Bone, who said he was going to try and get some sleep, awaiting those returns, waking up, or whatever if he did go to sleep. Now, Gus Bone wins this election, and it really is, guys, a major victory. It was a growing movement of reform-minded prosecutors who are looking to, quote, reverse that tough-on-crime strategy that has led to a lot of mass incarceration. We are at the Rose Bowl, where we're expected to get a lot of reaction from folks when they wake up, or Ron or John Bryant, who have really been on pins and needles throughout this whole race this morning. Back to you guys.
All right, Michelle, thank you. And that's going to measure RR now for voters in the LA Unified School District. The voters have authorized the district to issue $7 billion in bonds to update classrooms and technology for learning and safety. It required at least 55% approval to pass. It got much more than that. The yes votes check in at 71% to 29% for the no vote.
The voters in Los Angeles County are also deciding some high-profile congressional races.
Yeah, they appear poised to send Democratic Representative Karen Bass back to Washington, D.C. Now, Bass is leading in the 37th Congressional District, which includes most of South LA right now. She has 87% of the vote to just 13% for Republican challenger Errol Weber. 80% of the precincts here are reporting.
Let's take a look at California's 28th Congressional District. Incumbent Democrat Adam Schiff was big lead there over Republican challenger Eric Early. Schiff was 74% of the vote to Eric Early's 26%, with 92% of precincts now reporting.
And longtime Democratic Representative Maxine Waters also has a big lead in California's 43rd Congressional District. She has 73% of the vote there to 27% for Republican challenger Joe Collins. 69% of the precincts are reporting in that rate. And we anticipated that this would be an election with historic numbers on voter turnout. But so far, LA County officials say that 60% of voters exercise their right to vote. And that number is expected to exceed the 69% of voter turnout 4 years ago.
Just incredible. Let's get we continue our team coverage now with NBC4's Tony Ginyard. She's live at the LA County Registrar's Office with more on this. Tony, a lot of people working there throughout the night to make sure every vote is counted.
Yeah, and into the morning when I sent a text to one of the representatives, he told me, I got to crash right now. I'll get back to you. And I can understand that. Election day has come and gone, but now we have to sit and wait for all of the ballots to be counted. Despite all the technology involved in elections process, there are a lot of moving parts to all of this. The Tally Operations Center in Downey is the final stop for ballots cast by LA County voters, and as of about 2:30 this morning, more than 3 million ballots have been processed and counted. But elections officials acknowledge this is only a segment of the ballots that have been returned, primarily the mail-in ballots that had already been processed. We went over to the Vote by Mail Operations Center in Pomona yesterday. That's where they were getting all the mail-in ballots received prior to Election Day, prepared to be counted as soon as the polls close. Counting will resume later this morning. This explanation on which ballots will be tallied next.
We will release additional results or add on to those results the ballots that were cast at the vote centers during the 10-day early voting period. And from there, we will be waiting for the ballots to be secured at the vote centers, taken to their check-in centers, and transported back to our tally center.
Now, some of the ballots coming from outlying areas of LA County were transported by helicopter and escorted by sheriff's deputies. The time it takes to get the ballots from the vote centers to the Tally Operations Center is one of many factors that play into how quickly votes are received, verified, and counted. And don't forget, there are still ballots that may have been mailed in. Those will be included in the tally as long as they were postmarked by yesterday. I'm Tony Ginyard, reporting live from World War IV in LA.
All right, Tony, thank you. And this morning, we are all waiting, wanting to know who will be our next president. But there are some other critical races that we're also following right here in California.
We have those results for you as they come in. That's coming up.
Also had this morning problems at the polls. Long lines, some tech issues. We've seen them before. But how is it impacting this year's election? Those details are coming up.
Remember, you're watching Today in LA's Decision 2020 coverage. Before we go to break, here's a look at results from the ballot proposition.
This is the season we come together and make our own holiday magic. Because a gift for home brings joy to all. Find holiday decorations, gifts, and great deals at Lowe's.com.
Time to mix your disappointing breakfast your next week. Wendy's has your new breakfast lunch with a fresh crust egg or every sandwich and crispy other big veggies. You'll be telling everybody about the new breakfast you're saying at Wendy's. Hurry in for the breakfast that you're drinking today.
My lips get so dry and cracked, I need serious relief. That's why I use Liquid Super Care. It's all-day moisture in one use and it's guaranteed relief for extremely dry, cracked lips.
Also available in O'Keefe's Working Hands. Guaranteed relief for extremely dry, cracked hands.
Got your back, you got mine. I think about you all the time. Together we can come through. That's what love's made of. Get back.
Back off.
You're not welcome here.
Get out of my face.
HPV can cause certain cancers when your child grows up. Get in its way. HPV can affect males and females, and there's no way to predict who will or won't clear the virus. But you can help protect your child by taking the first step. The CDC recommends HPV vaccination at age 11 or 12 to help protect against certain cancers.
A cancer? Not for a child.
Don't wait. Talk to your child's doctor about HPV vaccination today.
May your holidays go right and all your dreams take flight. Make the 2021 GLC Convention for $469 for Mercedes-Benz Convertible. Hurry in today.
Welcome back. Let's take a live look at the White House this morning. At this hour, we still do not know who will spend the next 4 years there, President Trump or Joe Biden. Biden right now has 224 electoral votes, 213 for President Trump. 270 are needed to win the election, and you see all those great states there. Those are the places where we are still waiting for results. So it could be a while still. And this all includes the battleground states of Arizona, Nevada, North Carolina, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
The voters in Georgia had problems at the polls. We saw a lot of long lines there. This was a theme for many people trying to cast their ballots in Spalding County. Election officials saying all of the voting machines across the county went down. In 2 hours of delay, the machines were back up and running, but some voters who waited today, they saw people leaving. Coming up ahead on Today in LA, the local propositions shaping up criminal and racial justice, including Measure J.
And coming up, we're going to break down the funds that would be allocated to those communities. Well, 5 will be the main problem as you step out the door this morning. But just ahead of your first alert forecast, we're going to talk about big changes happening this weekend and how our chances look to get some rain.
And before we go to break, here's a look at the results from some of the other races that we are taking a look at. You're watching Today in LA. It is 4:42 this morning.
Bring on the set. With fire roasted tomato and olive oil. Bring it with Tristan. If your dry eye symptoms keep coming back, inflammation in your eye might be to blame.
Looks like a great day for achy, burning eyes.
Over-the-counter eye drops typically work by lubricating the eyes and they provide temporary relief.
These drops probably won't touch me.
Zytra works differently, targeting inflammation that can cause dry eye disease.
That's Zytra.
It can provide lasting relief. Zytra is the only FDA-approved treatment definitively that defines the symptoms of dry eye disease. 1 drop in each eye, twice a day. Don't use if you're allergic to Zytra. Common side effects include eye irritation, discomfort, blurred vision when applied to the eye, and unusual taste sensation. Don't touch containers to your eye or any surface. After using Zytra, wait 15 minutes before reinserting contact.
Got any room in your eye?
Talk to an eye doctor about twice daily Zytra.
I prefer you.
Zytra. Not today, dry eye.
Diamonds, the timeless gift. Diamond stackable bath, just $149. 1 carat freestone ring, $7.99. 1 carat certified designer rings, $24.90. 1 carat top white studs, $5.99. 5 factory corrected save. The Jewelry Exchange Busted.
This is the season we come together and make our own holiday magic. Because a gift for home brings joy to all. Find holiday decorations, gifts, and great deals at Lowe's.com.
El Taco's new Cholula Crispy Chicken Taco is here. So turn up the flavor, turn up the heat, and get ready to rock. Try our newest Crispy Chicken Taco today for only $1. Only at El Taco. Yes, yes. Now let's bring hashtag all new
I know you have a lot of choices with a lot of talk shows that you can attend, and you pick me as far as you look.
Reach out.
Would you remember that time you socially distanced from your body hair?
Today at 3 on NBC4.
It is 4:45 on this morning after a long election night. We're watching today in LA's Decision 2020 coverage from the Burke Conference Center. People in California voted on the fate of 12 statewide propositions.
Like all state ballot measures and propositions require approval by a simple majority of voters to pass. Let's go to the call Medina right now, joining us live to break down Proposition 16 on affirmative action, McCullough, and the results are still trickling in.
Yeah, a lot of people really talking about this. Good morning, guys. Good morning, everybody. Prop 16 would have removed the ban on affirmative action. Voters appear to be rejecting it. Take a look at the numbers here. 56% say no, 44% say yes. 71% of precincts report here. This basically means California is poised to retain its ban on affirmative action for government agencies and public universities. It would have allowed the consideration of race and sex in state hiring, contracting, as well as the admission decisions as well. All right, let's talk Prop 17. It restores a felon's right to vote after completion of a prison term. Take a look at these numbers. It appears to be passing here. 59% say yes, 41% say no. It changes the state's constitution. It essentially gives the right the vote rather to an estimated 50,000 people whose supporters say have paid their debts in society and should be able to vote. Proposition 20 now, it would have added more crimes to a list of nonviolent felonies for which early parole is restricted. Voters here, you can see by the numbers, rejecting this thing. Take a look at that. 62% no, 37% say yes. Against 71% of precincts reporting in. It would have also increased penalties for those convicted of repeated retail thefts, as well as toughened parole standards, and even allow for broader DNA collections. Again, that appears to be going down to defeat. On to Prop 25 right now. You can take a look at this as a measure to abolish cash bail. It is trailing here. 55% no, 45 yes, 71% of precincts reporting in. It is a referendum of the 2018 state law that replaces the cash bail system with a risk assessment process determining the suspect should remain jailed while awaiting trial. Many say the law actually made the process more equal for suspects of all economic backgrounds. Voters, though, there appear to be rejecting it right now. And lastly, for you, speaking of incarceration, this is Measure J here in Los Angeles County. It would spend more money, rather, on alternatives to incarceration in the county. The voters appear to be proving this, 57% of the votes saying yes. What it means is that the county will dedicate about 10% of its general fund budget for the alternatives to incarceration, including several community-based programs. And that's where we stand on these criminal justice measures. Thank you. All right, Max, thank you. We know that LA County voters are also deciding some high-profile congressional races.
And Democrats are trying to hold on to seats that they split back in 2018. And then Adiola joining us live this morning with some of those results coming out of LA County. Hey there, good morning, guys. Well, it looks like Democratic Congresswoman Karen Bass is headed back to D.C. once again. She represents the 37th Congressional District here in California. And right now, we've got 80% of the precincts reporting she has an overwhelming lead over her opponent, Republican Errol Weber. Bass is ahead at 87 to 13%. She spoke last night about working on a new stimulus package and to help people who've been struggling financially. And she also talked about the presidential race and gave her prediction. Take a listen.
I do anticipate a Biden-Harris term. So in the next term, I know that with President Biden and Vice President Harris, that social justice will be high on their agenda. And frankly, after addressing the pandemic, I do believe that we will address policing.
And sticking with LA County, let's move on to the 25th Congressional District. This is a seat that Republican incumbent Mike Garcia is fighting to keep. The race is split with 74% of the precincts reporting Democratic challenger Christie Smith is just slightly ahead, 51 to 49%. The 25th Congressional District includes the Simi Valley, Santa Clarita, and several communities up in the Antelope Valley area. Garcia, by the way, won this in a special election earlier this year after former Congresswoman Katie Hill stepped down. Now, coming up in the next couple of minutes, we're going to revisit a couple of other key races down in Orange County. These are congressional races where the results may not be known for a couple of days now. Jonathan Daniel, we'll send it back to you guys. You're watching Internet. Thank you.
Let's get a bit of a meteorologist Belinda the end with a look at our forecast. Good morning, Belinda.
Hi, everyone. Here we are on this Wednesday morning, kind of a rinse and repeat situation with that fog. It's going to be an issue this morning again, especially if you're headed out towards LAX, traveling to Long Beach, even through downtown. Those are the foggiest spots this morning. Pacific commuters, if you're waking up and maybe headed west, right now the drive to the SUV looks okay. Now, your temperature this morning, grab a sweater. It is a cool start, and cloudier with fog close to the coast. Inland temperatures in the 60s, even chillier in the high desert, and in the mountains, 44 degrees too. Fast forward to this afternoon. Get ready for the heat. It is going to feel warmer, especially inland. Throughout the coast, you'll have sunny skies in the 70s, the basin 82 degrees. But it's the valleys and inland empire where you're going to feel warmer temperatures. Highs today in the low 90s for several locations. In the high desert, 86 degrees, and in the mountains, 70 degrees. Now, I want to take a look at the winds because as the temperatures rise, we're also going to have humidity lowering and also high fire danger. So today, the winds most active over the Ventura and LA County mountains. That's where we can see winds from 10 to 20 miles per hour. Also, if you're traveling through the Cajon Pass, but the winds get even stronger tomorrow morning. So we're going to have critical fire danger today and tomorrow as the temperatures rise, and we see gusts potentially from 30 to 40 miles per hour over these mountain locations. So please be very careful with any of those fire ignition sources today. Over the Santa Ana Mountains, it's going to be breezy there too. Same goes south of the Cajon Pass. And if you're traveling through Banning Pass. Now, here's the weather today. Temperatures heating up, areas of high pressure causing a ridge in the jet stream. But by Friday, we'll have an area of low pressure that's going to cause a dip in the jet stream. That means cooler temperatures and unfortunately bring widespread wind and a possibility for some rain. So expect those winds already by Friday and continuing through Saturday and Sunday. As far as the rain chances go, we're going up. On Friday in Riverside, the chance of rainfall at 10%, but over the weekend, as it is cooling down, it's going to be a bit more unsettled with a better chance for rain right now in the IE, about 60%. So here's the next 7 days. 82 the high today, warmer tomorrow, and then we start to cool things down. Friday in the 70s, Saturday and Sunday in the 60s. The coastal hot temperatures at 76 today, warmer tomorrow in the 80s. And after that, we have a stretch of 60-degree temperatures. The valleys and inland empire, 90s today and tomorrow, then down into the 70s on Friday. Over the weekend, highs are going to be in the 60s. Now, the hot weather for the high desert, low desert, temperatures are going to be in the mid-80s and 90s today and tomorrow. But then look at the weekend, highs in the 50s, the low desert 70s, and 60s for Sunday. Finally, for the mountains, 74 today, continuing tomorrow, Friday 60 degrees, and look at that big drop in temperatures over the weekend with a chance for rain and snow. For updates, check out our NBCLA app. That's back. And then thank you. Ahead on today in LA this morning, stopping election misinformation online. What Facebook is doing to try to protect the integrity of the presidential race.
But serenaded on Election Day, celebration for new U.S. citizens and first-time voters along LA's historic landmarks.
And before we go to break, here is a look at the results from some of the mayoral races across Southern California.
Where can a healthier heart lead you? People with heart failure taking interest, it may lead to a world of possibilities. Entresto is a heart failure medicine prescribed by most cardiologists. It was proven superior at helping people stay alive and out of the hospital. Heart failure can change the structure of your heart, so it may not work as well. Entresto helps improve your heart's ability to pump blood to the body. And with a healthier heart, there's no telling where life may take you. Don't take Entresto if pregnant. It can cause harm or death to an unborn baby. Don't take Entresto with a ACE inhibitor or Alistair, or if you've had angioedema, the case for harm. The most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or high blood potassium. Ask your doctor about Entresto for heart failure. Entrust your heart to Entresto.
Atlas, hope has always been on the moment. And we know this year, hope has meant everything to you too. So this holiday season, we give thanks and celebrate. Because gifts for home bring joy to all.
Do you have dry, cracked hands from constant washing, cold weather, and hard work? Try O'Keefe's Working Hands. It's America's #1 selling hand cream for guaranteed relief for extremely dry, cracked hands. Also available in O'Keefe's lubricator. Guaranteed relief for extremely dry, cracked lips.
Got your back, you got mine. I think about you all the time. Together we can come through. That's what love's made of. Get back, no matter how we share it.
Fairlife is milk that gives you more. It's ultra filtered for 50% more protein and 60% less sugar. This holiday, bring more to the table. With Fairlife ultra filtered milk, it's time that matters. A window of time to help protect the ones you love. Your preteen benefits from staying up to date with their well visit. This is your window of protection. Schedule their well visit now.
Welcome back on the morning after Election Day. It has been a long night, but the counting continues and some results are in. Thank you for joining today in LA's Decision 2020 coverage this morning from the Local News Center. Well, the president's attempt to claim victory before all votes are counted is adding to concern about misinformation this election season. It has been an issue that the FBI has been warning about for months now. People and foreign governments using social media to confuse and to discourage voters from casting a ballot. Our I-Team spoke with a nonpartisan group that has been working really hard to crack down on misinformation.
When there's due process and uncertainty, it gives an opportunity for bad actors to fill that information void with disinformation or conspiracy theory.
Facebook says it has 35,000 workers scanning for political misinformation. Right now, Twitter has added labels to tweets from candidates who tried to claim false victory. The company even added a warning to one of President Trump's tweets just last night in which he said that they are trying to steal the election. All right, one of the most popular voting locations this year was over at Dodger Stadium.
It's such a nice way for Dodger fans to celebrate democracy while they celebrate that big World Series victory. How about that? Others treated some live music from a mariachi band. Everything running smoothly here. More than 60 polling stations, plenty of poll workers helping process ballots for voters, including many voting for the first time.
I walked up, my friends were like, "What's your first time voting?" She gave me like a little private speech, and then I walked up and she scanned my sample ballot, and she was like, "Is this your first time voting?" And I was like, "Yes." And then it was kind of cool because she announced it, and like everyone cheered for me. Like it felt pretty cool.
That is pretty cool. This was likely the one and only time people will get to vote at Dodger Stadium. Everyone really stoked it.
Right, and on top of that, they got that little sticker with the logo on it, the Dodger logo. Keep that one at the collector's items for sure. All right, it's about 5 o'clock this morning. Here's what's happening today in LA.
We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
Trying to win this election, we're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying votes is finished.
Too close to call. It has been hours, and the votes are still coming in. President Trump claiming an early victory, but the results have not been confirmed for live in the ongoing race for the White House.
Talk about a turnout. We have seen some record numbers at the polls, but it's every ballot being counted. We are live. It's your vote.
and it's the local decision drawing national attention. The LA County DA's race, George Gascon defeating the incumbent Jackie Lacey to run America's largest local prosecutor's office.
Today, LA5 starts now.
Good morning, everyone. It is Wednesday, November 4th, and you're watching Today in LA from our Decision 2020 headquarters, the Brooklyn News Center in Universal City. I'm Daniela Guzman.
And I'm Jonathan Gonzalez, and for Adrian Aramulo. We're so glad you're here with us on this post-election morning. Here's where the things stand with the presidential race. Joe Biden right now has 224 electoral votes, 213 for President Trump. Of course, 270 are needed to declare victory as we wait for votes to be counted in the states that are marked in gray there on the map. Things are just too close to call in those battleground states.
Let's take a look at the popular vote now across the nation. Joe Biden has the lead there by more than 2 million votes, but it's the Electoral College that really decides the winner of this election.
And President Trump creating a lot of confusion when he addressed the nation last night. He falsely claimed that he already won. Let's get to Henry support John Kenny back on more office. Yes, a very long election night. It's now turned into a very confusing and contested morning. There are still millions of votes to be counted. We're going to show you again what the map looks like. So many states that we still don't even know about. And someone I want to tell you about what's the matter coming up. I'll explain that in a second. It's going to take a day or more for some of these results to come in. So now we're starting to get the final tally at some places. We have a lot to talk about here this morning. That we've heard from the president overnight suggesting the race is in fact over. What he says that he's won on the illegal challenge, though, to what he described as quote fraud. Process.
They knew they couldn't win, so they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of dollars. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court.
This morning we're learning about a Republican fundraising email that went out last night claiming the quote fake news media and their Democratic partners will refuse to call the race. That's the stage for raising money for a legal challenge, while former Joe Biden sent a message of optimism that he'll be passing for the Oval Office.
Your patience is commendable. We knew this was going to go long, but who knew we were going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. Look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election.
There are still millions of votes left to be counted. One of the areas watching closely now is Arizona. It appears to be leading towards Biden flipping that state blue if it happens. But again, too close to call for any official conclusion. Even then, this election could be tied up in the courts for weeks. And I want to point out to you guys at 5:30, we're talking about this. One of these states that we've been talking about here, and now decided they're going to stop counting. They're stopping. They're not going to start again until tomorrow. We're going to watch that at 5:30. All right, big development there. John, thank you. We want to get a look now at what's going on with the Senate.
Yeah, here it is. Democrats hope to have a good run, maybe retake the majority, and that has not happened at this hour. Right now, 46 seats are projected to be controlled by Democrats and 47 by Republicans. We're still waiting for decisions on 7 seats. And one of the most hotly contested races here in Southern California is for Los Angeles County District Attorney. NBC4 has declared George Gascon the projected winner. Gascon has 54% of the vote over Jackie Lacey, who has served as DA since 2012.
And Lacey nearly won this back in March, but didn't come close enough, and now she has lost this race. Let's get out to Michelle Baez joining us live. Michelle, calls for police reform, that kind of national conversation about racial justice, really shifted its race in the last few months.
Absolutely. It really started with the killing of George Floyd. Good morning, everyone. Voters of LA County want to change, and they are getting it elected a new top prosecutor in LA County. Let's take a look at those numbers again. It was really a difference of just around 211,000 votes here in this race. Gascon, a winner here. He had a 40-year career in law enforcement. He went from being a beat cop in Hollywood to an elected prosecutor in San Francisco, and now can add LA County District Attorney to his title. Last night, before he was declared a winner, Gascon thanked his team, who were in their cars in a drive-in-style watch party.
But this is about creating a new way of secure and safety for everyone, bringing everybody on board, having communities that have been, disenfranchised in our county begin to have a access and be able to work together.
Things changed quickly this year. If you recall the March primary, Lacey was ahead with voter support, but it pivoted again with the in-custody death of George Floyd, which sparked nationwide protests calling for more aggressive prosecution of law enforcement officers involved in civilian deaths. Black Lives Matter protesters were persistent, going every day to City Hall, demanding the resignation of Jackie Lacey. They even showed up to her house at 5:30 one morning. Her husband, who said he was afraid for the safety of his wife, opened the door brandishing a gun. All of this controversy leading into this race. And then last night we spoke with Lacey. She served 2 terms and she says she is content and at peace with any outcome. And we are waiting to hear from Gaston this morning, who is waking up a winner he probably already knows in his campaign. Gaston, though, this is important to mention, he promised and pledged to reopen several cases that involved officer-involved shooting incidents. He says Lacey declined to prosecute as we saw yesterday. That really spoke to a majority of the voters as the Smoky LA County's new top prosecutor. We are at the Rose Bowl hoping to get more reaction from all of the election races. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Michelle. We're also following some of the hot Orange County congressional races this morning. In the 48th congressional district, it's a dead heat. Look at that between Democratic incumbent Harley Ruda and Republican challenger Michelle Steele with 50%.
And it's just as tight in California's 39th congressional district, the rematch here from 2018, which encompasses parts of LA, Orange, and San Bernardino counties. Right now, incumbent Democrat Bill Cisneros lost in a 50-50 battle with Republican challenger Young King with 88% of precincts reporting. NBC4's Annette Adiola joins us live with a closer look at that fight to represent the 39th congressional district. Annette, good morning.
Hey there, good morning, Jonathan. And as you can imagine, lots of money has been poured into this political battle over the fight for the 49th congressional district. Both sides wanting to keep this stronghold down in Orange County. You have Representative Bill Cisneros, a first-term Democrat, facing off against Republican Young King. Cisneros defeated him in 2018 by just 3 percentage points in the race to replace former Republican Congressman Ed Royce. Now, the 49th district, as you guys mentioned, spans across 3 counties, a very particular county. It covers cities in LA, San Bernardino, and Orange County. Now, Representative Cisneros held a drive-in car rally for his supporters last night. He talked about the final tally in the 49th, which again spreads across several counties. And he also mentioned that it may not come in for days. We also heard from his opponents. Here's what both candidates had to say.
I think this time it's going to take us a few days before we finally get the results. It's going to be a roller coaster ride. Your stomach's going to go, it's going to go up, it's going to drop, it's going to go up, it's going to drop. But we need to be patient, right, and wait for those results to come in.
I feel really good about our kid because this is a very, very close election. And coming up at 5:45, we're going to take another closer look at some key congressional races happening in LA County that are still too close to call. Jonathan Daniel will put that to the video.
All right, and then we'll check back with you soon. Californians are also voting on a dozen high-stakes ballot measures this year,
including a proposition that would allow affirmative action programs to be reinstated in California. Let's get McCullough and Medina following all the ballot measures and the results that are still coming in this morning, McCullough.
Hi, good morning, guys. Good morning, everybody. Proposition 16 would have removed the ban on affirmative action in the state. Voters appear to be rejecting that. Take a look at these numbers, 56% to 44%. It means government agencies as well as public universities would still not be able to be considered race or sex in state hiring, contracting, or admissions positions. Now we'll talk about Prop 17 this morning. It restores a felon's right to vote. Take a look at those numbers right now. It appears to be passing right now 59% yes, 41% no. It essentially means that once felons successfully complete their prison term, they can now vote. The state constitution would have given them the right to vote to an estimated 50,000 people who supporters say they have paid their debts to society and deserve the right to vote. It appears to be passing right now. Now on to Prop 20 really quickly. It would have added more crimes to a list of non-violent felonies for which early parole is restricted. Voters, take a look at that number, appears to be rejecting that. 62% no, 37% say yes. It would also increase penalties for those convicted of repeated retail theft as well as toughen parole standards and allow for broader DNA collection. Again, that does appear to be going down to defeat. Lastly, for you, Prop 25 this morning. This is in LA County. The measure would abolish cash bail. It is trailing. Think with that number, 55% to 45%. Yes, now it's a referendum on the 2018 state law that replaces the cash bail system with a risk assessment process to define if the suspect should remain jailed while awaiting trial. Many say that law made the process more equal for suspects of all economic backgrounds. Voters, though, appear to be rejecting it at this hour. Back to you. And I thank you for the update coming up. There are still ballots that need to be counted. We're going to take you live to the LA County Registrar's office.
And we expected it, and we saw it. Politics spilling onto our streets of downtown LA. What happened when police ordered these protesters to break it up? It's another foggy morning, and cool temperatures right now are in the 60s, but once that fog clears, the heat is on. We've got a hot forecast expected this afternoon. Vicki Celsius, having your personal report.
We're watching Today LA's coverage of Decision 2020. Please stay with us. But before we go to break, here's a look at some of the results from the congressional races across California. Because the world is ever changing, we live in some very uncertain times. You'll want to turn to Brent-free truck.
Happens every morning, every evening.
Watch LSD weekdays morning over the air, on cable, and at LX.com.
The holidays are coming, but Toyota's already here with great year-end deals for that special stuff. Trust me, these are way better than this stuff.
Now get 0% financing on a new 2021 Prius or Prius Prime. Toyota, let's go places. For real?
It's real.
I mean, this is unexpected.
You can say,
Absolutely.
thanks. I get that all the time. Hey, Mom. It's Grocery Outlet's 20% off wine sale. Going on now till November 10th. Please bring responsibly.
Steve, your slow internet is killing me. Literally.
Well, you know, Steve.
Time to get run to your fiber optic internet.
Yeah, 25 times faster.
Yeah.
You should like that front here. It's a smarter choice. Like me, Steve. Yeah, sure.
Which to fiber? Frontier fiber optic internet.
Toyota's on it? Oh, wait. Toyota's on is on. Done it today.
Now get an incredible $3,000 cash back on a new 2020 Camry Hybrid.
That's a wrap.
Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, SoCal, what local weather phenomenon has happened
4 years in a row?
I don't know who.
NBC4
has been rated #1 certified the most accurate.
That's what I'm talking about.
Well, to be that way.
No one.
First alert for you.
It was a tense night between demonstrators and the LAPD in downtown LA. We saw several people detained just blocks from Staples Center. No word yet on what charges they may be facing, but the LAPD says that 40 people were arrested for blocking the Metro Blue Line down the street of Washington and Grant. Another 30 people were cited for failure to disperse.
Police were also seen dispersing crowds over in Washington, D.C. At least 3 people were arrested there. This is a group that gathered near the Black Lives Matter Plaza to dance and to pray as they awaited results. Those arrested face resisting arrest and disorderly conduct charges. All right, if you are just waking up and joining us for the presidential election, it's still undecided, still up in the air with several key states outstanding.
That could be for days to come now. In some areas, the vote count actually stopped overnight, though it will continue later this morning. Let's show you where things stand right now. Joe Biden has 224 electoral votes, 213 for President Trump. Remember, 270 are needed for either one to declare victory. We are still waiting for 9 states to be called. Those are the great states you see on your map there. They include Arizona, Nevada, North Carolina, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, all battleground states.
And the voter turnout in LA County hit a staggering number, but counting all of those ballots is going to take some time.
A lot of people working a lot of long hours to do that. Let's get out to Tony Ginyard live at the LA County Registrar's Office in Norwalk. Those workers tell me they're going to be busy for the next few days, too.
Absolutely. I met a woman yesterday who said, I'm looking at a 16-hour day. I said, I feel your pain. Still a lot of ballots to be counted, but the voter turnout in LA County gives us something to talk about, and quite possibly you're talking about it this morning, because overnight helicopters were launched to pick up ballots and get them to the registrar reporters tally operation center in Downey. That's where the vote count began late last night and will continue or resume later this morning. So far, more than 3 million ballots have been processed and counted. Elections officials crediting the extended early voting period and mail-in ballots for the impressive voter turnout.
The core philosophy behind that is to meet people where they're at. And in this election, where people are at is different than it has been before because of COVID and because of the challenges that people face in the community.
And the initial ballots that were counted were those mail-in ballots received prior to Election Day. They had been processed as the day came in, but the counting didn't begin until 8 o'clock last night. And just consider this, more than 815,000 LA County voters voted in person. We'll talk about that in my next report. I'm Judy Ginyard, reporting live from Norwalk 4 today in LA.
Tony, thank you. When we talk about all the propositions, billions of dollars have been spent on California's ballot measure battle.
Some of those topics range from criminal justice to even how to classify rideshare drivers. Good McCall Medina this morning joining us live to walk us through some of these results, McCall.
That rideshare driver is a bitter struggle over the future of the gig economy, and it appears that big app companies are winning this one. Check out this NBC News is calling this race. Yes, this happened 58% to 41.6%. That means app-based drivers can work as individual contractors. Executives will recently pass state law classifying them as employees that would have required the companies to actually pay drivers health insurance or the benefits. It was the most expensive ballot measure campaign in state history. About $200 million spent on this campaign alone. Another expensive one, Proposition 21, over $100 million is spent on this one. This is dealing with expanding rent control. Take a look at this one. Landlords spending the bulk of the money here, paying off for them as well as those appear to have it nearly 60%. Yes is about 40%, and would have allowed local governments to establish rent control on properties over 15 years old. This is the second win for landlord groups. They won a similar prop back in 2018. Back to you.
I'm McCall, thank you. And it's 5:17 right now. Let's check in with meteorologist Belen Meneon. We're still watching Hurricane Eta made landfall yesterday in Central America. That's correct. And I know we have our Central American brothers and sisters that have family out there. So let me get you the latest. It did make landfall yesterday in the form of a Category 4 in Nicaragua. And today it's a tropical storm. It has winds of 60 miles per hour. But even though it's been downgraded, the threats are far from over. Look at the movement. It's moving towards the west at 8 miles per hour. Just so slow. So it's going to continue to dump rain over these Central American countries. Up to 40 inches of rain expected in Guatemala. Now here's the deal. As we approach this weekend, the storm will reemerge into the Caribbean and then cause issues over Cuba by early next week, possibly making impact in the southern peninsula of Florida. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. Back at home this morning, it's fog again. Please be very safe as you get on the road, especially through the South Bay, where visibility right now is down to 2.5 miles in Long Beach and LA. 4 miles. Visibility right now in the valleys and the Inland Empire is doing okay if you are hitting the road. But grab a cup of coffee, also the jacket. The temperatures are cool in the 50s. It is a cool start to your day, even colder over in Lancaster, 40 degrees. Big Bear right now has 28 degrees. So we fast forward to this afternoon, and it's going to get hotter. Who's the last time we had 90s? It's been a while. We're going to have that today in the valleys and Inland Empire. 70s at the coast. After the fog burns off, it'll be a sunny day. The Bay Area will see 82 degrees. The Valley, the IV temperatures in the low 90s. The high desert 86, and in the mountains 70 degrees. Now here's the other thing. fire danger will be critical today, and that's because of increasing winds. The winds today strongest over the LA Ventura County mountains, ranging from 20 to 30 miles per hour. The winds become even stronger tomorrow morning when we have the potential of having gusts from 30 to 40 miles per hour in that area, with humidity dropping to less than 10%. So fire danger critical today and tomorrow as the temperatures returning to the 90s for several locations. And then we have a big drop in temperatures Friday and into the weekend. So here's the next 7 days. Warm today, hotter tomorrow. Friday, 72, and over the weekend, partly to mostly cloudy skies, cool temperatures and a chance for rain. For the coast, 76 today. Tomorrow we'll have 80s, and then temperatures start coming down into the weekend, dropping into the 60s. The weather for the Valley and Inland Empire, if you have to work outside today and tomorrow, stay hydrated, put on that sunscreen because we've got 90s. 70s for Friday, then this weekend, temperatures in the 60s. The roads could be a little slippery for any of you that are already making those weekend plans and hitting the road. High desert, low desert, temperatures heating up even more for tomorrow. And then over the weekend, it's finally going to feel like fall. Final for the mountains, temperatures today in the 70s, breezy tomorrow morning. We start cooling things down on Friday, and look at this weekend, 40 and 36 degrees. Lots of changes happening in our weather, too, so please stay up to date with our NBC React. All right, then, and thank you if you're just waking up and joining us. A lot of new developments overnight while you were sleeping. We're following your election results, including winners in some major races.
And it has been a hot topic. In fact, our IT did several stories on it. We're talking about the unofficial ballot boxes, but what about a bogus voting center? Give the details straight ahead.
Watching today in LA's Decision 2020 coverage. Before we go, we want to break down, take a look at the results from some of the races in LA County.
Share food is a symbol of happiness. You can have conversations, laugh with each other, have jokes. Yes, I love that.
Share the tradition and share the love with the holiday familia dinner from the Pollo Loco.
Hi, I'm Ella. In Hello AI Home Assistant, you asked smart ways to get cash. Get cash from your home equity. Get loans to get you $10, $20, $50,000 or more at a 2.19% APR. Used for almost any purpose. Pay off credit cards, your car, personal loans, and more. Find out how much cash you can get at a 2.19% APR. Call IntelliLoan at 800-918-9200. IntelliLoan. Borrow smart.
Yeah. Most of the doctors have all the lights here. Here's not just your group. And the doctor says my numbers look great. Hey, we're not done with that little help.
This open enrollment, whether you have or are applying for Medicare, Medi-Cal, private insurance, or want to choose another plan, let us walk you through your options for free. We're here for you and your family to help you grow healthy every day at any age. CompliMed, your community health network.
May your holidays go bright and all your dreams take flight. Take the 2021 GLC Computer before 60 minutes or Mercedes-Benz Urban. Hurry in today.
Mattress Brothers has never had selection and savings like this before during our fall dining buyout event. With dining sets starting at just $198, shop the state's largest selection of dining like this Ashley Club table for just $435, or the solid wood twilight table for just $480, and this classic pencil table for only $475. Get your home ready for the holidays here at your furniture leader, Mattress Brothers.
I always feel like eating food is the best way to get sales. You're tasting some of their culture. It is shared taste.
Share the tradition and share the love with new holiday fanáticos from El Pollo Loco.
Welcome back to Today in LA's Live Decision 2020 coverage, where we're keeping an eye on a very tight presidential race this morning. One that's too close to call, a long night turning into possibly a long week. We'll continue to keep an eye on that as ballots coming in. There are also applications about a possibly phony voting center that led the Orange County District Attorney's Office to a
Medicare clinic in Westminster yesterday.
It's still unclear, though, if there was any wrongdoing, but look at this video here. It was posted on Instagram, and it appears to show people emptying a box filled with torn-up ballots. The district attorney says those envelopes were the outer shells of the ballots came in, but it did not appear there were any ballots inside. They're still inside. The thief setup was discovered in front of some businesses owned by Westminster Vice Mayor Kimberly Ho. Her lawyer says that the campaign is fully cooperating with this investigation.
Every single employees and/or volunteers, including the candidate, apply with the law. We're very confident that everything is done here legally and properly.
The district attorney tells us the setup could have been a health center where people go for help filling out their ballots. It could also be a ballot collection center, neither of which are illegal. And as you mentioned, Jonathan, it has been a long night after the polls closed. Valley County began. It continues this morning. We have some of the election results, though, but we're going to have to be really patient because the votes are still coming in.
A lot of patience this morning. We do have a breakdown coming up of the key races ahead in just a few minutes.
Of course, that includes the presidential race. Still too early to call, though. Even though President Trump has declared victory, we are back live with the very latest numbers and reactions.
Our Brokaw news center here in Universal City. Before we get a break, here we look at the results from some of the congressional races we are following this morning.
Nothing going on yesterday.
Tacos through Cholula Crispy Chicken Taco is here. So turn up the flavor, turn up the heat, and get ready to rock. Try our newest crispy chicken taco today for only $1. Only a Del Taco is timeless gift. You know the Jewelry Exchange's prices are unbeatable. Show her how much you care. Save 50% on all our fine jewelry and an additional 10% on loose diamonds. Don't miss these deals. Buy factory direct and save. The Jewelry Exchange Tustin.
Did you know the United Healthcare is introducing a new HMO-COS Medicare Advantage plan in Southern California? Hi, I'm Jennifer Blitz with your local Southern California Medicare team. I want to invite you to work with me and my team of Medicare agents to help you find and enroll in the Medicare plan that best meets your needs. I'm proud to offer Southern California $0 premium Medicare Advantage plan. That includes medical, prescription drug coverage, and more. Plus, access to a large number of local providers and benefits that can help you live a healthier life. We also have plans for people on both Medi-Cal and Medicare and military veterans. And we can help you learn about Medicare supplement insurance and Part B prescription drug plans. On behalf of my Southern California team, I want you to know that your health and safety is our top priority. We're here to help you anytime in person, over the phone, or online. Call today at 1-800-299-5422 or visit uhccanhealth.com to take advantage of the Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare.
Hot Tub and Swim Spa outlets, Laura Dale. Oh, yeah, every Hot Tub and Swim Spa is 33 to 65% off from LA's premier Hot Tub and Swim Spa dealer. Laura Dale, 270 North Brea Boulevard, call 657-295-1300.
What unites us is destiny. It is its spirit. It is its deep roots. It is its passion for art and culture. San Miguel de Allende, the heart of Mexico.
Closed captioning is sponsored in part by your Southern California Ford dealers. From the powerful F-150 to the unstoppable Explorer, we have you covered. Built Ford proud.
Right now at 5:30, who will win? That is the question on every American's mind this morning. We're back live with team election coverage, watching and waiting to see who our next president will be.
Sydney in LA at 5:30 starts now.
It is Wednesday, November 4th. Today in LA's Decision 2020 coverage continues this morning with the Brokaw News Center here at Universal City. As our patience continues, we will need a lot of that this week. We are so glad you were here with us this morning. I'm Jonathan Gonzalez.
And I'm Daniela Guzman. There is still no winner declared in the presidential race. Joe Biden currently has 224 electoral votes. President Trump has 213. And as we know, it takes 270 to win this election. So we're still waiting for results in 9 key states.
You know that in a controversial move, President Trump falsely claimed victory in states that haven't even been called yet. Let's get over to NBC4's John Caddy, City Mac and Georgia Flag with a look at where those campaigns stand and the reaction this morning. John, yeah, we knew it was going to be like this. Every sign pointed to the notion that we wouldn't have a clear winner this morning, and now here we are, the two candidates there. This is what our country looks like. Some blue, some red, some perhaps poetically gray, leaving both presidential candidates forced to wait it out. And now, the state of Nevada has now stopped counting ballots and will not start again until Thursday. While election officials tweeted it out, no more results are going to be given until noon Eastern time tomorrow. Votes remaining to be counted include mail-in ballots received on election day. 6 electoral votes are up for grabs. Nevada, as of now, 86% of the expected vote is in and has Joe Biden leading President Trump by about half a percentage point.
We knew because of the unprecedented early vote, the mail-in vote, that it's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying votes is finished. And it ain't over until every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted.
Former Vice President from Delaware last night praising the process and all this. He told a crowd of supporters there that he feels confident he's on track to win it all. But President Trump had a much different take.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment.
The president speaking just before midnight our time from the White House. He's long warned of what he calls potential fraud in the election process. And today, preparing for a legal battle, he says he wants to take this directly to the U.S. Supreme Court. And so now we wait. And again, Nevada now saying they're not going to do the count until tomorrow. They don't know how many ballots are left to count, by the way, because every person who's registered to vote in Nevada got a mail-in ballot out of voting that way. We'll talk about 6 electoral votes, so it's possible this could be the deciding factor when we figure out who the closest to 207. So much of the focus on Pennsylvania, whether it comes down to Pennsylvania later this week, but it really could come down. By the way, we just heard the governor of Pennsylvania at 7:30 our time. Yeah, they're making an announcement. I'm sure that's what he just did. We'll keep you updated. All right.
Thank you, John. It is at 5:32. Coming up in about 10 minutes, we're going to talk with election attorney Justin Levitt, a professor at Loyola Marymount University. He's going to explain what happens next in this presidential race.
One of the biggest races here locally, and got a lot of national attention as well. LA County District Attorney, the hotly contested race, receiving that national attention because of the calls for police accountability.
Challenger George Gascon has been declared the projected winner. Gascon has 64% of the votes over Jackie Lacey, who had served as DA since 2012. Protesters have demanded Lacey to resign over her handling of deadly police and sheriff's department shootings recently, and those calls only increased after the death of George Floyd. Gascon is a former LAPD assistant chief and former district attorney in San Francisco, and he is pledged to be more aggressive on police reform.
Let's take a look at the congressional races here. This is California's 48th district. This is coastal Orange County. Very tight race right now between Democratic incumbent Harvey Bruda and Republican challenger Michelle Steele. You see it right there, 50-50 apiece. Steele leading with just over 1,900 votes or so, with 93% of precincts now reporting. And it's just as tight in California's 39th congressional district, which encompasses parts of LA, Orange, and San Bernardino counties. Right now, incumbent Democrat Gil Cisneros lost in another 50-50 battle with Republican challenger Young Kim. This is a rematch from 2018. They are separated by just over 1,000 votes, with 88% of precincts now reporting. We know that California voters decided on the fate of a dozen statewide ballot propositions, from affirmative action to digital privacy, even property tax.
Right, and those results are still coming in, but we do want to get with McCullough Medina. He's here to break down what the results mean for you, McCullough.
Good morning, guys. Good morning, everybody. These two Trumps are dealing with taxes, and they work closely watching them right now, with 71% of the precincts reporting. We'll start with Trump. 15 right now is with tax properties based on current market value rather than purchase price. Voters appear to be rejecting this from 51.7% to 48.3%. We're going to watch it very closely. Since 1978, another Prop 13 actually kept property tax bills pretty low for taxpayers, frustrating school officials across the state. We're watching this one pretty closely. Now on to Prop 19 this morning. It is passing 51.6% to 48.4%. It would allow homeowners over 55 as well as disabled homeowners and victims of wildfires and disasters to transfer a tax base to a replacement residence. It also changes taxation of family property transfers as well as establishes a fire protection service fund. It's passing right now, but of course it's still early. 71% of the precincts reporting in. We're still watching this one back here.
All right, Matt, thank you. There are still a lot of ballots left to be counted here in LA County. Officials say it could be weeks until that happens.
Let's get up to NBC Forward Tony Dinyard live at the LA County Registrar's Office in Norwalk with more on this. And Tony, they're just going to give a shout out to the civil service for working long hours to make sure these votes get counted.
Yes, they are. Be kind to them today because they have lots of long days ahead of them. On the day after Election Day, it all comes down to the numbers. That's what we're talking about. LA County election officials posting a tweet indicated more than 826,000 LA County voters voted in person. With so many ballots cast at vote centers, helicopters were put to use to shuttle ballots to locations in Downey where the ballots are being counted. That process started last night and will resume later today. More than 3 million ballots have been processed and counted so far. Many more still to count, including those mail-in ballots.
All vote by mail ballots, regardless of how they're dropped off, do wind up here at one of the fair sites that are processing units. First step is we're verifying signatures. Anything that we question the signature on, we do have a human verification process that's mandatory.
More than 2,300,000 vote-by-mail ballots have been returned by registered voters in LA County, and there could be additional ballots to arrive that may have been mailed and postmarked by yesterday. All of them will be processed at the vote-by-mail operations center in Pomona. At last report, nearly 56% of eligible registered voters did their civic duty by voting in the general election. Daniela and Jonathan, when I start spouting out numbers, that's when I get confused. I want to try to get this all correct because so many people are watching the results come in, and I lost sleep watching last night. I'm sure you did too. I'm Tony Dinyard, reporting live from Norwalk, Florida, today in LA.
We sure did, Tony, and we're going to continue to be here because those votes keep on coming.
You bet.
Thank you.
Tony, thank you. Still ahead this morning. So many what ifs, so many possibilities. We're going to speak with a constitutional law professor about any legal issues that might arise.
Plus, local, national, congressional election results still pouring in this morning, and our team is working around the clock to bring you all of the latest numbers. But then, good Wednesday morning, everyone. The main issue this morning is going to be that fog when you get on the road. So this afternoon, it heats up and starting to have a wind return. How it affects your forecast just ahead.
You are watching Today in LA's Decision 2020 coverage. Before we go to break, we'll look at results from Propositions 18 and 23.
Make your holidays happen at Ross. You don't have to spend a lot to give a lot. You set the holiday and we got you with the best boxes ever. Say yes for less than you store in your closet.
I love freedom coffee. You love freedom too. I love freedom coffee. What else can you do? If you don't try, delicious freedom. The only thing that is freedom coffee is you. The only thing that is freedom coffee is you. I love freedom coffee. You love freedom.
This holiday, give the gift of weatherhead from our laser leisure floor liners, a cargo liner, Christmas tree mat, and cup phone to secure your phone virtually any vehicle. This season, order the perfect gift at WeatherTech.com. And don't forget WeatherTech gift cards. Oh, it's great. Is this for real?
It's real.
I mean, this is unexpected.
You could say,
Absolutely.
thanks. I get that all the time. Wait, what? It's Grocery Outlet's 20% off wine sale. Going on now till November 10th. Please drink responsibly. Make your holidays happen at Ross. You don't have to spend a lot to give a lot. You got the holidays and we've got you with the best bargains ever. Say yes for less at the new store in North Compton. I'm gonna win it.
When his community hurts, when he reaches out his hand, pull it to his feet. The community calls, we respond. Chicago Wednesday returns on the roulette from NBC.
Welcome back on the morning after Election Day. It's really been a long night, but the counting continues and some of the results are in. Thank you for joining today in LA's Vision 2020 coverage this morning from the Roca News Center. You're watching Today in LA, and we're also waiting to find out who will spend the next 4 years in the White House, President Trump or Joe Biden. At this hour, this is what we know. Biden has 224 electoral votes, 213 for President Trump. Now, we know that 270 are needed to win the election. You can see all those gray states there. Those are the places where we're still waiting for the results. In the nationwide popular vote here, former Vice President Joe Biden is leading President Trump by more than 2 million votes. He has more than 68 million votes to more than 66 million for President Trump. Both candidates are far outpacing their party's vote totals from 2016. But as we know, popular votes do not win elections. No doubt, though, there's a lot of questions about what to make of all this.
Yeah, we want to bring in our constitutional law professor, Justice Levin from Loyola Marymount University. Professor, thank you so much for being with us this morning.
Of course, my pleasure.
We hope you got a little sleep last night. The president really added to some confusion last night by falsely claiming, I should say, victory. There are still millions of legitimate votes that have yet to be counted. He called that fraud, said the voting should stop. Let's start with the fact that, look, technically, yeah, the voting has stopped. It's the counting that's part of this whole process.
That's right. And we've been counting ballots after Election Day for hundreds of years. The votes are mostly in. Some mail ballots are still arriving, but all of them have been cast. What happens now is really a pretty simple process. We count them. That's it. We, the people, have to wait to be patient now for all those votes to be counted. There are still plenty of ballots yet to be counted. In the states where we thought it would take a while, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, states with much higher vote by mail turnout this cycle. And he really just started counting before yesterday, so it's going to take a minute. But we're nowhere near a contested election yet. We're nowhere near a disputed election yet. We're still just counting the votes for the cast.
But overnight, the president went on to say that his campaign would be going to the Supreme Court. But any involvement by the Supreme Court at this point is a long shot. So how would we even get there?
Yeah, there is no path to get there. This is not the first time the president's rhetoric hasn't matched reality. There's no claim that any of the votes cast, any significant number of votes cast, have violated the law in any way. There's no claim that anything counting violates the law in any way. And that's the only time the courts are going to get involved. The Tampa Bay Rays, I'm sure, would have liked to have stopped the World Series Game 6 at the end of the first inning. But they didn't ask the umpires to call the game. We had to wait until all of the innings were played. Same here. There's no reason, there's no path, there's no opportunity to go to the Supreme Court and ask for a stop to the counting because there's no law for that. The law says we count all of the ballots. It has always taken 2 to 3 weeks to get an official count. The numbers on election night are always projections. So we just have to sit back and sit tight. There's nothing for the Supreme Court to do right now.
We know that in the past, during this administration, the president is quick to use his attorneys to challenge basically anything he feels needs a challenge. Do you expect, the president calling his attorneys and maybe starting the process before those final vote tallies are in?
I do. I think we can expect litigation. This president hearing with his, as you know, called in his attorney a lot. That doesn't mean that we should. In fact, in the last week or so, they've been thrown out of court more often than not. A lawsuit, while provable facts showing a statutory or constitutional violation, is just a tweet with a violent deed. And you should expect a lot of those. The president is very fond of filing lawsuits. That doesn't mean they have any merit. It doesn't mean they're going to change the result.
Professor, there's no landslide win here. At this point, it's really neck and neck. Are you surprised with where we are right now?
Not even slightly. So there's no landslide win in the electoral college. That's true. Joe Biden has, it appears, won millions of more votes for popular vote. There's still more to count. There should trend Democratic. So I think there's something of a landslide in the popular vote. The electoral college we knew was always going to be tight. And what we found out last night is that it's tight. It's close. There are a few states that have yet to count all of the ballots that are really going to matter for determining who the winner is. I think we're pretty much exactly where we thought we'd be about a month ago.
Exactly, and I think the biggest thing for our viewers, for voters to understand is this is part of the process. We had a feeling, we knew that it would likely come down to a few states that we would have to wait on. But again, this is just part of the democratic process. Professor Justin Levitt from Loyola Marymount University, thank you so much for joining us. I think we're going to check back with you next hour.
Of course.
Thanks, Professor.
Right now, we want to get to the congressional races here in California. Republicans are fighting to hold on to an LA County congressional seat that I believe is, we're talking about the 37th district here. What you're seeing on your screen is where the incumbent Democrat Karen Bass is way ahead of the challenger. This is the other one we're keeping a close eye on. U.S. Representative 25th District, Christy Smith, up slightly 51% to the incumbent Mike Garcia, who won that special election against Christie earlier this year. He currently has 49%, tight rates of 74% of precincts reported.
More on this, we'll put an ideology as much more on the battle for the 25th Congressional District, Annette. Danielle and Jonathan, good morning. Hello, everybody. Well, these two candidates once again going head-to-head, battling it out for the 25th Congressional District. You have former Navy pilot, Republican Mike Garcia, trying to hold on to the seat that he won in the special election after Democrat King Hill had to resign amid allegations of an affair with an aide. The district includes Passaic, Sioux Valley, and the Santa Clarita Valley, also portions of the Antelope Valley, and it looks like Democratic State Assemblywoman Christy Smith has a good chance of flipping it back to blue. And sticking with LA County, Congresswoman Karen Bass is projected to win re-election by a landslide. She represents the 37th Congressional District and has a massive lead over her opponent, Republican Aaron Weber. Congresswoman Bass spoke last night about working on getting a new stimulus package approved to help people struggling through the pandemic.
The devastation continues to rage around the country. At some point in time, people are going to say this is enough. Now, it's my hope that tonight is the night that people say this is enough.
And also a crucial victory for Democrats down in Orange County. Congresswoman Amy Porter winning re-election yesterday. She's a former UC Irvine law professor. She was able to flip that congressional district from red to blue 2 years ago. Jonathan Daniela, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio. All right, Annette, thank you. It is 5:48 right now. We'll check your weather and meteorologist Belen de Leon. Thanks for being up in the Belen. Yes, it is. Here we are the day after the election. We still got to get up, go to work. And you know what? If you are hitting the road right now, visibility is low. If you're traveling through the South Bay, we don't have any dense fog advisories in effect, but just know that that is an area that is a little foggy. Now, on to the other weather headlines. Today is going to be warmer, just as Daniela was mentioning. Some locations are going to be in the 90s. It's going to be even hotter for tomorrow. That means critical fire danger as our humidity drops to less than 10%. And we're expecting those Santa Ana winds to return to the forecast, gusting from 20 to 40 miles per hour. And just like a roller coaster, our temperatures are dipping over the weekend dramatically, a 30-degree difference to 60s by Saturday and Sunday, and a chance for rain. So first, let me get you through your Wednesday. This morning is cool. Grab the sweater if maybe you're headed outside, going to work out. You have 50s across the map. It's even chillier than that. Hemet 48. Big Bear 27, and Lancaster 40 degrees. We have to get outside and walk the dog, and you're going to need a sweater. Now this afternoon, dress for that warm weather because we have temperatures that are going to be at 84 for Los Angeles, 80s also in the OC. But look at what's happening in the Inland Empire. We're going to have more 90-degree temperatures. Same goes for the San Fernando Valley and the Santa Clarita Valley. That's where we're going to have a high of 90 degrees. Now, one of the reasons why we have these warmer temperatures today is because of these down-sloping Santa Ana winds. Look at this wind gust futurecast. Press it and put play on it. The forecast around 11 a.m. is breezy over the LA, Ventura County mountains. The rest of us are doing A-OK, but if you're traveling through these areas, south of the Cajon Pass, Banning Pass, that's where it's going to be a little on the breezy side. The winds pick up even more tomorrow morning. We'll stop the clock again on Thursday at 8 a.m. and notice at that time the wind gusting up to 20 and 30 miles per hour. So please be very careful with any fire ignition sources today, because fire danger will be critical. Now, the temperatures heat up even more tomorrow by a few degrees. We're in the 90s, but by Friday, a storm system drops into the Pacific Northwest. It's going to bring rain and snow to California, and on Friday, we're going to have some stronger winds with the dropping temperatures as the storm system moves further inland, and even bigger drop in temperatures for Saturday and Sunday with an increased chance for rain. Now, today, we have more than 160 days of no measurable rain in downtown LA, but watch what happens over the weekend. Our chance for rain increases in Riverside at 10%, and this weekend on Saturday and Sunday, we're going to be at a 60%. So cross your fingers. We desperately need that rainfall here in Southern California. So a lot going on in the next few days. Just make sure you stay up to date with our NBC weather app. If you have questions, I'm here for you to answer them. Today, 82 for the base of the OC, 90 tomorrow. See the colder temperatures on Friday, a transitional day, then this weekend, partly and mostly cloudy with a possibility for some wet roads. 70s today for the coast, tomorrow 80s. Then we have a 60-degree stretch. The valleys of Inland Empire, HOC, today and tomorrow, 70s for Friday. This weekend, it's going to feel more like fall with highs in the 60s. The weather for the desert is going to be warm all the way through Thursday, cooling through Friday, and then this weekend, 50s in the high desert, 70s and 60s for the low desert. And finally, for the mountains, temperatures today in the 70s, mostly sunny skies. The weather cools on Friday, even colder this weekend in the 40s and 30s. Guys, back to you. All right, then, thank you. Disinformation coming up. Our ITs speak with one group that is working to crack down on the social media spread.
And from fans to first-time voters, we're going to take a look at the turnout near the dugout at Dodger Stadium.
You're watching Today in LA's coverage of Decision 2020. Stay with us.
This morning on Today, we'll have the very latest election updates, live from each battleground states across the country. We are the place to stand. What you need to know and what it means for the nation. This morning on Today.
The holidays are coming, but Toyotathon's already here with great year-end deals for that special someone. Trust me, these are way better than this stuff.
Now get 0% financing on a new 2021 Prius Prime. Toyota, let's go places.
Millions of customers are leaving their providers and switching to Spectrum. And if you have satellite, it's not hard to see why. Because unlike satellite, Spectrum gives you all the services you need, like internet and TV from one provider. They do? Yeah, they do. And Spectrum has the fastest download speeds and the most reliable performance. Get Spectrum in speeds at 200 megabits for $44.99 a month. Call 833-909-4499. Spectrum runs on TV too. Unlike satellite, Spectrum doesn't have an ugly dish to install. And you get exclusive premium original content from Spectrum Original. Wow, good. Really? Plus, Spectrum has more free HD, free on demand. Get Spectrum TV for $44.99 a month. Call 833-909-4499. And unlike satellite providers, Spectrum doesn't have contracts or early termination fees. So you can buy out the current contract up to $500. Switch to a America's best internet TV choice provider. Get Spectrum Internet and TV $44.99 a month. Ask about our easy sell install option. Call 833-909-4499. During the coronavirus pandemic, SitSafe has been committed to helping you shop safely. And speaking of feeling safe, SitSafe is proud to pay tribute to our veterans, active duty military, and first responders with a special Veterans Day sale. Save up to 50% off the best brands, get 12 months of interest-free financing, and we're honored to give all veterans and first responders a special Veterans Day discount. To all the heroes that help us sleep a little bit easier at night, happy Veterans Day from SitSleep.
Toyota phone is going. Toyota phone is on. Coming today.
Now get an incredible $3,000 cash back on a new 2020 Camry Hybrid.
That's a wrap.
Toyota, let's go places.
So I heard there was a party tonight.
They'll stay for the tea.
Dad, I know what really happened. Mama was at home.
Welcome back to Today in LA's live election coverage, where we're keeping an eye on a very tight presidential race, one that is too close to call a long night, turning into what really could be a long week ahead. Look at this. Some voters in Georgia had problems at the polls with long lines there. This was the scene for many people trying to cast their ballots in Spalding County. Election officials saying all of the voting machines across that county went down. After 2 hours of delay, the machines were back up and running, but some voters who waited say they definitely saw people leaving.
And the president's attempt to falsely claim victory before all votes were counted is continuing this concern about misinformation in this election season.
Yeah, it's been an issue the FBI has been warning about for months. People and foreign governments using social media to confuse people and to discourage voters from even casting their ballots. Our IT spoke with a nonpartisan group that's been working to crack down on misinformation. When there's a new process and uncertainty, it gives an opportunity for bad actors to fill that information void with disinformation or conspiracy theories.
Well, Facebook says it has 35,000 workers scanning for political misinformation. Twitter has added labels to tweets from candidates who try to claim false victory. So the company even added a warning to one of President Trump's tweets from last night, in which he said, quote, they are trying to steal the election.
A last-minute rush of voters forced the San Bernardino County to open up a backup voting location.
Every vote counts. We're using the picture right here.
It's like a game day. I got the butterflies. I got excited. I thought about it when I woke up this morning.
Feels good. Want to make a change.
I hope that it makes a difference.
A lot of enthusiasm out there. The line inside the registrar's office was so long at one point. Around 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon, a nearby voting center had to be activated. The bigger crowd of arriving voters was sent over to San Bernardino International Airport, where polling places were packed across the Inland Empire.
And so many of our local landmarks were used as voting centers, which is really neat. One of the most popular locations this year was over at Dodger Stadium.
It was such a nice way for Dodger fans to turn in their ballots and celebrate the team's World Series victory. That's right, voters were treated to live music from a mariachi band. Voting ran smoothly here. The wait times were low. There were more than 60 polling spots. A handful of poll workers helped process ballots for everyone, including many voting for the first time.
Walked up, my friend said, like, what's your first time voting? She gave me like a little press speech, and then I walked up and she scanned my sample ballot, and she was like, is this your first time voting? And I was like, yes. And then it's kind of cool because she announced it and like everyone cheered for me. Like it felt pretty cool.
We will always remember that moment. This is likely the one and only time people will be allowed to vote at Dodger Stadium.
At just about 6 o'clock this morning, here's what's happening today in LA.
I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us today.
We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of counting votes is finished. And it ain't over until every vote is counted. Every vote is counted.
From controversy to countdown to counting, we are still waiting for the final results of the presidential election. That race is close. The battleground states are critical, with the nation on the edge.
And there are also some key local races that are drawing national attention. And one of those is this one, the LA County District Attorney's race. George Gascon is the projected winner against incumbent Jackie Lacey to run the nation's largest local prosecutor's office.
I see cars freaking pulling in. Well, the cop cars, obviously. Cop cars pulling in. I was like, oh, something to go down.
And we expected it. We saw it. Politics spilling into the streets. Tension between protesters and police. We are live this morning with team election coverage.
This is Today in LA at 6.
Good morning, everyone. It is Wednesday, November 4th. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Daniela Guzman.
And I'm Jonathan Gonzalez. We are so glad you're here with us this morning. We're going to guide you through the results with our team of reporters. We also have expert analysis. And of course, we want to begin with the presidential race. A winner has not been declared. Votes are still being counted in key battleground states. And here's a look at where things stand right now. Joe Biden, 224 electoral votes, 213 for President Trump. 270, that key number needed to declare victory.
And here's a look at the popular vote across the nation. Joe Biden has the lead there by more than 2 million votes. But it's the Electoral College that decides the winner of the election. And at this point, we just don't know how long it will take to get the results of the battleground states. So for more on that, let's go to NBC for John Getty, following the overnight developments. And he joins us live here in the studio. John?
Yeah, guys, good morning, guys. We knew this was going to be a long night, a longer morning. There have been so many changes in the way that we cast votes this year. We knew that we'd be waiting. So now, here we are today. The two candidates still unsure who is going to be the next president. But this is what our country looks like this morning. You see the red, you see the blue, but key states still in the balance. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Arizona, all of them. But looking at this same information, in the White House, President Donald Trump claiming victory. The millions of votes have yet to be counted.
This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list.
Okay? President Trump won key battleground states like Florida and Ohio, but no one so far has reached that 270 number to take the Electoral College. Trump did outperform the polls and expectations, but it does not appear he got the election surge he was banking on. As of now, challenger Joe Biden is in the lead.
We knew because of the unprecedented early vote, the mail-in vote, that it's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying votes is finished. And it ain't over until every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are.
And now the race hinges on a familiar set with Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, all three historical Democratic states, and all three put Trump in the White House 4 years ago. But there's still some that are too close to call. North Carolina, Georgia, Nevada, even Arizona, which has historically been a Republican stronghold, could make history this time if it goes to Joe Biden. The big issue right now are the mail-in ballots in the states. That's different rules for counting those. It's been a big argument from the president. At this point, the White House is still on track. All eyes on Pennsylvania, all eyes on Nevada. All right, John, thank you for that. We want to bring in our NBC4 political contributor, Dr. Anjali Hancock-Alfaro. Thank you so much for being here. This morning, we hope you got a little bit of rest.
We got just a little bit, but we'll go early to be here with you all. Thank you so much. We can't wait to hear your insight. Let's talk about the president's speech from overnight where he falsely claimed a victory, but clearly we still have a long way to go. There are millions of votes still to be counted. What do you think about that speech and what he has said?
You know, people have been reporting it correctly. It is a false claim to say that either candidate has won the election. Again, the math is you must get to 270, and neither candidate has that yet. The thing that we have to remember, of course, is that that is very common at the end of election night. We need only go back to 2004, to 2000, 1948, with Dewey v. Truman. There's a whole history in our country of there being a seesaw until that one candidate reaches 270, but that only happens after the votes are counted.
There's so much of the talk in the weeks leading up to the election has been on Pennsylvania, talking about that crucial state, but now suddenly Nevada could be in kind of that swing state. What's going on there with that decision not even to count votes until tomorrow?
You know, we're not really clear what the Nevada officials are doing with regard to why they stopped counting or why they haven't started counting. We're really not clear. And I think the challenge is, and we saw some of this in the primaries too, is that election officials really need to be transparent about what's going on. People will be more patient to the degree they can if they know what's going on up front. And so say what's going on, then be reliable about counting votes.
Right? So much of the talk has been against Pennsylvania and Nevada, though, could lead to a very narrow victory for Joe Biden. So we'll continue to keep an eye on what's going on. Thank you. We'll talk to you soon. Sounds good.
All right, it is 6:04. It's about 6:05 right now. We're also tracking some of the hot congressional races this morning.
The Democrats trying to hang on to several seats they picked up in Orange County back in 2018.
And in California's 48th congressional district, Democratic incumbent Harvey Wuda and Republican challenger Michelle Steele are locked in a very tight race right now. Steele is leading by just over 1,900 votes. 93% of the precincts are reported.
It is just as close in California's 39th congressional district. This is the one that encompasses parts of LA County, Orange County, even San Bernardino County. Right now, the incumbent Democrat Phil Cisneros locked in that 50-50 battle, very tight with Republican challenger Young Kim. This is a rematch from 2018. They're separated by just over 1,000 votes right now, with 88% of precincts reported.
Now let's go to California's 25th congressional district in LA County, near Christie Smith could be poised to reclaim the seat for Democrats. Right now, she is leading incumbent Republican Mike Garcia with 51% to 49%. 74% of the precincts there are reporting.
Right now, we want to get to the hotly contested race for LA County District Attorney and battle incumbent Jackie Lacey, who nearly won this race back during the primary season, has now fallen to challenger George Gascon. Gascon, the projected winner. Here the result is 54% of the votes. The Lacey's 46%, with all precincts now reported.
For more on that, getting national attention is Michelle Bias live with more on this race. Michelle, this race really took a turn for Lacey amid calls for police reform the last couple of months.
Yeah, hotly contested race. A lot of people are reacting to this. Gascon's platform calls for abolishing the death penalty and prioritizing rehab over incarceration. And that spoke to the majority of the voters as he won. Let's take a look at those numbers. Winning with 54% of the votes, Gascon has been on both sides of the law. As a 40-year career in law enforcement, he went from being a cop to an elected prosecutor. They did his team last night.
We have to ensure that we address the inequalities in the system. We have to make sure that we center our community safety around reform, accountability for the system. And that includes not only police, but district attorneys.
This race really pivoted after the in-custody death of George Floyd in Minneapolis. People called for nationwide protests, calling for more aggressive prosecution of law enforcement officers. Last night we spoke with Lacey. She says she's at peace with whatever the outcome. We're waiting to hear from Gascon this morning. His campaign promised and pledged to reopen several cases that Lacey has not prosecuted in the past. We'll get to see if he keeps his word as LA County's new top prosecutor. Back to you.
All right, Michelle, thank you. We know that Californians were also voting on a dozen high-stakes ballot measures.
Some of those topics range from criminal justice, even how to classify rideshare drivers. And maybe work with Holland Medina joins us live right now to walk us through some of those results.
Well, this appears to be two big wins for two big businesses. Let's start first with Prop 21. This is the rideshare prop. Take a look at these numbers. WT News calling this race majority voting yes to allow app-based companies and drivers to work as individual contractors, exempting them from recently passed state law that classifies them as employees. Another expensive race, Prop 21. This is dealing with expanding rent control. Landlords will spend about $100 million here, and it's paid off for them. The no's are nearly at 60%. Yes is at about 40%. It would have allowed local governments to establish rent control on properties over 15 years old. That's what was affecting it. All right, thank you. This morning we do have some election results ahead, but the votes are still being counted. We have a breakdown of the key races coming up in just a few minutes.
Also, from politics to protest, you're looking at video from downtown LA. What happened when police ordered these crowds to break it up? Good Wednesday morning, everyone. Today it's all about the fog as you get out the door. This afternoon, as the fog clears, get ready for the heat. How high the temperatures will rise in your first alert forecast.
Patience will be a virtue this week. You are watching Today in LA's coverage of Decision 2020. Stay with us, but before we go to break, here's a look at the results from some of the other ballot compositions.
Make your holidays happen at Rock, the first You don't have to spend a lot to give a lot. Use up the holidays and keep that you with the best bargain ever. Say yes for less at the new store in your closet.
Every morning at 4:30, you hear the cooking on the floor. It's hard to fill my lunch, hard night to you. Every morning right at 6, don't that old fella.
Upgrade to a reclining sofa for less here at Mattress Brothers. We have reclining sofas in all styles and all price points, so you're sure to find the one that's right for you. Like this reclining sofa for only $676, or upgrade the power and leather for just $962. Recline and adjustment headrest and a touch of a button, even charge your devices. It's the ultimate in comfort for only $962. For the largest selection and lowest prices, shop Mattress Brothers.
Almost a fixed price. Is this for real?
It's real.
I mean, this is unexpected.
You can stay. Wonderful.
Absolutely.
Thanks. They get that all the time. Wait, what? It's Grocery Outlet's 20% off wine sale. Going on now till November 10th. Please drink responsibly. Hi, I'm Ella, and Hello AI Home Loan Assistant. You asked smart ways to get cash. Get cash from your home equity, and Hello Loans to get you $10, $20, $50,000 or more at a 2.19% APR. Use for almost any purpose. Pay off credit cards, your car, personal loans, and more. Find out how much cash you can get at a 2.19% APR. Call Hello Loans at 800-918-9200. In Hello Loans. Borrow smart.
Diamonds, the timeless gift. Diamond stackable bath, just $149. 1 carat freestone ring, $7.99. 1 carat certified designer rings, $24.90. 1 carat top white studs, $5.99. 5 factory direct and save. The jewelry exchange custom.
Yeah, Taco's new Cholula Crispy Chicken Taco is here. So turn up the flavor, turn up the heat, and get ready to rock. Try our newest Crispy Chicken Taco today for only $1. Only a Del Taco. Yeah.
Make your holidays happen at Rock, the first You don't have to spend a lot to give a lot. Use up the holidays and keep that you with the best bargain ever. Say yes for less at the new store in North Boston. Good morning and welcome back. It is 6:12 this morning. Here's a live look at the White House. At this hour, we still do not know who will spend the next 4 years there. President Trump or Joe Biden. Votes are still being counted in key battleground states. And there was so much concern about the possibility of unrest across the country. And it's quiet right now. But take a look at this video here of one of several demonstrations across downtown LA just last night. The situation there turned somewhat tense after police declared it an unlawful assembly. We saw several people detained just blocks outside of Staples Center, and we are making calls to figure out the charges this group faces. Over in Washington and Grand, the LAPD says 40 people were arrested for blocking the Metro Blue Line. Another 30 people were cited for failure to disperse.
Right now, we want to take a look at where the results stand in the presidential election. Former Vice President Joe Biden easily won California. Not a surprise there, and it's 55 electoral votes. Biden also leading popular votes across the country by more than, looks like 3 million votes right now. But of course, the popular vote does not win elections, at least not presidential elections. That goes to the Electoral College. 270 votes, that key number needed for a victory. Neither one of the candidates has that at this point. Joe Biden has 224. President Trump standing at 213. As votes are still being counted for the states in gray there. Those counts, will remind you, could take days. Meanwhile, we know billions of dollars have been spent on California's ballot measure battle.
Yeah, California's voting on a dozen propositions from affirmative action to digital privacy to property taxes. And we want to bring back McCall Medina here to break down the results and how this is all going to impact you. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, guys. Good morning, everybody. Let's start first with Prop 16. It would remove the ban on affirmative action. Voters appear to be rejecting this. Take a look at those numbers, 56 to 44. It means California's pushed to retain its ban on allowing government agencies and public universities to consider race and sex in state hiring, contracting, as well as admission decisions. Also, Prop 17 right now, take a look at these numbers. It restores a felon's right to vote after completion of a prison term. It appears to be passing. Here, the numbers 59% yes, 41% no. It changes the state constitution to give those votes to an estimated 50,000 people who supported, say, and paid their debt to society and should be able to vote. Let's talk about Prop 20 that would have added more crimes to the list of non-criminal felonies for which early parole is restricted. Voters appear to be rejecting that right now. Look at those numbers, 62% no, 37% yes. It would also increase, we're told, penalties for those convicted of repeated retail thefts, toughen parole standards, also allow for broader DNA collection. Again, it appears to be going down into the city. Also, Prop 25 this morning, a measure to abolish cash bail. It's trailing right now. The numbers 55% no, 45 yes. It's a referendum on the 2018 state law that replaces cash bail system with something called a risk assessment process that would determine if the suspect should remain in jail while awaiting trial. Let me say, this law actually made the process more equal for suspects of all economic backgrounds. Voters, though, appear to be rejecting it. Back to you.
McCullough, thank you. And now to a criminal justice reform measure in Los Angeles County. Voters have approved Measure J with 57% of the voting. That means that the county will dedicate 10% of its general fund budget toward alternatives to incarceration, including several community-based programs.
There are still many ballots that need to be counted in LA County. It's a process that will continue throughout the week.
Let's go to Tony Gaynard live at the LA County Registrar's office in Norwalk, where workers, Tony, will be very busy doing just that.
Absolutely. Election Day 2020 is behind us, but now the next phase begins. The ballot count could take days, if not weeks. Here in LA County, the ballot tally began just after the polls closed at 8 last night. The initial ballots counted the mail-ins that were returned prior to Election Day. Next in line to count ballots cast at the voting centers during the 10-day-long early voting period. More than 3 million ballots have already been processed and tallied overnight. This morning, LA County elections officials indicate more than 800,000 people voted in person. More than 2 million voted by mail-in. Those mail-in ballots being scrutinized and processed at the center in Pomona, and then they're going to be delivered to be counted.
We have about 1,000 ballots per box for the security seal on those, lost those for chain of custody, and we send them off to the Dallas County Operations Center.
The ballot counting will resume, but the schedule is tentative, part of the semi-final official canvass of the vote. Again, this is a tentative schedule of what will happen later today. At 10, the tally setup begins, followed by ballot scanning at 1 this afternoon. The counter tabulation resumes at 3:30, and by 4 o'clock, it is possible we get an update on the vote on the election's results, but we were warned in advance we've got to be patient. This is quite a process. I'm Tony Gaynard, reporting live from Norwalk 4 to the NLA.
All right, Tony, thank you. It's 6:18 right now. A lot of people still got to get up and go to work today. Let's head over to the Leslie under the look at our forecast.
Nice, Annette. It is nice. A beautiful sunrise, but places close to the coast, you're not seeing that sunrise because you're under some low clouds and areas of fog. So this morning, be very careful as you hit the roads, especially in the South Bay and if you're traveling through Orange County. Now, the main takeaways today and tomorrow is going to be hotter and also an increased fire danger with some stronger winds kicking up. This morning, grab a sweater. We have 60s from the coast to the basin, the valleys, and IE. You'll have that sunshine this morning. So grab the sunglasses if you are hitting the road. High under 44 degrees, and in the mountains also in the 40s, so a chillier start there. By this afternoon, nice at the coast, 70s, but you are going to feel those lower temperatures in the basin, 82. We're going to be in the 90s for more spots in the valleys and inland empire. But if you have to work outside, stay hydrated, practice good heat safety. I know, we're talking about 90s in November. In the high desert, 86 degrees, and in the mountains, race 4 days. The temperatures in the 70s. Let's plan your day in Riverside. Right now, you're at 53, a little warmer by 8 a.m., 65. 10 a.m. is comfortable 78, but look at the temperatures into this afternoon. Around noon, you're at 88. You'll have temperatures in the 90s by 2 p.m. Winds a little stronger over the LA and Ventura County mountains today, gusting from 20 miles per hour, at times up to 30 miles per hour. But these winds pick up even more for tomorrow under these new locations, so please be very careful. These Santa Ana winds are going to dry out our air, humidity less than 10%, so be safe to not play with fire escape. Let's be smart as we head throughout the next 48 hours with this fire danger just being so elevated. Notice how the temperatures get warmer tomorrow, and then we have these dramatic cool downs Friday and into this weekend when the temperatures will be in the 60s. And we're probably going to see a measurable chance for some rain. The coast 76 today, 80 tomorrow, then a 60-degree streak. The other thing I want to point out on Friday, as temperatures cool, we're going to have widespread northerly winds. It's going to feel windier for us. The valleys in Inland Empire, 90s today and tomorrow, 70s on Friday this weekend. That cooler weather with probably mostly cloudy skies and a chance for rain. High desert, low desert, it's going to get hotter before it gets cooler. This weekend is going to feel more like fall in the 50s, 70s, and 60s, and finally for the mountains, 70s today and tomorrow. But over the weekend, be prepared for some colder temperatures in the 40s and 30s. Back to you. All right, but then thank you. So the presidential election is certainly the big race that we've been watching, but we also have some California complications that could shape our state, so we'll be right back with those coming up.
It's pretty more legit. You know if your ballot actually counts. I'm going to tell you what we found happening at a local voting center.
But first, as we head to break, here's a look at some of the results from the LA County Supervisor's race and LA City Council races as well.
MyBoss.com is the only place on the web where you can get a daily spot discount on living, dining, beds, mattresses, and more. Stocked up and ready to ship with delivery options. Plus, help and expertise from an experienced sales manager by phone. Only at MyBoss.com. Hot Tub and Swim Spa outlets. Blowing out every Hot Tub and Swim Spa at 33 to 65% off from LA's premier Hot Tub and Swim Spa dealer. Blowout out 270 North Brea Boulevard, plus 657-295-1300.
These days, car repair can often get overlooked, but it doesn't have to be. Introducing Repair Street, the easiest and safest way to repair your car. Get a free quote and book an appointment online. And an expert mobile mechanic will deliver quality, no-contact car repair directly to your home. Because life doesn't stop, and it definitely shouldn't because of your car.
Book today at RepairSmith.com and get $25 off with those TVs.
My best friend has a business growing in a while. So I thought it was fun. They have everything from a family at a fraction of the cost. Wow, I love the variety. I love the deal. She's buying a lunch. Be the love girl and friend.
It's called Good Times are called Friendly. Friendly Continuous Casino Resort Spa is calling. Morongo is calling. Good times.
Like full of little accidents. And the Hyundai Tucson helps make sure they stay little by alerting you if you drift out of your lane and even gently correcting your steering. Because unlike your favorite shirt, you are irreplaceable. Hyundai, the longer you look, the more there is to life.
Get deal percent APR for 72 months on the Tucson. Plus, get up to 3 years of complimentary maintenance. See your local Hyundai dealer.
Rustic Charming, amazing choice in my Sonoma dining set. Counter high table extends to 80 inches, under table storage, 4 comfy chairs, hand-driven nail-head trim, and storage matched in 2 rustic finishes, only $7.99.
Welcome back to Today in LA's live election coverage. We're keeping an eye on that very tight presidential race, too close to call right now. We're also following allegations about a possibly phony voting center that actually led the Orange County DA's office to a skincare clinic in Westminster on election day.
But it's still unclear if there was any wrongdoing. A video posted on Instagram appears to show people emptying a box filled with torn up ballots. The district attorney says that those envelopes were the outer shells that the ballots came in, but it did not appear there were any ballots still inside. Now, this setup was discovered in front of some businesses owned by Westminster Vice Mayor Kimberly O. Her lawyer says that the campaign is fully cooperating with the investigation right now. The district attorney tells us that it could have been a health center where people go for help filling out their ballots. It could also be a ballot collection center, neither of which are illegal. Also have this morning our political contributor, Dr. Ange-Marie Hancock-Alfaro, is back with us to break down the election and when we may know the results.
And the back and forth battle over the Oval Office has yet to be called. The question right now, will it be hours, maybe even days before we get that final result? We're live on the very latest numbers. But first, as we head to break, here's a look at some of the other propositions we're keeping an eye on this morning for you.
We share food is a symbol of happiness. We can have conversations, laugh with each other, have jokes. Yes, I love that.
Share the tradition and share the love with the holiday familia dinner from the Toyota logo.
Welcome to Toyota. Ready for a great deal? Savings on Camry, RAV4, Highlander, and more. Because it is the most magical time of the year.
Now get 0% financing for 60 months on the entire 2021 Corolla family, including Corolla Hybrid, or even Corolla Hatchback.
You never know what you'll find at Toyotathon. Come in today.
Toyota, let's go places.
Joe, your insulin levels are horribly low and terribly underlined.
Yes, Joe. It's time to make a change.
But don't worry, we just run your fiber optic internet to that 25 times faster upload speed than cable. Woo! And you can use all your devices at the same time.
I think we're still like me all night long.
Wow, that's really weird. All night long. That's right, Joe. Woo! Too late. Switch to fiber. Run to your fiber optic internet.
Don't miss out on the grand opening of Florida Decor's West Covina location. Our expansive store is fully equipped with safe distancing guides. You can browse our wide aisles, be amazed by your wider selection, or easily order online. Pick up all the products you need for your flooring project curbside. So come discover the perfect floor at the perfect price. Whatever way is perfect for you. Explore Florida Decor's new Los Angeles area location November 12th, or visit flooranddecor.com for a store near you.
Did you know that United Healthcare is introducing a new HMO POS Medicare Advantage plan in Southern California? Hi, I'm Jennifer Woods with your local Southern California Medicare team. I want to invite you to work with me and my team of Medicare agents to help you find and enroll in the Medicare plan that best meets your needs. I'm proud to offer Southern California $0 premium Medicare Advantage plan that includes medical, prescription drug coverage, and more. Plus, access to a large number of local providers and benefits that can help you with a healthier life. We also have plans for people on both Medi-Cal and Medicare and military veterans. And we can help you learn about Medicare supplement insurance and Part B prescription drug plans. On behalf of my Southern California team, I want you to know that your health and safety is our top priority. We're here to help you anytime in person, over the phone, or online. Call today at 1-800-299-5422 or visit uhc10health.com to take advantage of the Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare.
I always feel like eating food is the best way to get to know someone. Tasting some of their culture. If it's shared, peace.
Share the tradition and share the love with new holiday fanáticos from the Pollo Loco.
Today in LA at 6:30 starts now.
We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
Oh, we feel good about where we are.
Right now at More results remain. There is no clear winner yet in the race for the White House. Both candidates, though, are feeling really confident this morning. We are live with team coverage as the counting continues. Good morning, and thank you for joining us. I'm Daniela Guzman.
And I'm Jonathan Gonzalez. We're so glad you're here with us this morning. And if you are just waking up with us, we want to start with the presidential race. Again, there is no presidential winner has been declared. Joe Biden currently has 224 electoral votes. The President Trump 213, and as we know, it takes 270 to win the election. We are still waiting for results in 9 states that are grayed out there on that map.
And those counts could take some time, so let's get right over to NBC4's John Caddy's Kleenex for the very latest developments on this. John?
It takes some time. It takes some days. It takes some weeks. Some close are called. If you look at what we're looking at now, what needs to happen for the candidates to get to that magical 270 number, one could argue at this point that it could be very difficult for President Trump. But again, the wild card right now has to do with the mail-in ballot. And the patience, of course, again, is the word of the day.
You know, we can know the results as early as tomorrow morning. But it may take a little longer, as I've said all along. It's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome.
As Democratic candidate Joe Biden speaking last night, praising the process. He told a crowd of supporters in Wilmington, Delaware, that he feels confident he is on track to win this. The thing is, the incumbent candidate feels the same way.
We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just all wrong. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good. Such a vote, such a success.
President Trump went as far as to call himself the winner in states that have yet to be called. Michigan is one of them. Right now, the difference between Trump and Biden is a half percentage point right there in Michigan, with 90% of the votes counted. That close. We want to look again at the big picture here, the different colors that you're seeing. The big is right now, because of their electoral votes, and how many they can actually get: Pennsylvania, Georgia, Michigan, and North Carolina. If Trump wins all of those, he wins the second term. Right now, he's actually leading in all of them but Michigan. At last check, he was behind Biden right now. I'm telling you this right now, at 6:31 this morning our time, behind Biden by 0.2%.
This could really come down to single-digit electoral votes. It's incredible.
Yeah.
All right, John, thank you so much.
John. All right, we do want to bring in NBC4 political contributor Dr. Anne-Marie Hancock Alfaro to break this down for us.
Thank you so much for being with us this morning. You know, a lot of people expected former Vice President Joe Biden, because of all the polling, to maybe do better than he did in Florida, right? Maybe to do better in Ohio, North Carolina, those states the more likely to go to Trump and some of them declared for president. At this point, I think the talk will again be the polls, regardless of the outcome. Were they wrong yet again?
You know, I think a lot of them still have not really fully tweaked their model. And so they're talking kind of political science talk. They need to make sure that they are talking to voters. But also, I want to talk about one of the UNC Insight polls that said that this was all along going to be a closer race. And they were the polls that called the 2016 election properly, too. So it really does take that attention to looking at how voters are shifting and changing over time. The same voters, not talking to 100 here and then 6 months later talking to another 100 that are entirely separate.
Overnight, we heard the president there falsely declare that he had won the election. Joe Biden saying, be patient, every vote counts. I think everyone just can't wait to find out what the results are. How long will this really take based on where we are right now?
Well, you know, we really were never going to get all of the results on Tuesday night. And I cannot say that enough because, again, when you have expectations that projections are going to come in, we often misinterpret that and misunderstand that to say that results are coming in. And so I think we probably are estimating for the end of the week for some of these big states. So Pennsylvania is saying the end of the week. Nevada is saying tomorrow. Michigan is saying today or tomorrow. So I think we're going to know some really good information this week.
Anyway, of course, because the Electoral College won't even vote officially until next month, right? We want to talk about the Electoral College because if a candidate wins the popular vote in a given state, we assume the Electoral College will go their way. But really, in 2020, anything's up in the air. Can we assume that everything should go as scheduled?
You know, last time, Secretary Clinton won the popular, lost the Electoral College. It is entirely possible that Joe Biden could do the same. And I think that's where people are really shocked. I think everybody thought that with COVID and the decimated economy, there should be a landslide. But again, when you're thinking of the Electoral College, that really tightens up the way in which popular voting can have an impact, because the bigger states are limited in their influence to protect the smaller, less diverse states.
When you look at this map right here, what do you make of it, our future?
You know, I think no matter who gets reelected, I have to be really honest, they are going to have the challenge of a lifetime. Even if Joe Biden pulls it out and somehow wins this versus President Trump, there may be folks in California who are happy, but Californians have to look at this map and say, there are a lot of folks who don't agree with what Californians voted for in terms of the agenda for the country.
Very divided country according to that electoral college map thus far. We always appreciate your perspective and expertise. Let me people political contributor, Dr. Andre Hancock. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll be talking with you throughout the day. I'm sure we're going to get some rest. Thank you.
It is at 6:34 right now. We do want to take a look at the U.S. Senate right now. Democrats hope to have a good run, maybe retake the majority. That has not happened at this hour, but right now, 46 seats are projected to be controlled by Democrats, 47 by Republicans, and we're still waiting for decisions on 7 seats.
Well, we are keeping an eye on several races here in Southern California.
One of the most contested is for LA County District Attorney and Battles incumbent Jackie Lacey versus challenger George Gascon. NBC4 has declared Gascon the projected winner, leading 64% to 46% to Lacey. Protesters have demanded Lacey to resign over her handling of deadly police and sheriff's department shootings. Gascon has pledged to be more aggressive on police reform. And we're also following some of the hot Orange County congressional races this morning. Here's the 48th congressional district. It is dead heat right now. Look how close between Democratic incumbent Harley Ruda and Republican challenger Michelle Steele.
Look at how close the California 39th congressional district is right now. It's a district that encompasses parts of LA, Orange, and San Bernardino counties. Right now, the incumbent Democrat Gil Cisneros lost in a close 50-50 battle with Republican challenger Young Kim. It's a rematch from 2018. They're separated by about 1,000 votes right now, with 88% of the precincts.
We do want to get to Annette Adeola joining us live this morning with much more on the Democrats' battle to hold on to the seat that they flipped in 2018. Good morning, Annette. Hey there, good morning, Daniela, Jonathan. Hello, everybody. Yes, and it was just 2 years ago that voters down in Orange County were able to flip traditional Republican seats to blue, and now today Democrats are hoping that those seats stay blue. Representative Gil Cisneros defeated his current opponent, Republican Young Kim, back in 2018 during the race to replace the former Republican Congressman Ed Royce. Now, this is, again, as you mentioned, a very particular district. The 39 has 3 counties representing cities in LA, San Bernardino, and Orange counties. Last night, the first-term Democrat held a drive-in car rally, thanking all of his supporters, and, of course, reminding them that the results may not be known for days. We also heard from his opponent, Higgleton.
Again, right, you have lifted me on your shoulders and have taken me along and carried me, and you're carrying me across this finish line. So I can't thank you all enough for all of your hard work and everything that you've done during this election cycle and everything I know you will continue to do into the future.
This is not traditional election cycle that we've experienced for sure. So I share your optimism.
And down in Orange County, we also had a big win for Democrats. They also had a huge win, retaining that 45th congressional seat with Congresswoman Katie Porter winning re-election last night. Jonathan, Danielle, back to you. All right, Annette, thank you. Let's go to California's 25th congressional district now in LA County. Christy Smith could be poised to reclaim the seat for Democrats there. Right now, she is leading incumbent Republican Mike Garcia 51 to 49%.
Still ahead this morning, let's talk taxes, the propositions on the ballot that could change how much you pay.
A lot of what ifs and possibilities when it comes to the election. Coming up, we're going to speak with a constitutional law professor about any legal issues that might arise. Good morning, everyone. Ready or not, we're headed back into the 90s. Here's a look at your temperatures for this afternoon. And just ahead of your first look forecast, I'm going to talk about big changes this weekend. It's going to get colder with a chance for rain. And before we go to break, let's take a look at the results from the social justice proposition. Make your holidays happen at Ross. You don't have to spend a lot to give a lot. You set the holidays and keep them you with the best boxes ever. Say yes for less at the new store in North Compton.
What sets Jerome's Dream Shops apart from all other mattress stores? Three things. Jerry's Price, 40 years of designing mattresses, and Jerome's complete fit. With Jerry's Price, you don't have to haggle or wait for sales to get the best deal. Our mattress designs far exceed the national brands in comfort and durability. We find the mattress that fits your individual needs. Now get 5-year special financing with no money down. Plus, get Jerome's hassle-free drop-off delivery. Only at Jerome's and the Jerome's Dream Shop.
Oh, it's
real?
It's real.
I mean, this is unexpected.
You would say remarkable?
Absolutely.
Thanks. I get that all the time. Wait, what? It's Grocery Outlet's 20% off wine sale. Going on now till November 10th. Please drink responsibly. Make your holidays happen at Ross. The first you don't have to spend a lot to give a lot. You set the holidays and keep them you with the best boxes ever. Say yes for less at the new store in North Compton. It is 6:41. Good Wednesday morning, everyone. Morning after Election Day. And welcome back to Today in LA's live election coverage. We are still waiting to find out who will spend the next 4 years in the White House. President Trump or Joe Biden. At this hour, Biden has 224 electoral votes, 213 for President Trump. We all know 270 are needed to win this election, and you see all those great states there. Well, those are the places where we're still waiting on the results.
Please be patient. This is a waiting game. Could be a long game right now, but last night, the president did falsely claim victory.
Right. He also called to stop legitimate vote counting that's underway across the country right now. Still millions of votes to be counted. We want to bring in constitutional law professor Justin Levitt from Loyola Marymount University. Thank you again for joining us this morning.
Of course, absolutely.
The president appears to be seizing the opportunity to confuse his supporters last night, but this is all part of the process. The vote counting is continuing.
Yeah, that's exactly right. There's confusion, there's misleading, there's noise. But the president isn't part of the results process. He's a contestant. The results are up to us and up to state and local officials that are counted. And that's exactly where we are. We are, as we always do, simply waiting for officials to count the ballots that are already in. And we should have results back within a day or two, maybe, because by the end of the day, really important states like Michigan and Wisconsin.
That's encouraging news for people who are desperately waiting for those results. You know, Professor, we talked about the president. You know, his attorneys are always on standby, it seems, especially in this administration. He talked about going directly to the Supreme Court last night in that short speech, but we know that unlikely. We know the lower courts really they would have to take up that lawsuit first.
It's not even a thing to go to the lower courts at this point. There's nothing that's like over. It's a little bit like ending inning one of the World Series and you're going to the umpires to shut the game down. That doesn't happen. In order to actually bring a lawsuit, you have to have an allegation that something's gone wrong, that there's been a legal violation of some kind. And looking across the country, the election process seems to be going fairly smoothly. There's no allegation of any significant wrongdoing whatsoever that would cause any lawsuit to succeed, much less go to the Supreme Court.
Joe Biden has called for patience. He wants every vote counted, he says. Are Biden's attorneys preparing for anything right now, or should they?
I mean, everyone's preparing. There are lots of contingencies. The Department of Defense has drawers and binders and rooms full. They never break out. And I think it's fair to say that both the Trump campaign and the Biden campaign have prepared a lot. But right now, all we have to prepare for is patience on our own end, as you said, is wait for the votes to actually be counted. He has said we got to wait for the votes to be counted, and he's been joined by a bipartisan range of leaders, mostly state officials, saying, everybody hold on, chill out. We'll find out who's won once all the votes are actually counted.
Professor, Americans don't like ties. We're not saying it's going to get there, but when we look at how narrow these paths are for both candidates at this point, we know that it really could come down to losing. We're not exaggerating here, one electoral vote. What should Americans prepare for in the chance that this is closer than we realize it will be?
So actually, the most significant poll of the last couple of hours is a tiny electoral vote sitting in the middle of Nebraska. Nebraska is one of two states, Maine does this as well, that has both a statewide count and count by congressional district. And Nebraska's second congressional district, the networks are generally projected will go for Joe Biden. That's really important. It's a lot more important than you might think, because it essentially means it's very difficult to see a path to a tie. It is more likely that one candidate or the other will win because of Omaha, essentially.
Just incredible. All right. We're still waiting for those battleground votes, and also Nevada, who just stopped altogether.
Nevada is counting. They won't start counting again until tomorrow. We talked about Pennsylvania. It really could come down to Nevada with those narrow paths located in that. Professor Justin Levis from the Yale Marymount University, thank you so much for joining us.
Of course, my pleasure.
All right. It wouldn't be a California election without a few contentious ballot measures, of course.
Yeah, one of the most controversial propositions could actually raise taxes on commercial properties. Let's get to Macallan Medina in the studio with us. He's watching the results kind of trickle in right now. Matt, Brian, good morning, guys. Good morning, everybody. Voters appearing to be rejecting Prop 8 of 15, now at 51.7% to 48.3%. Another prop that's tax property tax bill below, which was Prop 13. It's frustrated a bunch of school officials over the course of the last few decades across the state. We'll be watching this one very closely, certainly throughout the day. And now let's talk about Prop 19. It is passing 51.6% to 48.4%. It would allow homeowners over 55 as well as disabled homeowners and victims of wildfires or disasters transfer the tax base to a replacement residence. It also changes taxation of family property transfers and establishes a fire protection services fund. It is passing right now again 51.6% to 48.4%. We're watching this back here.
All right, Macallan, thank you. And at 6:47, and we want to get a check of your weather meteorologist, Lynn Leon. Some places are foggy, but it's going to be overall a nice day. It is. Hey, guys, how you doing? Doing great. All right, let's take a breather now. Let's take a look at the weather because, as Daniela just mentioned, we do have foggy spots, especially close to the coast. So visibility is down to 50 every state that you're traveling through there. Now, here we look at the main weather headlines. Today, we're back into the 90s. It's going to be a hot one inland, and hot temperatures continue through tomorrow. Now, with these hot temperatures, we're also going to have some gusty northeasterly winds, and that's going to increase fire danger. We're talking about winds from 20 to 40 miles per hour. Today and tomorrow is when we have those critical fire conditions. Just into this weekend, we have a roller coaster of a weather forecast with temperatures dropping into the 60s with a chance for rain. This morning, as you head out the door and you're headed to work, we've got 50s out the door, so make sure you grab the sweater. It is a nice morning to maybe get a workout in, let some of that stress out. We have 41 in Lancaster this morning, and Baker has 27 degrees. But this afternoon, water bottle in hand, because it's going to be toasty inland. Temperatures are going to be in the 90s. We're no strangers to heat, but it's November. We have 90 in Santa Clarita, 80s over in Thousand Oaks. Our friends that are working over in Oxnard, maybe in the farms, in the fields, the weather will be pleasant for you, 73 degrees. We have 80s for LA County, close to the coast in the 70s if you want to hang out by the beach. And the temperatures for the Inland Empire, this is going to be the toastiest spot where we just get up to 93 degrees in San Bernardino. Now, one of the reasons we have these temperatures rising into the 90s is because of some gusty Santa Ana winds. Now, nothing like the wind event that we had early last week. These winds are going to dry out our air to less than 10% humidity. The winds today over the LA and Ventura County mountains will be 20 miles per hour. But then tomorrow morning, it's going to be even winter in those same wind-prone areas where we could get gusts from 20 to 30 miles per hour that could also cause some travel problems. Now, after the heat is over, on Friday, we're going to have a storm moving into the Pacific Northwest. That's going to cause some widespread wind for us and also a drop in temperatures. Chance for rain late Friday, and the chance of rain continues on Saturday and Sunday. We desperately need that rainfall to cross our fingers, and don't go washing your car just yet until after this weekend. Here's the next 7 days, 82 today for the nation. We don't see warmer tomorrow. There you see the temperatures cooling on Friday, then this weekend is 60. Because the high of 76 today, lower tomorrow, 82. They were coming down starting on Friday, and then it's going to feel a little more like fall this weekend. The valleys in Inland Empire, we go from the heat to cool and windy and unsettled this weekend with that chance for rain. Our friends in the desert, it's going to get hotter before it gets cooler, but from temperatures in the 90s, the temperatures this weekend in the 50s, 70s, and 60s. And finally, for the mountains, rain 4 days today, high of 70 degrees, breezy tomorrow morning, and there you see that big cool down this weekend, Saturday 40, and on Sunday, high of 36. Guys, back to you.
Thank you. Red, blue, still a lot of gray out there. The states that are divided on the decision 2020, the presidential race so close, too close to call.
We are back live with a look at the polls, but first, as we have to break, take a look at your screen here. We have some of the results of the Southern California congressional races. I'll be right back.
Like a little accident. And Hyundai Tucson plans to do this. They'll make sure they stay little.
Drive home a new 2021 Hyundai Tucson today. Now starting at just $23,700. See your local Hyundai dealer.
Tony, what y'all doing in my house?
Hey, welcome back for?
That's so nice.
Welcome back for? What? I was had this shindig in my place, so I had to get ready to let you go get me.
What's the Spectrum?
Get Spectrum TV for just $44.99 a month when bundled with free on-demand and the Spectrum TV app at no contract. Call 1-833-969-4499.
Tony, what are you doing in my house? My internet at home can't handle this. Well, I told you 1,000 times. Switch to Spectrum.
Put the Spectrum 200 megabit internet for only $44.99 a month when bundled with free modes. Switch to Spectrum. Get Spectrum Internet TV, just $44.99 a month each with bundle. Plus, ask about sports back with your favorites like NFL Network and Red Zone. Spectrum will even buy your current contract for up to $500. Call 1-833-969-4499.
Hot Tub and Switch Spa outlets. Blowout sale. Blowing out every Hot Tub and Switch Spa at 33 to 65% off from LA's premier Hot Tub and Switch Spa dealer. Blowout sale. 270 North Brea Boulevard. Call 657-295-1300.
You're pretty fit, Dad. Why work so hard?
That's why you're going to enough.
Who told you that?
I really fucked up.
Keep at it, Dad. This open enrollment is letting you have or are applying for Medicare, Medi-Cal, private insurance, or want to choose another plan. Let us walk you through your options for free. We're here for you and your family to help you grow healthy every day, at any age. HealthNet, your community health network.
El Taco's new Cholula Crispy Chicken Taco is here. So turn up the flavor, turn up the heat, and get ready to ride. Try our newest Crispy Chicken Taco today for only $1. Only at El Taco. Yes, yes.
WeatherTech Floorliners for Mom and Dad. They're pet feeding the first rubbish. And couple of grandmother, secure her phone in her car. Hey,
How did it go?
Gosh, it's so tough. You say yes. Make your holiday shopping easy at weathertech.com.
Like, oh, a little accident. And Hyundai Tucson claims keeping it fixed. They'll make sure they stay little.
Drive home a new 2021 Hyundai Tucson today. Now starting at just $23,700. See your local Hyundai dealer.
Closed captioning is sponsored in part by Mathis Brothers, now with 2 locations in Southern California, Ontario, and a brand new store in Irvine.
This morning, there is still no winner in the presidential election, and here's how the electoral vote looks right now. Joe Biden has 224 electoral votes. President Trump is at 213. Of course, we know that 270 electoral votes are needed to win this election.
Let's check into NBC4's John Caddy. Clean-Mac John, it's really just a waiting game.
It is, and right now we're keeping a close eye on what's happening all across the country, obviously. But right now, Pennsylvania is a big question. In about 30 minutes, we're going to get to the governor. They may make some announcements. The Secretary of State there. They're going to decide something, say something in about 30 minutes to bring that to you. President Trump at the White House last night calling himself the winner, though, even though millions of votes remain to be counted. The president laid the groundwork for potential legal action, saying he plans to go to the Supreme Court to argue against certain mail-in ballots. Former Vice President Joe Biden, meanwhile, still hopeful his win will be uncontested. Biden told supporters in Delaware last night he was confident some of the states he didn't expect to win would turn in his favor. Georgia and Arizona, among them, Arizona looking likely right now. But there's a lot, or there's, I should say, that's a new wrench in all of this right now. The state of Nevada election officials there have stopped their ballot counting and will not resume until Thursday, still awaiting some mail-in ballots to arrive. 6 electoral votes, and yet that late count could make or break the White House. There is a lot to get into this morning, and we know this. And even after we do get a final tally from all 50 states, we could be stuck in court for weeks. So, happy winning.
Thank you.
All right, John, thanks so much, everyone. Let's take a look at some of the Senate races that could change the balance of power in Congress. Democrats hoping to have a good run, maybe retake the majority. That just doesn't look like it's been happening right now. 40 seats projected to be controlled, 46, I should say, by Democrats, 47 by Republicans, and we continue to wait up for decisions on 7 more Senate.
All right, challenger George Gascon is the projected winner for LA County District Attorney. Gascon has 54% of the votes to 46% for incumbent Jackie Lacey.
Get out to NBC4's Michelle Via, live in Pasadena, where she's getting reactions from voters. Michelle, just incredible considering Lacey nearly won this back in March.
Yeah, that's right, Gascon. Really, he's been on both sides of this, a career cop and a prosecutor. You know, as part of his campaign, he made big promises, saying that he would reopen officer-involved shooting cases, incidents because Lacey declined to prosecute.
I'm impressed. Hopefully, those cases will get reopened and evaluated again, because I'm almost certain that there are some people that were justly found.
Gascon was also for abolishing the death penalty and prioritizing rehab over incarceration. We're waiting to hear from LA County District Attorney. As for Lacey, we served 2 terms as the first woman and first Black prosecutor to hold this position. She told us yesterday, before the race was called, that she was at peace with any outcome. Reporting live for Today in LA, back to you guys.
Michelle, thank you. In California's 48th congressional district, that is coastal Orange County, Democratic incumbent Carly Bruda and Republican challenger Michelle Steele is still running neck and neck right now, still leading by just percentage points, just over 1,900 votes or so, with 93% of precinct reporting now.
And it's just as tied in the California's 39th congressional district. Because it's not the district encompasses parts of LA, Orange, and San Bernardino counties. Incumbent Democrat Kelsey Sanders lost in that 50-50 battle with Republican challenger Young Kim, and they're separated by just over 1,000 votes. That's how close it is, with 88% of the precincts reporting.
The voter turnout in LA County hit a staggering number, but counting all those ballots, well, that's going to take more time.
And well, we have to pack our patience here. Tony Kinnear is live at the LA County Registrar's office in Norwalk, where workers there have been really busy, working really hard throughout the week.
Absolutely, and the ballots must be counted within 17 days. LA County elections officials said the extended early voting period and mail-in ballots issued to all registered voters contributed to the high voter turnout, nearly 56%. Some ballots delivered by helicopter to be counted. The ballots of more than 3 million LA County voters were processed and counted overnight. Additional ballots, including conditional, provisional, and mail-in ballots, must still be verified before they are counted. That process resumes today. I'm Tony King, reporting live from Norwalk 4, today in LA.
It was a tense situation just blocked outside Staples Center last night as police kept an eye on some crowds there. There's several people detained near 8 and hope we're still trying to figure out what charges they may be facing this morning. We're making those calls right now. The LAPD says over 40 people were arrested for blocking the Metro Blue line. We're told about 30 others were cited for failure to disperse.
And with results still coming in this morning, we're going to bring you updates all day long on our website, NBCLA.com, also on our NBC LA app.
Okay, one last check of your first look forecast for weather.
Hey guys, so fog is amazing this morning once again, especially close to the coast. That's where visibility is down at LAX and Long Beach and even in LA. Now this is all drivable, of course, but give yourself some extra space from that car in front of you if you're traveling through this area. Now this morning is nice and fresh. If you want to get outside, do that workout, meditate outside, get some fresh air. Temperatures are currently in the 50s. Now this afternoon, you wouldn't know it's such a cool morning. It's going to be hot, especially inland where we'll have highs in the 90s, also some breezy winds. Enjoy your day. And always keep your face towards the sunshine. All right, and then thank you. Today's show is coming up next with complete Decision 2020 coverage. We'll be here watching closely as well, cutting in and bringing you the latest stories throughout the morning.
Our election coverage will continue on the NBC4 News at 11 a.m. and we will join you. You can also join us on the NBCLA app and on NBCLA.com. We hope you have a wonderful one, everyone. Thank you so much for joining.
Good morning. No Decision 2020. The presidential race still up for grabs with millions of votes being counted in crucial battleground states. Overnight, Joe Biden expressing confidence but urging patience.
We feel good about where we are. We really do.
The president falsely claiming victory and threatening a fight all the way to the Supreme Court.
This is a major fraud in our nation. As far as I'm concerned, we already have one.
This morning, we'll take you to the state, still counting votes that will decide the presidency, the potential path to victory for both candidates at this hour, and reaction from across America and around the world as we wait to see what happens next. Today, Wednesday, November 4th, 2020.
From NBC News, this is a special edition of Today with Savannah Guthrie and Hoda Kandji, live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to this special edition of Today. Thank you for being with us on a Wednesday morning. Oh, yes, we are still here.
Yes, it is a marathon. You probably went to sleep last night wondering who won the election when you woke up. Well, here we are, 10 a.m. on the East Coast, 7 in the West. And we still do not know who the next president will be as the day is filled with uncertainty and a lot of unanswered questions.
And votes still being counted. We're going to guide you best we can through everything there is to know, one step at a time, and let's get it started. And here's where it stands at this hour on the electoral map. You will see 224 electoral votes for Joe Biden, 213 for the president. Remember, the goal is 270. That's what it takes to win the presidency.
Keep your eye on those states in gray. Those are either too close to call or too early to call, including the battlegrounds of Pennsylvania that may not be called for days. Also Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Georgia, Nevada, and Arizona.
Well, you know, this is coming down to the wire when it comes to the vote count in Pennsylvania. We could get answers on when to expect answers at the bottom of this hour. We'll take it at this point after a long night. The state's governor and secretary of state scheduled a news conference for 10:30 Eastern time, 7:30 Pacific. That's in Pennsylvania.
Anxious to see about that. Also this morning, there's also the battle for control of Congress. NBC News projects Democrats have maintained their grip on the House, and over there in the Senate, Republicans are clinging to their majority, but several races are still undecided.
Yeah, that congressional races did not shake out as some had expected. Republicans having a better night than even they expected. So let's start breaking it down. We've got NBC's Chuck Todd with us. He's got the numbers and the math. So let's get started. NBC's Peter Alexander at the White House. Hi, Peter. Good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you. The president speaking to reporters just moments ago saying they still feel confident in their math. They believe the president will win this thing. But the president last night did something that he said he would not do. He falsely and prematurely declared victory. Of course, the winner of the presidency has not been determined. Several states, as you know, still counting votes as we speak. Still, the president did defy expectations last night. President Trump overperforming his performance as a candidate in 2016, holding on to key battlegrounds like Ohio and Florida that the Democrats had hoped to lose.
Frankly, we did win this election. We feel we legitimate votes still to count with the president and to face this way. Democrats are trying to steal the election. Millions and millions of people voted for us today. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. And we won't stand for it. This is a flaw in American life. This is an embarrassment to our country. It's wrong to claim on Twitter we are updated that they were trying to steal the election. We never let them do this. Votes get off after the polls were closed. Twitter quickly flagged that as disputed and possibly misstated. While the president correctly tweeted votes cannot be cast after the polls closed, it is legal and within voting procedures to keep counting them after the polls closed. The president also claimed that his vote to the battleground states are insurmountable by hundreds of thousands of legitimate ballots still outstanding. With 64% of the vote-in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch President Trump is overperforming candidate Trump from 2016, pulling out of swing states like Ohio and Florida that Democrats had hoped to flip. We won states that we weren't expecting to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. The president relied heavily on an influx of election day votes, part of his get out the vote strategy, and drawing the votes to benefit many of them from rural counties. Among the president's biggest gains was Latino, especially Cuban Americans in South Florida, evidence of attacks on Joe Biden as socialist president. Back to the president's false claims declaring victory early this morning. The president's attack on the Democratic process really was jarring, even irresponsible, and that's in the words of some of his Republican allies. President Trump saying that he would take his case to the Supreme Court. It's still unclear how he would do that or what the legal basis would be. And notably, Vice President Mike Pence struck a very different tone last night, speaking immediately after the president saying that he wanted all the votes to be counted, but not declaring victory, saying simply that he thinks they are on the path to victory. Savannah Nolan.
Right. No, anyone's race at this point, Peter. Thank you. NBC's Kristen Welker is covering the Biden camp. She's there in Wilmington, Delaware. Hi, Kristen. Good morning.
Hey, Mother Savannah. Good morning to both of you. Well, the Biden campaign is increasingly confident today. They like what they are seeing in Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, and Georgia. And at the same time, they are blasting President Trump for those comments overnight for prematurely claiming victory. The Biden campaign manager calling it outrageous and dangerous.
With the results of several states too close to call, Joe Biden projecting confidence overnight that once all the votes are counted, he will come out on top.
I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election.
Biden addressing his Biden crowd in the early morning hours, saying he is now focused on rebuilding the so-called wall, which fell in 2016, Wisconsin, Michigan, and the crucial battleground of Pennsylvania, where both campaigns have spent significant time and money, and where ballots are still being counted.
It's going to take time to count votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. The Trump votes are clearly Allegheny County spread, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see.
The former vice president's failing to flip two states on the campaign's wish list, reliably ranked Texas and Florida. That's despite multiple visits to the Sunshine State by Biden and his former boss, Barack Obama.
I need you to cast your ballot.
Exit polls show Biden underperformed in the key voting groups, Latinos, including the large Cuban American population of Miami-Dade County, but Biden remaining emboldened. with a strong showing in Arizona, a state that helped send President Trump to the White House 4 years ago. Still too early to call. Biden also was watching an unexpected battleground, Georgia, which hasn't voted for a Democrat in the presidential election since 1992.
We're still in a game in Georgia, although that's not what we expected.
Biden trying to set the narrative by addressing the country before President Trump and telling his supporters the election is not over until the final vote is counted.
As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome.
Now, we expect to hear from Joe Biden a little bit later on today. Familiar with his comments, that you can expect him to be more bullish. Now, as for the president's comments that he is planning potential legal action, Biden campaign officials say they are ready. They have a team of lawyers ready to take action if needed. Oh, there's Savannah.
All right, Krista Musker for us there in Delaware. Chris, thank you.
It's a tight one, and there are still votes being counted as we speak. NBC's Chuck Todd is here. Casey Hunt has been watching the returns come in all night, and we just got some more results from Michigan. What can you tell?
We're happy about that, just to get the numbers anywhere these days. Well, look, as we were telling you, as we would see very slowly, these numbers come in Michigan for the first time. Well, he didn't do it yesterday, so it's the first time Joe Biden now leads in Michigan. He's pulled ahead 9,800 votes. We've got a lot of votes to come in, and again, all of this is the vote that the Secretary of State told us last week was going to take perhaps 2 or 3 days. We'll see. We think we're gonna get Michigan vote all day long. Okay, and this is the assumption a lot of Democrats are making, and even some Republicans, that as this comes in, it probably means Biden starts to build a bit of a lead here. I can tell you on the Senate side of things, Gary Peters, the Democratic incumbent, he's still trailing John James. They both have been sort of moving. He's still trailing. I just showed you. Instead of that, as you can see, it's 35,000 is the advantage for James. The question is, as more of this vote comes in, this lead has been shrinking too. This one's a little unprepared. I think I'd still rather be Peters than James, but this is going to be super, super tight.
Wisconsin, yeah. Wow.
All right. Good. There were no updates since the last time we checked in with this a couple hours ago. We're still waiting for some news out of here, and we think we're going to get, we don't think there's that much vote left. I think it's now right around 100,000. So this would take a lot for the president to overcome. But let me remind you where we are on our what the percentages are on the count situations, right? So half a percentage point in Georgia. In Wisconsin, it's 1%. I want to go back to Wisconsin here a minute and just show you.
Did recount characters.
Exactly. We are not right now. It does not lead by 1%. So this is one of those states where it's likely we'll see all the votes. We might call an apparent winner, but because of recount and all of that stuff, so you may see a check mark and all of that, but we are basically saying, hey, this could end up being litigated.
Okay, Pennsylvania.
Got it. All right. Get back here. Pennsylvania. Again, we've got nothing new. Well, it looks like something came in because Italy shrunk below 600,000, but look at how much vote still looks back.
Well, this is one of those situations where the Trump said, well, I've got a huge margin in Pennsylvania. People just looking at the numbers, they say, okay, I see that too. Why do you expect this number for Joe Biden to grow? Is it the early vote? How much early vote is outstanding?
I'm just telling you right now, I'm going to show you Philadelphia County.
Wow.
Okay. We have
the Democratic
stronghold. Philadelphia County, believe it or not, that's for Philadelphia. It's one of those where the name actually tells you where it is. Not all counties do that, in fairness. So this is a place where, I'll just show you to see how much in previous years, what kind of gap get out of Philadelphia County. Over 400,000 for the recall. Nearly 500,000 in 2012. Right now, it's 245, right? So we expect that share to double just out of Philadelphia County. So you're going to make up 200,000 votes. You saw that's almost half of the deficit already out of one.
What happened in France where
Let me get Four County. There it is. Almost all in. Well, this is what we thought here.
So, I just want to give the big picture here. Can you put the big map up there? We're waiting on calls. Georgia is too close. In North Carolina, it is too close. In Arizona, it's too close, but we do have Biden leading a bit. Nevada, we're still waiting on. And let me bring Casey Hunt in here as we look at this map. And I know you're looking at the congressional races too. I mean, the big picture is that Republicans in the Trump operation had a better night than even they were expecting. That's absolutely right. I mean, they were expecting to likely lose control of the Senate, or at least be hanging on to it by the skin of their teeth. And instead, we're looking at them likely retaining a Senate majority, although we still have a ways to go before that count is final. And what I would say at this hour, Savannah, and obviously we've not for many hours covering this, but the difference between 7 a.m. and 10 a.m. here on the East Coast is that the Biden team starts to be feeling more confident about where they stand here as these final votes are starting to come in. Now, we'll see if that holds or if there are any votes that make that a little bit shakier, but I think they feel stronger in their standing right now than they did just a few hours ago when we had less information about the vote. And I know Chuck can show you all the different paths that are still available to the Biden.
Well, and in fact, we should remind people of this. The key question here is Pennsylvania going to happen? And right now, if you're Joe Biden, I would argue you don't want Pennsylvania to happen. Right now, he's leading Nevada, and I just went ahead and assigned Alaska to Donald Trump for this exercise. We'll see. Nevada, Arizona, Biden, Michigan, and the 3 electoral votes in Maine that we do expect Biden to get here. You see where that gets us. He can get exactly to 270. It's a win. Without Pennsylvania, North Carolina, or Georgia, if you're the Biden campaign, this is a black box right now. I'm sorry, when I say that, we don't know what kind of litigation shows up. We don't know what kind of once you start down that litigation road, you just don't know where it's going to go.
That map is probably Biden's best case scenario because Georgia's so tight, North Carolina's so tight, and Pennsylvania is a morass. I have that recount in Wisconsin, even on this map. Yes, so
I'll be honest, I think we're going to have a recount in North Carolina. I think we're going to have a recount in Georgia. And I think we're going to have a recount.
What about Trump's map? Did you pop them up?
Well, yes, I mean, Trump's map is pretty simple. He needs Georgia's stick, as you can see. He needs North Carolina, right? And then he needs Pennsylvania, but there's this problem. He wants, right? He needs, we talked about Nevada. It's not going to happen, but Nevada would have done it. We're not calling Arizona because, there is a very remote possibility that if the vote that's remaining out is somehow Trump plus 20, he could still get there. We're going to wait a little bit, but that would do. He needs to find another state. And so, look, if you're the Trump folks, what I have a feeling they're going to do when you look around here, I think you suddenly start to think, let's try to recount that.
Yeah, well, and Pennsylvania too. I mean, this is part of why, and we already know a little bit about the litigation strategy from the Trump campaign. That's part of why we mentioned the Supreme Court when he spoke overnight last night. It's extremely complicated, but it basically involves how to count the mail-in ballots that perhaps come in to the state after Election Day. So that's why it could be so messy for the Biden campaign if we end up. We have a lot to talk about. We have a 2-hour show. Chuck Casey, hang tight. They're going to be with us all morning long because we have been getting a closer look at those 3 undecided swing states. Live reports on what we are hearing at this hour from election officials in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Arizona. Our correspondent, Jack Reddick.
Does scrubbing grease feel like a workout? Scrub less with Lawn Ultra. Its superior grease cleaning formula gets to work faster, making easy work without hassle. Dawn is a go-to grease cleaner from the kitchen too. Keep a bottle in the laundry room to pre-treat greasy stains. And keep Dawn in the garage to live grease on car rims. Even gentle enough to see wildlife affected by oil. Dawn's grease cleaning power takes care of tough grease wherever it shows up. Scrub less, save more with Dawn. To be honest, I was never bothered me until I found out what actually works.
Like dropping? Yes, can you go? Oh, yes. So now I grab my super heavy duty secret duster, just in the stairs with 6 feet, way up high, grab, trap, and lock away gross dust. For dust on my floors, I put sweepers, the heavy duty claws, reach deep and through to grab, trap, and lock dust bunnies no matter where they lie. No more needing Jesus. Glad I stopped cleaning and started whimpering.
White sandy beaches, crystal blue water, how incredible is that? You only get one shot at making the first impression. We're here working through it, will be gone. I met Nancy Harvard guest. This truly is your group, perfect storm.
I don't know. Get back to his boat now.
Struck a quick boat.
DVR to watch new episodes of Bravo's Below Deck every Monday after 9.
The E! People's Choice Awards are coming November 15th.
Yes, but we'll have all our favorite
Celebrities? You bet we will.
Okay, but we'll still have all those
Twists and surprises? Surprise! We do.
And what about all those killers?
Live performances all ready to go, including a special performance by Justin Bieber. Plus, we're honoring Jennifer Lopez, Tracy Ellis Ross, and Tyler Perry.
I noticed you didn't mention them.
Host, we saved the best for last. It's Demi Lovato. The E! People's Choice Awards, November 15th.
We are back this Wednesday morning, the morning after the presidential election. A race that at this moment at 10:19 on the East Coast still remains up in the air. We don't know who the winner is yet. It may take days, if not a little bit longer. The reason? Votes are still being counted in those battleground states. We beat the drum on throughout the campaign. We got 100 million folks who voted early, either in person or by mail. So that's taking time to tabulate. Got reports from 3 of the battlegrounds, from east to west. We'll start with NBC 70 Austin and Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The center of the political universe this morning. Hi, Steph.
Yeah, it is. I mean, Trump was running through that scenario where it may not be, but you know what? It probably will be. We have a press conference coming up with the governor and the secretary of state, which will, in part, just be to calm nerves because there is still a lot of vote out there. It's not a surprise that there is. And you may remember that the governor actually ran a commercial in the days leading up to the election saying, this is where this state is going to be. And why is it here? Because of that unprecedented mail-in vote. 2.5 million ballots have been received. 1.1 were counted last night. That number's going to change pretty quickly, but that's less than half. And all of those votes centered almost entirely in places that people provided significance, including here in Philadelphia. You also have some suburbs, counties in Montgomery and Chester, and then you have Allegheny, and that's where Pittsburgh is. They stopped counting last night. They just resumed recounting. And so the message today from the governor and secretary of state, please be patient. Guys, back to you.
All right, Stephanie, thank you. Wisconsin is another swing state that remains really too close to call. Razor-thin margin between the candidates. NBC Count Perry's with us now from Milwaukee. Kick out.
Hey, good morning to you. So this is probably very difficult for the Democratic Party to watch, but they told us this was likely what was going to happen, that they could be down at midnight in the state of Wisconsin, but up at 3 in the morning, and that is what happened. We saw these votes come in, those early votes being dramatically walked across a parking lot and counted at 3 a.m., and when those votes came in from Biden, that has what put him over the top. 20,000 votes, the campaign telling us they are confident that they have won this state, though we still have not called it. Another 100,000 votes to come in. The difference here was that urban versus rural divide. So we're lost this state by 25,000 votes. Democrats looked at the city of Milwaukee. They thought they could make gains, and they did. They picked up 20,000 votes in this city. They're hoping to replicate that vote in Detroit and, of course, in Atlanta. Guys.
All right, Cal, thank you so much. Let's head over to Arizona. A fight for the 11 electoral votes there still going on. NBC's Bonnie Hilliard is Scottsdale for us as one of the suburbs in Maricopa County that it may prove to be decisive. Bon, what do you hear?
Yes, Susanna, the lead for Joe Biden is whittled down to just 3.4 percentage points. A top official with the Trump camp here tells me that the campaign is holding out hope that they can close that margin, close the gap, and overcome Joe Biden in this state. Of course, it's a tall task, but when you're looking at the ballots that are left to be counted, there are still several 100,000 ballots that have to be processed here in the state of Arizona. And all of these ballots are ones that have come in the last several days. And after Democrats came out with a large lead here among return ballots early on, in October. In these last several days, it was Republicans that these ballots were trending towards. You know, if we should know Joe Biden does ultimately win the state of Arizona and its 11 electoral votes, the base of voters that we will be talking about are those independent voters, particularly in these suburban areas. They long lean towards Republicans, like the Senator John McCain. But what we are seeing from our data right now is that those voters in this election with the Joe Biden could ultimately be the group that clinches it for him in the presidency.
Mr. McCain, Cindy McCain, John McCain's widow, of course, coming out and endorsing Joe Biden late in the campaign. That has an effect as well, Von Hilliard. Our man in Arizona, thank you.
It'll be 10:23 on the East Coast. Our Decision 20 coverage will list. You guys were the ones that all night. Well, let's take it without
you guys are doing yeoman like work. Thank you so much. Let's take a look. The really only big thing going on the weather map is out west, in the Pacific Northwest. Storm after storm going to be coming in here. You can already see on the radar, we're picking this up. This cold front will move inland, heavy rain for coastal Oregon and Washington State. As this continues to move in tomorrow, the rain will spread into Idaho and Montana. As you get up into the elevation, we're looking for that snow to start dropping as the cold air starts to extend. Rainfall on the challenge anywhere from 1 to 3 inches, but could see upwards of 4 to 5 in some localized spots. Rest of the country, we are looking at a beautiful day in the southwest desert heat, record highs in the plains, turning milder here in the northeast. We're going to get your local forecast coming up in the next 30 seconds.
Hi, everybody. On this Wednesday morning, we do have some areas of fog right along the coast. So please stay very safe if you're traveling through the South Bay. But let's take a look at the temperatures because it's a cool start to your day. You need to grab the jacket. It's sunnier inland. We have 50s on the map. But by this afternoon, your temperatures are actually going to be warmer than what we had yesterday. We're heading back into the 90s. Also careful with some breezy winds over the LA Ventura County mountains. That's going to increase fire danger and stay hydrated.
That is your news. Guys,
all right, Al. Thank you very much.
Coming up, more of our special with the election coverage just ahead.
That's right. We are awaiting more results from Pennsylvania. All eyes on that state. And in just a few moments, we will join live a news conference from the Pennsylvania governor, the Secretary of State, expected to update the vote counting efforts there. Also, a little bit later, Georgia's Secretary of State is going to join us live. Georgia is a nail-biter at this hour, and we are still awaiting votes. So we will check in with Pennsylvania, with Georgia, and the other states in gray you see on that map as we very much await the results of the election. We'll be back in a moment, but first, this is Today on NBC. Good morning, everyone. Here's a live of what's from Catalina Island on this Wednesday morning. It is 7:26. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Daniela Guzman, and we are following some of the hot races this morning. And battled incumbent Jackie Lacey has fallen to challenger George Gascon. Gascon is the projected winner for the LA County District Attorney's Office. NBC4's Michelle Bias live with much more on this race. Michelle?
Good morning, Daniela. Gascon has been on both sides as a career cop and a prosecutor. He really had this as part of his campaign, promising to reopen officer-involved shootings incidents because Lacey declined to prosecute.
I'm impressed. Hopefully, those cases will get reopened and evaluated again because I'm almost certain that there are some people that were justly done.
That is reaction this morning. We are waiting to hear from the LA County new district attorney. Gascon's platform calls for also abolishing the death penalty and prioritizing rehab over incarceration. Big reform that, as we saw, really resonated with LA voters. Reporting live from the Rose Bowl this morning, Daniela, back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Michelle. And here's me, Elizabeth de Leon, with your first alert forecast. Good morning. Good morning, Daniela. I mentioned this morning is areas of fog close to the coast, so please be safe there. And maybe grab a sweater this morning because the temperatures are cool, mostly in the 50s. Now, here's your day in Riverside. Well, right now you're at 56, but around 9 a.m., you're already going to be in the 70s. That'll feel comfy. Now, hold on. Today's going to be hotter. We're headed back into the 90s. We'll be there already by 1 p.m. If you have to work outside, remember to hydrate, take frequent breaks around 3 p.m. Temperatures at 92 degrees. Another hot day also for President Senate Korea Valley. Now, if you're heading out the door, go to the NBC News app and tune into KFI AM 640 when you get in your car for weather and traffic updates.
My best friend hasn't been to Burlington in a while. So I thought it was done. They have everything for her family at a fraction of the cost. Wow, I'm talking tons. I love the variety. I love the deal. She's buying the money. We love Burlington.
Hot tub and swim spa outlets. Blowout sale. Blowing out every hot tub and swim spa is 33 to 65% off from LA's premier hot tub and swim spa dealer. Blowout sale. 270 North Brea Boulevard. Call 657-295-1300.
For real?
It's real.
I mean, this is unexpected.
You would say remarkable?
Absolutely.
Thanks. I get that all the time. Wait, what?
It's Grocery Outlet's 20% off wine sale. Going on now till November 10th. Please drink responsibly.
Did you know that United Healthcare is introducing a new HMO POS Medicare Advantage plan in Southern California? Hi, I'm Jennifer Woods with your local Southern California Medicare team. I want to invite you to work with me and my team of Medicare agents to help you find and enroll in the Medicare plan that best meets your needs. I'm proud to offer Southern California's $0 premium Medicare Advantage plan that includes medical, prescription drug coverage, and more. Plus, access to a large number of local providers and benefits that can help you with a healthier life. We also have plans for people on both Medi-Cal and Medicare and military veterans. And we can help you learn about Medicare supplement insurance and Part B prescription drug plans. On behalf of my Southern California team, I want you to know that your health and safety is our top priority. We're here to help you anytime in person, over the phone, or online. Call today at 1-800-299-5422 or visit uhccanhelp.com to take advantage of the Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare.
Welcome back at 10:30 on the East Coast, 7:30 out west. There's the White House this morning. It is the day after the election. Right now, the question remains, who will be calling it home for the next 4 years?
And the answer is only anyone's guess that it lies in the hands of the voters. The electoral vote right now is a race to 270. Well, it stands at 224 to 213. Joe Biden leading at the moment, but as you can see, 9 states are in gray. They're the battlegrounds. They're either too close to call right now, or it's too early to call right now, meaning we are waiting for more votes to be counted. That includes the battlegrounds of Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Georgia, Nevada, and Arizona.
Our political director, Chuck Todd, is with us. Chuck, the votes are trickling in, and every time the numbers change, we lean in. What do you have?
Look, I'm going to be honest with you. We don't have a ton of new updates, but I'm just going to pull the map up and give you a rundown without getting into here. We're still with Nevada. We think tomorrow, they're counting votes today. That's a more likely tomorrow where we'll feel better. Arizona. I did get an update from somebody that said this evening we will have a very clear picture. We'll get enough votes throughout. But looking at dinner hour West Coast, okay, your mom's dinner hour. If you want to know. Georgia, we're hoping we're going to have Georgia Secretary of State, so I hope to get we'd like to get some clarity on when these are coming. Our models show that the remaining votes, if it's just going to be super tight, and we just have to count on votes and see where we stand. North Carolina, there are ballots that the state will receive for another week. So this is not going to be called. And if the margin right now is 71,000, the margin gets down to 10,000 or less.
That's the law in North Carolina. A ballot marked by election day can be
received to, I think, for another 8 to 10 days.
I have it.
Okay. As long as it's got the postmark. So we don't know how many of those ballots are. Pennsylvania, we're hoping to get this update from the governor, the Secretary of State soon. And Maine is just trickling in slowly. Maine, I wanted to show you the visual. Maybe it's a Senator something. We know these 3 are likely to go to Biden. We know the one is likely to go to Trump. I just wanted to do the Senator because Susan Collins stopped losing ground. She's been picking up. This has not been it has been sort of moving all in one direction here. Look, this is instant runoff voting. I'm not going to get into it. But let me just the number gets below 48, the more as I used this phrase before, I apologize, but the more that the ranked choice voting system becomes a black box, and literally both parties aren't 100% sure who would come out on top there. So watch her raw vote numbers and campaign. Some people are woken up and we've added some votes, but as Jonathan said, of course, more people saying just get up this morning.
Dr. Vinny is the sort of a Wizard of Oz here, and the man behind the curtain. Yeah, he's the person who's truly not slept and is crunching all these numbers. And
he's the one. We've done that. Not just.
Yeah. And can I just talk about this main race briefly that Chuck just had up there? I mean, Republicans that I'm talking to are frankly astonished that Kamala's doing so well. I mean, some of them are saying now that, well, we shouldn't have been surprised because she is a unique example of someone who has tried to carve out some independence from Trump while staying with her party on issues like the Supreme Court nomination. And she's just got hammered by, in the national press for trying to do this. And, most people really wrote her off. But if she hangs on to that seat, it's a critical component for Republicans to ultimately control the Senate. And as this map is evolving, Chuck showed us just how close it is in Georgia. If we get two Senate runoffs in Georgia, which seems to be where we're headed, control of the Senate could be on the line down there. But if Susan Collins' name, it's going to be much, much harder for Democrats. They would need to win both of those seats, most likely. And wait, those runoffs are in January. So imagine you're waiting for the presidential results. You might have to wait, say, a few more days, maybe another week or so for that. If Georgia is going to hinge on who has control of the Senate, you got to wait till
Let me paint you a picture here, right? Joe Biden, let's say he's president-elect, he's thinking about a cabinet. But in January, you're not sure, is it going to be a Republican Senate? Or is it going to be a Democratic Senate? Well, who are you going to pick in your cabinet? Who's going to get the votes? I mean, and that will be January. Look, we're getting ahead of ourselves, and we don't know. But the fact of the matter is, and oh, by the way, Senate control on the line. How much money do you think is going to get spent down there in Georgia? It means that much. With these runoffs, we've never had one where it has a majority on the line.
All right. Move back to the presidential race. We've got Tom Costello with us, keeping an eye on the vote count. Tom, what do you have?
Well, I think it's important, as we talk about how it's going to take days to count all of this. This is the way it is supposed to work. If you're waking up on the West Coast and you're thinking, what the heck, they don't have a result yet. No, and this is the way it has gone for the better part of 200 years. Very, very seldom does a network officially, a network may project that somebody wins a race, but it's not an official final vote. That has to be certified by each individual state. Let's walk through the timeline right now for the various battleground states that we have already. And let's go with Pennsylvania to begin with. The governor there says they still have about 1 billion mailed-in ballots to count. We are awaiting data on Pennsylvania. They paused the counting overnight. Absentee ballots postmarked, this is important now, absentee ballots in Pennsylvania postmarked by Election Day can arrive by Friday and be counted. And the Secretary of State and the governor insist that they will be counted despite threats of lawsuits from President Trump. In Georgia, some key counties paused voting overnight. That includes the Atlanta area, some of the counties around Atlanta. The vote is now coming in. We had some delays because of a problem with the software on a voting tabulation machine, also a water main break in an arena where they were counting votes. It could take some time. Mailed-in ballots must have arrived by yesterday. So that's different than Pennsylvania. The mailed-in ballots must have arrived by yesterday. Arizona voters, they have 5 days in Arizona to correct their signatures on their ballots. They will not finish counting the vote until November 10th. November 10th, they could get more data tonight, as Chuck mentioned. The votes had to have arrived by yesterday. So they can't take any new votes in, any new mailed votes in. They have to arrive by yesterday. Nevada, mailed-in votes postmarked by Election Day can still be counted up until about the 12th, we believe, from the Secretary of State's office. Nevada officials say there will be no final count, no vote from them. They don't anticipate an update until tomorrow, and they're specifically waiting on data coming out of the Democratic leading Clark County, home to Las Vegas. And also Michigan, we've been watching that very tightly. 3.5 million absentee ballots cast in Michigan. So it's all about counting those ballots now to make sure that they get an accurate read on where the state stands. Every state's different, as we've said, and that's the way it's supposed to work, guys.
All right, Tom Costello for us. Tom, thank you. All right, WRNBC's local analyst, former Democratic Senator Senator McCaskill-Lowry, editor of the National Review. Senator McCaskill, it feels, reading the body language, that the Biden camp is starting to relax a little bit, feeling like they maybe are building leads in the blue wall. We'll call it Michigan, Wisconsin. Pennsylvania aside for a moment. Is that the feeling you're getting?
Yes, I believe that they are focused like a laser on Nevada finishing up, which they are feeling confident about. Arizona finishing up, which they feel confident about, which will be the first flip of this presidential race. And then the two states, Michigan and Wisconsin. Pennsylvania and Georgia are gravy. That would be the whipped cream and cherry on top if those came in after final count for the vice president. But there is a clear path to victory here, and they feel very confident. Now, I should point out that everybody's lawyered up at this point. Lawyers were flying all over the country this morning, and they are now firmly ensconced in all of these places.
Yes, they are, and let's go be in a five-star zone, because I want to join live this governor's press conference, Secretary of State press conference in Pennsylvania. This is the Secretary of State, Kathy Buchbar, giving an update. Let's look at the process of enabling this great democracy in Pennsylvania and across the nation. The work they have done and continue to do is just tremendous. And, we've been talking, Department of State folks were, at our operations center, 4:30 in the morning, went to take a shower, and we're back within a couple hours of that. So it's been working around the clock, as are many of the counties. And we've been talking about yesterday again and how incredibly smooth. It's one of the smoothest, least issued presidential elections that I've seen in any time that I could possibly remember. And I've been in and around elections for a long time as a voting rights lawyer and a co-worker. This was incredibly smooth, and that's a huge credit to all the election workers, both at the state level and at the local level, as well as our state partners like PEMA, Office of Homeland Security, Department of Homeland Security, who made sure that all those things that people were worried about, whether it was voter intimidation or issues at the polls, really could not have gone more smoothly in the middle of a global pandemic with all the voting reform changes that we saw from Act 77 and Act 12. So that's huge kudos to everybody involved. Also, we are exactly where we said we would be. So we said it was going to take some time to count the mail ballots, and we are approaching 50% of the mail ballots counted, which is great. As you know, you can go to our election night returns website and the supplemental dashboard to get the greater details on that. But there are still millions of ballots left to be counted. So the counties are working incredibly hard. You're going to see a lot of updates in the next couple of hours and throughout the day. We have been, there were a number of counties that made some major additions in the wee hours of the morning. So if you checked kind of early on this morning, you may want to check again because there's already been more ballots accounted for on our dashboard. Again, this is a process. We've got, somewhere, I don't know what the totals are going to end up at, but somewhere between 2.5 and 3 million ballots. And as I've said many times, we had 260,000 ballots cast by mail in 2016. So we will be at 10 times the number of mail ballots, and the counties are already approaching 50% done. So I urge everybody to remain patient. As Governor Wolf said, we are going to accurately count every single ballot. The vote count, as I've said many times, is never done on the day of election night, and the counties are doing this accurately and then accurately as quickly as they possibly can. And again, I'll also just remind everyone, military and overseas ballots are not due until a week after Election Day. So next Tuesday is the deadline for military and overseas voters to cast their ballots. And we want to make sure that not only every civilian absentee ballot voter is counted, but also that every man and woman who are serving our country, that their votes are counted. So
Thank you, and we are happy to take questions.
I want to talk to Kathy. Any questions? That's
And right now, what you know of challenges, legal challenges with the Trump administration, and how do you compare it to deal with those?
So I think, basically what you know that's been publicly reported, that's really all we have at this point. So, and I can't talk about active litigation, unfortunately. So but as things are filed, of course, those will be publicly accessible. We have a mix of, what we've been doing all along with all the litigation that's been flying this year is we have a mix of in-house and outside counsel. Plus, the Attorney General is also representing us in a number of these things. So there's been a great team, I have to say. The attorneys, I'm going to give a shout out to the legal team in the Department of State who have been really put to work this year, and they are amazing. So Tim and Ken and team, thank you. But we also have tremendous teams of outside counsel who have been involved in all of this. And as the governor said, we will make sure that every vote is counted. Every eligible voter has the right to cast their vote.
How many counties are handling ballots updated Tuesday, Thursday, Friday? How are they handling that in each county?
So you can go online to see our guidance, and then last night we also gave sort of more technical guidance to the counties, which we could forward to you. It lays down the process. So you're talking about the late arriving ballot. So everything's going to be segregated. I'm not sure if you were here yesterday, but all the ballots will be segregated, but they will be counted, and the counties have been given detailed instructions, which again you can find in those guidances to walk them through how to segregate those races of ballots.
Sorry, can you talk about the order in which the things will be counted? Is that a county decision? Can you expect to see those numbers be already reflected, or is that something that will be later in the process?
Yeah, we're having in this news conference from the Secretary of State of Pennsylvania, what she's basically saying is have patience. They say that they've actually tabulated half of the mail-in ballots at this point, but are dealing with an enormous influx of ballots, 10 times the number of mail-in ballots than they had in 2016. So it's a huge processing situation that was well expected. We did know that this was going to take some time to count that early mail-in vote. It's the first time well in a century that we are voting in a pandemic. Let me bring Rich Lowry in on this, because Pennsylvania, if it comes down to Pennsylvania, this is going to be the litigation capital of the world. What are you hearing from your folks, people you know, on the Trump side of things?
Well, they don't think this is done by any means, but it looks like blue wall states, where Trump might be live by the super margins of blue wall states the way he did in 2016 to die by the super margins of blue wall states, which might be happening this time. And it's even possible, again, it's not done yet, but it's conceivable if Biden gets 290. 306 even electoral votes, that's conceivable. I just make a broad point, though, about the contours of this. It's likely that Republicans are going to hold the Senate. We don't know that yet either. But if they do, and Joe Biden wins the presidency, he'll come in as perhaps the weakest duly elected president in ever. He will have zero chance to do any major legislative initiatives, all the court packing, adding states, all that's totally off. Totally impossible. And he'll basically be able to make unifying rhetorical statements and do some executive action. Otherwise, he'd be legislatively neutered pretty much from the beginning and have no mandate at the outset.
Yeah, it'll be divided government for sure. It's not the mandate of the landslide that Democrats are fantasizing about, nor is it that it's this hour looking like it's going to be a sweep of the Senate where suddenly Democrats have control of both branches of Congress as well. The president was tweeting, casting aspersions on the mail-in vote, saying, why is it suddenly when the mail-in votes, I'm suddenly down? Rich, again, I always rely on you as a straight shooter. I know you're conservative, but just to clarify the point, there's nothing nefarious going on when you've got mail-in votes. The Democrats have a strategy of banking mail-in votes, where the president's strategy is very successful, I might add, was to have day-out votes.
Correct. I will say, I think everyone should go to Florida, adopt the
rules of Florida for counting the processes of Florida. But Florida had it incredibly quickly. And even if Trump weren't out there throwing hand grenades at that process, the way he has been for a long time, it's just inevitable. The longer vote counts are drawn out, it's just these basic political dynamics that become more contentious, and it drives efficiency in the process. So it would be better if everyone were able next time around to do this with efficiency in Florida, which in 2000 was a watchword for total confidence in counting. And I think now they're a watchword for a great
what a difference 2 decades makes, Rich. Yeah, all right. Well, stay with us if you would. Coming up next, when exactly might we have answers from the battleground of Georgia? That state Secretary of State will join us for live interview right after this.
The People's Choice Awards are coming November 15th.
Yeah, but we'll have all our favorite
Celebrities? You bet we will.
Okay, but we'll still have all those
With and surprises? Surprise! We do.
And what about all those killers?
Live performances all ready to go, including a special performance by Justin Bieber. Plus, we're honoring Jennifer Lopez, Tracy Ellis Ross, and Tyler Perry.
I noticed you didn't mention the
host. We saved the best for last. It's Demi Lovato. The People's Choice Awards, November 15th.
What's the thing to do? White sandy beaches, crystal blue water, how incredible is it? You only get one shot at making your first impression. Weird weather where you go to all of it. High maintenance turbo gas. This could is that your proof. Proof one. It's not all that. Get back to this boat now. Be sure to watch new episodes of Protect every Monday after 9. Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced to the Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win. The last word with words of God. That's it on MSNBC.
Back 10:50 on the East Coast. We're going to get back to our election coverage in just a second. But first, we're going to get a quick check of weather from our pal Al.
Hey guys, good morning. Heavy rain in the Pacific Northwest. Nice and warm down through the desert. Record highs setting up through the plains, turning milder in Atlantic States into the Northeast. And plenty of sunshine all over the Gulf Coast. That's what's going on around the country. Here's what's happening in Turkey.
Hi, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Okay, this morning is cool. We have temperatures that are in the 50s and areas of fog close to the coast. But look at what's in store for us this afternoon. We're going to have temperatures that are going to be in the 90s in Inland Empire, through the Santa Clarita Valley. Now, we're also going to have some gusty winds up and over the LA and Ventura County Mountains and the Santa Clarita Valley that will keep fire danger high. So look at what's headed our way. We have a chance for rain in the coming days, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Keep your fingers crossed.
That's it this week, guys.
All right, Al, thank you. Let's get back to our election coverage and another check of the electoral map. Check those 9 states out in gray. Still at this hour, undecided. The presidential race hanging in the balance. They're counting ballots as we speak. That's right. And one of the states that's a weaker state that Joe Biden had high hopes late in the game of flipping this election, but we shall see, is Georgia, and that state's Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger is with us now. Mr. Secretary, good morning on a busy morning. I guess like the big question is, Hoda, yeah, we want to know, when are we going to get your vote? When are we going to find out who's won your state?
Well, we have about 2% left to go. We had great success yesterday. We had 4.7 million voters voted. Record breaker for us. Beat the 4.1 in 2015. We also had average wait time of only 2 minutes statewide average. We have about 2% left to go. And you can see where we are right now with the results of the report. I don't think we'll change any outcomes, but that's what the people make those predictions. what we'll do is get.
Anyone who's ever done a FaceTime with your kids, you know that sound. That sounded. Well, that was interesting though. We were just getting to the good part there because the Secretary of State said they got 2% left to go. But he did not think it would change the outcome. But then he deferred to the prognosticators, which I think is over to you.
Look, I can just tell you what our models say and where those counties are. They say they are heavily Democratic counties. And it's still the blended number, so it is going to shrink. Perhaps if I were an arbiter of an election result, I wouldn't want to be the one saying yes. And when we have the vote, it'll change the result. I think his job is to be the umpire.
Well, what's up, Mr. Secretary? Can you hear me now? You just were saying something. Oh, okay. Well, fair. You're a busy guy. You probably all your friends wanting to know the same thing we want to know. But George, you're going to report his results. But you said something interesting, sir. You said 2% left to count. You didn't think, however, that it would be changing the outcome. Is that based on your analysis of where those votes are outstanding, or are you just guessing it because of the fact that it's only 2%?
We don't guess. What we do is report just to see where the candidates are right now, both presidential, congressional, senatorial. You look at how many votes are out there. Even if one of the candidates got 100%, probably wouldn't enough to lose one way or the other. But it is what it is. We'll just wait till everything's done. The county can work diligently to get that done today.
Okay, can I ask you, sir, there was a report from it appears to be from the United States Postal Service data showing a failure to deliver mail ballots from voters across the country on election day, including in Georgia, in the Atlanta area. Do you know anything about that?
Well, we have no control over the Postal Service. That's why we went ahead and we implemented absentee ballot drop-off. We also told everyone that should not rely on the Postal Service to get too close to the end of the election. That's why the absentee ballot drop-offs were available for everyone to drop those off until 7 p.m. last night. So it is very well received by our voters.
Well, fair enough, and it is really a question for the Postal Service, but let me ask you, on your side of things, if you notice any suspicious drop-off in the amount of absentee ballots that were returned. In other words, is there any reason for you to believe that maybe there could be thousands of ballots that did not get returned in time by the Postal Service?
Now, there's something that we have getting knowledge of right now. I know that our county election directors in all of our large metropolitan areas reached out to their local postal officer to make sure that we're going to have really regular service and we had questions with my people. They understand the importance of making sure that all those mail absentee ballots got to where they need to be to all your county election offices.
And real quick, is it 2% left to count? 10 seconds. Are we going to get it today or no? Yes or no? That's all I'm going to talk about.
Yes, we'll get it.
All right, today. Great. We love a short one-word answer. We're back first today. Good morning, everyone. Here's a live look from Malibu on this sunny, warm Wednesday morning. It's 7:56. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Daniela Guzman. Well, voter turnout in LA County is a staggering number, but counting all those ballots is going to take some time. NBC for Sunny here live this morning at the LA County Registrar's office in Norwalk. 21 workers there will be working really hard throughout the week.
Yes, you can already hear them saying, let the ballot counting continue. County elections officials credited the use of mail-in ballots and the extended early voting period for impressive voter turnout. Helicopters were even used to expedite the delivery of ballots to the Tally Operations Center in Downey from vote centers in outlying areas of the county. Overnight, more than 3 billion ballots were processed and counted, representing voter turnout of just under 57%. The count resumes today, but the timeline for that is tentative. At 10 a.m., the tally setup begins. Ballot scanning at 1. The count or tabulation resumes at 3:30, and by 4 p.m., it's possible we'll get an update on the ballot count and election results. Tweet the report live from Norwalk. Daniela, back to you in the studio.
All right, Tony, thank you. Let's check your weather now with meteorologist and it's going to get warm up today. It is. The temperatures are going to be back into the 90s, believe it or not, this afternoon. But this morning, grab a sweater, maybe a warm drink because it is cool out there. We have clear skies inland and some clouds out the coast with areas of clouds close to the South Bay. Traveling through Long Beach, please be extra careful. Temperatures this morning in the high desert is 40 singles for the mountains. The fast forward to this afternoon, it's going to be warmer, especially Valley and IE, 92 degrees with high fire danger. Now we have one more day in the 90s. Look at the temperature trend for Riverside. Tomorrow, 94. But then a sharp drop in temperatures on Friday, 79, and look at this weekend. Highs in the 50s. If you're heading out the door, go to the NBC News app and tune into KSI PM 640 when you get in your car for weather traffic updates.
Every morning at 4:30, you hear the quick pop on the floor. It's hard and still hard times. Every morning at 6, on that old fashioned.
Hot tub and swim spa outlets, blow out sale. Blowing out every hot tub and swim spa is 33 to 65% off from LA's premier hot tub and swim spa dealer. Blowout sale, 270 North Brea Boulevard, call 657-295-1300.
Are you going to run or are you going to walk? I'm going to be both on video. The doctor says it's coming from the house. The lady says, Grandma, Gerald,
This open enrollment, whether you have or are applying for Medicare, Medi-Cal, private insurance, or want to choose another plan, let us walk you through your options for free. We're here for you and your family to help you grow healthy every day at any age. Ultimate, your community health network.
Steve, your slow internet is killing me. Literally.
Well, you help me, Steve.
Time to get Frontier Fiber Optic Internet.
Yeah, 25 times faster upload speed.
Yeah, it's worth it.
You should like get Frontier. It's the smarter choice. Like me, Steve. Yeah, you know what they
Switch to fiber. Frontier Fiber Optic Internet.
My best friend has been to Burlington in a while. So I thought it was fun. They have everything for her family at a fraction.
こんなこといいな、あんな夢こんな夢いっぱいあるけど、みんな考えてくれる不思議なバスケ
Still being counted. Several crucial states too close to call. Overnight, the president falsely claiming victory.
We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
Joe Biden ready for a fight.
I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election.
We'll have the latest on where everything stands as results are still coming in today, Wednesday, November 4th, 2020. Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome back to today. It is Wednesday morning, and the beat goes on. 11 a.m. on the East Coast, 8 a.m. in the West, and still a lot left to be decided in the presidential race. I'll say the president itself. Let's reset things, okay? In the all-important race to 270 electoral votes, NBC News has Joe Biden with 224. The president stands at 213. Well, 9 states we're going to listen for you: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Georgia, Nevada, Arizona, Maine, and Alaska. At this hour, too close to call or just too early to call? Also, still at stake in this election, control of Congress. So for Republicans, clinging to their majority in the Senate with several races still outstanding, and NBC News projects the Democrats will hold the House. There's a lot to analyze and discuss in our team of correspondents. We'll start with Chuck Todd. Chuck, why don't you down the road?
Well, a little bit. I'm going to start with Pennsylvania because we've got a trickle. Oh, okay. A trickle in, and at least will tell us something that's there. So we got a trickle, and what it is just a trickle. We've got a lot to go, but it's at least down to 540. Again, we're waiting for the southeastern Pennsylvania. You talk to various people, Savannah, you and I have different sources that are basically saying the same thing. You'd rather probably be Trump than Biden, but it's going to be awfully tight in Pennsylvania. So if you're Joe Biden right now, you really don't want Pennsylvania to be all and all. If you're Donald Trump, you're wondering, what can I pair up with Pennsylvania here? One more with that I would argue that so of the 3 blue wall states, this one is probably the one right now where you'd rather be Trump than Biden. The other 2 at this point, rather than Biden and Trump. We haven't seen a lot new. This is 9,000 Daniel said votes coming in a little bit faster than that. They built a little bit of the lead. It's basically a smattering in Detroit, smattering in Flint, and a significant chunk in Grand Rapids. On paper, that should be Biden leading. It is going to be just slightly tighter in that center. I'll just show you that center.
Real quick, for people who are just tuning in and they're wondering these late votes, these are all the absentee votes. These are the, what votes are these? Like, what are we waiting for overall?
As I to do a little refresher here, we've been tracking the types of way people voted, right? We had people that went to the polls yesterday. That's the yellow. All right. Then you have people that did mail-in ballots and voted early. Right now, that's the orange. We expect this to be a lot more here, and of this number that's left, most of it is mail vote, and that, of course, has been Democratic leaning this year. So that is why there is this pessimism on the Republican side, because they think they know what's left, and it looks pretty good. But again, I go back to the same thing. Let's take Pennsylvania. In this case, you got to be Biden and Trump with what they're saying. And then we've got Wisconsin. This is 20,000 vote lead that he's had. Anything 1% or under, you're to see recount. At some point, we should get the rest of the vote in here. And again, I would just watch this. That's what's going to be the watch here. Is the spread greater than 1%?
Is it mail-in or day-of vote that we're waiting for?
We think it's all absentee and mail-in, but unfortunately, we have not seen. They've been putting all of it together, so we have not been able to break that down as well as been able to do with other states. And very quickly, a little bit of Arizona presidential popped in. You got a 93,000 vote moving that in. Fairly significant with what's left. But this is one of those cases with what's left. Trump would have to win it by about 20 points. It's not impossible with a huge decline.
The leftover vote, we would have to have a margin of 20%.
Yeah, exactly.
In order to make up the gap.
So, not impossible. We can see that very thing happening. Despite what the Secretary of State said in Georgia, by saying, we don't expect it to move the numbers at all. That's just not true, because all of the remaining ballots are heavily Democratic. The question is there enough of it to overcome 100,000? And our model indicates there just might be.
Well, you had going down to the wire potentially lasting a few days, demanding recounts and lawsuits, then you won the lottery for the 2020 presidential election. Keep you nearby. Let's go to the White House. I'm Peter Alexander. Hi, Peter. Good morning.
Hey, Trent, good morning to you. So the president's campaign manager actually within the last hour is trying to frame this race in the president's favor, saying that they trust their data, they trust their math, and arguing if they count all the legally cast votes, President Trump wins. Now, to be clear, there is no evidence of illegally cast or fraudulently cast votes this time, but that language does preview what is the likely legal fight we could see ahead. One example of the Trump campaign talked about publicly challenging ballots, specifically in Pennsylvania, that are received by Friday, postmarked by Election Day, but received by Friday. Legal ballots that the state has said will be counted, a decision that was upheld by the Supreme Court. Trump votes, they want those knocked out. And this morning on Twitter, the president's trying to cast doubt again on this normal vote counting process, saying his early lead last night are, in his words, magically disappearing, baselessly claiming surprise ballot dumps are being counted. Twitter quickly slapped a warning label on that tweet saying that it's disputed and possibly misleading. Last night, President Trump falsely and prematurely declared victory, as you noted. Of course, the winner of the presidency has not been determined. Take a listen.
A very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people, and we won't stand. This is a flaw in the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we didn't win this election.
Even Republicans have fiercely criticized the president's comments there overnight, calling them irresponsible, among other things. Notably, the vice president, Mike Pence, he had a very different tone when he spoke last night, speaking immediately after the president's statement. He wanted all the votes to be counted, not declaring victory like the president did there, but saying that he thinks they are on a
Joe Biden, he has urged his supporters to be patient while insisting he is on track to win the White House. And because Kristen Welker in Wilmington, Delaware, where we did hear from Biden overnight. Hey, Kristen, morning.
Hey, Elizabeth, good morning again to those of you. Well, I can tell you that inside the Biden campaign, they are feeling increasingly confident as well. They just wrapped up a press call with reporters, and they say the states that are making them feel emboldened, they're watching Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, as well as Pennsylvania, but they do believe there is a path without Pennsylvania. Now, overnight, the Biden campaign manager slamming President Trump for his comments, prematurely declaring victory. The campaign manager calling that outrageous and dangerous. And that did come after Biden addressed a crowd of supporters where I am standing right now. Biden urging patience, saying that the vote goes on, but that he is confident in what's doing it today.
We knew this was going to go long, but who knew we were going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. Look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election.
Now, we expect to hear from the former vice president a little bit later on today. I am told expect him to be more bullish than he was while speaking overnight because of these returns that are coming in, particularly in the Midwest, that critical part of the country that Democrats were not able to hold in 2016. Now, as for the legal challenges that we've been talking about throughout the morning, the Biden campaign says, look, they do have a team of lawyers ready to be dispatched if and when that might be necessary.
All right, Kristen Welker for us there in Delaware. Kristen, thanks.
NBC's Tom Bethel is working the phones this morning to bring us the latest on the counting of the votes. I know you've been looking into some of these postal service delays you've heard about.
Yeah, this is very concerning, but bear with me because I need to explain it. You may recall earlier in the week, the Postal Service said that 300,000 ballots had arrived at the Postal Service that had not been scanned for delivery. A federal judge immediately ordered the Postal Service to sweep post offices in affected states looking for missing ballots. The Postal Service yesterday refused to comply with the federal judge's order. Just now, we have received the latest on-time delivery for yesterday, for Election Day, and this may suggest ballots may simply still not have been delivered. Look at these numbers. The Postal Service says in Atlanta yesterday, it had an on-time delivery score of just 82%. Keep in mind, before the pandemic, or rather last June, they were running 95% nationally. 82% in Atlanta. We're still waiting for votes, as you know, in Georgia. 61% in another battleground state. Delivery rate on time, 61% in central PA. 66% in Pittsburgh. 78% in Detroit, Michigan, another battleground state. 72% in Greensboro, North Carolina. 76% in Lakeland, Wisconsin. Now, how does this affect ballots that may be out? Guess what? Those battleground states, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Georgia, have rules that you have to have your ballots in. They have to have arrived by mail yesterday. Those states do not offer a grace period. So now the Postal Service data this morning is suggesting that their on-time delivery rates were so bad yesterday, you theoretically could have tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of ballots that still have not been delivered. A federal judge has ordered a noon hearing to discuss this and get to the bottom of it. And the question is whether he's going to be happy with the Postal Service essentially declining to do the sweep that he ordered. The Postal Service said yesterday it was already doing the sweep as part of its normal operations, guys.
And what the remedy would be, if anything, if the judge doesn't like it. By the way, you put up those Postal Service delivery rates in the 60s, in the 70s. As I understand it, Tom, the average rate for the Postal Service in good times is 90% plus. So this is dramatically low. 95%.
That's right. In fact, back in June, 95%. Now, that was before President Trump's new Postmaster General came in and instituted what he called reforms, others called it service cuts. The Democrats immediately alleged he was trying to slow the mail into the election. And so now we've seen mail service decline dramatically since June. The Postal Service has blamed the pandemic for that. Keep in mind, the pandemic has been going on, of course, since March, and they had a 95% rate in June.
So these numbers are very concerning in these key battleground states, and whether ballots are literally sitting in post offices right now.
Getting on it. What strikes you about this? Because you look at those places and you see political battlegrounds.
There's no doubt, and look, there's going to be a lot of people who see nothing but political mischief there because of controversy around Joy, who's appointed Postmaster General, a big Trump donor. There's no doubt there's going to be some allegations to that. I know that Congress, congressional Democrats have been wanting to investigate this. But I want to take a bigger step back on this and just say, this is something we were talking about. We're going to, at some point, more than 1 million Americans are going to have thought they voted and they're voting. They're not even going to know. Okay? When all said and done, because the ballots are going to get tossed out because maybe their signature, somebody decided their signature didn't match. And literally, there's going to be, it depends on the state we live about how much your vote, how much leeway you get to cast your vote. Some states give you a lot of leeway. Other states, you have to say, you're the lawyer. Is that equal protection under the law? I sit there, I'm not going to sit here, I'm not a lawyer. I only try to play on the TV. But I'm sorry, why is it that basically, if you lived in another state, you got more leeway to vote. You got more protection. Look at North Carolina. You can get your vote in and it can be postmarked and it can show up a week later. I think we did it out of the other one. I think we were talking about.
Yeah, Tom knows me by heart.
Right.
He really does at this point.
And the point is that, again,
some of them give you a week and some give no time at all.
But I defer to you on this. This is a violation.
This would be a conflict. Been up all night. Well, I'm sure the court would look at it and say, okay, this is something that's judicially going to find the state legislature, state lawmakers, but the constitutional issue raised equal protection
federal election
potentially could supersede that. So there you go. That's the lawyerly answer.
I get a good grade.
Yeah, you do. You get an A. All right. Oh, Tom, what were you going to say? You there, Tom?
Postal Service, yeah, I'm here. Can you see me here?
Yes.
The Postal Service has clarified in the past the precise language is not delivery rates, but rather processing rates. So processing, I suspect that that's a nuance only they can appreciate. But a processing score of 82%, as we said in Atlanta, 61% in Central PA, as opposed to
their postal office jargon. So, Tom, you've got your assignment for next hour, my friend. Thank you. Coming up, our Decision 2020 coverage rolls on just a bit with the director of Wisconsin's Election Commission. She's with us live. Coming up right after this. Does scrubbing grease feel like a workout? Scrub less with Dawn Ultra. Its superior grease-based formula gets to work faster, making it easy to work without messes. Dawn is a go-to grease cleaner throughout the kitchen too. Keep a bottle in the laundry room to pre-treat greasy stains. And keep Dawn in the garage to lift grease off cars. It's even gentle enough to clean wildlife affected by oil. Dawn's grease cleaning power takes care of tough grease wherever it shows up. Scrub less, save more with Dawn. To be honest, Dawn never bothered me until I found out what it actually was. Light dropping? Dead skin cells? Wow. So now I grab my super heavy duty secret mattress, just extend to 6 feet to reach way up high, grab, trap, and lock away gross stuff. For dust on my floor, I switch between the heavy duty box, which you can grab, trap, and lock dust bunnies no matter where they are. No more heat cheese. Glad I stopped cleaning and started whispering.
White championships, crystal blue water, how incredible is that? We only get one shot at making the first impression. We're going to work on everything that's gone. I think that's Charlie Guest. His creating that your growth for each thought. This is not all bad. Get back to this folks now. Sunday, great problem.
It's your DVR to watch new episodes of Rebels Below Deck every Monday after 9.
The People's Choice Awards are coming November 15th.
Yeah, but we'll have all our favorite
celebrities. You bet we will.
Okay, but we'll still have all those.
With that surprises. Surprise, we do.
And what about all those killers?
Live performances all ready to go, including a special performance by Justin Bieber. Plus, we're honoring Jennifer Lopez, Tracy Ellis Ross, and Tyler Perry.
I noticed you didn't mention them.
Host, be safe, the best for last. It's Demi Lovato. The People's Choice Awards, November 15th.
Welcome back. At the top of this hour, Jennifer telling us about the state of Wisconsin and how it could very likely be headed for a possible recount. That's how tight that margin is now.
It's so close call right now. We're going to get the latest from the director of the state elections commission. But first, NBC Cal Perry in Milwaukee. Hey, Cal.
Hi, host. Good morning to you guys. It was dramatic overnight at 3 in the morning when the votes came in from Milwaukee County, but Democrats expected it. They even told us yesterday on the phone it's possible we'll be losing at midnight, but up at 3 in the morning. That urban-rural divide is very key. When you look at how Hillary Clinton lost Wisconsin 4 years ago, it was by less than 25,000 votes. The Democratic Party knew they needed to target Milwaukee, and they did so. They found those votes. They made up that gap. Now they're up by 20,000 with about 103,000 left to be counted. They hope that the sign here in Milwaukee will translate to the other states that we've been talking about all morning, specifically Michigan and in Georgia. Guys.
All right, Cal, thank you very much.
Let's bring in Megan Wolf. She's Wisconsin's Election Commission Director on the phone with us this morning. So we're all waiting with bated breath, wondering when Wisconsin's numbers are going to come in. What do you expect?
Yeah, well, good morning. Well, all of our unofficial results are coming from the local election offices. So how it looks in Wisconsin and a lot of other states is unofficial results are reported by individual reporting units. And now we're in the important process of triple checking the results through what we call local canvas. And so that's what we're focusing our efforts on today.
So we've got outstanding votes, Director Wolf. Are you breaking down how much of that is mail-in vote and how much of that is day-of vote that hasn't been counted? Or to put it more simply, have you counted all the day-of vote you got and now you're just doing mail-in votes?
Yeah, so all of the ballots have been counted. So the ballots are back from the local precincts. They've counted the election day votes. And every ballot that arrived by 8 p.m. yesterday was counted at the central count facility or at the polling place yesterday.
Our numbers are showing we just have 3% outstanding. What are your numbers showing?
So, we're not seeing that there's any counties that haven't posted their results on their website.
Okay. I want to bring Jeff Todd into this. Can you
we think, Lisa, and we've always said this is estimated vote. That's what we're waiting on, and I think she'll understand what we're saying. We make the judgments based on communicating with local and state officials, and if stuff comes in, we do make minor adjustments.
So Director Wolf is saying all the vote is in.
All the vote is in.
Is that what you're saying?
John Levinsky, if you're listening, here and there, we're going to obviously, that would be a conversation I think our folks want to have directly with folks in the state of Wisconsin. That's something that our board knows. So that's an interesting update, and it is something that John Levinsky earlier today said, look, I think there is, I lowered the threshold, I lowered our expected vote a little bit because I'm not seeing it, but it's our understanding there should be a little bit more.
Can we put those Wisconsin numbers up again? Director Wolf, are you in a position to give us what the numbers you have? Because we've got some numbers. I'm showing Biden at 1.630337. Is that what you have?
Yeah, so thanks so much for that question, and I apologize if there's any confusion about this, but there's never an official aggregate on election night from the state. So again, we're in the certification process. Our statutory deadline to certify results is December 1st. And so there isn't an official aggregate, and like one of the commenters said, right now those predictions are based on best estimates of the current unofficial results of it.
Gotcha, but did that number I gave you match with your estimate that you guys have been reporting out?
I'm not sure exactly what number you're pointing to in terms of what we reported out. Again, there's no official statewide aggregate. It comes from each of our counties.
Gotcha. Okay, I think we're doing that math then behind the scenes, county by county. Right. Director, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Thanks for your hard work. We know it's been a lot for elections officials. It's all those mail-in votes of the pandemic and turnout like we've never seen before. So we appreciate your work.
Big. All right, we've got 21 minutes past the hour. Time for another check of the weather from Al. How's it looking?
Well, guys, good news. This thing's fairly quiet. We've got some big storms coming into the Pacific Northwest, some heavy rain over the next 48 hours. The rest of the night means pretty clear. Afternoon temperatures nice and toasty to the southwest, into the Gulf Coast. A little cooler as we get into the mid-Atlantic states, into the Northeast. As far as sky conditions are concerned, turning milder in the mid-Atlantic states, into the Northeast. Lots of sunshine down to the Gulf. Record highs for the Central Plains. Desert heat continues down in the southwest, and that heavy rain in the Pacific. That's what's going going on all over the country and what's happening in your
Good Wednesday morning, everyone. Still dealing with low visibility if you're traveling through the South Bay right now. We're down to 2 miles of visibility in Long Beach, but you should be okay if you're traveling through that spot. We do have some low clouds. Gradually, we're all going to be under that sunshine. But this morning, you need to grab the sweater because we do have temperatures in the 50s and 60s out the door. A cool way to start for the day. You wouldn't know the temperatures this afternoon are going to be in the 90s. Yep, it's going to be warmer, so make sure you hydrate, put on that sunscreen, dress for warmer weather this afternoon. It'll especially be hot in the valleys and 90s.
That's your latest weather.
All right, Mr. Roper, thank you. Television on the odd couple, Rich Lowry and Claire McCaskill are standing by. I think, Claire, it's your turn at bat here, and we're starting to see the vote come in. Wisconsin, we were just talking about it. It's tight. That might be the end of the vote right there. We're gonna try to come up and find out. That's just votes for comfort for you. It definitely seems like it's in recount territory.
Well, it's almost the exact same margin that Trump won the state by 4 weeks ago. And Trump complaining about mail-in ballots. If you want to take away mail-in ballots, you need to look at some losing electoral votes in places like like Utah. I mean, Utah is all mail-in ballots, and it's happy to count those. So it's not whether mail-in ballots are bad. You need to have a problem with their counting. And obviously, these counting processes are observed by both parties. Both parties have watchers in there watching what's going on. The lawyers are present in every single one of these states now. So this count will be secure. I have a question, though, that somebody needs to answer for me. Why is May still gray? I don't.
There's too much. Well, I'll be honest with you, Claire, on both Nebraska and Maine with the individual congressional district, and as you're monitoring that, there's just a more hesitant while you're trying to figure out what's happening in that second congressional district. But it's a very slow count, and we'd like to get a little bit more. But
what do you think about Maine, though?
You are correct. 3 of the 4. She's not wrong. 3 of the 4 are going. It is hard to imagine how Donald Trump catches this and at this point. But we have the name, but he is probably going to win that second congressional district. So that has to do with that split. But Claire is right. 3 of those 4 are likely to be in the Biden column at some point today. We're just, come on, man.
Yeah,
step it up already.
Yeah.
Well, if you think 30,000 votes is too close to Wisconsin, then 70,000 votes in Maine is a tsunami. I mean, that's a huge
margin. Yeah, it's a landslide this year.
Joe Biden wants to know, hey, that's really a big margin. I know this doing great. I just wanted to clarify that there wasn't some trembling under the surface like this and all the data. Thanks for that.
Thank you. We're going to have a lot more ahead, guys, including how other parts of the world are reacting to this morning's uncertainty here in the presidential race. But first, checking your local news, the weather, and these messages.
Live up now from the San Fernando Valley of 826. I'm Jonathan Gonzalez. We are staying on top of some of the hot congressional races this morning. One of them we're watching closely is down in Orange County in the 48th congressional district. A dead heat between Democratic incumbent Harley Ruda and Republican challenger Michelle Steele. Right now, Steele leading by less than 2,000 votes, 93% of precincts reported. And it's just as tight in California's 39th congressional district, which encompasses parts of LA, Orange, and San Bernardino counties. Right now, incumbent Democrat Joseph there lost in a 50-50 battle with Republican challenger Young Kim, separated by just over 1,000 votes. Right now, with 88% of precincts reporting will stay on top of those. For now, let's get over to Linda Nielsen. Let me hear your first good forecast.
Hi, Jonathan. So it's a cool start to the day with the fog close to the coast, but look at your afternoon highs. Today's going to be warmer. We're going to have mostly sunny skies with temperatures reaching the 90s in the Santa Clarita and the Inland Empire. We aren't strangers to the heat, but it's November. These temperatures are way above normal for this time of year. We'll have 80s from Thousand Oaks into the Basin, West Covina, and over into Orange County. Now, get ready. The temperatures are going to really drop in the days to come. Tomorrow is going to be another hot day. We're going to have 90 degrees for LA, but then on Friday, we start to cool things down. On Saturday, 64 degrees, and then we'll have a chance for rain. So I'll be back to talk about our chances. If you're heading out the door, go to the NBC News app and tune in to KSI AM 640.
Shield of California's Medicare plans give you coverage you can count on at a time when you need it most. At Good Value, we offer a wide range of Medicare plans that fit your lifestyle, with premiums and deductibles as low as $0. But $0 is just the beginning. You can deserve quality health care now more than ever. Explore Blue Shield Medicare plans that may include an allowance for over-the-counter and access to doctors on call 24/7 by phone or video. Call 866-963-0292 today to find the Blue Shield Medicare plan that's right for you. Count on healthy excellence, now including acupuncture and chiropractic services, eyeglass frames and lenses, and silver sneakers.
I count on my Blue Shield Medicare plan.
Medicare annual enrollment ends December 7th. Get coverage you can count on. Call 866-963-0292 to enroll today. Plus, get a $10 Amazon gift card when you send the Medicare website.
Del Taco's new Cholula Crispy Chicken Taco is here. So turn up the flavor, turn up the heat, and get ready to rock. Try our newest Crispy Chicken Taco today for only $1. Only at Del Taco. Yeah. Hot Tub and Sweat Spa outlets, blowout sale. Blowing out every Hot Tub and Sweat Spa is 33 to 65% off from LA's premier Hot Tub and Sweat Spa dealer. Blowout sale, 270 North Korea Boulevard, crossing 57295 1300.
Life's full of little accidents. And the Hyundai Tucson helps make sure they stay little by alerting you if you drift out of your lane and even gently correcting your steering. Because unlike your favorite shirt, you are irreplaceable. Hyundai, the longer you look, the more there is to life.
Drive home a new 2021 Hyundai Tucson today, now starting at just $23,700. See your local Hyundai dealer.
For real?
It's real.
I mean, this is unexpected.
You can say, remarkable.
Absolutely.
Thanks. I get that all the time. Wait, what?
It's Grocery Outlet's 20% off wine sale, going on now till November 10th. Please drink responsibly.
Welcome back, guys. Look at those American flags flown out there in the wind. It's 11:30 right here out in front of Rockefeller Plaza, 8:30 on the West Coast. The sun's flashed Wednesday morning in a lot of places. The nation and the world is waiting to know who will be the next president of the United States.
I like sunflash. It's a little poetic democracy in action, and boy, is it in action as we roll into Wednesday, and we're still counting the votes. Let's take a moment. Let's reset. Where the race stands right now, looking for 270 electoral votes to win the presidency. Here's where it stands right now, 224 to 213 in Joe Biden's favor at the moment. But we've got 9 states that NBC is telling either too close to call or too early to call, meaning there's much more votes to be counted. That includes the battlegrounds, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Georgia, Nevada, and Arizona.
Yeah, we're waiting for those numbers to come in, and they are trickling in. Chuck Todd's on it. He's got the big board at his map. What do you got?
All right, let me just sort of walk you through today of what we're going to get. Maine, we're going to call Maine today. We feel pretty good that it's going to happen. We want to look at some data. We want to clean it up. Don't worry, Clement Pascal. Jonathan is doing his homework, but we have our system when it does need separate congressional districts, but we're close. It is headed in the direction that it is leading. We like to see a 3-1 split there, which is what we've been estimating the whole time. Pennsylvania, it's just not. We're going to get vote in all day, but we're a long ways away, and as we know, this is going to be razor tight. If this is the fight for 270, we are revisiting 2000. Okay, pure and simple. Michigan is looking better and better for Biden. I'll show you where we are now. What's coming in? We're waiting for a little bit more out of Wayne County, and there's some that hasn't updated. There's some numbers that are about to come in. It's going to increase it. The question of the Senate race, this is probably going to be super, super tight. Our model thinks Peters will be up by literally, a nose hair. It'll be that kind of tight, but we'll see. But again, Michigan, rather divided than Trump right now. Wisconsin. So we're basically what our team is doing right now is they're triple checking all of it. we think it is possible we've got everything that's in. We want to make sure there's not an error. I mean, when you're dealing with 20,000, right? You're dealing with less than 1%. We are just basically looking at the data. It wouldn't be our error. We just double checking. We find this all the time. Hey, County X, I think you reported something twice. And that happens all the time. We caught Fairfax County accidentally doing that. They sort of, and we, we have to keep out what you're saying, but it can happen. Everybody's a human being. So we want to clean that up. But this, if this holds, I think we know this is going to head to a recount. It's less than that 1%. By the way, the recount procedures, this could get county to county. It's not really, this could get just messy.
And especially with how nasty Wisconsin has been for the last several years. It's so partisan and divided.
It's probably the most organized state and it's the most divided state. I mean, like Florida, everything comes down to a 1% rate. Nevada, we expect a lot of the votes to be tabulated today. They have promised the done tomorrow. We'll get sort of a final, I think, close to a final count.
You don't see calling Nevada one way or the other tomorrow?
I don't think we would call it. We would want to go ahead and let them finish their process. That's what they promised. I doubt we call this tomorrow. And let's see. I mean, on paper, the mail-in ballots that are counting, we think will end up winning Biden, and he should hang on to this. But, nothing's for certain. I think I told you before, Arizona, tonight we expect, I'm sorry, special mission, that's freaking a whole bunch of people out. That's oh my God, 2020, Arizona. As you can see, Biden's got nearly 100,000 votes lead here. We expect at dinner time tonight, probably dinner time out west, but we're on the time again, doing election night, hard to do in America. We will get, and we think we will get an Arizona call on that front. And Georgia is just waiting for all that Atlanta vote. Sounds like we will get it throughout the day, so this is something else, and we'll find out how close does it get. I told you our models say 1/10 of 1%. It all depends. If a lot of Democratic voters out, Joe Biden's got to win it by a big number, 6, 70, 30-ish type of thing. Not out of the realm possible because of where this vote is. And then North Carolina, we just have ballots. We were just talking about ballots are going to keep coming in for more than a week. So you'll see here 10,000, a margin of 10,000 could trigger a recount. And look, this could be something that we just wait for the vote to trickle in. And if the margins keep shrinking, then we'll keep waiting. And if they don't, then it's a you'd rather be Trump than Biden. So there we are. I think what that would mean is we take us through the what if now, right? If we get the calls that we think we're going to get. Okay, just to sort of get right now, we're going to get Alaska, the president, this way, Wisconsin, recount land, Michigan. So you see there we're ahead of, and then the three in Maine here. Here, and that would get him to 270. But I think we would be looking at certainly at a recount situation there. And we don't know what the Georgia situation is. But the Joe Biden would need Georgia. Georgia would sort of add to potential padding there. And Pennsylvania, first of all, they don't want to have to worry about that.
So if we're waiting, everyone's probably waking up going, I get all that, and there's recounts. But any idea, are we talking next week before you would know something for real? That's the scenario?
No, I think if this is what we're staring at, we may know this before tomorrow, before the end of the day tomorrow. Or by dinner time tomorrow. I mean, if this is a very plausible map that we're staring at tomorrow afternoon, which then would mean we start just the litigation phase, right? We will have some recounts here. There'll probably be still have the fight in Pennsylvania because you don't know if you need it type of thing. While you deal with that. And then, of course, Georgia could end up in that recount and then North Carolina. So we're looking at four, and I didn't bring up that. Four realistic recounts.
That's what I say. If you left Florida in 2000, boy, are you going to love 2020 when we do 4 recounts at once instead of
as we learned, 2020 does everything more than what we've ever done.
Okay, it really balances everything on the knife edge, especially controls Congress. So
nobody can be breathing a sigh of relief in either Wilmington, Delaware, or at the White House right now. we were talking about recounts, which brings us nicely to Jeremy Bass, our NBC News analyst, who does know a thing or two about the turmoil of an election. He was a young lawyer on Al Gore's legal team during that 36-day Florida recount battle 20 years ago. So with, I guess, a little bit of flashbacks for you, Jeremy, what should people keep in mind as this recount procedure, maybe procedures, potentially unfold?
Yeah, a couple things to that. First of all, it's important to note that in Florida in 2000, all the votes have been all the votes have been counted. And so the dispute, the litigation was really over how the count should be reviewed, how the balance should be recounted. Here, we haven't gotten all the votes in yet. So when Trump stands up in the White House and says we're going to court or I'm going to the Supreme Court, that's entirely premature, it's entirely hyper-aggressive. It's meant to obviously shape the information environment, but there's no basis standing here today for anybody to be in court. Now, once we have all the votes in, then as you pointed out with Chuck and Casey, in a couple of states there's going to be an automatic recount because the differential being so small. Those will probably be reprocessing the ballots through the machines, and I think we'll probably get about the same result. 10,000 ballots is a very hard number to overcome. Remember, in Florida, the difference was 537, and Gore, at the end of the day, only moved that number a couple of hundred, maybe a couple of thousand at most. So 10,000 is very hard to overcome.
And in fact, Chuck, I was going to ask that. In fact, it's 20,000 we're staring at. I just had a Wisconsin attorney who is monitoring this on the Democratic side. And he said, it's very hard for them to disqualify 20,000 ballots. We're going to see maybe a margin of 10,000 trigger a recount in North Carolina. Maybe that margin that we just said 20,000 in Wisconsin. What is a realistic margin if you're trailing in a recount on average that is overcomable? And when does it become where you're like, yeah, okay, that means 1/2 of 1%, but that's a lot of votes?
Yeah, so I think if Biden is up in those states by more than 2,000 or 3,000, it's pretty comfortable for a straight up recount. Now there's a second phase, which is Trump could come in and try to contest the election in that state and basically make any number of claims. He could probably begin to try to claim that there was fraud, that the mail-in ballots were fraudulently signed or what have you. Now that's a little more challenging because there's no usually established law on those issues, but I think we'll probably try to lose that in the courts and get us to the Supreme Court. And maybe Trump will have a way to try to throw out the ballots. But again, that's very uphill. There's no basis for that. It would be entirely frivolous knowing what we know today. And the Biden team has a very aggressive counter-legal strategy that they would deploy as well. So, I think if I were advising the campaigns, I'd much rather be advising Biden right now. If he gets to 270, he can claim he won. And then everything that Trump will try will basically be almost a Hail Mary.
All right, Jeremy Dash, who actually there's an HBO, Jeremy, a movie called Recount, and there's a real character named Jeremy Dash. Sure is. Played by Brad Pitt. No, all right, I made up that part. But Jeremy.
It's not going to show up in everybody's algorithm now. Everybody's reading, everybody's happy.
You want to go watch that movie, relive it.
Get your algorithm.
All right,
That's a great podcast about it.
Oh, sorry, that's a good podcast about it. Which I was produced by Casey's husband.
Rivera, I was just going to say.
Circle of Life.
Yeah, and we did it for this very moment, but we didn't think it was going to be as stretching.
I'm glad I learned so much. Hanging out with you now. All right, good. Coming up next, here's Simmons with us live from London with a look at how the uncertainty here is playing out on the world stage.
The key People's Choice Awards are coming November 15th.
Yeah, but we'll have all our favorite
celebrities. You bet we will.
Okay, but we'll still have all those.
With the surprises. Surprise, we do.
And what about all those killers?
Live performances all ready to go, including a special performance by Justin Bieber. Plus, we're honoring Jennifer Lopez, Tracy Ellis Ross, and Tyler Perry.
I noticed you didn't mention them.
Host, we saved the best for last. It's Demi Lovato. The Key People's Choice Awards, November 15th.
Like Sandy Beach was crystal blue water. How incredible is that? We only get one shot at making the first impression. We're here to work. Everything will be gone. I'm making a determined guess. This could is it that your crew could be strong. It's not over. Get back to this boat now. Quick boat. Get your video to watch new episodes of Chronicles Below Deck every Monday after 9. Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win. The last word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Next at 10 on MSNBC.
We are back. There is the all-important electoral map. The votes are being counted. Potential legal challenges are being contemplated over the results in the presidential race, and we are awaiting the outcome. And by the way, we're not the only ones waiting for this. All around the world, people are watching closely. They're monitoring the election results. Today, your international correspondent here in that part of the story. Take care.
Hey, hello, good morning. This really has the world done. And just to show you a little bit what I mean, just take a look at these front pages here in Britain today. On a knife edge, another one, Battle for America's Soul. This is making headlines around the world, even without a result. And the question many around the world are asking, and it's a big question, what will American leadership look like in the years to come?
It's the election the whole world is watching.
Millions around the world overnight, neck and neck, watching the divided American democracy test.
It's pretty chaotic.
A nerve-wracking election set is waiting to be.
Was not surprised, and as a matter of fact, I was awake all night.
A long night, watched today in Asia and Australia.
I think it affects the goal. The politics for me is like a sporting match.
Americans overseas, glued television coverage, but these Democrats in Thailand, these other countries, and I think we all need to pay attention.
If Trump wins, that it's definitely going to have a huge impact on the world.
In Europe, the candidates competing claims came in the early hours. And it ain't over till every vote is counted. A former German ambassador worries his decision in America will impact his alliance. I'm afraid we will be looking at continued polarization in American politics. That, for us in Europe, is not exactly good news. Britain, America's closest ally, expressing faith in the U.S. system.
We respect the values of democracy and the checks and balances reflected in the U.S. system.
Americans' friends holding their breath. I always thought it was getting closer than people thought.
Very depressed. I think it's going to be very close. It's going to be drawn out. It's going to be like the 2000 election again.
Americans' foes quick to criticize. In China, the hashtag U.S. election has been viewed 3.4 billion times. America is without hope, says one senior Chinese state media journalist. In Russia, pro-Kremlin media warning of chaos in America. While the Middle East, a region that perhaps more than any other looks to America for leadership, we will not have a good solution from the United States.
I haven't seen America that divided, to be honest.
Wondering where the world goes now. You know, Hunter and Savannah, I think America's allies at least understand that America needs to give it time to figure out who it's voting for. But just think about the list of international issues that lie ahead. Should American troops be withdrawn from Afghanistan, America's longest war, the Iran situation, the environment and climate change, and that behemoth issue in China. There are a lot of decisions to be made once this decision of who is president gets made, guys.
Yeah, all right. We may wait a few more days for this decision, though. Sure, thank you. All right, at times like this, when there's uncertainty, big moments in our country, there's one thing we need, and it's perspective. For that, we go to NBC News presidential historian Michael Beschloss, because Michael, of course, history always provides us that. What are your thoughts as we navigate this morning together?
Well, people are saying this election is dragging on and it's unresolved, and Donald Trump was saying last night it's not over by midnight, so there must have been fraud or something going really wrong here. You look at most of American history, Savannah, as you know, go all the way back to the beginning. Does anyone think in the 19th century that elections were resolved by midnight, especially before the telegraph and later on radio? 1876, there was a deadlock over Louisiana and South Carolina and Florida. It dragged on for about 3.5 months before there was a final decision. And then, of course, everyone is talking about this morning 2000, which lasted about 5 weeks before there was a decision from the Supreme Court in Bush v. Gore. You look at American history, we've got a great system. It almost always resolves itself. Let our democracy, let our system.
Oh, that makes sense. So good. As we look around at a lot of American cities, a lot of them are boarded up during Midtown Manhattan. People are worried about what happens after. Is there any guide from history of what will happen next?
Well, I think there were a lot of predictions yesterday and the last 2 days, as you will know, that there would be violence, or people would be beset by gangs if they were going to the polls, or there'd be all sorts of interference that maybe there was, but we haven't seen many reports of. Yeah, this is a very divided country. It always will. We have people coming from all sorts of places with all sorts of votes from their families. It's a big, diverse country. That's the way it's supposed to be. But we want it to be divided. We want people to argue over policy. And at the same time, as the founders said, be civil, negotiate, compromise, and above all, demand of whoever is the next president that he make a huge effort to unify the country, which is one of the biggest jobs a president always has.
Michael, if we went by the popular vote, we wouldn't be here right now. We'd have gone home late. We'd have called this election sometime after midnight last time. And it'd be over with popular vote. And look, this is now, 3 times out of the last 6 that we have sort of potentially a popular vote electoral college split. That's always, the electoral college to me is always the hardest thing to explain to a foreigner about our
That's so funny, because I was going to ask the same question. Why do we have the electoral college, Michael?
You were both so right. Well, just as I was extolling compromise, that was a compromise that came out of the Constitutional Convention in the city of Philadelphia, which we'll be hearing about a little bit later on today. And it led to this thing which basically was intended to buffer the presidency from big changes in American public opinion. The way the founders felt, they didn't want a majority of Americans voting a president into office or out of office. They wanted state legislators. They wanted elite citizens. And interestingly, a lot of support has remained for the Electoral College, and at least in the past, more than one occasion, Joe Biden was asked as a senator whether he supported abolition of the Electoral College. He said he was inclined against it. I'm not sure how he feels this morning.
Well, it's interesting. I just got a text from someone said, "Can I just go curl up behind Michael Benstock in the fire?" I think that's a moment that a lot of Americans are seeking reassurance, and that this is how democracy works, and that we are, of course, united. And I'm sure you can think of times in our history where we've seen even more divided. Civil War comes to mind, the late 60s comes to mind, and yet we have overcome. Do you have a word of encouragement in that vein?
We got through the Great Depression. We dealt with World War II and managed to prevail at a time that people said the dictators and fascism were the way of the future. Never bet against the United States. We go through crises. It's tough, but in the end, why is it that we always surmount them? And oddly enough, even after a divided period, there's always a swing back of the pendulum. We all unify, and I think that's what happened.
Don't bet against the United States. You got that right, Michael.
Maybe we'll have the roaring 20, the roaring 2020 unity.
I feel like I'm nice to think another era of good feeling.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, Michael. What do you say we swing over to Alro to get a quick check of weather?
Since you might look down the fire, we've got Chuck Todd. And things are kind of warm out here.
He brings the fire.
Hey, you know who else? Lester Holt. He's already strapped in, right?
Oh,
it's ready to go. Right here. Lester Holt.
Nothing's changed. It's just the same. It's all
all good. Anyway, let's take a look and show you what's happening as far as your weekend outlook. Friday, sunny and hot. That's right. Let's just think about the weekend, okay? Nice and warm through the buds. A Pacific storm moving in there. We're looking at it to continue on Saturday with mountain snows. A spring feeling one of these mid-Atlantic states. A little wet weather down to the Gulf Coast. Sunday. Another nice day in the Northeast, mid-Atlantic states. Heavy snow moving into the western plains. Sunshine from the Great Lakes all the way down to the Gulf. Although we will be watching Eta or Beta, depending on what happens with this as the system is. Will be affecting Nicaragua and some mountain snows back to the Rockies. That's what's going on around the country. Here's what's happening. Featured.
Hey, Al. Thank you very much. Okay, it's warmer today. Highs are going to be in the 90s inland, even hotter tomorrow. Look at our temperatures rising through Thursday, and then a big drop in temperatures, about a 30-degree difference into this weekend with a chance for a rain. Let's get to the valleys and inland empire. Here's where it's going to be hot today and tomorrow. We're also dealing with some gusty winds through the Santa Clarita Valley and the mountains. The temperatures over the weekend, though, are going to feel like fall with highs in the 60s and a chance for some rain. Now, here's a look at our desert location. It's hot now, but not this weekend.
That is your latest look. Guys, nice job.
Well, when you say Lester's coming, I think that means that we're all due for a little nap. But Chuck, let's get a final word before we return for more results tonight.
We do.
NBC primetime tonight, nightly news tonight.
Look, we're going to get a lot with Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Maine. We think there's going to be some action that is more than just looking at gray states. We're going to try to look at some of that gray. Georgia, we hope to at least get some clarity when a vote count comes in. Pennsylvania is just gonna. This is going to be that's just going to be a trickle and an ongoing sort of slog, if you will. And then Nevada, we wait up to tomorrow. So that's I think the next 6 to 8 hours should move things along a little bit.
Let me ask you a question about Wisconsin. If in fact we do go to a recount, but it seems clear from the history that the recount's unlikely to change the result, how do we handle that as NBC? Do we declare an apparent winner? Do we say there's no winner at all?
The whole point of using the word apparent, and this is our standard, is we think that it could end up in a recount. We didn't call for it for 2.5 days quite well, and it was simply that other people it became a apparent winner for Barack Obama, but it was too close to the automatic recount provision. So anytime we are either really close to the recount provision or we're never going to call it. We can tell you all the votes that we know over there. It's likely they're winner.
It's a apparent winner subject to recount. That could save us a little drama in Pennsylvania, though. So put that way.
Oh, I love it. Pennsylvania becomes more dramatic if Trump starts to take the lead into either Nevada or Wisconsin.
All right, and on that cliffhanger, we'll wrap it up for this hour. Lester Holt's about to pick up the coverage at Decision 2020. There's a lot to get to. You'll have it at the top of the hour, and we will see you tonight, prime time, NBC. Very nice. For Friday on NBC.
Live look from Universal City is 8:56. I'm Jonathan Gonzalez. Californians voted on a dozen high-stakes ballot measures, and one is to make headlines, Prop 22, which will determine how to classify ride-share drivers. NBC News now calling this race with a majority voting yes. This is a big win for Uber and Lyft. They spent millions of dollars on this. It allows app-based drivers to work as individual contractors, meaning they're exempt from recently passed state laws that classify them as employees. We took a look at Prop 21, dealing with expanding rent control. Landlord groups spending $100 million a year, paying off for them. The no's are nearly 60%. Yes, at 40%, would have allowed local governments to establish rent control on properties over 15 years old. We're going to have a lot more coming up in the NBC News. At 11, we'll also have cut-ins coming up within the next couple of hours. Remember, when you're on the go, stay connected with us. Get the latest news, weather, traffic, and election updates right on your phone from the NBC LA app.
My best friend had to live with Burlington and a wife. So I thought it was fun. They have everything for her family at a fraction of the cost. I love the variety. I love it. She's buying lunch. Do you love Burlington?
This holiday, get the gift of weather connected from our laser measured floor liners, a cargo liner, Christmas tree mat, and cup phone to secure your phone in virtually any vehicle. This season, order the perfect gift at WeatherTech.com. And don't forget WeatherTech gift cards.
Normal has changed, but maybe you were never meant for normal. You've overcome uncertainty, heartbreak, loss, but also experienced victory, unity, joy. No, you were never meant for ordinary. You've stood strong through it all. Shields of California stands with you, delivering the Medicare benefits you deserve. Shields delivers a wide range of Medicare plans that go above and beyond. Just like you, some plans have $0 premiums and access to doctors 24/7, plus valuable extra benefits. Call 866-963-8039 to learn more. You can count on Blue Shield to deliver the Medicare benefits that matter most. Don't wait. Annual enrollment ends December 7th. Call or visit us online to see how we go beyond zero. And RSVP for a free Medicare plan webinar. Get a $10 Amazon gift card just for attending.
Don't miss out on the grand opening of Florida Decor's West Covina location. Our expansive store is fully equipped with safe distancing guides, so you can browse our wide aisles and be amazed by the wider selection, or easily order online. Pick up all the products you need for your flooring project curbside. So come discover the perfect floor at the perfect price. Whatever way is perfect for you. Explore Florida Decor's new Los Angeles area location November 12th, or visit floorandecor.com to store near you.
Welcome to Civic 2020 coverage. Still a number of outstanding states in the race for president. We want to go right now to Chuck Todd. Chuck, set the stage. Where are we right now?
Sure. Let's go through. Look, the next few hours, we expect a little bit of action. And where I want to look, the big one is, I believe we just called a state that we've been waiting on calling, and that is the state of Maine. And that would be 3 of the 4, I believe. Because right now we know that the president is winning that 2nd congressional district here. So that's a 3 additional electoral votes with Maine. We have not called Maine. We were waiting for a little bit more to come in, but that puts us 3 more there. And they're all crucial here right now for Joe Biden. But here's where we expect some action, I think, in the next couple of hours. We'll start in Michigan. Vote is trickling in. It looks like a vote that favors Biden. You'd rather be Biden than Trump now. This is something that we think in the next few hours we're going to start to see enough votes that we may be able to characterize that race. Wisconsin, right now, our boiler room guys are essentially looking at the data, seeing if there are any mistakes, seeing if there's anything in here. We think this could be all the votes that's there. We had an estimate that there was possibly another 100,000 votes out there, but we have heard from the Wisconsin election folks. They think everybody turned in all their votes. So we're going to make sure there's no double counting, anything like that. But this falls within 1%, a recount that allows you to get a recount in Wisconsin automatically. 20,000 votes is the difference. We're discussing that is there's no recount we can think of where somebody made up more than a couple of hundred, occasional thousand. Nevada is not a state we expect to be able to call today. We know Nevada is going to be tallying a bunch of mail-in votes from Clark County. We think it is. We assume, not just assume, because our data indicates that this mail-in vote is likely going to lean Biden. We'll see. But this is something we'll likely deal with tomorrow when they report their new numbers. Arizona is something that tonight, East Coast evening and maybe West Coast dinner time, we should get a little bit more vote in that should allow us to feel comfortable. Biden is almost outside this margin of mobile, but there is a path for President Trump perhaps to catch up, but it would take something. And then look, I'm going to be honest with you, we don't know what's going to happen in Georgia. We're waiting for more of the vote count. Georgia Secretary of State told us about an hour ago that he expects all of that vote count to come in today. So let's see what it is. There's 100,000 vote difference. We think there are about 400,000 votes out. We think most of these votes are in very blue counties, very blue areas, not just even around Atlanta, but a few other pockets, a couple of heavy African American rural counties as well. There is a mathematical possibility, our models indicate it's very possible this ends up in 0.1%. And in North Carolina, we're not calling this probably for a week. Absentee ballots that arrive with a postmark, that are postmarked on election day, can arrive up to a week later. So there's going to be votes that trickles in. You'd rather be Trump than Biden can, but you can't say it is out of the realm of possibility. So there's your lay of the land. Today, we should see some movement in some form in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Arizona. Some movement in those three states.
And we just saw, as you noted, Maine fall into the Biden bucket. Did you ever think that Maine would play as a role in easily?
Well, you know what? I will confess that I have a 269 map picture as my screensaver on my phone. So I've been playing around with this congressional district, these two states, which can give us this nightmare of the 269, 269. Every electoral vote counts. And that's what we're finding out here. And, Maine, again, different thing is the president's doing well in the one part of Maine that looks like a lot of other areas around the country as well.
All right, Chuck, we'll keep chatting. In the meantime, let's bring in White House correspondent Peter Alexander. Peter, the president overnight prematurely, falsely declaring his victory and tweeting today about mail-in ballots. What's the read right now?
Yeah, that's right. Actually, lots of we heard from the president within the last 5 minutes, casting more doubt on these mail-in ballots, these last-minute votes that are still being counted right now. Moments ago, he tweeted they were finding Biden votes all over the place in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. He writes, so bad for our country. To be clear, they are not finding ballots all over the place. They are counting ballots in several states where they have completed their electoral count to this point so far. What's notable is when we heard from the president last night, in those remarks where, as you noted, he falsely and prematurely basically declared victory, said he had won this thing. He also said, we want all voting to stop. But we're getting a different message as we hear from, specifically from his campaign manager. They're saying basically they want more of the counting to continue right now. They say if we count all legal ballots going forward, they believe they will win this thing. Bottom line is they need to find some additional votes, particularly in places like Arizona and in Nevada. In a conference call with reporters earlier today of Pennsylvania, they said they would win. In Nevada, they said late-breaking votes would benefit them as well. But consider what I'm telling you from the campaign with the map that you just heard Chuck demonstrate to you as well. As for the president, a little bit earlier today, Twitter flagged him for a tweet that I want to post up for you on screen. They put one of those warning labels on it, basically saying that it was disputed or that it could be misleading, saying that the president did one by one. They started to magically disappear, saying his leads around the country were going away as surprise ballot dumps were counted again. There is no evidence of these surprise ballot dumps that the president is referring to at this point. So we should add that earlier today we are now hearing from the Trump campaign in the form of a fundraising email request that they're blasting out to their supporters right now, saying President Trump needs you to step up and defend the results. To step up and defend the results. He appears to be asking for money and support, but the idea of defend, which he mentioned in all caps, does sort of give you this image of a physical defense. Remember, it's the president himself who said that the sort of situation that we're in right now could induce violence in the streets. Some of his critics saying that type of language by the president himself is problematic.
The president tends to say things out loud, but the idea that he's now discrediting the results, we heard that weeks, months ago.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. We got a sense of this maybe where it was going. You've heard this phrase, the red mirage, right? That's that idea that on election night, as we told you about on Night's News and on the Today Show, on all of our broadcasts, that early on, those election day votes would disproportionately benefit Donald Trump, his voters. A lot of those more rural voters would come out. And then as the day went on and the days that followed,
more of the early vote, that mail-in count, that absentee ballot count, the early votes who deliver their votes in person, those numbers would rise. And it appears that the president was right. That would be what's happening. It appears to be what we're seeing right now, this idea of a red mirage. The president suggesting that means something was done fraudulently. There's nothing fraudulent about it, as we've demonstrated too. This is just all of the votes to this point being counted, and clearly for the president, that's a real frustration. That's the potential to erase advantages that he saw, at least late last night.
Votes are being counted. All right, Peter, thank you. Kristen Walker is advising headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware, where overnight the former vice president urged his supporters to be patient as all the votes are counted, and we expect to hear from him in the next few hours. Kristen, we've obviously heard the view from the White House. What more do we expect from Joe Biden today?
Oh, I am so frustrated that when we hear from Vice President Joe Biden a little bit later on today, he is going to be increasingly bullish about his chances for winning the White House. And that is really the mood inside the campaign right now and among some of Biden's closest allies. Why are they confident? Because they like what they're seeing in Michigan. They like what they're seeing in Wisconsin. They're watching Nevada very closely. They're also watching Arizona, Pennsylvania, of course, as well. That's why they had Joe Biden visiting those states 14 times more than any other battleground state, because he knew that it could hold the key to this election. So I think you're going to hear that reflected, and I would not be surprised if the vice president was pressuring the President Trump, the fact that he declared victory falsely overnight before all of these votes have been cast, and we got a sense of that from a statement that the campaign released overnight. The campaign manager is actually saying that the president's language is outrageous, unprecedented, and dangerous. For his part, Biden, when he did address his supporters here overnight last night, as you know, it was really the middle of the night. His main message was, let's be patient. But he also said he believes he is on track to win. Take a listen to a little bit more of what he had to say overnight.
I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted this election.
So I think you are going to hear even more confidence from the vice president when he addresses the nation a little bit later on today. Now, in terms of what is happening inside the campaign, they are still bracing for what could be protracted legal battles, with President Trump signaling that that is the direction that he intends to go in. In a call with reporters earlier today, the campaign is quite defiant about that, saying that they have a team of lawyers ready to go, and one of their top lawyers saying that the president would be embarrassed if he took this case to the Supreme Court. And so far they say they've seen no evidence that that's actually going to happen. But again, they are bracing for the possibility of legal battles, even if they feel increasingly confident about this vote count that is happening within the battleground.
Weighing how this will appear, kind of playing the crowd, if you will. Let's go to the Sun Belt of the Southwest. Von Hilliard in Arizona, traditionally a Republican stronghold, but now a state where Joe Biden is ahead. Von is in Scottsdale in Maricopa County, and Von, we've been watching this since I left here last night. It looks good for Biden, but it hasn't fallen in his column yet.
Exactly. The margin of Joe Biden's advantage right now, Lester, is shrunk down to 3.4 percentage points after initially results showed him with more than a double-digit lead. And that is because the ballots that have been counted on the later end here in Arizona have trended towards Republicans. Yesterday, in-person voters in Maricopa County, the greater Phoenix area, they were trending towards Republicans by a 2-to-1 margin. And so what you have seen as the ballots have been processed across the state is that number continues to shrink. Now, this is where it becomes interesting. It's because here in the state of Arizona, I just got off the phone with the state elections official. They are currently trying to identify just how many uncounted ballots there are. There's a couple 100,000, but how many 100,000? We don't know, because these are ballots that were either hand-delivered or received by county officials on election day. At this moment, they are trying to tabulate exactly just how many of those are outstanding. I was talking to a top official with the Trump camp here in the state. They said, of course, acknowledging that the margin is very thin, but that they see an outlet where in the situation they saw a surge, particularly in the rural part of the state. Voters who didn't even vote in 2016, it came out at the last moment to cast a vote for Donald Trump, that it
here in their favor. We should note at the same time, if Michigan falls, if Wisconsin falls to Joe Biden, it could be these 11 electoral votes here in Arizona. They clinch the field with the presidency for Joe Biden. And if that is the case, our data shows that it could be independent voters. Well, there's the surge of Republican voters here at the finish line. We're seeing that independent voters here trending towards Democrats, towards Joe Biden. This is the place where those independent voters that make up a third of the electorate have long steered towards Republicans. The likes of the late Senator John McCain. But what we have seen here is that those numbers, particularly the greater suburbs around the Tucson and Phoenix area, went to Joe Biden. Again, if this is in fact a close race, it could be an independent here in the state of Arizona. Let's give the deal for Joe Biden.
All right, thank you very much. Washington Post columnist, NBC News, MSNBC political analyst Gene Robinson is with us, as well as NBC News political analyst and former Senator of Missouri, Claire McCaskill. They join us now with their analysis. Claire, let me begin with you. We heard a moment ago that the Biden folks feel good about what they're seeing right now. Is that just happy talk, or is there something specifically you think they're holding on to that says this is good?
Oh, I can assure you it's not happy talk. They have people digging into every single county, every single precinct, every single vote that has been counted or not counted. They are checking this over and over again. They are confident because they believe their path is very clear. Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, and Michigan. And then, of course, Pennsylvania and Georgia are still out there, but that would be crazy. The 4 states are the states they're looking at, and they feel very good about the numbers of those states.
And Eugene, you're looking at all this right now, and we had talked, as Peter Alexander pointed out earlier, we had talked about this red wave notion. So is what we're seeing really all that much a surprise, or are we just impatient? We're just impatient. We're impatient. I mean, we knew, the phrase that everybody used in the days before the election was watch out for a potential red mirage, watch out for it potentially looking as if President Trump was leading perhaps on his way to winning on election night because many mail-in ballots wouldn't have been counted, and we know that Democrats very heavily voted mail-in. And so, as those votes were counted, we would start to get a true picture. And really, that's exactly what has happened. And that pattern has been repeated in state after state. And it's clear just that those 4 states, Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, and Michigan, have all trended in Joe Biden's favor. Wisconsin, I believe officials have said they've finished their vote counted. Around a 20,000 vote margin there. It's not the kind of margin that gets overturned in a recount, even if there is one. So that is what we're seeing, yes, is what was basically predicted. And Claire, let's talk about Joe Biden and what happens next as he waits for these states. We expect him to come out in the not-too-distant future and speak again the second time he was spoken. What does he need to say? What do you think he'll say in response to President Trump?
Well, I think, first of all, he needs to be himself and be authentic, and that means he'll talk about being a leader and respecting the voters. But I think he also has to be very aggressive and be on his front foot. What this president is trying to do is despicable. Of course these votes should count. People cast these votes with full faith that, like any other election, that their ballot would be counted. And the rules that were set for these ballots, especially in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, were set by Republican legislatures. These weren't rules that some Democrats who did it, that this is what we're going to do. These are what the Republicans decided the rules were. So the idea that he would try to, act as if following the rules set by Republicans and somehow cheating him is really, really bad.
Eugene, if you allowed yourself to visit that place, try to think of what the next 4 years will be, no matter who wins, given the experience of this election. You're not going to yes. I can try, Lester. Look, this is a divided country. This is a divided nation, and we will have likely, we don't know, but at the very least, the House stays in Democratic hands. We're going to have a divided government in some way, shape, or form, and it's going to be a bumpy ride at a time when there are things that we need to do urgently, and we need to work together to do urgently. First and foremost, controlling a deadly pandemic that has killed nearly 250,000 Americans and is entering potentially its deadliest phase. We need to find a way to work together, and after this election, we're going to be kind of battered and bruised, and we're going to have to pick up the pieces and find a way to move forward. I'll be right. I'm going to add that to my list of understatements for the day. I thank you both. We'll ask you to stick around. We're going to bring you back in. We're going to take a break, and then we're going to talk a little bit more about what the next 4 years could look like as it pertains to the U.S. Senate.
Reporting name, that's a whole new variant. Can you tell me the story again?
Behind every question is a story waiting to be discovered. This holiday, start the journey of the DNA kit for reality.
Ordering dinner for the family? I ordered. Grubhub rewards you with a free delivery perk on your first order.
Turn the walk of life. Walgreens has always been there to help make life easier. And now we're doing the same with Medicare. So you can easily find the best, most affordable plan for you. Visit Walgreens.com/Medicare to get started. Walgreens, we make Medicare easy.
This is Nancy. She offered you a homemade cookie. But when she said your trade-in was worth $12,000, you believed her. But was it a lie? The offer? Next time, start with CarMax and get a custom offer good for 7 days. The way it should be. CarMax.
My normal pure asthma attack. Less oral steroids.
Taking my treatment at home.
Nucala is a once-monthly add-on injection for severe eosinophilic asthma, not for sudden breathing problems. Allergic reactions can occur. Get help right away for swelling, face, mouth, tongue, or trouble breathing. Infections that can cause shingles have occurred. Don't stop steroids unless told by your doctor. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection. May cause headache, injection site reactions, back pain, and fatigue. Ask your doctor about Nucala at home. Find your new normal with Nucala. I didn't order anything today.
I know. But that Parker promo saved me so much my insurance. Or a little something special.
Parker, they brought almost everyone's surprisingly great rates.
Good man, man.
You want the real deal? Like a good neighbor, they found it there.
Welcome back to NBC News coverage of Decision 2020. We've got an update on the race for president. Let's take a look. This is a call up during the last half hour, and it is the state of Maine. NBC News projects that Joe Biden wins the state of Maine for split electoral vote there. Thanks again. Great. Now to our senior national correspondent, Kate Snow. Kate, what's the latest on the Senate races and the potential balance of power?
So no big change in the last few hours about balance of power. We still don't know, Lester, at this point, whether the Democrats might be able to take the majority in the Senate. They had hoped, but as Casey Hunt, my colleague, has reported all morning, it's looking less likely. Let's take a look at some of the key races that have not yet been projected. I think we can start with North Carolina. We've got that. Maybe we don't have this picture, but I can tell you about North Carolina. There it is. Okay, so that's Tom Tillis' speaks to Lucy, the incumbent Republican there. Cal Cunningham running against him. It is too close to call. That's a state where there was a lot of money put in. The Senator Tillis is very close to the president. Cunningham, in the last several weeks, was embroiled in a bit of a scandal involving sending romantic messages to his wife. That one's really close. Then in Georgia, there are two races there. This one is Purdue, David Perdue, the incumbent, versus John Ossoff. This would go to a runoff if one of them did not get over 51%, and we're still not ready to call that. It is too close to call. Then we look at the other Georgia special election. This was what they call a jungle primary. Lots and lots of candidates. These are the two that advanced to a runoff. The current Senator Loeffler, Kelly Loeffler, who's been very close to President Trump, appeared at many events with him, versus Warnock, Raphael Warnock, his competitor. And then in Michigan, one that we're still watching, too early to call, the incumbent Senator Gary Peters up against John James, who's a black veteran, running a very strong campaign there, and at this point is 90% in with James. And then Alaska. This is a bit of a sleeper, Lester. This was not one that I was really aware of until last night. Too early to call. This is a Republican incumbent senator versus an independent who is an orthopedic surgeon and is running with the support of Democrats. We're going to watch that one closely.
All right, Kate, thanks very much. Back to the race for president. Wisconsin is a tight one. The state we're talking about at this point is a tight one. NBC's Cal Perry is in Milwaukee. The Biden folks say they feel good about Wisconsin. What's the light there right now for them, Cal?
Yeah, they feel great about it. They think they've won the state. We've heard last hour on the Today Show from the administrator of the Wisconsin Election Commission. She said that all the votes in Wisconsin have been counted. Now, what that means is we're still waiting for the municipalities, a few of them, to report up to the counties. Once they do that, we will have official results. Joe Biden up by about 20,000 votes right now. It really mirrors what we saw 4 years ago when Hillary Clinton won the state by 25,000 votes. The Democratic Party, they went looking for those votes, especially in places like Milwaukee County, where I am in now. It's the first county, biggest county in the country. And it was those early votes that were counted at about 3 in the morning that have taken Joe Biden over the top. The Democratic Party in the state telling us they expected to be behind at midnight, but winning at 3 in the morning. And that is exactly what happened. If things shake out here for Joe Biden, if the numbers hold up, which we believe they will, they'll look to duplicate what they had here in Milwaukee and in Madison and the other states that we've been talking about all day, places like Michigan, places like Georgia. You look at those cities, Detroit and Atlanta, they're hoping that they can replicate the numbers that they were able to improve upon in this election.
Hey, Cal, how does the pandemic weigh in Wisconsin and what we're seeing? I was there a few weeks ago as the number of cases surging. Just looking at the numbers now, their COVID cases 7-day average of 41% in the past 14 days. Did that turn something, or how did that affect?
Daily highs here in the state. This is a hotspot, not just in the Midwest, but in the country, really in the world. It was a top issue for voters when we were out there talking to people. It seemed to be a motivating issue for Democrats to visit Milwaukee to find other people to come and vote. Keep in mind, the president said here in this state that doctors were receiving money every time a coronavirus patient died. That is, of course, false. But it was a real motivating factor for voters here. I think the other thing worth mentioning, Lester, is we're all standing by